Chapter 1. Once the homework was submitted, he vanished. The following day, the sound of the room's landline awakened Li Chu. Beep, beep, beep. Extending her hand, she fumbled around before finally answering the call, which turned out to be the wake-up service she had set up. A melodious and warm female voice spoke fluent English. Esteemed Miss Li, good morning. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Chu jolted awake, sitting up in bed, only to be met with a pain throughout her body akin to being repeatedly run over by a vehicle. Last night's rigorous exercise regimen had clearly taken its toll. The discomfort served as a constant reminder of the madness she had endured just hours before. Li Chu slumped against the headboard, seeking to alleviate her physical malaise, feeling as though her essence had been drained by some mischievous sprite. After several minutes, she pressed a button, and the electric curtains slowly drew back, allowing the morning sunlight to flood the room, stinging her eyes. After resting a bit longer, Li Chu resigned herself to rise. She had a magazine shoot to prepare for. She tossed aside the covers, finding her body clean, presumably washed after a workout, yet the signs of strenuous exercise were evident all over, unmistakably indicating the intensity of her prior night's activities. The bedroom was devoid of anyone, but herself. Su Qingshan must have left long ago after all. When has that money-making machine ever lingered in bed? There was no trace of his presence, as if he had never been there at all. Ding dong! The ringtone of her phone interrupted Li Chu's comprehensive tirade against Su Qingshan. Glancing at the screen, she swiped to answer. Li Chu, hello? Lele. Sister Chu, have you eaten yet? If not, I can bring you something. It was her little assistant, Lele. Li Chu, yes, please get some soy milk and fried dough sticks along with a few soup dumplings. She needed to replenish the energy she had expended the previous night. Setting down her phone, Li Chu ruffled her hair and strolled leisurely toward the bathroom. That insufferable man had suddenly dropped in last night, seemingly only for her. It was truly the work of a heartless and merciless capitalist, eager to extract every last drop of her worth. Yet, to his credit, this rogue had shown some semblance of decency by ensuring she was tidied up afterward. Whether it was a spuro-feminine decision or a fleeting sense of responsibility on Su Qingshan's part was uncertain, but it was certainly not much. Su Qingshan, the scion of a prominent family in the capital, was a man of both means and intellect, though, thus far, only the financial acumen had been revealed. Ultimately, all these attributes paled in comparison to his striking visage. This had been a key factor in her agreement to enter into a marriage with him. After all, if she could not dictate the terms of her matrimonial fate, she might as well choose a man who aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Moreover, the fact that he stayed away from home brought her immense joy. It felt like a widowhood of sorts. Were it not for the need to submit her assignments on time, she would declare herself the happiest girl in the world who claimed that marriage was a tomb. This was nothing short of paradise. After freshening up, Li Chu settled onto the sofa, awaiting Lele's arrival with her breakfast while scrolling through WeChat messages from her manager, Sister Li. There were discussions among netizens, trends in viewership from last night across various city networks, and rankings on major platforms. Among them, Changhua Xing had skyrocketed in viewership, leading in popularity across platforms. Given such a robust start, it was clear that this would be the frontrunner for this year's accolades. Sister Li, looks like the haters are in for a rude awakening. Li Chu chuckled with delight, quickly typing a response. Li Chu, they deserve it. After all, I put in 3 months of hard work, and am in peak condition. There's simply nothing they can criticize. After sending her message, she recalled the scathing comments from detractors prior to the premiere of Changhua Xing. Returning once more, Li Chu remains bound to idol dramas. Is she competing for roles with younger actresses? But can her looks still hold up? Doesn't she have any desire to transition to more mature roles? For years, all she's done is buy trending topics for publicity and spin in her comfort zone. Showing no ambition, how can her fans still support her? I believe that any true career-oriented fan would find it hard to support Li Chu. How has this morally bankrupt artist not been blacklisted yet? Clearly, someone's pulling strings behind the scenes. I will forever boycott dramas featuring a mistress. Viewers must be tired of her. By now, her popularity has long since plummeted. I'm just waiting for Changhua Xing to flop on its premiere. Just from the trailer, it looks like a shoddy production. Me dog shakes its head at it. Waiting for the flop? As the viewership ratings plummet, haha. Is that apple essence going to compose another poem mocking us? Can't wait. 1. 10,085. Li Chu couldn't help but scoff. Scrolling through the online comments about Changyue Xing, she could almost hear the sound of slaps to the face echoing from 1,000 miles away. Unfortunately, her new drama, after a half-year hiatus, not only failed to crash and burn but had soared in viewership since its premiere, reaching a historic high of 57. Securing the title of annual champion for the network was all but guaranteed, and she was confident of it. These critics were no longer adhering to any principles. They attacked from every angle, creating controversies where none existed. How could they possibly find fault in her? At merely 24 years of age, would it not be a sheer waste of her beauty to avoid idle dramas? It was quite comical. Was she supposed to compete with fresh-faced youngsters when she was in her 30s or 40s, pouting and acting cute for the camera? Not only would the audience find it unacceptable, but she herself would struggle to reconcile with it. Certainly, she could not be overlooked simply because of her substantial fanbase, as she had only debuted for less than 3 years. The backlash against the critics was well-deserved. Feeling particularly cheerful, she stretched lazily, only to suddenly catch sight of an object. Crap! Li Chu quickly sprang up, blushing as she retrieved the lone tie that had been left hanging on the window ledge, stepping over to the trash can as though she had committed a wrongdoing, hastily discarding the now burning hot tie. It must have been left behind by him last night, and vivid images of certain extreme moments flooded her mind. Li Chu stomped her foot in embarrassment, her cheeks aflame as she fled the area settling at the dining table. She sipped warm water to quell the heat of shame that surged within her. There was no way she could remain in the bedroom. Reminiscing was out of the question. That despicable man must have done this on purpose. With his meticulous nature, he would never leave behind such an item, especially one that could be considered a tool of his misdeeds. After downing a cup of warm water, Li Chu felt somewhat better. Ding dong! A silhouette in a dark green, elegant qipao holding an umbrella appeared as her phone chimed. Li Chu stared at Shun Tian's profile for a moment, realizing she might indeed be completely ensnared by Fu Yinxin, now thoroughly aligning herself with his preferences. Shun Tian, oh my! Did you see the news? Your cheap husband is going to be stationed domestically from now on. Well, perhaps she had overthought it. Shun Tian was far from becoming a demure lady, still very much the fiery little pepper she knew. Fu Yinxin clearly lacked the ability to transform Shun Tian into someone else. Nevertheless, Li Chu felt a twinge of curiosity and replied immediately. Li Chu, how did you find out? Chapter 2. He has returned to stay. Shun Tian, haven't you gotten up yet? Li Chu, is there a problem? Shun Tian, then Su Qingxin must have returned. The fact that you're still in bed this late means your night was surely eventful. Wink. Li Chu. She wanted to refute Shun Tian's last statement, but inexplicably felt her face heat up. The truth was undeniable eventually. She settled for sending a sticker in response. Li Chu. So what if he's back? Who's afraid of whom? Smirk. Li Chu remained remarkably calm about Su Qingxin's return, as she had anticipated this shift ever since the old man issued his ultimatum during last year's dinner at the courtyard. She was mentally prepared for the change in his work focus. Even if he didn't return from abroad, he was incredibly punctual with his monthly submissions 3 times a month, at the start, middle, and end. It was as if he were a robot programmed to do so. Unless she was filming deep in the mountains, he would not miss a single deadline, his punctuality bordering on the terrifying. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. He traveled back and forth between domestic and international locations 6 times a month, undeterred by any weather. No matter how busy he was with work, all that was left for her were the traces he left behind and the cold bed. One must understand. He measured time in seconds. It was impossible for him to complete last night's tasks and then wait for her to wake up to give her a sickly sweet good morning kiss. Li Chu imagined he must have been the teacher's pet during his school days. Thus, his return didn't significantly impact her like today. When he left early to her, it felt no different than if he were abroad. Ding dong. A link shared by Shun Tian popped up on her phone. She clicked on it, revealing a news article reporting that the Shengshi Group had significantly increased its market share abroad in recent years while experiencing a downer domestically. To counteract the loss of domestic profits, the Shengshi Group would be establishing a new headquarters in the capital and undergoing reforms, with Su Qingxin, the heir to the Su family, confirming his return to lead the charge. Li Chu replied to Shun Tian, acknowledging her gossiping nature. Li Chu, I anticipated this long ago. The old man made it clear if he didn't return, he'd be breaking his legs. Shin Tian replied instantly, no way. Could it be that the old man wants to hold his great-grandchild? Li Chu. Shin Tian ceased to respond to her, and she was not overly concerned. The old man's intentions were evident to anyone who was not foolish, especially since they had been married for 2 years. If they were to have a child, Li Chu could rationally accept that the Su family would not be the ones to suffer from their union. If they were to state it clearly, she would indeed have no way to refuse. However, it was apparent that Su Qingshan had no such intentions, and none of their family dared to voice their opinions against him. After all, he wielded absolute power. A mere stamp of his foot could send tremors throughout the entire business sphere, and who would dare to coerce him into actions he was unwilling to undertake? Yet, there existed a ticking time bomb of a problem. The nature of their relationship resembled a volatile device, ready to explode at any moment. In the past, when he was abroad, he would seek her out in the dead of night, but now that he had returned to the country, even if they did not live together, their frequent meetings made it seem as though their relationship could be captured by paparazzi at any moment. That said, if he were photographed, he could simply buy the rights to the images. This man was Su Qingshan, the illustrious heir of the Su family. A prince, known for his pride and noble lineage. Would he publicly acknowledge a marriage to someone from the entertainment industry, whom he had always looked down upon? Absolutely not. That would undoubtedly be a slap in his own face for someone as exceedingly arrogant as Su Qingshan. To admit to marrying her would be akin to a humiliation so severe that even his mother would struggle to recognize his swollen visage. Moreover, while Li Chu's family background was respectable, it paled in comparison to the Su family at best. She could be considered part of the upper middle class. The ideal match for him would be someone from a prestigious family, creating a powerful alliance of mutual benefit. Yet, it remained a mystery how her uncle managed to facilitate the union between their families, or how he convinced the Su family to engage in this one-sided act of benevolence towards theirs. Thus, it seemed that for the past 2 years, Su Qingshan had, like her, tacitly refrained from mentioning their marriage to the outside world. What was there for her to fear? She had nothing to worry about, for with Su Qingshan by her side, even if their relationship was exposed, it would not become public knowledge. She would bet that even if today the media captured her and Su Qingshan's marriage certificate, tomorrow's news would be scrubbed clean, and Su Qingshan would issue a lawyer's letter to accuse the media of defamation, swiftly ending the matter. She wouldn't even have the chance to engage in public relations because Su Qingshan would handle it. Perhaps he was even more averse to the exposure of their relationship than she was. Within the fashion industry, there are 5 premier magazines, collectively referred to as the 5 great publications, with VG consistently at the forefront, both nationally and internationally. The higher the magazine's status within the industry, the more challenging it becomes to grace its cover. While the other 4 major publications might allow trending female stars to appear through endorsements from luxury brands, VG remains an insurmountable challenge for most rising stars, particularly those from the domestic scene. Every cover subject must undergo stringent scrutiny and approval from the headquarters. Since its inception, aside from the top domestic models, only a handful of domestic actresses have graced the VG cover, all of whom were established stars long before. In contrast, many of the 85 and 90 generation actresses have previously been rumored to be receiving cover spots, yet none have succeeded thus far. Until today, VG's official account posted, "Looking forward to our next cover star, Li Chu." The public was astonished. Li Chu had first garnered attention with her enthusiastic fan support and then made a splash with her new drama. Marking her return in such grand style, one cannot deny that she currently reigns supreme in the entertainment industry, despite being absent for over 6 months. Yet, her devoted fanbase and remarkable purchasing power, not to mention her undeniable beauty, still hold significant sway. Without any prior hints, Li Chu had quietly secured a spot on VG. The comments beneath VG's post about Li Chu were filled with joy. "You, Li Huang, are incredible. Li Chu is amazing. Li Chu deserves respect." Those envious detractors must be feeling quite humiliated now. You had over half a year, but what good is a lackluster star? Once Li Huang returns, she remains the most dazzling of them all. Hey, erase a joke. That one who always claims to have a solid foundation. This year's overhyped blockbuster drama hasn't even matched the viewership of our Choo Choo's initial small web series. Seeing that, I can't help but laugh heartily. Chapter 3. Unstoppable force, the van finally came to a halt at the outdoor filming location on the outskirts of the city. Sisterly had been in contact with the magazine representatives for a year, maintaining a low profile throughout the process. After extensive discussions, both parties were quite satisfied. Had it not been for the incident she encountered, her cover shoot would have undoubtedly been at the beginning of this year. Of course, her opportunity to grace the cover of VG magazine was largely due to Su Qingqian's connections at a private event abroad. However, the magazine and the brand hesitated due to her unforeseen circumstances. Li Chu took the initiative to communicate, ultimately reaching a fairly satisfactory collaboration agreement. They would wait for her. Should she fail to turn the situation around, the collaboration would be postponed, which, in essence, meant the termination of the partnership. Although this felt somewhat unjust to Li Chu, she understood the concerns of the magazine and the brand. Every brand considers public sentiment as a critical factor, and she fully endorsed this approach. There was no need for anyone to jeopardize their reputation for the sake of a collaboration, risking loss of interests. Her team also recognized the additional conditions of this collaboration. She had been inexplicably accused by fans of Lin Ying, the second female lead from her previous drama, of disrupting the romance between Lin Ying and her boyfriend, resulting in a coordinated attack from various fan groups. With hundreds of derogatory posts surfacing, it could be said that this was a struggle between capital, and she was merely a sacrificial offering to appease the gods of capital during that time. Insults and slanders flooded her social media platforms, and various rumors and curses permeated every corner associated with her. She discarded all her social media tools, temporarily bidding farewell to her circle, and took a trip to Europe to clear her mind, effectively re-evaluating her path, treating it as a much-needed vacation. Her uncle scolded her over the phone for causing such a scandalous situation, suggesting that she should take the opportunity to focus on family. The Su family, however, did not express any blame. Instead, Su's mother offered comfort and encouragement, urging Su Qingqian to step in and help her. She declined Su Qingqian's assistance, as well as several olive branches and paid PR proposals offered by various capital interests. From the outset, it was evident that those who sought to crush her, an upstart with no background who had encroached upon their territory, would not genuinely provide PR solutions. Accepting such offers might absolve her of this injustice, but it would also leave her vulnerable to similar leverage against her. Li Chu was essentially wagering on her innocence, betting that the public's perception would remain discerning. She intended to act against those who sought to tarnish her reputation. What if she dedicated half a year to appease them? Those who truly understood her would continue to support and believe in her. What is rightfully hers cannot be taken away, and what is not hers will remain elusive. She invested 3 months working tirelessly with the crew, delivering a result that she was satisfied with under the current circumstances. While Su Qingqian may have offered some assistance, it was minimal, as he respected her wishes. However, she was certain that the primary reason for her success lay in her fans' unwavering loyalty and trust at this moment. She was on a winning streak, an unstoppable force. Today's post by VG was also a decision made following Sister Li's discussions with them. Seizing the opportunity to maximize the buzz, a win-win situation at the outdoor filming location on the outskirts. The staff had already set up the scenery according to the thematic concept of this shoot. However, instead of the bustling atmosphere expected for a shoot, an eerie silence enveloped the space, with everyone immersed in their own tasks. Wearing solemn expressions, Li Chu stood before the jewelry display with photographer Su and Chuan, both frowning simultaneously. The planner, facing the two of them, dared not breathe. Su Laosher, this is the best jewelry we could borrow. Li Chu's cover shoot was promoted by EB, marking her as the first global ambassador for the brand. This cover shoot would serve as a significant promotional tool, the weight of which was self-evident. EB was a globally renowned luxury brand with aristocratic origins, originally known for its fairy tale gowns, and in the 18th century, it was designated as the royal court supplier of clothing in Europe, famous throughout the continent. In modern times, it transitioned to haute couture and became a luxury brand renowned worldwide. Her successful acquisition and recognition from the headquarters were undoubtedly aided by Su Qingqian's extensive network. Had he not introduced her to the esteemed Eli Sab from EB, she would not have bypassed domestic channels to sign directly with the headquarters. Given the brand's heritage and fairy tale gowns, the upcoming season would focus on retro royal styles, making the theme of this shoot The Princess Returns to 20th Century Europe. The attire of a princess was a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, and the upper-class aristocracy often compared their garments, especially during various banquets. This theme resonated deeply with her current predicament, making it all the more relevant that it must be said that Su Wenchuang's team possessed considerable talent. However, since the theme of the shoot was the princess returns, the inclusion of a crown was indispensable. Li Chu found the crown in the jewelry display to be exceedingly unsatisfactory, far too ordinary. Su Wenchuang, hands on his hips, questioned the planner. I asked you to borrow a top-tier crown, and this is what you bring me. We're shooting for VG. Do you understand what VG is? It's not some village wedding photography. The chastised planner, a young man, nearly bowed his head to the ground. This is the best quality we could borrow. Most are privately owned and not available for lending. There's nothing we can do. Li Chu, having attended jewelry exhibitions, understood that truly exquisite pieces were mostly owned by private collectors, who treasured them immensely. Acknowledging the planner's difficulties, she reassured him, "It's all right, you can go about your business." Unlike Europe, where top-tier jewelers were scarce, it was entirely reasonable that they couldn't find premier jewelry in Zhongjing City. This wasn't to say that there weren't fine pieces available. Rather, any that were of decent quality were already owned by someone. And those owners cherished their treasures, never lending them out, that if it were a film shoot, various types of jewelry would be readily available at film bases, regardless of quality. However, this was a magazine shoot. Not only a significant seasonal cover for VG, but also the preliminary reveal of EB's upcoming autumn and winter collection. Therefore, every detail in the final product had to be meticulously controlled. The jewelry featured could not be subpar. Meanwhile, Su Wenchuang was still fuming over the lack of brilliance in the jewelry his team had managed to borrow, expressing his frustration at his subordinates for failing to grasp the core concept of this shoot. Li Chu withdrew her gaze, contemplating whether any of the affluent friends she knew had a penchant for collecting jewelry. After some reflection, it seemed none of them had such hobbies, nor did they possess the disposable income to indulge in such a costly pursuit. As she quietly pondered, her assistant Lele suddenly tugged at her sleeve discreetly. "What is it?" Li Chu inquired, curious about Lele's furtive demeanor. Chapter 4. The Money of Capitalists, Minor Revision. Lele pulled Li Chu to a secluded spot, cautiously surveying the surroundings, then leaned in close to whisper, Chu, your husband, President Su, he is one, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Chu suddenly recalled something. Su Qingchen had once spent $80 million at Sotheby's to acquire a solar crown and even purchased a private jet to airlift it back. She had scoffed at the time, realizing that Su Qingchen was just as extravagant with money as she was, never one to tone it down or keep a low profile. While she would deliberate for ages over acquiring a limited edition bag from Brande, he could spend an amount sufficient for her to buy countless items without a second thought. $80 million was merely a figure to him, a sum that many could only dream of accumulating. She recalled having seen a humorous article that joked about whether presidents might borrow money from their starlets in the event of a cash flow crisis. At the time, she had pondered the possibility before blocking that marketing account. The notion of Su Qingchen borrowing money from her was something she wouldn't dare even dream of. In reality, compared to familiar public companies, a short-term cash flow issue would not easily obliterate years of established business. However, if the president's wealth stemmed from stock market dealings, it could be challenging to liquidate assets in times of crisis, significantly increasing the risk of bankruptcy. The Su family was not within this realm of concern. It must be said that the brilliance of Su Qingchen lay in his early recognition of such pitfalls, that he actively engaged with the family business during his school years, influencing decisions and implementing reforms. Today, the Shengshi Group, owned by the Su family, was divided into various sectors, including Jingjian Real Estate, Shenghua Finance, and Yaifeng Investment. None of their core industries were publicly listed, not because they lacked the desire to go public, but because they simply did not need to. They did not require their revenue figures to be made public or their company's health to be rated by the stock market, as they operated solely on substantial cash flow. This also indicated that the Su family's assets were so vast that they remained inscrutable to external evaluations. No one could ascertain the value of the Shengshi Group. The entire group was essentially under Su Qingchen's control. Li Chu was unaware of the exact figure of his personal wealth, but she distinctly recalled a particular incident. It was due to their first wedding anniversary that he postponed an important business negotiation to directly purchase a flight route from abroad, flying back on a private jet to celebrate their marital milestone with her. Upon learning that he had made such a significant gesture and spent an extravagant amount of money for their first anniversary, it would be disingenuous to say she was not moved. However, what overwhelmed her more was a sense of heartache at his lavish spending. This was also the first time she realized that flight routes could indeed be bought. She sent a WeChat message to him, who was far abroad making money. Li Chu, Mr. Su, such extravagance, one till you go bankrupt. His response lingered in her mind. You may spend my current wealth freely. Even by the time your great-grandson gets married, you 1T exhausted. Ultimately, she was dazzled by his intangible riches, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. Did he truly underestimate her spending capabilities? Outraged, she ignored him for an entire month. Following this incident, Li Chu understood that Su Qingxin's wealth was such that he could squander it for several lifetimes without ever depleting it. After Lei finished her tale, she gazed at Li Chu with excitement, awaiting her reaction. What was the nature of Li Chu and Su Qingxin's relationship? It was as though she could already see that crown, worth $80 million. Striding towards them with an air of pride, Lei was not at fault. She merely wished to catch a glimpse of something valued at $80 million that Li Chu looked at the emotionally charged Lei beside her. Feeling somewhat helpless and uncertain of what to say, that in truth, Lei was both right and wrong. Su Qingxin did not merely possess one treasure. He had an entire collection room located in his European estate, and she had been fortunate enough to visit it. This might indeed be a splendid idea. After all, Li Chu knew that even if private collectors in Zhongjing City were willing to lend their jewels, none could compare to those of Su Qingxin. However, the thought of asking Su Qingxin to borrow something was daunting. She felt a tad emo that today's photo shoot was temporarily halted due to Su Wen's dissatisfaction with the borrowed jewels. The magazine was reportedly reaching out to private collectors in Zhongjing City, that Li Chu opted not to return to the hotel, instead heading back to Xinga Bay early. She nestled into a cushion on the balcony's swing chair, surveying the entirety of Zhongjing City. Her thoughts echoed with the sentiment that even if she scoured the entire city, she could find no jewel superior to that of Su Qingxin. Li Chu pounded her cushion in frustration. Gazing up at the sky, the studio had already sent out her schedule for the month. Her upcoming work consisted of magazine shoots. Netizens did not need to speculate. It was evident that she was shooting for VG. And the comments beneath her studio's blog post were filled with eager anticipation from fans, as well as curious onlookers and major fashion bloggers, all awaiting her magazine cover, and if she were to falter in this endeavor, the ridicule would be relentless. Li Chu sat up, picked up her phone from the glass tea table, and deftly switched to her alternate account, mulling over her thoughts as she scrolled through her feed. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as she fixated on a particular Weibo post. She was astonished to find Lin Ying's updates on her homepage. Had she truly bought followers to the extent of appearing on Li Chu's feed? Li Chu stared at the content of the Weibo post, torn between an urge to laugh derisively and a desire to unleash her fury upon Lin Ying. How audacious of Lin Ying to compete with her. As if her backing capital had entirely secured her position. It was not enough for Lin Ying to spread rumors about seducing her boyfriend during a set visit. Now she was leveraging her image as a devoted and optimistic White Lotus. Lin Ying's Weibo was a promotional post, particularly insidious. Lin Ying wrote, "Curious about my journey to reconcile with myself? The next season of PQNO will provide the answers you seek." Lin Ying was promoting a trendy magazine, considered a first-tier publication. While it might not be a major magazine, it had seen considerable growth in recent years. The year prior, before a scandal erupted, the editor-in-chief had personally invited Li Chu. Now, they were inviting Lin Ying for a similar feature, making it impossible not to speculate whether this was a veiled attack on Li Chu, especially since they were sharing the same season's cover. As Li Chu examined the comments beneath Lin Ying's Weibo post, she tossed her phone aside, nearly laughing in exasperation. No wonder Lin Ying had refrained from causing a stir during the premiere of her drama. She had clearly been biding her time. The cruelty with which she toyed with her fans was astonishing, as it was well known that female celebrities' fanbases would fiercely protect their idols, that Li Chu's fans, under the influence of strategically edited videos and makeup artists, believed they had ruined their sister's romantic relationship and wished for nothing less than her demise. Now, as Lin Ying graced the cover of a magazine, recounting her journey out of a difficult period, her fans would undoubtedly weep for her, invigorated and enraged, turning Li Chu into a scapegoat for their frustrations. Chapter 5. The Beginning and the End, Minor Edits. In truth, Li Chu was quite curious about the timing. During the broadcast of their martial arts drama, Lin Ying had played her stunt double and had even marketed herself as resembling Li Chu. However, Li Chu had gained public attention first, thus securing the advantage. Yet, following the conclusion of the drama, Li Chu ascended to greater heights and reaped the benefits of increased visibility, only for Lin Ying to suddenly post beautiful memories. Must they only dwell in shattered recollections? This absurd statement sparked a minor controversy, followed by a video leak of her boyfriend visiting the set and appearing intimately with Lin Ying. Consequently, Li Chu found herself unjustly vilified, with countless individuals labeling her as a homewrecker, compiling an extensive PDF document detailing her alleged misdeeds, and launching an attack against her. Public relations efforts, unfortunately, had become futile. Every explanation only deepened her image as a mistress in the public eye. Compounded by organized defamation, her team was newly established, with only Li Jie having any experience. The rest were inexperienced and ill-equipped to handle such a well-coordinated smear campaign, resulting in unprecedented online harassment. The following day, her boyfriend composed a grand handwritten apology letter, pushing the situation to its zenith. That in his words, he could not resist temptation, committed an unforgivable act, and lamented losing such a wonderful girlfriend. Lin Ying ultimately posted, "I still remember that clean, warm boy in white beneath the cherry blossom tree." The climax of events occurred when she was verbally assaulted by brainless fans during a brand endorsement, who hurled objects at her, cursing her as a mistress and wishing for her demise. In the aftermath, she posted a message, "Let the clear ones clear themselves," before shutting down all her accounts and fleeing to Europe for solace. Subsequently, her studio compiled a list of individuals to sue for defamation, bringing an end to this bloody farce. It was unfathomable to Li Chu. They held no grudges, nor did they have any enmity. It was perplexing how they had begun laying the groundwork to drag her into hell since the onset of filming. During her nearly withdrawn period, Lin Ying had seen numerous projects air, with magazine features and endorsements pouring in. Lig analyzed that Lin Ying must have significant backing, and they were the ones abandoned by Capital, as Lin Ying was far more compliant. Her boyfriend had seemingly vanished into thin air following the incident. Contemplating this, Li Chu couldn't help but recall that clean, warm boy in white, finding the entire situation ludicrous. What vendetta could have prompted such schemes? It seemed they had been plotting against her from the beginning, intent on pushing her to the brink. Now, Lin Ying had even launched her own magazine, deliberately coinciding with Li Chu's. Li Chu pressed her lips together and exited Weibo, opening WeChat to check her chat with Su Qingchen, which was devoid of messages. She couldn't recall when they last communicated. It had been too long. Yet one thought persisted in her mind. She could not afford to fail. She would not lose, nor could she. Li Chu refreshed the chat page repeatedly, staring at the sparse exchange they had, before taking a deep breath, steeling herself. When Su Qingchen returned, he would seek her out for their marital life. What was wrong with borrowing something? Moreover, it wasn't even borrowing in the traditional sense. They were husband and wife, and it was their shared asset, of which he held half. This was merely a reasonable utilization of resources, a way to reap the benefits of capitalism. With this thought, Li Chu's mood lightened considerably. She began drafting a message. "What time will you be home tonight, darling?" After a moment's wait, he did not respond. Li Chu pouted, thumping her cushion and tossing her phone aside. Reclining in the swing chair with a side tea that moment, at the Jingtai Club, Su Qingchen received Li Chu's WeChat message while engaged in a business discussion, his phone silent. Thus, he remained unaware that news of the Su family's restructuring of their domestic company and the establishment of a new headquarters had already begun to circulate. The rumor of the Su family's heir returning to Zhongjing City to personally oversee the planning had spread like wildfire. Upon hearing that Su Qingchen had returned and was safely in Zhongjing City, many were stirred to action. However, Su Qingchen was known for his disinterest in socializing and his precocious maturity, affording no favors to anyone. Despite the multitude of eager individuals, none dared to act recklessly. Until now, a self-proclaimed eminent executive has finally taken the first step to arrange a meeting with the extraordinarily talented heir of the Su family at the Jingtai Club. The exterior of the club appears modest. Yet within lies a world of elegance. A serene brook and melodious strains of a guqin create a unique paradise that in the private room of Tianzi No. 1, the gentle sound of flowing water, accompanied by the faint notes of the guqin, evokes a sense of tranquility and bliss. Mu Yang, who served as Su Qingchen's assistant abroad, has now been promoted to his chief assistant. Upon entering, He is acutely aware of the meticulous design of this place, which boasts an introduction of fresh water in the heart of the city, surrounded by pavilions, and exceptional soundproofing that renders the outside world inaudible. Wang Xiaoza has finally succeeded in inviting Su Qingqian for a discussion regarding the investment of his company in the new energy vehicle sector. Leveraging the exclusive 5G AI intelligent technology that only the Su family's tech company possesses, that NO Intelligent Enterprise can resist the allure of this coveted technology, which has been monopolized by Su's research department and dominates the current market. In recent years, the Wang family has thrived in the capital, making a name for themselves among the prominent figures of society. Wang Xiaoza has taken the initiative to be the first to engage Su Qingqian in talks of collaboration. Throughout the conversation, Wang Xiaoza maintains a demeanor of neither servitude nor arrogance. Yet despite their light-hearted banter, his gaze remains fixated on Su Qingqian, meticulously observing his reactions. However, the Su family's heir seems to embody a stoic demeanor, far more inscrutable than the rumors suggest. No matter the conditions presented, it remains impossible to discern his emotional state. Wang Xiaoza experiences an unfamiliar sense of pressure for the first time in such a setting, stemming from a younger counterpart over a decade his junior. Lining has accompanied Wang Xiaoza on numerous social engagements, yet upon realizing the guest of honor is none other than the Su family's scion. She can hardly contain her excitement, envisioning the possibilities that could arise from this connection, perhaps even eliminating Li Chu from the equation, which fills her with exhilaration. Moreover, she can't shake the sensation that since her arrival, Su Qingqian's gaze has occasionally drifted towards her, causing her to feel a mix of nervousness and subtle shyness. Wang Xiaoza, too, notices Su Qingqian's occasional glances at Lin Ying, finding it quite peculiar, as it is widely known that the Su family's heir seldom allows any woman to draw near. Thus, he refrained from inviting any courtesans tonight, but it appears some rumors may not warrant such credence. After all, men are often not as averse to female company as one might presume, or else he would not have taken note of Lin Ying at his side. Chapter 6. Why haven't you responded to my message? Minor edit. Wang Xiaoza feels as though he has discovered the key to success and smiles as he instructs, Xiao Ying, please pour a cup of tea for Mr. Su. Certainly, Lin Ying replies cheerfully as she takes the teapot to serve, but Su Qingqian suddenly interjects, no need. The refusal is abrupt and decisive, leaving Lin Ying's hand suspended in midair, and she reluctantly returns to her seat. A hint of dissatisfaction lingering, that Su Qingqian's gaze shifts away from Lin Ying's face as memories of the photograph Li Chu had shown him resurface. Her childish, indignant inquiry about who among them was the most attractive, and her disdainful recounting of grievances that had upset her. The two are fundamentally different. While the person in the photograph bears a slight resemblance to Li Chu, in reality, there is no comparison. She is a far cry from Li Chu, whose essence is immeasurably superior. As thoughts of Li Chu's recent unhappiness flicker in his mind, Su Qingqian's expression begins to harden. Mu Yang, fully attuned to Su Qingqian's every reaction, realizes that tonight's negotiations are unlikely to bear fruit. If he was uncertain of his boss's stance before Su Qingqian spoke, it is now glaringly evident that the shift in Su Qingqian's aura signals trouble ahead. Wang Xiaoza loosens his tie, revealing signs of impatience. That moment, a server arrives with an assortment of teas and snacks, prompting him to shift the conversation to more casual topics. Mr. Su, are you still adjusting well since your return? The domestic climate has worsened considerably compared to your time in M Country. Lin Ying chimes in, indeed, I visited M Country earlier this year, and the air quality there is truly remarkable. The environment is quite pleasant. As Su Qingqian listens in silence, he abruptly rises, signaling his intent to leave. Mu Yang immediately comprehends, standing up to follow suit, and addresses Wang Xiaoza. Mr. Wang, we must take our leave. Please stay. Wang Xiaoza's urgency escalates, as he hastily pursues them, calling out, Mr. Su. Mr. Su's security personnel have already intervened to separate him from the departing figures. While grappling with the guards, Wang Xiaoza frantically explains, Mr. Su, Su Qingqian halts, casting a dispassionate glance at Wang Xiaoza, and speaks slowly, I am a native of this city. Therefore, you need not extol the virtues of foreign lands to me. I cherish my hometown. Wang Xiaoza stands rooted, realizing that one cannot approach this heir with conventional logic. Many affluent entrepreneurs choose to settle abroad, and he had presumed that Su Qingqian's prolonged stay overseas indicated a preference for that lifestyle. Yet he is confronted with a businessman who harbors a profound sense of patriotism. As the lights of the capital begin to twinkle like stars, casting a dreamlike glow over the cityscape, Li Chu, having prepared herself mentally, sends a WeChat message, which seems to vanish into the abyss. Receiving not a single reply to Su Qingshan has yet to return home. Is he truly so indifferent? She pouts in frustration before rising from her swing chair to take a shower, only to be interrupted by the sound of the smart door unlocking. She knows who has returned without a doubt. To express her displeasure, Li Chu deliberately ignores Su Qingshan, refusing even to glance his way as she strides past him. Su Qingshan, adjusting his tie, observes the woman who purposefully walks by with her head held high and lips pursed. Has he vexed her once more? Sensing her mood, he takes the initiative. Chu. Li Chu pretends to notice him for the first time, coolly responding with a nonchalant, "Oh, you're back." Su Qingshan, not wishing to engage in the subtlety of this capricious woman, directly inquires, "Is something wrong? Did you fail to purchase the bag you desired?" Li Chu, initially inclined to maintain her aloofness, finds herself caught off guard by his forthrightness. She turns to confront him. "Why didn't you reply to my WeChat?" Upon hearing her question, Su Qingshan appears puzzled, furrowing his brow as he retrieves his phone and opens WeChat, discovering her message sent 3 hours prior to Su Qingshan's gaze lingers on the timestamp inquiry about when he would return home. And he contemplates her expectations. What does she take him for? After a moment's pause, he responds, "I didn't see the message." Li Chu's irritation intensifies at his dismissive answer. Such a reply is far too perfunctory. Who goes hours without checking their phone in this day and age? In this modern technological society, there is no excuse for someone to be unreachable for 3 or 4 hours. However, he has just returned from abroad and seems unaccustomed to WeChat, often relying on email instead. Li Chu feels a simmering frustration bubbling within her, yet can only manage a strained. Su Qingshan observes the tempestuous emotions crossing her delicate features and assures her, "I will check WeChat more frequently in the future." Li Chu responds dryly, acknowledging his promise. Recalling that she had attempted to contact him 3 hours prior, he gently asks, "Was there something you needed from me?" He must tread carefully, for if he is too direct, this proud young lady may retreat into silence. Li Chu senses that her irritation is akin to striking a cotton ball. Her feelings are completely disregarded. However, there is nothing of great significance to discuss. Resolving to approach their relationship as a partnership, she musters her courage to mention her need for luxurious, top-tier jewelry for a magazine shoot. Once she finishes, she quickly adds, "If you don't lend me the jewelry, I can always." Su Qingshan chuckles softly. "It's fine." "Really?" she exclaims, her eyes lighting up with delight. "Yes," Su Qingshan nods, but then adds, "However, as a businessman who never engages in unprofitable ventures." He gazes at the beaming, delicate woman before him, pulling her closer and wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Leaning down, he whispers into her ear, "What do I stand to gain from this?" Brushing his cheek against hers. Upon hearing this, Li Chu is momentarily taken aback. Could it really be this simple? How could she possibly extract benefits from a shrewd businessman? She gazes up at the man inquisitively. Feeling displeased, indeed, he is generous only towards her. A heartless capitalist prioritizes his own interests and will never engage in a losing deal. Hatio think one could reap rewards without contributing anything. What a fanciful notion. Chapter 7. Smoking at specified times. Li Chu felt the large hand pressed against her waist, transmitting its heat through her shirt to her skin. The two were uncomfortably close, and she had to tilt her head back to avoid being completely enveloped by him. Su Qingshan held her gently, awaiting her response. I end this intimate moment, accompanied by his exceedingly suggestive actions. His intentions were unmistakably clear. Those who understood could merely imagine the rest. Writing it down would be futile. It had only been a day since their reunion, which felt quite prolonged due to their separation. However, her magazine must not be jeopardized, and the delicate hand resting on his muscular chest involuntarily clenched tighter. Thus, Li Chu took the initiative to wrap her arms around Su Qingshan's neck, standing on tiptoe to draw closer, their intimacy palpable, and softly murmured, "Is this benefit acceptable?" Su Qingshan gazed into her sparkling, lustrous black eyes, his throat involuntarily bobbing, and replied in a husky voice, "It is." The unexpected embrace startled her, sending a shiver down her spine. The dressing room of Xinga Bay was vast, perhaps excessively so for Li Chu at that moment. The world spun around her, She had assumed that using this as a bargaining chip would be no different from the past. Until Su Qingxin, the darkness enveloped them, leaving her feeling uneasy, with not a glimmer of light in sight. Her senses heightened in the obscurity. It felt as though, in any fleeting moment, the universe might invert, rendering everything around her indistinct. It seemed as if she had traversed every corner, yet paradoxically, felt as though she had not moved at all. As time passed, the night would eventually yield to the brilliance of day. Her thoughts had been overly simplistic, while his were far too intricate, exceedingly Chu's expectations. She had underestimated the ruthlessness of the capitalist. His mercilessness reshaped her understanding. Engaging in business with him meant that if he invested 100, he would inevitably extract millions in profit from her, determined to squeeze every last benefit from what he had spent. Until the following day, she remained in a daze, entirely oblivious to how she had returned to her being. It was not until dawn, with light faintly illuminating the curtains, that she realized just how vital illumination was. Though still groggy, the diligent Li Chu did not forget her responsibilities. The capitalist had already reaped his rewards. He could not simply pull up his pants and walk away if that were the case. Whom could she turn to for redress? She had intended to stretch her legs and seek out the capitalist who had just enjoyed himself, but the pain was too much. She thought better of it. Gritting her teeth, Li Chu painfully climbed out of bed to find him, but Su Qingxin had carried her, cleaned her up, and laid her down to rest before heading to the bathroom. After that, she was unaware of what transpired. But upon groggily opening her eyes to find him absent from the bed, she was puzzled as to where he might have gone. Slipping on her slippers, she first searched the bedroom, finding nothing. So early in the morning, with the sky still dim, where could he possibly be? The study, the bathroom, and the kitchen were all devoid of him, leaving her baffled as to his whereabouts. Then, she noticed a faint spark by the open terrace adjacent to the floor-to-ceiling window. Curiosity piqued, she approached quietly. Inching closer, he was indeed smoking, appearing quite content. Li Chu's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Having been married to Su Qingxin for 2 years, this was the first time she had seen him smoke. Although their encounters were infrequent, how could he not have informed her of this habit? After all, she was his wife, legally so. How could he withhold such a detrimental vice from her, like smoking? Had she not witnessed it today, she might have remained oblivious, especially since she had never caught even a whiff of smoke from him. She was exceedingly sensitive to the odor. This could be attributed to her experiences with actors and directors on set. Those who smoked in public, exhaling clouds of smoke that made her scalp tingle, and the acrid smell that she simply could not tolerate. Yet evidently, our esteemed Su Qingxin possessed some decorum, knowing to seek out a secluded corner for his solitary indulgence. Observing Su Qingxin smoking alone on the balcony, Li Chu's opinion of smoking shifted slightly. After all, how could a man manage to appear so alluring even while smoking? That bob of his Adam's apple, releasing what seemed to be smoke, sent her heart fluttering. That it was a cinematic moment. Li Chu cautiously inched closer. Sensing her presence, Su Qingxin immediately extinguished his cigarette. "You should rest," he said, his voice deep and rich, carrying a hint of concern. "How did you end up here?" Su Qingxin initiated the conversation, his voice resonating with a timbre that Li Chu found appealing. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" She had to muster her final willpower to rise from the warmth of the bed. Her tears and sweat could not be in vain. Her magazine must not be jeopardized. She was determined to confront those who had wronged her. "The jewelry?" "Yes, it will arrive at your shooting location on time." Su Qingxin tilted his head, observing the languid yet bright-eyed woman beside him, a smile creeping onto his lips. In truth, the jewelry from the shoot belonged to her. She adored the dazzling gems, and he happened to have the means to procure them. However, she had always kept their boundaries strictly defined. Whatever she desired, he would fulfill, naturally expecting some recompense in return. After all, under normal circumstances, she would have vehemently opposed any mischief in the dressing room. He wished for her to think of him first whenever she faced difficulties, to rely entirely upon him, surrendering herself to him, much like that masquerade ball in Y Country years ago. "But you must remember, I have a shoot at 2 p.m. Then a moment of silence ensued, and Li Chu felt a tinge of awkwardness before a thought struck her. "When did you learn to smoke?" She sought a topic. It felt strange to remain silent together. "I don't smoke often," he replied. "So you do smoke, just not frequently. But now that we are likely living together, infrequent smoking won't suffice." "When do you smoke?" She needed to avoid him when he lit up. She certainly did not wish to inhale secondhand smoke, which would harm her health and skin. Su Qingshan lowered his eyelids, his thick lashes casting a shadow, his voice rich and mellowed. At specific times. Specific times? Li Chu's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her robe's collar, pretending not to understand, and seriously admonished, "You should smoke less. It's bad for your health." "Hey, what are you doing?" Li Chu exclaimed, startled by his sudden embrace, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Fearing she might fall, Su Qingshan, effortlessly cradling her in a classic princess carry, returned her to the room for her to rest. "Try not to smoke too much, and you need to rest," he said gently, a smile gracing his lips as he lowered his head toward the still frightened woman. Li Chu pouted, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Oh, so you know I need to rest. You don't even consider who put her in this state." The capitalist was adept at this. First, he would deliver a slap before offering a sweet date. "You don't feel well? I see you rather enjoy it." His deep, husky voice began to stray from the topic. What is he saying? Li Chu thought, incredulous at his audacity. She decided she no longer wished to converse with him. Unwilling to utter another word that day. "Why doesn't the Vice Squad come to take you away?" With that, she promptly closed her eyes, determined to sleep, making a silent vow not to utter another word to him that day. Damn man, heartless capitalist. Admittedly, she found a sliver of comfort in his presence. His service was rather pleasing. Su Qingshan observed the little woman feigning sleep with her lips pursed, chuckling softly to himself, realizing he was utterly helpless against her. Li Chu sensed his laughter reverberating through his chest, prompting her to cautiously open one eye, attempting to gauge the situation. Their eyes met, and the air grew awkward at that moment. Whoever spoke first would claim victory. And she resolved to seize the initiative. "What are you laughing at? Are you trying to keep me from resting?" After proclaiming this, she deliberately kicked the covers, expressing her displeasure at being awakened by his laughter. Before turning away, creating distance between them, she left him with her irate back, mentally awarding herself an 80 for her spontaneous performance. Su Qingshan realized that since returning home, his mood had never dipped. The mere sight of her transformed his spirits, and the curve of his lips had not faltered since. "What a treasure she is, my treasure alone." Her theatricality was simply adorable. She was charming in every way. How could Li Chu's infatuation with him remain concealed? He pulled the little woman, who had deliberately distanced herself, into his embrace, whispering softly by her ear, "Yes, my dear, sleep." The body in her arms trembled momentarily before settling into tranquility. Su Qingshan could not resist and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, refraining from further teasing her. At the VG filming site, Lele gazed in awe at the jewels displayed in the crystal cabinet. 10 minutes had passed, and her eyes hadn't blinked, fearing that the dazzling treasures might sprout legs and flee, that if one were to assign blame, it would be to the jewels themselves, too opulent and shimmery. Utterly blinding, drool trickled down. Li Chu jested, prompting Lele to instinctively touch the corner of her mouth before looking up with envy and asking, "Sister Chu, how much do these cost?" Although Lele had seen her fair share of luxury as an assistant over the years, attending numerous events alongside celebrities, the jewels in the cabinet were in a league of their own, astonishingly exquisite and lavish. These jewels exuded an unmistakable air of exclusivity, boldly proclaiming, "I am expensive. Do not dare approach." Among the 2 crowns, Lele recognized one as the illustrious piece acquired by the president of Suda for $80 million at a Sotheby's auction, known as the Sun Crown. The 10 principal diamonds were larger than the quail eggs she had for lunch, and the more than 100 additional diamonds, each weighing 5 to 6 carats, were equally breathtaking. The second crown was a first for Lele. Yet it rivaled the $8 million one. It featured pear-shaped and diamond-shaped emeralds as the main stones, surrounded by round diamonds, their high density creating a dazzling spectacle, arranged in a manner that provided an exquisite sense of layering and opulence. As for the luxurious bracelets and necklaces, they paled in comparison to these 2 crowns that Li Chu had no clue of the exact price. She remembered the emerald crown from their honeymoon in Europe. Coincidentally, during an auction, where she casually remarked that the emerald looked quite appealing, exuding a sense of ostentatious luxury, he had raised the paddle, driving the price from 60 million to 100 million, leaving Li Chu stunned, unable to recover from the shock of their honeymoon, and henceforth too wary to make such casual remarks in his presence, haunted by the memory, perhaps since the dawn of man. You would still be unable to afford even one of these, Li Chu stated earnestly to the slack-jawed Lele. Sister Chu, how much is this? Let me calculate how many years I would need to work to buy just one emerald, Lele said, disregarding Li Chu's playful banter, her urgency to know the emerald crown's value evident, for it was simply too lavish and striking. Around 100 million, Li Chu replied. What? Only 100 million? How is that not more expensive than the 80 million one? Lele was clearly in disbelief. Otherwise, how could she utter only when referring to a crown she would never be able to afford? I forgot to mention, that is also in US dollars, Li Chu added. Lele was left speechless, realizing that for the wealthy, the currency was always in dollars, a realm far removed from her working-class existence. Li Chu took the emerald crown into her hands, examining it closely. Her discerning eye had chosen it from a sea of auction items. Even now, it held an allure that surpassed her initial impression on the screen, an understated luxury. Rich in mystery that lingered in one's memory. Lele, would you like to try it on? Hearing this, Lele's gaze returned to the crown in Li Chu's hands, shaking her head vigorously. No, my neck cannot bear the weight of such wealth. However, Sister Chu, Mr. Su treats you exceptionally well. Such expensive jewels, and he simply lends them to you, even going so far as to have them flown in on a private jet, and he lends you so many. Li Chu listened to Lele's envious and touched remarks without responding, pursing her lips. Was it admiration? The truth was, it was compensation for her sacrifices. After all, capitalists were not known for their benevolence. Taking into account the opinions of the photographer and stylist, Li Chu selected several pieces of jewelry, including both crowns, as the entire crew was left in awe, prompting a last-minute change to the plan. Instead of using just one crown, they decided to feature both on the covers of the A and B versions. As early autumn approached, Su Wenchuang deliberately chose a picturesque location in the countryside, a private villa exuding pure European charm. Chapter 9. The top female star's secret marriage online. 9. The A version cover featured Li Chu in an unlaunched brown coat from EB's current season, paired with modified riding boots. Her long hair was loosely tied at the back, and the sun crown rested slightly askew atop her head, a few strands of hair tousled by the wind. She sat astride a pure white horse, her gaze imbued with a sense of narrative. Beneath the gray, overcast sky, the undulating mountains, bare rock faces, and jagged cliffs created a stark, desolate atmosphere that Su Wenchuang called out excitedly, wielding his camera as he snapped photos. The magazine shoot was static, demanding perfection in every detail, and the protagonist needed to convey a compelling story, allowing viewers to sense the narrative behind the still images. In that moment, Li Chu embodied a vengeful princess. Her crown, slightly askew, remained steadfast as she rode through the majestic yet somber landscape, exuding a beauty steeped in ambition and ferocity that was utterly mesmerizing. The priceless crown sparkled under the lens, yet the aura of its wearer remained undiminished, as if in her presence, even the most extravagant jewels were mere embellishments. The other cover showcased Li Chu with her hair elegantly styled. Adorned with the emerald crown, clad in a high-fashion, custom-made European princess gown from EB, seated upon a throne of power. With the poise of a conqueror, she surveyed her surroundings, as if deeming everything before her inconsequential. Li Chu's magazine shoot spanned an entire afternoon, achieving an exceptional level of completion, allowing the originally planned 3-day shoot to be wrapped up in just 2 days, or rather, a day and a half. As dusk fell, everyone busied themselves with their tasks, preparing to wrap up. The jewels sent from Europe by Su Qingxin were carefully packaged by professionals and transported to the Moonlight Harbor. The Moonlight Harbor was their wedding gift from the elder, a romantic haven surrounded by a natural lake, often graced by swans in playful embrace. Moreover, the villa was the largest in the area, its interior designed according to her preferences. She quite liked it there. But following the wedding, she had traveled abroad for work and found herself alone in such a vast space, intensifying her sense of solitude. Additionally, fearing the prying eyes of paparazzi in the upscale, residential area of Zhongjing City, she moved shortly after his departure to her current dwelling, a spacious flat in Xinghe Bay, also purchased by Su Qingxin, yet solely in her name. Seated in the chauffeur-driven car, Li Chu accepted the phone from Lele. Scrolling through the day's messages, upon opening Weibo, she was bombarded with news about Lin Ying's magazine shoot for PQNO. Oh my, Lin Ying looks absolutely stunning this time. Sister, can I have a private chat? I want to see top-tier beauty. Don't. Please refrain from spreading unreleased magazine content. Sisters, let us wait for the high-definition magazine. It will be worth it. That I heard this time the magazine invited one of the most difficult photographers to book. Chun Manting. She usually only shoots for international big names, and the styling and makeup team, along with post-production, are all top-tier, a collaboration rarely seen even among the big 5 publications. Personally, I believe the final product might surpass that of who knows who at VG. Haha, the best is yet to come. I'm looking forward to the magazine's release. Wow, is the person upstairs in the industry? Sisters, we must buy this magazine featuring the enchanting Lin Ying. Investing won't be a loss. Li Chu couldn't help but admire the self-directing antics of Lin Ying's fans, realizing that their performance surpassed that of the star herself. Already starting a fund to buy the magazine? It seems they consider her a fierce rival. Li Chu scoffed, exiting Weibo, her mind too preoccupied to entertain Lin Ying and her fans' cryptic remarks. She opened WeChat, glancing at her chat interface with Su Qingchen. Their exchanges were sparse, the last message lingering from the previous night, asking when he would return that evening. However, considering how he not only lent her the crown, but also provided an array of extravagant jewels, aiding her immensely, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. The distinguished President Su. What could he possibly lack? Li Chu pondered, realizing she lacked the means to indulge his preferences for food, necessities, and travel. He was abundantly supplied. This posed quite the dilemma. Yet after the tumult of the past couple of nights, she had shed 2 pounds, just in time to enjoy barbecue. All right, I'll invite him for barbecue as a token of gratitude for lending me the jewels. She decided, feeling clever as she smiled. Nodding her head, in high spirits, she messaged Su Qingchen. The jewels have been returned. Thank you for sending such an array of extravagant treasures for my selection. In an expression of my gratitude, how about I? A sudden jolt, the abrupt braking caused Li Chu to collide with the seat in front of her due to inertia, her phone slipping from her grasp and landing on the carpet of the car. The driver quickly turned to apologize, while Lei also turned back to inquire about Li Chu's condition, and Li Chu adjusted herself in her seat, offering them a reassuring smile. I'm fine. What just happened? Why the sudden stop? Did we hit something? Miss Li, a wild boar suddenly dashed out from the roadside, which is why I had to brake abruptly, the driver explained. Then please continue driving. Li Chu glanced out the window. They were still in the suburbs, where encountering small animals was quite normal. The outskirts of Zhongjing City remained undeveloped, resembling untamed wilderness, thus hosting a variety of wild creatures that often traverse the roads. Dashing toward the other side of the forest, Lei picked up the fallen phone, wiped it clean, and handed Li Chu a wet wipe, presenting the phone screen down. Thank you, Li Chu replied, taking the phone and the wipe. Adjusting her posture, after wiping her hands, she resumed editing her WeChat message, only to freeze in disbelief. The half-composed message had already been sent. This was utterly mortifying. Li Chu's eyes widened as she stared at the message she had sent. In an expression of my gratitude, how about I? Frantically, she attempted to retract the message before he noticed, but just as her finger hovered over that suggestive text, her phone vibrated, revealing a reply from Su Qingchen. It is my honor. Chapter 10. The female top star's online secret marriage. Li Chu held her phone, as if trying to bore a hole through it or conjure a flower from the screen. How could she have committed such a foolish act of inviting him to partake? Lei, noticing her fixated gaze, broke the eerily quiet atmosphere. Sister Chu, is something wrong? Snapping back to reality, Li Chu waved her hand dismissively at Lei, sprawling against the seat with a sigh. It's nothing really. This not only reassured Lei but also served as a reminder to herself that this was trivial. She absolutely could not engage in any such antics with him tonight. She had no desire for an untimely demise. The quantity of interactions over the past couple of days had nearly equaled that of the previous 2 months. She was not a mere doll. She needed rest. With a decisive click, she deleted the message that could not be retracted, preferring not to see it again. Seeing the words, "It is my honor," she rolled her eyes dramatically. Who cared about his honor? He could pursue his own honor alone. Quickly, she typed, I suddenly remembered I have plans tonight. Li Chu continued, so you go ahead and have dinner by yourself. I've already reserved a table for you. Attaching the restaurant's location, point 886, to having concluded the conversation, she exited the chat interface. Eager to vent her feelings to a friend, Li Chu messaged her friend. What are you up to? After sending the message, she turned off her phone screen, preparing to lean back against the seat and rest her eyes while waiting for a reply. To her surprise, her friend responded almost immediately. Shintian, at the usual spa. What is up with you today? Got some free time? Li Chu inquired. Don't you need to flirt with Fu Yinshin? Shintian retorted. Whoever wants to do that can do it. I am reclaiming my self-identity, Shintian declared. What happened? Did you hit a wall with Fu Yinshin? Li Chu probed. Let us talk in person. Okay. Ending the dialogue, Li Chu instructed the driver to take her to the spa. And after the driver acknowledged, she adjusted her seat for comfort, nestling into it for a bit of rest. Outside the car window, the trees had begun shedding their decorative leaves. A gust of wind sent them fluttering down, creating a melancholic yet beautiful scene that felt ephemeral. That Li Chu couldn't help but think of her friend, Shintian, who might need an outlet for her feelings today. Shintian, the pampered and proud young lady, had chased after someone in Beijing to escape an arranged marriage. It was that man, rumored to be exceedingly difficult to handle, whom she had taken a liking to at first glance. That Li Chu had to admire her friend's courageous spirit in confronting challenges. However, it was also somewhat her fault, as Shintian had taken a liking to Fu Yinshin during Li Chu's own wedding to Su Qingshan. Yet, one couldn't help but marvel at Fu Yinshin's noble aura. Rivaling that of Su Qingshan, he was also exceptionally refined and reserved, with striking good looks. Had it not been Li Chu's wedding, she might have attempted to strike up a conversation with a handsome man. Not that she believed Su Qingshan was unattractive. They simply represented different archetypes of handsome gentlemen. One being the gentlemanly, unapproachable type, and the other a cold, aloof figure. Yet rumor suggested that the elite of Hong Kong preferred delicate, pure beauties akin to Lin Daiyu, which posed a challenge for her friend. Shintian was the epitome of a vivacious, spirited young woman, with no semblance to the fragile beauty of Lin Daiyu. Nonetheless, Shintian remained undeterred, clinging to her path with unwavering determination. She abandoned her bold attire, opting instead for a simple white dress to attract his attention, vowing to ensnare him. That in truth, Li Chu longed to tell her friend that with her alluring figure, even a burlap sack would appear immodest. Wearing a white dress or a flowing gown served little purpose, as it only hinted at an underlying seduction. Alas, one could only blame her enviable physique, something Li Chu begrudgingly admitted she envied. As for why she refrained from speaking up, it was to not extinguish her friend's fervor, and she was eager to witness the moment when that man would be brought down from his pedestal by her friend. Moreover, Fu Yinshin was undoubtedly interested in her friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow her to be near him. That a young master from a prominent Hong Kong family could easily keep someone at bay if he wished. Sighing softly, Li Chu observed the dramatic transformation of the scenery outside the car. The vibrant neon lights, towering skyscrapers, and bustling streets were truly captivating. However, what caught her attention on the central commercial screen was a more striking figure. Glancing at the large screen, she quickly turned her head away, knowing that given time, she would don her finest attire and grace the largest outdoor screen in Zhongjing City. The van smoothly merged into the sea of vehicles, becoming just another part of the bustling traffic. Gradually, the image of Lin Ying on the commercial screen faded into the distance. Lin Ying, clad in D's fashion, exuded a cold and elegant demeanor on the brightly lit screen. The promotional image was indeed striking, yet upon closer inspection, her presence seemed overshadowed by D's jewelry, appearing somewhat pedestrian in comparison, leaving only exhaust fumes and the ceaseless clamor of the city behind. Inside the spa, Li Chu and Shintian lay comfortably on their beds, being attended to by skilled masseurs, reveling in the soothing experience. Turning her head, Li Chu observed Shintian's blissful expression and could not help but inquire. You don't seem like someone who has suffered a setback in love. You look radiant. That Fu Yinshin is no longer worthy of me, Shintian declared vehemently, her frustration evident. Intrigued, Li Chu pressed further. What had transpired to provoke such strong feelings? What unthinkable act had Fu Yinshin committed to upset the queen? He is clinging to a past love, and now that she is back, he rushes to meet her without a second thought. It's as if he is racing against time. Shintian scoffed at Li Chu's interest piqued that if this were true, then Shintian was indeed at a disadvantage, especially since it was her friend's first love. How do you know? Do tell. Shintian dismissed the masseur and, once the door was closed, launched into an unprecedented tirade against Fu Yan's. Li Chu listened intently as Shintian passionately recounted her grievances. criticizing Fu Yinshin for nearly an hour without repetition, clearly indicating the depth of her distress. That is that all. You are jumping to conclusions rather quickly. Chapter 11. The female top star's online secret marriage. The crux of Shen Tian's grievance lay in discovering that a recently returned designer, whose fame was still budding, was posting sentimental literature about youthful heartaches. Moreover, this designer was rumored to know Fu Yinshin, leading Shen Tian to suspect that this nostalgic figure was none other than Fu Yinshin's first love. Despite this, Fu Yinshin had the audacity to dine with her. What else could it be? Should I wait until he puts a green hat on me? Miss, this is all in your imagination. Did Fu Yinshin tell you anything? Why are you defending that scoundrel? The buzzing of a phone interrupted their conversation. That I'll take this call, Li Chu said, glancing at the furious Shen Tian, offering her a calming look. That on the phone screen appeared the glaring word, capitalist. As soon as she answered, before Li Chu could speak, a voice came through. That's Yu Qingshan. Where are you? Li Chu frowned. What could possibly be the matter? Su Qingshan gazed at the man who had unexpectedly appeared before her, letting out a soft sigh as she replied, It's nothing. Who are you with? Have you finished your tasks? I'll come to pick you up. When did this heartless capitalist become so considerate? Shen Tian, standing nearby, whispered to her, Can you ask your husband if Fu Yinshin has a white moonlight? After saying this, she looked at her with those big, watery eyes filled with yearning. Who could resist a fairy's charm? Certainly not Li Chu, who responded with an okay gesture, steeling herself to reply to the person on the other end of the phone. That Li Chu. I'm with my sisters, no need to pick me up. She'll take me home. That Li Chu. By the way, Su Qingshan, may I ask you something? Su Qingshan glanced at the man who had leaned in closer, feeling somewhat speechless. That Su Qingshan. Yes, go ahead. That Li Chu switched to speakerphone, inviting Shen Tian to listen in. Li Chu. Do you know Fu Yinshin, the one who attended our wedding? Su Qingshan. Yes, I know. Upon hearing this, Li Chu exchanged a series of knowing glances with Shen Tian, sensing that this might lead somewhere. She hurriedly asked Li Chu, Are you aware of his romantic history? Su Qingshan looked at the phone that the man had passed her, where prepared response was already written in the Notes app, indicating that he should simply read it aloud. That Su Qingshan. I know a bit why. But he refused to do so, as opportunities to witness Fu Yinshin's embarrassment were rare. Upon hearing this, Shen Tian felt her heart leap into her throat. Li Chu, I'm just curious. Does he have a white moonlight or a first love? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and only after Fu Yinshin made a gesture did Su Qingshan leisurely reply. Her mood evidently lightened. Su Qingshan. Noted Li Chu. Oh, I see. Then I'll hang up. I have some matters to attend to. Bye. Before Su Qingshan could respond, the call was abruptly ended, discarded without a hint of hesitation. Fu Yinshin brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes, preparing to leave. Have you fallen? He cast a fleeting glance at the man seated in the high-backed chair, his smile almost blinding. Without uttering a word, he turned and left, without a trace of hesitation or pause. Indeed, he had fallen. Originally, the collaboration between Su Qingshan and Fu Yinshin had stalled due to disagreements over profit shares, resulting in several rounds of negotiations. The project team had not had a proper break in 3 months, but now, due to our CEO's concession for love, he had relinquished 3 percentage points to Su Qingshan, granting them a coveted 3-day paid leave. It's worth noting that these 3 percentage points represented profits soaring into the billions. This was a complete downfall. The old Fu Yinshin would never have let emotions dictate his decisions. And he had once scoffed at such notions. That Su Qingshan observed the man's retreating figure, forgiving his breach of etiquette, understanding that he had just been wounded by love and now by financial loss. With a flourish, she signed her name on the contract and headed out for the day. See, I told you this was all in your head, Li Chu said, putting away her phone and smiling slightly at her friend. If there were anything, what would it matter to my sisters? All right, but from this, I've learned something, she continued. What is it? That I need to be myself. I refuse to be anyone's shadow. That if Fu Yinshin doesn't appreciate me, I'll find someone else. That if you had done this sooner, you might have already successfully captured his heart. Li Chu wholeheartedly endorsed her sister's newfound resolve. What do you mean? Li Chu was a bit puzzled by her sister's words. Li Chu lightly tapped her smooth forehead, teasing, silly, think about it. What are men? Visual creatures. Your assets. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Shen Tian rubbed the spot where she had been tapped. Glancing at her own figure, Realizing that a beauty like her should not be concealed beneath a simple white dress, that Li Chu continued, "Didn't our ancestors leave us the 36 stratagems? You should now employ the tactic of feigning surrender to capture, making him yearn for you." Regardless of whether her sister had any romantic experience, she would undoubtedly serve as a top-notch expert in love, tirelessly assisting her along the way as a strategist. Shintuna's eyes brightened instantly as she clapped Li Chu on the back, praising her. "Well done, sister. It seems like Sue is completely under your spell," that Li Chu pouted. "As if I could ever truly capture that heartless capitalist. I appreciate the compliment, though that I'm merely cohabiting with him. Don't read too much into it." Shin Tian quickly denied. Seeing her sister so quick to refute, Li Chu chose not to press further, but she couldn't help but notice the telltale marks on Shin Tian's skin, evidence of her current happiness, and kept silent. Those in the thick of it are often blind to the truth, she mused. "Come, let me treat you to something delicious." Shin Tian stood up, addressing the distressed celebrity who was frowning at his phone on the sofa. Li Chu stared at the WeChat message Su Qingshan had sent her, her expression troubled. "At Su Qingshan. When will you be back?" She had even quoted a message she had sent him before finishing. What was he up to? Shin Tian sat beside Li Chu, asking, "What is going on?" Condemning that heartless capitalist, Li Chu replied, putting her phone away. She was in dire need of comfort food. The early autumn night carried a hint of chill, prompting Li Chu to tighten her clothing as she waved goodbye to Shin Tian. Her sister had finally come to terms with things and was off to a gathering that a woman without family ties is truly free. She swiped her card, opened the door, and kicked off her shoes, completely ignoring the man seated on the sofa, watching television and waiting for her return. Back already, Chapter 12. Not as expected. Li Chu walked over to the island bar and poured herself a glass of warm water. "Why do you have so much time today?" "No business at the company. Enough time to watch TV." Su Qingshan, unsure of how he had managed to provoke her, replied good-naturedly, "I just secured a 100 billion project." Damn, he was showing off again. Plopping down beside him on the single sofa, she took a sip of the warm water and pouted. "Well, congratulations then." She refrained from saying more, fearing it might hurt the marital bond. "Why are you back so late?" Su Qingshan noticed that their solitary time together was either filled with silence or physical exertion. When he was abroad, he thought it was normal, but now that they lived together, he felt their situation was less like a marriage and more like a mere arrangement to fulfill needs. This was not the married life he had envisioned. That Li Chu tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing him. "Are you checking up on me? It's not that late. That my sister dropped me off and then went to Mai's. The night is just beginning, and here I am, trapped in this invisible cage of marriage." She cast a resentful glance at Su Qingshan as she uttered the final words. "See, if it weren't for you, I'd still be happy." "Yes, let us maintain that." Su Qingshan paid little heed to her tone of complaint as he picked up his phone to message the man who had just given him money, informing him of his wife's escapades at the bar. The cool night was like water, the fallen flowers unrepentant, that moment. Music that clashed with the current atmosphere blared from the television, causing both to pause their actions and watch petals fall as a girl in a pink-white dress, veiled in white gauze, emerged from the blossoms, engaging in a dance with a general clad in golden armor. The final scene froze as the girl's veil was accidentally lifted during the skirmish, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Li Chu gazed at the screen, nodding in agreement that she was indeed beautiful, but knowing that if Su Qingshan saw this preview, it would evoke an entirely different reaction. She quickly got up, lunging towards Su Qingshan, searching for the remote. After a flurry of awkwardness, the television reverted to its original state. A dark void. That Su Qingshan looked down at the small woman who had half her body sprawled across his lap, a hint of amusement in his expression. "Did I ask this the drama you're filming?" Li Chu turned her head, realizing their current position felt rather inappropriate, and pressed against the sofa to leave. Unexpectedly, he pulled her back into his embrace, placing her on his lap. Well, what could be said about that? The scene they had just enacted could easily belong in an idol drama. Now this is even more inappropriate. But what did his smile mean? Was he mocking her performance in the historical drama? "What do you think of the filming?" he asked sincerely. When faced with a question she didn't wish to answer, remember to turn it back. "Everyone should take note that it's quite beautiful. It's rare to see you in traditional attire. You look lovely." Hearing his praise, Li Chu's eyes sparkled. Beautiful. Who doesn't love to be acknowledged as such, especially by someone so discerning? Su Qingshan met her gaze, the warm yellow light casting a glow on the sweet softness in his arms, making it hard not to let his thoughts wander. His warm palm rested against her delicate waist, transmitting heat, slowly and gently encroaching upon her. Chu leaned against his neck, her cheeks flushed, pressing her hand against him as she breathed softly. No, I don't want to. Today. The previous days had been overwhelming, and she had yet to recover. Su Qingshin, sensing her discomfort, chose not to press her, acknowledging that he had indeed been too harsh in the past days. Originally, I had intended to let her go this evening, yet she came to me of her own accord, willingly walking into the lion's den. How could I simply release her? I wrapped my arms around her delicate waist, drawing her into my embrace, holding her tightly, afraid to move. Her ears and cheeks grew warm, and without needing to look, I knew she must be blushing profusely. After a moment, Li Chu could no longer contain herself, and softly inquired, "How much longer?" Su Qingshin grasped her head, his voice a low, husky whisper in her ear. "I don't know, truly, I don't." Once control crumbled, even divine intervention would prove ineffective. For now, I was merely suppressing it. How infuriating! "Then why not let me go?" She slapped him, unable to tolerate it any longer. That was akin to a childhood memory, when a mischievous child would get their clothes all messy, prompting a parent to chase them with a twig for a light swat. The sound of the hidden clasp being undone echoed in the quiet space, akin to fireworks exploding in Li Chu's mind, a vibrant display of colors. Both were left somewhat at a loss for words. "I've been locked away for writing just a little, already 3 times, sob, sob, sob." Li Chu pressed her hands against his broad shoulders, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, shaking her head at him. Ultimately, she found no inclination to subside. Instead, it spiraled towards an uncontrollable direction. Su Qingshin gently kissed her wide, terrified eyes, enveloping her in his strong arms. Lifting her effortlessly, Li Chu gasped, clinging to him tightly, her legs wrapping around him as if fearing a fall. If she were to drop from this towering height, she would surely end up in quite a predicament. Su Qingshin whispered softly, feigning release only to catch her again, repeating this playful act multiple times, inciting her to angrily thump his back. After a flurry of chaotic movements, a torrential downpour unleashed itself, cascading down like a waterfall. Raindrops relentlessly hammered against the window, producing a cacophony of sounds. The world outside was shrouded in darkness. As if a massive gray curtain had descended, Chu pouted her soft, pink lips, resembling a fish out of water, gazing into the mirror with her sparkling eyes. One was gritting their teeth, while the other exuded triumphant glee. A stark contrast. She preferred to remain still, allowing Su Qingshin to assist her with washing her face and hands before settling down to sleep. Was far easier to simply lie down on the bed. Li Chu could only muster a bitter smile. Once everything was cleaned, Su Qingshin pressed a kiss to her pouting cheek, seemingly oblivious to her resentful gaze, and guided her to bed for a rest. However, the little one still held on her temper, turning away, presenting him with her cold, slender back, a clear refusal to engage. Not angry. Su Qingshin pulled her closer, cradling her in his arms, running his fingers through her hair. "You have no respect for me at all." Struggling to break free from his embrace. Yet he would not allow her to escape, not when she was so soft and fragrant. "Be good. I want to do this again." He was still contemplating the future. There seemed to be no such thing as a future. Li Chu, in her frustration, kicked him, and not satisfied, she clenched her tiny fists and pounded them against his firm chest. Enveloping her small, pink fists, Su Qingshin chuckled softly. "How can you be so adorable?" He placed a kiss near her lips, his voice low and husky. "Sleep now or else." Li Chu was full of self-loathing at her own helplessness. She should have fought back vehemently. However, the thought of physical exertion made her legs feel heavy. Closing her eyes, she decided to rest. She would not engage in any activity that might harm her. Her mind wandered aimlessly, and she realized that since his return, he had become increasingly alluring. Moreover, when had she become so familiar with him, resembling a loving couple? Overall, she found herself quite content with their current dynamic. Initially, she had thought that since her marriage could only proceed through a union of interests, her expectations of her future husband would be modest. Merely that he should not resemble a rotund Mediterranean man, as long as he was presentable. Yet unexpectedly, her current marriage partner exceeded her expectations, making it difficult to restrain her heart. Chapter 13. the top female star in an online secret marriage. She recalled their first meeting. Upon seeing him for the first time, she believed that if they could maintain mutual respect in their marriage, it would be a victory. However, she now found herself willingly embracing this lifestyle, with the year drawing to a close. Various magazines and platforms were gearing up to announce their upcoming gala events. The news that BZ Magazine would host a charity night at the end of next month ignited excitement among marketing accounts and fans alike. As the most discussed and controversial top female star, Li Chu's participation in the charity night immediately shot to the trending list. Meanwhile, Lin Ying's behind-the-scenes footage for PQNO also appeared on the trending list, featuring various high-definition images that could only deceive the casual observer. Anyone familiar with the industry knew the quality of behind-the-scenes shots. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Lin Ying's fans from praising her under the trending topic. To be fair, the magazine's photos were indeed quite appealing, albeit lacking innovation. Adhering to Lin Ying's usual style, with her fluffy princess gown in soft pink hues that matched her persona, VG was notoriously secretive. And the theme would remain unknown until the official release, let alone any behind-the-scenes photos. This led to derisive remarks from Lin Ying's fans. Some marketing accounts, eager for drama, had long been promoting the fact that Li Chu and Lin Ying had different covers shot at the same time. Desperate to capitalize on this KPI, point one was a top-tier star making a grand return, while the other was a rising star propelled by a single drama, both with an unclear history of rivalry. Li Chu's small account was flooded with gossip as she used it to voice her fair opinion, only to receive nearly 100 messages from Lin Ying's fans hurling insults at her. She felt daunted indeed. This matter had become widely known. Anyone who went online would be aware of the comparisons and fabricated rivalries between her and Lin Ying. Today, either her fans stormed Lin Ying's fan club, or Lin Ying's fans instigated trouble, resulting in a fierce online battle over scandals. Even Shin Tian had heard about the incident and called to check in. Has that little green tea, who always markets herself, gone against you? Li Chu, calmly watering her flowers, replied, "She is not even worthy of competing with me, that I end the drama they had both starred in." Lin Ying had played her body double, a character designed to shield the protagonist from harm. A role that stood out. Now, she didn't even have the chance to be a substitute for her, and comparing herself to Li Chu was merely self-deprecating, that a friend in the industry mentioned. Lin Ying put in a lot of effort for this shoot. How did yours turn out? There is even a young lady in the circle who admires her. I shot it exceedingly well, that she's marketing herself quite aggressively. I hope she doesn't end up shooting herself in the foot. Then I'll buy a copy of VG for every employee at Fu Yinshin's company, becoming your financial backer, that I end the fashion world. The saying golden September and silver October persisted at the beginning of the month. As September 19th approached, it was time for the major magazines to release their new issues. Although this was a regular occurrence, today's issue attracted significant attention and discussion. Since the commencement of filming, the two actresses had been compared within the fan community, compounded by the relentless hype from marketing accounts over the past few days, resulting in unprecedented excitement. Some even jested that while Lin Ying had once been relegated to Li Chu's supporting role, given her current momentum, it wouldn't be long before she ascended to the top, leading to a fierce resource battle between her and Li Chu at 9:30 in the morning, coinciding with Lin Ying's birthday on September 30th. PQNO released its issue. Whether intentional or not, the cover bore a particularly profound tagline: "Goodbye to that year and month, chasing light and dreams." The magazine's official Weibo post was equally intriguing, from substitute to leading lady. From obscurity to brilliance, it is her courage and persistence through adversity that reveal the existence of such remarkable dreamers. She is this issue's cover star, the one and only leading lady, Lin Ying. All those tantalized have finally glimpsed the true visage of this high-definition magazine, which has been in circulation for over a month. After such prolonged anticipation and vigorous promotion, it is only natural to scrutinize it closely. The theme of this PQNO edition is Rebirth, featuring Lin Ying, who, adorned in a bespoke haute couture creation from D, gazes towards the camera with a side profile. From the makeup and hairstyling to the set design, every detail exudes opulence and elegance. The vibrant colors are perfectly complemented by an appropriate backdrop, and the post-production has impeccably refined every aspect, resulting in a visually stunning and flawless composition. It is evident that the team has invested considerable effort and resources this time. Notably, Lin Ying is adorned with a set of emerald jewelry, reportedly valued at over $30 million on the market. Upon the magazine's release, it was not only the casual observers who were captivated. Even the notoriously sharp-tongued fashion bloggers were taken aback. The topic of Lin Ying's PQNO cover swiftly ascended to trending status, accompanied by a bold, explosive tag, indicating its immense popularity. The discussion forum was abuzz. As a mere passerby, I must say Lin Ying's shoot is truly stunning. One cannot help but become a fan after witnessing this cover. It's absolutely breathtaking. Wow, did I just see that right? Lin Ying is the first in the nation to don D's exclusive custom haute couture gown. Goodness, that looks extraordinarily expensive. Lin Ying must be wearing the equivalent of several houses. The commentary was witty, alluding to her brave emergence from the shadows of the past. Shouldn't someone step forward to address this? I feel guilty for being so eager for VG. If a leading magazine cannot compare to a rising star, it would indeed be embarrassing. A large chicken leg to reward the studio. Please keep up the excellent work. It seems quite challenging for Li Chu to win this time around. Sisters, let us place our bets on who will prevail. I'm putting my faith in Lin Ying. Since you all are backing Lin Ying, I, being contrary by nature, will support Li Chu. I have a feeling this year may be their decisive battle. The outcome hinges on this period. Lin Ying has been on a remarkable upward trajectory since Li Chu found herself embroiled in controversy. With Lin Ying consecutively airing 3 dramas and a film, all of which have performed admirably. Moreover, in the realm of female celebrities, age is paramount. Lin Ying is 3 years younger than Li Chu, creating a generational gap. While Li Chu has maintained her popularity despite a 6-month hiatus, a loss this time could lead to a significant downturn, not only within her fanbase, but potentially in her standing with the industry as well. In the brief span of just under an hour, all copies of Lin Ying's magazine were snatched up. Lin Ying herself took to social media to share the official Weibo post from PQNO, specifically thanking the talented team behind the shoot, from makeup and hair to wardrobe and post-production, expressing her eagerness to collaborate with them once more to spark new inspiration. Lin Ying's dedicated wardrobe also highlighted the creators of her attire on Weibo, boldly emphasizing the bespoke princess gown from D and the 30 million yuan emerald jewelry, tagging the brand for acknowledgement. The implication was unmistakable, urging the brand to come forth and claim their recognition. Some have already sought to compare all of Li Chu's magazine covers since her debut, juxtaposing them with Lin Ying's latest triumph, arguing that Lin Ying's prospects for victory are far greater this time. This garnered enthusiastic support from Lin Ying's fans, with some even initiating giveaways across major marketing accounts. Fan A, no ulterior motives, just to celebrate today's victory. I'm hosting a giveaway. Prizes include 1. A bottle of Lin Ying's endorsed Y Foundation, full size. 2. A copy of PQNO magazine, accompanied by 3 postcards of Lin Ying. 3. A cushion emblazoned with Lin Ying's likeness. Conditions: Super Topic Level 10, no other participants on Weibo. Final interpretation rights belong to me. As Lin Ying's fanbase fervently engaged in the giveaway, they also took the opportunity to mock Li Chu in a sardonic manner, suggesting she no longer belongs to the same echelon and that mentioning her name merely diminishes Lin Ying's stature. Li Chu's fans observed the grand spectacle surrounding Lin Ying, noting the magazine's exceptional results, particularly the stunning emerald jewelry, a prized possession of T's collection that has never before been lent out, making this a rare exception for Lin Ying's shoot. TO claimed they were not disheartened would be untrue. However, they remained steadfast, eagerly awaiting updates from VG's official account at 10 a.m. Precisely at the moment of perfection, VG's official account finally made a move. With minimal preamble and poignant wording, VG's announcement was succinct, directly addressing the theme, the only princess, Li Chu. The cover features Li Chu, available for immediate purchase for a limited hour. The A version showcases vast, rolling hills of early autumn and an expansive, golden wilderness, with Li Chu clad in a simple brown coat and modified riding boots, her crown slightly askew as she rides in from the distance. Her hair is tousled, yet this does not detract from the fierce intensity in her gaze. The nearly barefaced makeup enhances her presence, drawing focus away from the background and placing it squarely on her. While many female celebrities grace magazine covers with meticulously crafted looks that resemble flawless masks, often enhanced to the point of distortion, today Li Chu defies convention. Returning from the wilderness as a princess, foot in stirrup, crown atop her head, the color palette of the cover embodies the tranquility of early autumn, eschewing vibrancy in favor of authenticity. In pursuit of this veracity, post-production refrained from altering the images, even allowing the fine hairs on Li Chu's face to remain visible, thus amplifying the impact. The B version of the cover transforms the fierce demeanor into one of dreamy opulence, showcasing her in ceremonial attire and a crown, seated at the pinnacle of power, a scene that radiates an unreal sense of luxury. With exquisite makeup, breathtaking garments, lavish jewelry, and a grand castle backdrop, the princess's formal return is underscored. The narrative embodies a stark contrast, weaving together fashion, storytelling, and atmosphere to create an immersive experience, just as VG's announcement proclaims. The only princess, no matter how one may chase after grandeur or don splendid garments, there exists but one true princess. And it is unequivocally not you, that if Lin Ying's magazine cover elicited accolades from various circles. Li Chu's has left them utterly astounded. When juxtaposed, Li Chu's cover appears almost oppressive, lacking in merit. The trending entry Li Chu, the only princess, surged to the top of social media, maintaining its explosive momentum. Wow, even as a non-fan, this is simply stunning. That my goodness. Li Chu truly stands out in the entertainment industry, that I swear. This is the most sophisticated cover I have ever encountered, bar none. Li Chu, my sovereign, how many more surprises do you have in store for me? As the tears of joy trickled down my face, I exclaimed, "Sister, this is bliss, the only princess." I revel in this moment. You are merely a thief in a princess's gown. There exists but one true princess. And that is Li Chu. What a thrill. Some fans need not come here to rain on the parade. Your idol simply lacks the qualifications to be the one and only. Once a supporting role, always a supporting role. That's what I say. Laughter ensued as those who had previously compared Li Chu's earlier magazine covers fell silent, a sight that was indeed comedic. Why is no one scrutinizing the jewels adorning Li Chu? Especially those two crowns? I am eager to know their worth. They look incredibly luxurious. The brown coat she wears is quite ordinary. I considered purchasing it, but upon seeing the price, I backed out. The EB brand's pricing is beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Yet it is certainly a delight to admire. While some boast of 30 million in jewelry, I wonder if anyone has assessed the value of Li Chu's adornments. Just by appearance, it seems Li Chu's emerald crown surpasses the emerald necklace in worth. Who is reveling? It is undoubtedly Li Chu's fans, as the main star elevates her followers to new heights. First among the top-tier stars to grace VG with dual covers. Congratulations to Li Chu. She has broadened my horizons, and I shall forever cherish her. I Chu managed to take a moment to log on and peruse the reactions of netizens to her recent magazine cover, finding them largely in line with her expectations. With a satisfied smile, she followed the entry for Li Chu, the only princess, and like several trending Weibo posts, her desire was to attain recognition through legitimate means. Eschewing any underhanded tactics, this, she believed, was the essence of being the sole protagonist, the one true princess deserving of such a life philosophy. Those who fancied themselves as princesses merely by donning elegant gowns would, sooner or later, reveal the unsightly and unrefined nature beneath their facades. It was merely a matter of time. The EB brand swiftly claimed the attire featured on Li Chu's magazine cover and officially announced her as their first global ambassador. This proclamation was simultaneously made on international social media platforms, establishing her as the first domestic female celebrity to receive such recognition in unison with a luxury brand abroad. As soon as this news broke, Li Chu's entry as EB's first global ambassador skyrocketed to trending status. Chapter 15. The online marriage of a top star. The upcoming charity gala hosted by BZ Magazine promised to be the most grandiose event in history, having generated buzz on Weibo for over a month. The attention it garnered was unparalleled, attracting individuals from all walks of life. Initially, discussions were confined to fan circles on the Green Petal platform, but soon it spread, with various marketing accounts on Weibo echoing the excitement. Fans began organizing group activities under these marketing posts, escalating the commotion to the point where even casual observers were somewhat aware of the charity night. Suddenly, a Weibo-verified fashion blogger elevated the event's profile with a post that sent ripples through the community. "Miss Ya's love for jewelry," exclaimed. "I must commend Lin Ying for acquiring a set of exquisite emerald jewelry from D's prestigious collection. It is worth noting that the central stone of this necklace is a gem from the Queen's crown. As for Li Chu, I currently have no related news to share." Fans and onlookers ceased debating the order of promotions and seating arrangements. Immediately engaging with the blogger regarding the jewelry worn, it is undeniable that the significance of a top star lies in the fact that her mere presence or any news associated with her instantly captivates the public's attention. Lin Ying's fans, invigorated by this post, rejoiced, showering her with compliments, pride, and a hint of sarcasm. Before long, the entry for Lin Ying's emerald jewelry surged to the top of the trending list. The situation escalated, with Li Chu facing a coordinated attack from detractors. The entry for her 3-0 jewelry became directly linked to her, replete with unflattering, heavily edited images of Li Chu, amounting to a disaster. Li Chu's fans, known for their amiability and focus on their own, were oblivious to the concerted efforts of others rallying under this entry. By the time they caught wind of the brewing storm, it had spiraled beyond control, leading to yet another fan war, until a well-known socialite emerged to post, seemingly providing Li Chu's fans with a much-needed boost of confidence. Shen Tian, so sweet. Li Chu, the stunning beauty, wore the crown-named sun for the A version cover, which was auctioned off at Sotheby's by a private seller. Coincidentally, I know this private seller, proud emoji, that as for the price, it's a staggering $80 million, regarding the crown worn for the B version cover. I currently lack information about its price, but I can assure you it's higher than the previous one, that I shall investigate and strive to gather more details for you all. It must be said, Li Chu is 1,000 times more luxurious and beautiful than the crown itself. Accompanying her post were several close-up images of the sun crown, in the Moon Harbor, within the dressing room and jewelry collection room. Shen Tian gazed at the radiant superstar leisurely sipping juice, unable to resist picking up her phone to clarify matters for her sister, reminiscent of the saying about the emperor not rushing while the eunuchs fret. What about the emerald crown? Shen Tian inquired after photographing the sun crown, turning to Li Chu lounging on the sofa. That IT should be sent for maintenance, right? She had just moved back to Moon Harbor yesterday and was not particularly aware of the whereabouts of such exorbitantly priced items. However, the jewels in this collection room are regularly cared for by professionals to prevent deterioration due to improper storage or other issues. When did you acquire the emerald crown? I wasn't aware. Li Chu had admired many exquisite pieces of jewelry, some of which she wished to purchase, but had missed out on. I captured it during my honeymoon. It's not something I could afford. Even if I sold it, I couldn't buy it. Sister, you overestimate me. Showing off your love? Huh? But Su Qingshun has a good eye. That was the one I had my sights set on. He was merely the one placing the bid and making the payment. Li Chu proudly clarified to her uninformed friend that I know you share a good bond with him, but you needn't flaunt it so brazenly in front of me, who is currently facing romantic turmoil. Shen Tian remarked, sensing her sister's unusual demeanor that day. Unable to explain further, she opted for silence. By the way, what is the status between you and Fu Yinshan now? Li Chu redirected the conversation. Her curiosity piqued. What could sisters discuss when gathered together? The same timeless topics. Fashion, beauty, and men. The first battle has been won. I have successfully infiltrated the inner circle, she boasted, playfully tossing her lustrous hair. How to put it, after Fu Yinshan brought me back from the bar that day, I was informed that I owed him a significant sum of money, and he requested I become his personal assistant to repay the debt. I was so focused on the title personal assistant that I completely overlooked everything else. Elaborate. My gossip-loving soul is ignited. Securing a position is just around the corner. Perhaps the proud deity has already fallen. They then transitioned to discussing the BZ charity night, as Fu Yinshan expressed intent to establish a headquarters in the mainland to expand the market, hence receiving an invitation to the event. She speculated he would likely attend to gain favorable public opinion, especially since he aimed to profit from the venture in the future. She too had received an invitation from the charity foundation. Are you going? Li Chu inquired. It would be dull otherwise, but we could engage in light conversation. Most likely, but primarily because Fu Yinshan hasn't yet arranged my schedule for that day. All right, if you go. Come find me that we can chat about this and that, she replied. Time flew by, and before they realized it, mealtime had arrived. However, Shen Tian was whisked away by a certain unpleasant man, proving once again that women often forget their principles in the presence of beauty. After bidding farewell to Shen Tian, Li Chu found herself disinterested in dining. She hastily prepared a simple salad to tide her over, forgoing the chef residing in the backyard's maid quarters. Now, she needed to consider what to wear to the charity night to avoid being overshadowed by others' glamorous appearances. Reclining on her swinging chair, she flipped through the evening gowns displayed on her iPad in the second-floor dressing room, yet felt something was amiss. Some she had already worn once, certainly disqualifying them from selection. Others were new arrivals from the current season, though she could not recall when they had arrived. None, however, seemed to satisfy her completely. She had contemplated the haute couture from EB, but found their recent offerings too exotic for her taste. It's difficult, she mused. Being a female celebrity is no easy feat. One must compete not only with other female stars in terms of appearance, makeup, and attire, but also contend with the same brand's offerings and even measure self-discipline against male counterparts. The thought of walking the red carpet in just a week filled her with trepidation. She needed to prioritize her beauty, sleep, and maintain her figure. Chapter 16. New Drama Promotion Choo Choo. We need to collaborate with the production team to appear on the latest episode of Happy Saturday. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. You must perform well this time. Do you hear me? Li Jie exclaimed passionately from the other end of the line. This particular variety show was not merely a promotional opportunity for the new drama, but a pivotal moment that could determine her standing in the management circle. She had been waiting for this day for nearly a year. Had it not been for Li Chu's unforeseen misfortune, Du Gui would never have had the chance to ascend and flaunt her power in the industry. All right, Li Jie, but you know me. I won't engage in any CP hype with the male lead, Li Chu reminded her emotionally charged manager. This was not a matter of narcissism. Rather, the male lead, Xiao Yifeng, had hinted at such before the drama even aired. Fine, I'll communicate with manager Wang. I'll send the script to your email. Make sure to familiarize yourself with the process. I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon at 2. Sister Li admonished that she did not support Li Chu's notion of sensationalizing her romantic life. Given Li Chu's current popularity, she had no need for such publicity, as she was already a hot topic in her own right. After hanging up the phone, Li Chu entered Su Qingqian's study to check her emails, taking the opportunity to print them out. She preferred hard copies to electronic versions, as they were easier on the eyes. Chang Yuexing had been online for 5 days, its popularity exceeding expectations. Yet the promotional activities that the crew had organized from the outset still needed to be adhered to, as previously agreed upon before the filming commenced. Nestled in a plush, soft bear-themed bed that starkly contrasted with the cold and serious ambience of the study, Li Chu diligently reviewed the process. Happy Saturday was a light-hearted and comedic variety show, often chosen for promotional purposes by many productions, thus lacking rigid constraints. Once familiar with the format, one could exercise creative freedom. Since this show catered predominantly to a younger audience, Sister Li advised her to adopt a more humorous and approachable demeanor, rather than maintaining an aloof expression. However, in the presence of unfamiliar individuals, she tended to be the reticent goddess, which posed a challenge. Lost in thought, she found herself staring blankly at Su Qingqian's office chair, noting that he had not returned home for a day and wondering where his business trips might have taken him. Such was the life of a busy executive. Li Chu, what are you thinking? Shaking her head, she returned to exploring the mini-games, which piqued her interest. With Su Qingqian absent once more, and without a word from him, an indescribable feeling lingered within her. Something felt amiss, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Li Chu had left Moonlight Harbor early that day, the marital abode where they had scarcely spent any time together. Upon arriving at Star River Bay, she quickly tidied up and decided to indulge in a short nap. She would never admit that she was here to catch up on sleep due to a restless night prior. Her little bed was simply more comfortable to be by the time Lele arrived to take her to the show. Li Chu had rejuvenated herself and was brimming with energy that as the program was broadcast live. There would be no editing or post-production alterations, prompting Sister Li to remind her in the makeup room to be cautious with her words. Yet before Li could finish, the season host Pan had already welcomed the audience, declaring, "Let's welcome our goddess, Li Chu, for her first appearance in our joyous family." The crowd of fans echoed enthusiastically. Li Chu, dressed in a pink Chanel-inspired crop top paired with a white pleated skirt. Li Chu ascended the stage amidst a flurry of gasps that in a bid to avoid any romantic marketing with the male lead, she did not join him on stage, after exchanging pleasantries with the host. She greeted the audience, saying, "Hello everyone, I am the newcomer Li Chu, visiting here for the first time, and I hope for your kind support." Following this, another host, Zhang, invited the male lead, Xiao Yifeng, to join her. Subsequently, Li Chu and Xiao Yifeng called upon their respective team members from the cast to join them on stage. The game segment commenced, where Li Chu's team consisted of assassins aiming to overthrow the mediocre emperor, while Xiao Yifeng represented the royalists, posing the greatest obstacle to her assassination mission. Initially adversaries in the narrative, their ongoing encounters in the later episodes led to mutual attraction, though they never progressed beyond that. The general played by Xiao Yifeng, endowed with military power, ultimately aligned with the female lead to topple the corrupt regime amidst the emperor's growing suspicion and incompetence. The host introduced the first round of the game, where team leaders would draw themes, followed by group performances, culminating in a viewer vote to determine the victor. Both teams nodded in acknowledgement, and Li Chu swiftly made her way to draw a theme, while Xiao Yifeng watched her lively demeanor with a smile, shaking his head in amusement as he approached to draw his own theme card. This scene sent viewers online into a frenzy. She is playful, he is amused, what an adorable couple. They couldn't help but gush over the Changyue couple, showering them with affection. That it was evident that Li Chu was attempting to maintain distance, avoiding any eye contact with Xiao Yifeng. Yet he seemed to shed his cool persona, seeking opportunities to interact with her. Some fans were perhaps overly self-indulgent in their interpretations. However, the audience in attendance was oblivious to these comments, as the two on stage fervently strategized their performance. Li Chu drew the theme of a cold-blooded assassin's training, while Xiao Yifeng's theme revolved around a general navigating peril at a feast. While the drawing was ostensibly random, it was clear that the themes were closely aligned with the storyline for promotional purposes. In accordance with the show's established style, the performances were not meant to be overly serious. The focus was on humor and surprise that a general outline had already been provided in their script. Allowing room for improvisation, Li Chu contemplated how to inject a comedic twist. A sudden interruption occurred when an older man surged onto the stage from the audience, knocking her to the ground. The incident transpired so swiftly that no one had time to react. Even the experienced host Pan was momentarily taken aback before rushing forward to pull the man away. The crew quickly responded, converging to restrain the intruder. Despite the prompt actions of the host and security, Li Chu had already been harmed. Though he appeared to be a fervent fan, Li Chu recognized that the man's menacing face and intent to strike were not the actions of a true admirer. Chapter 17. Su Qingqian's guilt. As the director realized the unfolding situation, he immediately cut to an advertisement, leaving online viewers bewildered, unaware that the broadcast had encountered an incident. The rest of the audience buzzed with shock and discussions, while the program staff worked swiftly to regain control and calm the crowd. Since they had surrendered their phones beforehand, communication with the outside world was impossible. In the lounge, Li Chu suppressed her emotions, instructing Sister Li to call the police while she continued to engage with the show's team, determined to see the game through. Once the program concluded, the leadership team came to apologize profusely to Li Chu. Acknowledging their lack of oversight and security, Li Chu refrained from saying much, as the assailant insisted he was merely an ardent fan who had acted impulsively. She felt it would be unwise to blame the television station. Yet she declined to attend the post-show gathering, citing illness, and requested that Sister Li and Lele escort her home. The man with the grotesque visage would likely only face a few days of detention. She could hardly accuse her own fan, lest it spark a wave of online vitriol. After Lele and Sister Li kept her company for a while, she assured them she could manage alone and urged them not to worry. Once they departed, Li Chu could no longer restrain her emotions, curling up in bed and quietly sobbing. Perhaps she was genuinely frightened, or perhaps it was the realization that her husband remained oblivious to her plight. No one had been there to protect her in her moment of danger. She had been utterly alone throughout. Unbeknownst to her, exhaustion from crying soon overtook her, and she fell asleep with her makeup still intact. Her eyes swollen. When Su Qingqian returned to Star River Bay with a suitcase, he found Li Chu cocooned in her blankets like a silkworm. He approached quietly, gently pulling back the covers, recalling her words about how sleeping with her head covered was detrimental to her skin. For as a star, she needed to be especially attentive to her appearance. However, upon seeing her puffy eyes and reddened nose, his calm demeanor vanished. Tenderly, he enveloped her in his arms, brushing away her tear stains with his fingertips. Unexpectedly, the petite figure nestled closer, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her face in his embrace as she began to weep softly. Li Chu's sleep was restless. She stirred awake as Su Qingqian opened the bedroom door. His careful attentiveness only served to unleash her tears anew. Soothingly, Su Qingqian patted her back, comforting her as one would a child. Wasn't she just like his little girl? So small, even her cries were gentle and subdued, tugging at his heartstrings. Watching her trembling shoulders gradually cease their shaking, he cradled her in his arms, lifting her chin to wipe away her tears as he softly inquired, "What happened?" Li Chu rested her head against his shoulder. Reluctant to speak, that it wasn't that she was being dramatic. She simply lacked the words. Should she tell him, "Am I truly someone who is unloved?" She didn't want to lose face. That Su Qingshan leaned his forehead against hers. Gazing into her swollen eyes, "Chu Chu, I am your husband. You can share anything with me." Upon hearing this, her eyes glistened anew, and with a choked voice, she responded, "Then where were you when I had that accident?" Su Qingshan's heart ached as he kissed away her tears, gently pressing his lips to her swollen eyes. "It's my fault. Please don't cry, all right?" Li Chu clung to his neck, patting his back as she lamented. "It's all your fault, indeed, all your fault." "Yes, it's all my fault. Can you tell me in detail what transpired?" Li Chu stopped her actions, leaning against his shoulder to recount the sequence of events that Su Qingshan had been consistently soothing her emotions. And before long, the petite woman resting on his shoulder fell silent. Gently, he carried her to the bathroom, somewhat clumsily removing her makeup. At one point, Li Chu stirred awake, but he patted her and comforted her until she drifted back into slumber. Perhaps she felt particularly vulnerable that night, needing to cling to him for reassurance. Throughout the night, Su Qingshan observed her tightly furrowed brow and tenderly smoothed it out, enveloped in deep remorse. The midday sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow upon their entwined forms. Li Chu, as was her habit, kicked her legs, yet there was no movement. Struggling to open her weary eyes, she was met with a magnified, handsome face. "Oh, when did you return? Why didn't you go to work today?" It seemed she had completely forgotten her tearful self from the night before. Awake, Su Qingshan's voice interrupted Li Chu's reverie. A bit unaccustomed, Li Chu murmured, shifting away from his chest to sit up. "Why didn't you go to work? I'm not sure what happened. We've accomplished everything, yet it still feels off when we're together." Su Qingshan drew her back into his embrace, kissing her forehead. Li Chu, "Let us talk." Reluctant to recall her fragile self from the previous night, Li Chu likely sensed what he was about to say and nodded silently. "I've taken a break from work to handle your security issues." Li Chu looked up at him in astonishment. Confusion etched across her face that a man who regarded work as paramount was now willing to do this for her, causing her heart to race. "You don't need to go to such lengths. Just hire a bodyguard for me." But he was not simply the owner of a small company. He bore the weight of an entire family. Time was far too precious for him. She was not so naive as to believe that such a trivial matter warranted a personal leave for him to act as her bodyguard. Su Qingshan cradled the back of Li Chu's rounded head. Speaking in a low tone, "Li Chu, let us give this a try," that he had contemplated for a long time. Their marriage, akin to a contractual arrangement, was due for a transformation, and this was merely a step towards his plan. Is that what she meant? Li Chu could hardly believe that Tio claimed she felt nothing for him would be a lie. Despite their brief time together, when had her feelings for him begun to shift? Perhaps it was during their honeymoon, when he noticed her frown and paused to embrace her, comforting her. Or perhaps it was when he bought her that item he'd seen her eyeing. Or maybe it was when he braved the storm to fly back for their wedding anniversary, that Su Qingshan gazed down at the astonished woman in his arms and couldn't help but kiss her rosy lips. His voice husky as he said, "Let us try." "Okay." Li Chu turned to wrap her arms around him in response, her intentions unspoken yet clear. After a playful exchange, Su Qingshan carried Li Chu to freshen up, preparing to take her to a restaurant she had longed to visit. That on the first day of his bodyguard duties, Li Chu was in high spirits that Su Qingshan had taken her to the restaurant she had been yearning for, and they had even gone to a pottery studio together. Perhaps it was Su Qingshan's aversion to wearing masks in public that prompted him to charter a private flight to Europe overnight, where he took her to a private auction featuring a limited edition handbag she had sought for ages. Ultimately, it was a call from Sister Li that concluded their brief adventure, allowing her to return full of memories, completely forgetting the unforeseen events of the show. However, the man was not so fortunate. Initially believing he would only have to lay low for a few days, he was stunned when the prison guards informed him that he might serve a lengthy sentence. In an instant, he became anxious, revealing to those who had paid him to intimidate Li Chu that he had been coerced, to his surprise. This confession solidified his guilt, resulting in the arrest of both him and the small-time star who had bribed him. When Mu Yang reported this to Su Qingshan, Li Chu was still nestled soundly in his embrace. Upon waking, the plane had landed. Li Chu adjusted his mask and hat, even though he appeared somewhat reluctant. "You promise me no frowning that I'm not. You're the best." Husband Li Chut kissed him through her mask before stepping off the plane, eager to attend the BZ charity gala. Sister Li and Lele had been waiting for her in the car outside for quite some time. Su Qingshun found himself powerless against her. She was the only bright spot in his student life, and he resigned himself to bringing home the spoils from the flight that in the makeup room. The stylist was meticulously finishing her hair that Li Chut, clad in a bathrobe, held her phone, scrolling through her neglected Weibo while the stylist worked on her look. Sister Li pushed open the door and offered some suggestions to the stylist. Hoping to style Li Chut's bangs up, leaning against the makeup table, she observed the woman frowning at her phone. Xiao Yifeng had called to ask if they would walk the red carpet together tonight. "Are you really not going together?" Sister Li inquired again. Given the previous promotional mishap with their new drama, the male lead hoped to capitalize on this charity gala for further publicity. That Li Chut pulled her gaze from her phone screen and replied decisively, "I'll walk alone." Sister Li seemed to have anticipated this outcome, sighing, "All right, I'll let them know." Xiao Yifeng's intentions were clear. He wanted to walk the red carpet with the female lead to dominate the headlines and trending topics, especially since their drama was still airing, which would only amplify its popularity. However, Li Chut once again declined to engage in any off-screen romance with her co-star. Sister Li observed Li Chut's exquisite face in the mirror, realizing that she might never engage in a public relationship with her male co-star again. After the stylist adorned Li Chut's hair with a stunning pearl hairpiece and completed the final touches, revealing her smooth forehead, she carefully tucked away any stray hairs, showcasing a hairstyle that tested her beauty. Sister Li continued to gaze into the mirror, searching for any flaws before finally retracting her gaze. However, when her eyes fell upon Li Chut's collar, she grew anxious. Finding an excuse to send the stylist out for something from Lele, Sister Li leaned close to Li Chut, focusing on her collarbone and quietly inquiring, "Has your husband returned?" Li Chut was taken aback by the question and looked down, noticing the marks on her chest. She quickly adjusted her clothing, her face flushing red, then nodded in response. She had mentioned her marriage to Sister Li, but her husband had been abroad. Sister Li pressed, "When did he leave?" Li Chut anxiously met Sister Li's serious gaze and shook her head. "He went to be leaving that as night fell. The BZ charity gala's red carpet sparkled with stars." Li Chut had never been one to fuss over her entrance order, and after perfecting her look, she stepped onto the red carpet alone, eschewing a joint appearance with the male lead of her popular drama, which left the media somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, when Li Chut appeared in a midnight velvet strapless cake dress, the cameras fervently captured every moment of this red carpet goddess. After signing autographs and settling in at the designated spot, she was met with a flurry of flashing lights. While a normal person might have struggled to keep their eyes open under such a barrage, Li Chut posed with an air of indifference. Perhaps the photographers were reluctant to let her go, consuming too much time, prompting the red carpet host to intervene. "Please welcome Li Chut, and now, let us have our male lead. Li Changle, join us." Li Chut smiled and waved at the photographer before lifting her skirt and walking to the host's side to answer a few questions. "Li Chut, could you share your upcoming schedule with us?" It's a secret, but everyone can look forward to it that I see our esteemed General Xiao Yifeng is backstage. Why not walk together?" Li Chut replied with a smile. Li Changle has always been a lone wolf. She understood the intentions of Xiao Yifeng and his team, but she would never engage in off-screen CP with him. After exchanging some light banter, Li Chut bid farewell to the host and entered the banquet hall that in a corner. A pianist was playing, and with few attendees present, Li Chut greeted several executives from magazines before being led to her reserved spot. Sister Li had no assigned seat, but since others had yet to arrive, she took the opportunity to sit beside Li Chut, phone in hand, frowning as she spoke to the woman who was nibbling on fruit in front of her. "Linning is here too." Li Chut set down her fruit fork and smiled wryly. "I know. She was invited, so it's only natural she'd come." Sister Li adjusted her forehead and pushed her phone towards Li Chut. "You two are wearing the same outfit." "What?" Li Chut immediately frowned, picking up Sister Li's phone. Sister Li was clearly irked. This is just too shameless. Li Chu wore a solemn expression as she perused the newly released design images from Lin Ying's studio. The gown could not be said to be an exact replica, yet the design bore an uncanny resemblance, differing only in certain intricate details. While both donned vintage cake skirts, Li Chu had elegantly added long gloves of the same hue to her arms and styled her hair into a neat updo. In contrast, Lin Ying had altered her hairstyle, donning a diamond headband from her endorsement and sporting a side-swept bang reminiscent of the last century, a nod to the classics. Chapter 19. Who is ugly? Who is awkward? Li Chu magnified the image, noting that her ensemble had been custom-made by a skilled tailor from Yi family, a process that had taken considerable time and effort. However, she could not discern which designer had crafted Lin Ying's attire. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the nauseating effect Lin Ying's presence evoked. If Li Chu's four-year debut had been smooth sailing, she had certainly stumbled upon Lin Ying's treachery, just as Li Chu was poised to ascend to greater heights. The sudden malevolence from Lin Ying's backing capital abruptly halted her progress. Despite initially promoting the emerging starlet, Li Chu, before the drama aired, it did not prevent Lin Ying from resorting to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Were they similar? To a slight extent, yet overall, the disparity was vast, akin to a moon landing gone awry. During the period when Li Chu sought solace, Lin Ying feverishly purchased marketing accounts to proclaim Lin Ying is Lin Ying, severing ties with her, all while meticulously copying Li Chu's makeup looks, striving to align herself with Li Chu's image, even mimicking the breakout styles of the past few years, blatantly engaging in a game of imitation. When Li Chu's fans began to question her, Lin Ying adeptly shifted the narrative, allowing her own fans to dominate trending topics with phrases like Li Chu's fans are bullies in the entertainment industry. And the entertainment industry is a mafia. Lin Ying even took the initiative to post, thanking her parents for her widely admired appearance, accompanied by a childhood photo that, to those in the know, was clearly digitally altered. Yet the intended effect was achieved. Lin Ying's fans ignited outrage across various platforms, raising discussions like, is it not permissible for people with similar appearances to coexist? Everything is yours. Why don't you patent the air? Just because someone wears a dress of the same color does not mean they are copying you. Coupled with the instigation from Li Chu's detractors, Lin Ying was manufactured into a pitiable victim, while the true victim, who had remained silent, was Li Chu herself. This period had the undertone of replacing Li Chu, as if to metaphorically bury her in the sands. Before long, the red carpet appearance of Li Chu and Lin Ying became a trending topic. Li Chu frowned, watching as the term soared to the top. That it was evident that Lin Ying's team had somehow acquired knowledge of her styling for the evening, and had imitated it to create a similar ensemble, all in an effort to fabricate the moniker of Little Li Chu while simultaneously generating buzz. With a facade of innocence, they proceeded to embellish their looks further, clearly calculated to Li Chu could not help but scoff as she clicked on the trending topic. Recognizing that the posts dominating the hot search were orchestrated by Lin Ying's team, as her own studio had been a step behind. How could it be misconstrued? Was it not Li Chu who walked the red carpet first? Yet the narrative was twisted against her. Ying is beautiful, so lovely. She looks effortlessly stunning tonight, truly a force to be reckoned with. But doesn't Lin Ying's outfit resemble Li Chu's? Please refrain from saying Lin Ying looks like anyone else. No one wishes to be compared to another. Those asserting that Lin Ying mimicked Li Chu seem to have their eyes clouded. Look closely. Lin Ying is undeniably more refined. How can one claim that Lin Ying is imitating Li Chu when they both attended the same event? I would argue it is Li Chu who is emulating Lin Ying. Please refrain from comparing her to this year's breakout drama's leading lady. She walks independently. Has Lin Ying not endured enough? Why must everything be labeled imitation? Is Li Chu the origin of the universe? Poor Lin Ying. My darling Ying is so unfortunate. Lin Ying has won this round, at least. She is not one to stoop low. Has anyone noticed Lin Ying appeared after Li Chu? Isn't the order of appearance paramount in the entertainment industry? Does this not imply Lin Ying's current status surpasses that of Li Chu? I am quite perplexed to be why the hierarchy of the industry, Lin Ying should be ahead of Li Chu. Yet, why is it so difficult for you all to acknowledge Lin Ying's rise? Li Chu, unable to comprehend the animosity from Lin Ying's team, exited the topic only to find Lin Ying's recent Weibo post, a grid of selfies accompanied by a cheerful expression. Faced with this triumphant post, Li Chu inhaled deeply and could not resist pulling out her phone to log into her account, personally responding to Lin Ying's post. Can the tide recede now? This collision of fashion had taken an unexpected turn, as no one anticipated that Li Chu would personally intervene, in the past, regardless of how many trending topics revolve around Lin Ying's imitation of Li Chu or the fan disputes that ensued. The other party had remained silent, never casting even a glance in her direction. To today's clash, according to Lin Ying's team's predictions, was meant to culminate in Li Chu's silence, allowing them to reap sympathy for Lining. Instead, Li Chuchu's unexpected response sent shockwaves through the audience. The onlookers gasped, quickly verifying Li Chuchu's account, confirming it was indeed authentic, not a mere imitation, that if the earlier topic had been trending, Li Chuchu's reply skyrocketed the heat to unprecedented levels, amplifying her influence at lightning speed. Her response garnered thousands of likes within minutes, swiftly dominating Lin Ying's comment section. Fans from all sides, particularly Li Chuchu's supporters, erupted in excitement. Are we finally set for a confrontation? I relish this direct engagement from the lead. Oh, how fiercely Chuchu is! I adore her. Is it merely a case of matching outfits? Must she personally intervene? Such pettiness, to those who say she is overreacting. I hope you experience the same when your hard work is appropriated by a colleague, only for them to innocently inquire if you are the origin of the universe, that is it not permissible for others to share your ideas? Regardless, I am thoroughly entertained. Li Chuchu should have done this sooner. Some should not take advantage of their financial backers to bully those with a good temperament, and for those who incessantly refer to her as a copycat. Remember, Li Chuchu has successfully countered such claims to be prepared to face the consequences if you continue to spread rumors. Moreover, how could our dear sister even glance at your sister's white shirt? Tell someone to be cautious. One misstep and it could all come crashing down. Congratulations, Lining. Li Chuchu has finally acknowledged your existence. This is too amusing that I shall raise a banner for Li Chuchu. Chapter 20. A direct confrontation. Li Chuchu paid no mind to the ceaseless barrage of comments below her Weibo post. Nor did the trending topic "Can the tide recede now?" Her expression remained stoic as she returned her phone to her pearl-encrusted handbag. The charity gala's red carpet had nearly concluded, with all invited stars gathered in the venue's hall. The music softening to a gentle melody, as a leading female star. Li Chuchu was the focal point wherever she roamed, with acquaintances approaching to greet and converse at that moment. However, an unspoken hush fell over the crowd. All eyes fixed on Lin Ying as she entered, clad in a gown strikingly similar to Li Chuchu's, the recent commotion fresh in everyone's minds. The astute attendees exchanged whispers, secretly comparing and discussing the two. While the polished studio images may have concealed the differences in their gowns, witnessing them in person revealed a stark contrast. Perhaps the style could be replicated, but the quality was irreplicable. Lin Ying's dress exuded a distinct sense of cheapness, lacking the fluidity and refinement of haute couture. As the two appeared together, it became evident that their visages bore little resemblance, apart from a slight similarity in their features. Lin Ying's makeup merely accentuated the illusion of similarity. Yet when standing side by side, Li Chuchu's superior physique and beauty rendered her a clear victor. And let us not even begin to discuss the innate elegance that defined Li Chuchu. From the onset of her career, she had been lauded as a goddess by netizens, a woman who had carved her niche in a sea of beauty within the entertainment industry, excelling in every regard. And the comparison was nothing short of a unilateral domination. With her stunning visage intact, the rising stars behind her would find it exceedingly difficult to surpass her, despite the tumultuous exchanges on social media. The two could not afford to engage in a public feud offline. Moreover, when Lining proactively approached to greet her, Li Chu could hardly embarrass her in front of so many people. Otherwise, one could only imagine the scandalous tales that would ensue. The two of them, appearing as if nothing were amiss, raised their champagne glasses to engage in conversation, drawing the curiosity of those around who wished to eavesdrop on their discussion. However, this was a charity gala, not a gossip hub where one could indulge in reckless chatter. Thus they could only strain their ears in hopes of catching snippets of their dialogue, that Li Chu had not anticipated that Lining would come over to acknowledge her, especially after the rather harsh snub she had received earlier. Lining smiled and apologized, saying, "Chu, I'm sorry that I didn't realize you would be dressed like this today, that I hope you don't mind." Li Chu replied with a faint smile, "How charmingly deceptive. It's quite all right. Upon closer inspection, the disparity is rather significant." Lining understood that Li Chu was subtly implying her attire was from an obscure brand. The dress she wore had indeed been tailored by her stylist based on a reference image. While the style may have appeared similar, the quality of materials was markedly inferior, making the contrast all the more apparent as they stood together. Nevertheless, Lining expertly maintained her facade, continuing to feign friendliness. "This must be fate. I've followed you on Weibo. Perhaps you could follow me back to resolve this misunderstanding?" Li Chu, uninterested in perpetuating this charade, set her champagne down and, with a forced smile, replied, "I'm afraid I only follow friends on Weibo." With that, she turned on her heel and walked toward Shintian, leaving without a backward glance. As Li Chu lifted the hem of her gown and approached Shintian's area, she was unexpectedly halted by a guard stationed at the perimeter. "Miss, entry is prohibited here," the lead guard gestured politely, prompting a murmur of intrigue and speculation among the onlookers. Everyone was aware that tonight's charity gala was of particular importance to BZS headquarters, which had invited numerous business magnates. And the area Li Chu was attempting to enter was designated for esteemed guests, cordoned off to avoid disturbances. Observing this, Linning deliberately took a selfie aimed in that direction, smiling as she settled back into her seat. Projecting an air of untouchable superiority, it was clear she sought to align herself with the influential figures present. After all, that table was not one where just anyone could sit. Even Wang Xiaoza, a prominent figure in Zhongjing City, could not secure a spot at the main table. Li Chu was merely making a fool of herself. Shortly thereafter, an individual approached and spoke to the guard, whose demeanor shifted dramatically as he respectfully invited Li Chu to enter. The lighting in that area had been specially adjusted, making it difficult for those outside to discern the happenings within. Even if glimpses were visible, they remained obscured, a precaution against photography that Mu Yang, the assistant to Su Qingxin, guided Li Chu forward. However, as the dim lights flickered, she stumbled over her gown, just as she was about to fall. Su Qingxin swiftly caught her waist, pulling her into his embrace. He intended to seat her beside him, but Li Chu's ears flushed crimson as she softly insisted, "I'll sit with Shun Tian." Su Qingxin halted, gazing down at her. Despite the intermittent lighting, she remained stunningly radiant, her delicate collarbone glimmering subtly like a ribbon of stars against the night sky, particularly captivating. Below, the fullness he admired was accentuated. His gaze, shrouded in mystery, harmonized with the light. As he murmured in a husky tone, "Cover up," Li Chu tightened her grip on his suit jacket, discreetly scratched his palm, and then darted towards Shintian. Resembling a fleeing princess, Su Qingxin cleared his throat, suppressing a smile, and returned to his seat. Li Chu was merely separated from him by Fu Yinxin and Shintian, and the table was filled with astute individuals who immediately recognized the significance of her donning his jacket. Responding with utmost respect, as soon as Li Chu sat down, she leaned in to whisper to Shintian, "How audacious of Linning! Does she not realize how dreadful it is to clash in attire? It's a matter of who's ugly and who's awkward." Just as she prepared to sip her red wine, a light cough interrupted her, followed by Mu Yang offering her a glass of juice. Li Chu glanced up, giving Su Qingxin a mild glare. He was overstepping, making her feel embarrassed in front of everyone. Yet the man seemed engrossed in conversation with others, possibly discussing business matters, his attention elsewhere, but his lips subtly curved in a revealing smirk. Shintian observed her sweet interactions with a bemused expression, glancing at the distinguished man beside her. "Husband as strict, huh?" Shintian teased, poking the one sipping juice that I'm merely giving him face. "My household is mine to govern." She retorted, "What nonsense! How could Li Chu possibly be under strict control by her husband?" Shintian expressed disbelief, raising her phone to capture this moment with Li Chu. Beautiful ladies, especially those adorned in exquisite attire, must certainly take photos together. It was then that Li Chu remembered to vent about Linning to her friend, exclaiming, "What audacity! She possesses to ask if I would follow her back." Chapter 21. Causing trouble again. She truly is a clever one. Her calculations are so transparent that even I heard of it in France, riding on my coattails, feigning a tragic tale, only to later concoct a grand reconciliation for the sake of sisterly bonds. Does she think I'm a fool? Li Chu fumed at Shintian. Shintian did not respond to Li Chu's ire, but instead exclaimed, "Wow." After editing the photo, she intended to post it on her social media, only to be distracted by a notification from Weibo. Tonight, the incident where Li Chu personally responded to Linning concluded with Linning's unilateral apology, but an insider leaked that Linning had specifically sought out Li Chu to express her sincere regrets, portraying herself as exceptionally humble and earnest. However, this insider's credibility was questionable, and Shintian noted the comments on the insider's Weibo, which subtly criticized Li Chu for being unreasonable and overdramatic, lacking manners. Unsurprisingly, the comment section was filled with Linning's fans expressing their sympathy. Ying is simply too kind. Why should she apologize to someone like this? She did nothing wrong and owes no one an apology. Li Chu was simply a troublemaker, clearly unable to stand seeing someone more popular than herself. How could they bully our well-mannered Lining? Our Ying is just too kind-hearted. Otherwise, why is she always picked on? Li Chu found the situation quite nauseating. She returned her phone to Shen Tian, nodding in understanding, realizing that Lining had indeed garnered a substantial amount of heartfelt support from her fans. Shen Tian had to admire her friend's composure, scrolling through the comments with a nonchalant demeanor before adding, "If Li Chu were not so focused on merely acting, any of us could easily trample over someone like Lining." Li Chu remained unperturbed, understanding that every public figure has faced their share of criticism online. She resolved to maintain a balanced mindset, reminding herself not to allow negative online sentiments to disrupt her life. "Chu, I reckon you'll soon find yourself trending again," Shen Tian remarked as she glanced at the notifications regarding Lining on her phone. Being too popular has its downsides, Li Chu lamented. "Isn't it just another trending topic? What's the harm?" Shen Tian gestured a thumbs up at Li Chu, raising her glass in a toast. After chatting for a while, the performances by the male and female groups on stage were nearing their conclusion, prompting her to return to her seat. Otherwise, she would risk not being captured by the cameras when it came time to receive her award, which would be another hassle. Raising her gaze to signal her departure, she unexpectedly locked eyes with him. Perhaps that insufferable man had been monitoring her all along. Li Chu made a gesture of leaving on the table, smiling lightly at those seated nearby, including Fu Yinshin from Hongsheng, Ji Xiu from New Wave Technology, Yin Jinglan from Yinhua Real Estate, and Yi Pingjin from Donggang Films, all of whom were present for their wedding. As for the unfamiliar faces, she offered a quick smile before leaving her seat under Mu Yang's escort. Yi Pingjin, sitting beside Su Qingchen, inquired as Li Chu departed, "Sister-in-law, why are you leaving early?" Su Qingchen remained silent, taking a sip from his glass, watching the slender figure walk away. Yin Jinglan nudged Yi Pingjin. "Be cautious. Sister-in-law is a big star." Yi Pingjin nodded in feigned understanding, clinking glasses with Yin Jinglan. Shen Tian observed this exchange with deep suspicion, convinced they were deliberately drawing attention. The BZ president accompanying them remained oblivious to their conversation. Yet it clearly conveyed a message. Li Chu was not to be trifled with. Upon returning to her seat, Li Chu found herself surrounded by individuals of similar standing, nodding in acknowledgement, as they collectively focused on the humorous banter of the stars on stage during the awards presentation. Eventually, with a group photo concluding the event, Li Chu was escorted back to the lounge by her manager, Sister Li. Once the door closed, she inquired, "Whose jacket are you wearing?" My husband's," Li Chu replied, rummaging through her bag for her phone. Sister Li looked at her in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Li Chu could so casually declare this. Here was a young and blossoming starlet who had married early. Should this information reach competitors, it would surely lead to a wave of scandal and a significant loss of fans. "Your husband. You must thoroughly discuss the specific circumstances regarding your husband, who has been abroad but has suddenly returned home, so I can prepare for public relations in advance." Truly, the emperor's urgency cannot compare to the eunuch's panic. Sister Li is understandably infuriated, as she is counting on Li Chu to ascend to the pinnacle of her career as the leading agent. However, this individual has always been a source of concern, and no need for that. He will manage everything adeptly. Li Chu, please reassure Sister Li, who is anxiously fretting here, that Su Qingchen will not allow such matters to transpire. Sister Li gazed intently at the striking woman responding to her messages, and suddenly recalled that she had just returned from the elite district, which meant her husband was one of the tycoons. "Li Chu, do not let despair cloud your judgment. Do not compromise your integrity for resources by associating with the rotund Mediterranean. Although she is an agent, she never permits her artists to resort to such degrading measures for the sake of trivial resources." "Sister Li, do you not know my standards?" Upon hearing Li Chu's words, Sister Li finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, how could someone so discerning engage in seeking a financial backer? "Sister Li, I shall take my leave now. I will not attend the upcoming dinner." Li Chu rose, and with a soft creak, she opened the lounge door and slipped into the elevator leading to the underground parking lot. Sister Li pressed her forehead in resignation. Since he is a tycoon, such matters should not provoke her anxiety. Initially, Sister Li was only aware of Li Chu's astonishing beauty, but now she realizes that this star seems increasingly extraordinary, inadvertently achieving great success, leaving her with no role to play, allowing her to focus on nurturing her newcomers. Perhaps she is merely a young lady from a prominent family venturing into the entertainment industry for an experience. However, Li Chu does not resemble the delicate socialites she has encountered before. Sister Li shook her head, amused at her good fortune in being accompanied by such an approachable little princess to Li Chu. Following Su Qingqian's message, quickly spotted the black Bentley with its hazard lights flashing. Lifted her skirt and hurried into the passenger seat that as she settled in. She kicked off her stiletto heels, utterly exhausted. While she was indeed beautiful, the discomfort was undeniable as Su Qingqian observed the smiling woman, leaned in to fasten her seatbelt, and started the car that we're heading home. I'll give you a massage. Chapter 22. The Little Swan, Black Swan. Li Chu, rubbing her head, struggled to rise from the bed where she found herself alone. The heartless capitalist had likely gone for a run or workout. Gazing into the mirror, an inexplicable sense of shame overwhelmed her. She resembled the enchanting roses in the Moonlight Harbor Rose Garden. The post-rain blooms, thriving and vibrant, their red hues more dazzling than ever did as she brushed her teeth. Her thoughts drifted back to last night. Initially, all was well. He had massaged her feet before he went to wash up, while she changed out of her evening gown in the dressing room. However, today, this strapless dress seemed to conspire against her, and after searching for ages, she could not locate the zipper at the back. Just as Su Qingqian arrived to fetch her nightgown, "Do you need help?" Su Qingqian asked, setting down the nightgown and offering his assistance. "Yes, could you please unzip the back for me?" Li Chu turned her back to him. Surrendering her struggle, Su Qingqian examined the delicate butterfly bone and slender shoulders, understanding at last why she had struggled to find the zipper. The designer had cleverly concealed it to maintain the dress's aesthetic integrity. While Su Qingqian searched for the zipper, Li Chu seized the opportunity to inquire about something that had been on her mind since the banquet. "Who do you think is prettier, me or Lin Ying?" She was unconcerned about others' judgments regarding their similar outfits, but she was curious about Su Qingqian's perspective. "Who?" Su Qingqian asked, pulling the zipper down completely. Li Chu awaited his response, but in a moment of distraction, she felt a sudden chill. Due to the nature of the strapless gown, she had only used minimal support underneath, which startled her into exclaiming and quickly covering herself, her cheeks aflame. This situation had taken an unexpected turn. One Li Chu had not anticipated as Su Qingqian's demeanor grew somber as he regarded the scene before him. The scenery was lovely, the moonlight enchanting. Thereafter, the scene was open to interpretation, allowing the imagination to run wild. In the dressing room, before the full-length mirror, when Li Chu later found a photo from the banquet featuring Lin Ying and asked Su Qingqian who was prettier, he unhesitatingly declared, "You are the more beautiful one. My little black swan." This deeply delighted Li Chu. "Get up. Come eat." As Su Qingqian entered, towel in hand, drying his hair, Li Chu had already applied moisturizer to her face. Li Chu turned, perhaps thinking he had not yet awakened and would return after showering in the guest room. "I won't eat. I need to maintain my figure." Li Chu was deliberately obstinate, particularly because the thought of him disregarding her desires lingered in her mind. How do you expect to endure such prolonged exercise without feeling hungry? Li Chu looked at him in astonishment, astonished at how he could express such a statement with utmost seriousness to Su Qingqian. "You are being utterly shameless," Li Chu retorted. Her face flushed as Su Qingqian chuckled softly. Grasping her hand and lifting her effortlessly, "Join me for a meal, shall you?" Was he really this charming? Li Chu's heart raced, her cheeks aflame. Yet how could she admit it? "Fine, considering you have no one to accompany you. I suppose I can relent." "Very well. I am indeed hungry." She thought that Su Qingqian lowered his gaze, observing the little woman who had feigned reluctance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth the dining table. Su Qingqian served Li Chu her favorite crab roast soup dumplings. "These are from your favorite place. Let's see if the taste has changed." Although he was unsure what had caused her displeasure, it was always wise to indulge her whims. Li Chu instinctively swallowed. Who could resist the aroma? Yet she had declared she would not eat, and if she succumbed, it would be akin to slapping her own face. "All right, I'll give it a try," she conceded, reluctantly picking up an enticing dumpling and taking small bites. Su Qingqian discreetly served her more of her favorite dishes, finding her utterly adorable. When she had eaten her fill, Su Qingqian seized the moment to redirect her attention. "Do you have any plans today?" "I'll go grab my tablet to check," he said, swiftly clearing the table to prevent her from recalling that she had not only eaten breakfast, but had done so quite heartily. Otherwise, she would become upset again. "Yes, this afternoon, I have to attend the SW product launch event." I need to be at the hotel for makeup and styling by 3. Then we'll shoot a video before introducing the new products alongside the brand representatives. Li Chu relayed the schedule to her new bodyguard, that I'm going out for an engagement. I'll return on time this afternoon. Su Qingshan was aware of the team's itinerary. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Mu Yang to schedule the collaboration signing with Fu Yinshan's company at this time. After all, he needed to be present for such a significant collaboration, as no one else in the company could make such a pivotal decision, especially with the CEO of Hongxing attending. It would be inappropriate for him to be absent. Would you like me to help you tie your tie? Li Chu knew he was busy, shouldering responsibilities that extended beyond himself to the entire Su family. She felt content that he was willing to accompany her and share his schedule. Of course, after tying his tie, Li Chu adjusted his attire. Although it bore no wrinkles, she still wished to partake in the domesticity showcased on television, where wives send their husbands off to work. Is there something missing? Su Qingshan inquired, observing the cheerful woman before him. What? Li Chu, puzzled, lifted her gaze to meet his, confusion evident. Suddenly, Su Qingshan cornered her between his arms and the doorframe, leaning in to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. A farewell kiss, his deep, magnetic voice causing her ears to flush with warmth as she wore flat slippers. Li Chu had to rise on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck to kiss the corner of his lips as he directed her. Su Qingshan seized the opportunity, holding her captive until she could hardly breathe before releasing her. Take care. Wait for me at home. He ruffled her soft hair before stepping out the door. Li Chu steadied herself against the wall, lingering by the closed door, her heart bubbling with sweetness. How could he be so adept? Had he not once claimed to be inexperienced in love, she might have suspected he was a seasoned flirt. Once she calmed her racing heart, she collapsed onto the sofa, lifting her water cup to her lips. Feeling as though his taste still lingered on her lips, my apologies, esteemed executives, for my tardiness due to unforeseen circumstances. We may now commence. Mu Yang pushed open the conference room door, apologizing. Su Qingshan sat down, nodding at Fu Yinshan. This was not Mu Yang's fault. He had received the call from the president while Hongxing's president and the project head had already been waiting for some time. Fu Yinshan cast a glance at Su Qingshan, his slightly cracked lips betraying the good deed he had accomplished prior to arriving. With a soft scoff, he began the meeting. Both CEOs have spoken, and the project leaders from both sides have begun to deliver their reports. Others are diligently fulfilling their respective roles. Those who need to record are recording, and those who need to summarize are summarizing. Only the two individuals with profound gazes remain inscrutable in their thoughts. Chapter 23. A singular blossom. Li Chu nestled on the sofa, editing photos and engaging in her Weibo activities. Li Chu v. The 18-grid layout simply cannot accommodate everything. It is insufficient. Side profile selfies in a delicate camisole, mirror selfies attempting a vintage cake dress, earnest expressions while creating pottery, snapshots of life abroad feeding pigeons, and delectable food photos all abound. During the airing of her new drama, Li Chu has not retreated into obscurity as she had in the past. After all, she is the leading actress and must shoulder the burden of the show herself. Increased visibility will undoubtedly benefit the drama's viewership. The Weibo post has been published, instantly garnering a frenzy of likes and shares from her fans in pursuit of traffic. Marketing accounts are also hastily sharing her images, some praising her beauty, others subtly hinting at deeper meanings, and many conducting polls to compare beauty. The desire to capitalize on this traffic phenomenon is unmistakable. Oh my goodness, how fortunate. We just saw each other last night, and now there are new updates. Occasionally thinking of you, often occasionally. Sister, your beauty is killing me. What a marvelous thing this is. Kisses. Everyone come and watch Li Changle. Every night at 7:30 on Tomato Channel, awaiting you. I choose personal fashion, her shared glimpses of life, her back view, and her pottery endeavors. All these keywords have surged onto the trending topics. Originally, she intended to selectively engage with her fans, perhaps to flip a card, but was interrupted by a phone call from Sister Li. Choo-choo, Linning has posted a selfie on Weibo. Did you see it? Why would I care about her Weibo? Though she expressed this sentiment, she still searched for Lin Ying's post, Lin Ying's Weibo. So happy tonight. Yay! Accompanied by several selfies from the dinner and group photos with others done on the surface. There seems to be no issue. However, she edited the post, blurring the background of her mirror selfie to conceal that it featured the moment when Li Chu was halted by her bodyguards. Li Chu was both amused and irritated by this brazen act, as if she feared others might not notice. Sister Li, I'll take care of this. After ending the call, she sent a message to Shin Tian, relieved that she had spent the night with her friends. Shin Tian did not respond immediately, likely having missed it. Li Chu chose not to dwell on it and informed her of her plan, advising her not to post photos tagging her right away. They would wait until Lin Ying had spread enough rumors before revealing the photos to counter her narrative. In the meantime, Li Chu contacted a law firm to have them verify the accounts that were spreading falsehoods about her. Lin Ying's edited photo beneath was filled with vile comments that Li Chu, having endured countless slanders before, still found herself pained and angered by such filthy language. Thousands of people are judging. Millions are spreading lies. What a hypocrite. The photos of her in a camisole released today are merely for the sake of attracting attention, aren't they? Haha. Lin Ying is truly a magnanimous person, revealing the true face of a goddess. Did you all not know? I thought this was a well-known secret in the circle. Come on, spill the beans upstairs. Is it any wonder the resources are so good? Turns out she got them through her connections. But the sister was blocked outside. How embarrassing. Does anyone know why that area is off limits? Upstairs, I heard from someone else that it was personally invited by the CEO of BZ, and among those guests were some who looked down on the entertainment industry. Who is so esteemed to be invited by the CEO personally? I heard the CEO was all smiles throughout, but I don't know who those individuals were. The CEO was all smiles the entire time? Sister, who told you that? I can't believe it. I saw it in the comments of a video from a blogger who attended the dinner. Sister, point me in the right direction. I'm curious how Li Chu's fans will respond now. Claiming their sister is pure and untainted. Ha! Look what I found. There seems to be a man's silhouette in Li Chu's shared life photo. Li Chu's food photo has been magnified, with a red circle highlighting the reflection of a knife and fork, revealing a vague figured, "Oh my goodness, sister, you have keen eyes." The sister is being supported by an older man, yet still flaunts photos to stab her fans in the back. That Li Chu's fans are so fortunate. Li Chu furrowed her brow, re-evaluating the photo she had posted. How could one deduce from that dark shadow that it was a person's silhouette? She felt compelled to silence those who spewed nonsense. Having come to terms with it, she decided to preemptively clarify matters to avoid future rumors regarding her romantic life, thus eliminating the opportunity for male co-stars to use her for publicity. Li Chu scrolled through her album, finding a candid shot of Su Qingchen deeply engrossed in pottery, the sunlight perfectly illuminating him, as if bestowing a halo upon him, making his features appear almost ethereal. It was this layer of sunlight that rendered his face indistinct in the lens, difficult to discern. Li Chu v. My crush. Attached photo. After posting, Li Chu promptly shut off her phone. Let it all be destroyed. She was grateful that Su Qingchen did not have Weibo. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for her. Wasn't this a straightforward confession? Rolling around on the lazy sofa, she mused that he should have no objections. Sister Li did not anticipate that Li Chu's method of handling the situation would be such a revelation. Clarifying that she had no financial backer and not resorting to self-exposure, she immediately contacted the company's PR team, convening a meeting to discuss how to manage public sentiment and minimize losses. Fortunately, most of Li Chu's fans were congratulatory, with only a minority feeling deceived. Perhaps due to prior rumors, fans had loosened their expectations of their idol. As long as it was not a corpulent benefactor, a natural romance sounded far more appealing than any form of sponsorship. Then, Shin Tian promptly spoke up, rescuing a wavering fanbase and instantly countering Lin Ying's self-directed performance. Shin Tian is so sweet. Of course, when beautiful women meet, they must stick together. Li Chu v. Dinner group photo. The online sentiment shifted dramatically due to this earnest post from the Shanghai princess's Weibo. Who in the entertainment world does not know that Shin Tian is the sole princess of Shanghai's foremost family? With her standing up for Li Chu, who would dare question whether Li Chu was seeking a benefactor, only to be spurned and left outside? That would be a slap in the face to their little princess. Shin Tian even took the time to comment on Li Chu's Weibo. Shouldn't your crush be me? Angry table flip JPG. Seeing such a close relationship between their sister and such a beautiful socialite, Li Chu's fans could not help but comment beneath her post. Beautiful sister, have you met our Choo-Choo baby's crush? It seems that beauties only hang out with beauties. You are all so stunning. Accompanied by a selfie of Li Chu and Shin Tian, their faces close together under dim lighting. Beautiful sister, how do you know our Choo-Choo? Curious. Chapter 24. The deeper you dig, the more you find. Shin Tian sat beside Fu Yenshin, openly playing on her phone. even chuckling softly, which inevitably drew the attention of others. Who does not know that Fu Yinshan despises it when staff are distracted during work? There was a time when a department head was reporting, and their phone rang, prompting Fu Yinshan to have them replaced. Yet, Shen Tian remained utterly unfazed, glancing at him briefly while continuing to interact with Li Chu's adorable fans. "Beautiful sister, have you met our Chu-Chu's crush?" Shen Tian sweet replied, "Yes, sunglasses JPG. Wow, a beautiful woman has acknowledged me. You must have met him. Is he handsome?" Shen Tian, upon reading this, lifted her gaze to Su Qingshan, who was diligently reviewing documents, then looked down, grinning as she replied, "You must trust your Chu-Chu baby's taste." Unluckily, this scene caught Fu Yinshan's watchful eye, who had been observing Shen Tian closely, with a pen in hand. He lightly tapped on her desk. Shen Tian was completely indifferent, glancing up at him before returning her focus to her phone. Fu Yinshan accelerated the signing process. No issues here, that he was perplexed by Shen Tian's sudden rebelliousness. She had been so obedient in the beginning. Meanwhile, the legal department continued its presentation, only to be directly interrupted by Fu Yinshan. The staff from the legal department looked to Su Qingshan, uncertain whether to proceed or withdraw. Since President Fu was so earnest, they simply signed. The legal personnel, having received the president's directive, promptly closed the PowerPoint and exited. Su Qingshan smirked, pleasantly surprised by Fu Yinshan's urgency today, which suited him perfectly. As the host, Su Qingshan escorted Fu Yinshan and his party to the door. "Shall we have a drink together tonight?" Su Qingshan decisively declined, as he needed to accompany Li Chu for work. Although Fu Yinshan's invitation was a rare occurrence, his wife remained a priority. Shen Tian, who was following closely behind Fu Yinshan, brightened at this remark. Her curiosity piqued. "Humph. I knew my sister had Su Qingshan firmly in her grasp. Yet Li Chu still modestly claims they are merely living together. Who lives together while their husband accompanies them to work, pushing away collaboration offers? Sisters undoubtedly perceive her romantic tribulations, rendering it inappropriate to display affection in her presence. Should Li Chu become aware that Shen Tian has conjured such a narrative in her mind, she would surely protest her innocence. It is only recently that she has attempted a courtship with Su Qingshan." As Shen Tian settled into the car, utterly oblivious to the palpable tension surrounding her, she exclaimed, "Fu Yinshan, I must say, President Su is truly a commendable man. My sister has certainly chosen well." However, before she could articulate her thoughts further, a chilling glance from her companion swiftly silenced her. What was that glare? Was it a reflection of her own sentiments? "Fu Yinshan, what was that look you just gave?" She demanded. "If you're weary of my company, I shan't be at your service." In stark contrast, her sister's choice in men seemed far superior to her own. Fu Yinshan, upon hearing her indignation, questioned who was truly serving whom. After all, she had stolen glances at Su Qingshan twice today, and even praised him in his presence, only to now cast blame back at him. "Isn't Su Qingshan your best friend's husband?" he remarked, loosening his tie and raising the partition within the vehicle. "What? Yes, I know." Shen Tian found herself thoroughly bewildered by his sudden statement. Suddenly realizing something, she turned to face him with a gleeful smile. "President Fu, are you feeling jealous?" Fu Yinshan's gaze deepened as he regarded the charming woman before him. Filled with anticipation and pride, he swiftly drew her into his embrace. Shen Tian playfully patted his broad back. Labeling him as a reserved and brooding older gentleman, Li Chu stumbled upon Shen Tian's comment after completing a body sculpting routine. Sipping warm water, she responded to her on Weibo, only to notice Lei had sent her a link. Upon opening it, Li Chu facepalmed in disbelief. It was a CP super topic featuring herself and her crush, initiated by Lei, who had always been an avid supporter of their budding romance. Make matters more perplexing. She had even infiltrated the super topic with her main account. Though no one seemed to notice, Li Chu retreated to her semi-official Weibo announcement, curious about her fans' reactions to the news. Her surprise. The majority expressed congratulations, with some even requesting genuine photos of her future brother-in-law. She chuckled as she replied to one fan, who had commented on his bashfulness, that Li Chu was actively engaging with her fans, inadvertently reigniting interest in the already simmering topic. Various comments flooded in under related tags. Li Chu is truly bold. She may as well be the first to publicly declare a romance. Who could withstand the scrutiny of being a subject of public speculation? Yet, this only seems to elevate her status. Yet, her crush appeared to be quite the handsome figure. How on earth did Li Chu come to know the renowned Shanghai princess, Xin Tian? I am now intrigued by her social circle. To enlighten everyone, the Shanghai princess, Xin Tian, is the epitome of high society. Unlike those who market themselves as wealthy heiresses online, she is genuinely cherished and pampered within the Shanghai elite. Everyone knows Xin Jingfeng. Her grandfather. Impressive. Is Li Chu not deceiving her fans then? Goodness, I just researched Miss Xin Tian, and I am truly dazzled. Li Chu is remarkable for associating with such a figure that I can't help but wonder how they met. Didn't anyone else notice Lin Ying's deletion of her Weibo post and her subsequent apology? Such Hasn't she always been like that? Perhaps she deleted it out of fear that Xin Tian might confront her. For those above, Lin Ying merely sought to prevent further escalation by deleting her post, okay? And does Xin Tian even know you've recognized Li Chu as her friend? Some fans really ought to refrain from playing both sides. Lin Ying has apologized. It was a mere accident. Now that she has deleted the post and issued an apology, what more do you want? The entertainment industry is truly a murky market, full of bullying. Don't engage with those lacking sense. For those who enjoy shipping real-life CPs, come join the initial Heartbeat Super Topic and indulge in the romance that Li Chu is surely smitten. A girl publicly declaring her relationship without tagging her partner is one thing. But now that time has passed, and her partner hasn't interacted with her at all, apart from her evident affection, I can't think of any other reason. Perhaps he isn't from the industry. Nevertheless, the man in the photo she shared has quite a handsome hand. Finally, some fans have realized it. As a hand enthusiast, I must say, that pair of hands is simply perfect. Has no one delved into how Li Chu and Xin Tian became acquainted? I believe the pairing of beauties is far more delightful. One of my friend's aunts once worked as a nanny for a wealthy second generation, and it seems Li Chu and Xin Tian were classmates during their studies in the United States. But who knows if that's true? Just take it with a grain of salt. Wait, does Li Chu really have such an impressive educational background? Chapter 25. The affectionate pursuit of love. Li Chu had outfitted Su Qingchen in a complete ensemble. Accompanied by her presidential bodyguard as they set off for work, for her Weibo announcement, she decided against revealing it to this older gentleman at Li Chu's behest. Su Qingchen specifically drove the Mercedes that their housekeeper used, as all other vehicles seemed too ostentatious for her taste. Today, you shall witness how a superstar conducts her work, Li Chu said, donning her mask and assisting Su Qingchen with his, as his face was rather conspicuous. Su Qingchen, ever compliant, bowed his head to allow her to place the cap on him. Upon their descent from the vehicle, Su Qingchen instinctively reached for Li Chu's hand, only to have her evade his grasp. "What are you doing? Your duty today is to be my bodyguard and protect me," she playfully chided, reciting her script. "Very well, Miss Li Chu," he replied, treating it as a playful engagement, not minding her whims. Li Chu nodded earnestly, pleased with his compliance. Now, this feels appropriate that Su Qingchen, indulging her antics, truly was delightful, bringing joy to Li Chu. Once inside the express elevator, she could not help but wrap her arms around Su Qingchen's waist, softly murmuring, "How can you be so wonderful? So wonderful that I wish to be with you for eternity. Miss Li Chu, is this an extra benefit for your bodyguard?" Su Qingchen teased, lifting her effortlessly. Li Chu instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. Leaning closer to his ear, she coyly whispered, "Behave well, and there will be more rewards that do not move recklessly," Su Qingchen warned, his warm breath brushing against her ear. As the vessel sails, guided by the sailor, should it deviate from its course, it would take considerably longer to reach its destination. Shall I dare to risk it, fearing the small boat may capsize? Li Chu questioned, adjusting her outfit. Her cheeks, flushed beneath the mask, met Su Qingchen's gentle gaze. "Let us proceed," Su Qingchen replied, pressing the elevator button with a low voice. Upon reaching their designated room, Sister Li, Lei, and the styling team had been waiting for quite some time. Sister Li regarded the man accompanying Li Chu with a puzzled expression, awaiting her explanation. "Sister Li, this is my newly hired bodyguard, Mr. Su," Li Chu succinctly introduced, opting not to elaborate, considering he would only be with her for a couple of days. She then settled at the makeup mirror, allowing the makeup artist to begin her work. After acknowledging the others with a nod, Su Qingchen found a sofa to work on, although he was there to accompany her. He couldn't fully immerse himself, as the Shengshi group was no mere family business. He could hardly afford to truly take a break. Some tasks that could be postponed were delayed, while others required his signature. Emails from overseas companies frequently arrived, demanding his attention, an unending cycle. Sister Li leaned in to inquire about the situation from Lei, A.S. Li Chu's assistant. Lei had been by her side longer than Sister Li. At that moment, Lei was utterly stunned. Her big boss was actually accompanying Sister Chu for work. What a divine romance! President Su, please don't spoil her too much. This revelation sent her shipping hard into a frenzy. Sister Li, after what happened to Sister Chu, she certainly needed to hire a bodyguard. Didn't the brand representatives just approach you regarding subsequent collaborations? Lei refrained from giving a direct answer, as she was an employee of both President Su and Li Chu. And Sister Li was not her superior. Sister Li was well aware that Li Chu needed a bodyguard, and the company had sought one, but they had yet to find a suitable candidate. However, the aura surrounding this man was unlike that of any typical bodyguard. His demeanor was cold and distant, merely offering symbolic politeness. Since Li Chu chose not to divulge, her manager opted not to pry further. Recognizing that she was merely an employee serving Li Chu. When an artist possesses such capabilities, her manageress role becomes considerably less challenging, leading her to often question her own competence as an exceptional manager. For instance, when Li Chu endorsed the luxurious EB brand, she had negotiated the deal herself and simply directed Sister Li to finalize the details with EBS representatives. Sister Li had no idea when Li Chu had secured the collaboration. Observing the scene, Sister Li could glean some insights. But who wouldn't prefer working with intelligent individuals? If the boss refrains from speaking, it is best not to inquire further. Knowing too many secrets could lead to unforeseen consequences. Once her styling was complete and she had changed outfits, Li Chu eagerly approached Su Qingchen, inquiring about her appearance. Dressed in a red, asymmetrical slip dress, paired with matching high heels and cascading curls. She truly seemed to radiate light. Does it look good? Li Chu twirled before Su Qingchen, showcasing her ensemble from every angle. It looks wonderful, so captivating that he wished to conceal her from others. A certain obscure thought began to take root within him that Li Chu, satisfied with his response, nodded for the photographer to come forward and capture the moment. Lei discreetly snapped a picture of Su Zong gazing up at Li Chu, planning to unveil their CP to the public. Eager to showcase what true celestial love looks like, that To compliment Li Chu's ensemble, akin to a red enchantress. The photography team dimmed the room's lighting to its lowest setting. Clad in a flowing red garment, Li Chu emerged from the shadows, gazing into the camera with a gentle smile. In the next instant, the figure within the lens vanished. After a brief darkness, Li Chu collapsed onto the sofa. The camera sweeping from below to above, capturing the exquisite visage of the woman reclining on the couch. The camera work, focused intimately on her face, was executed to perfection, due to her stunning beauty and strong camera presence. The studio quickly amassed footage suitable for promoting the brand's upcoming product launch. After some simple editing, Li Chu's studio released photographs of her attendance at tonight's brand launch, serving as a form of prelude. Although the brand had previously initiated a teaser campaign, and fans had heard through whispers that the mysterious figure was none other than the brand ambassador, Li Chu, they still awaited an official confirmation from the studio. Fans promptly began to share, like, and comment. Shortly thereafter, the studio released a dynamic video of Li Chu, which also served as a stabilizing measure following her public revelation of a romantic relationship, dispersing the discussions among fans and others through an abundance of material. Soon, Li Chu was to descend into the live broadcast studio set up by the brand to commence her work. Su Qingchen closed his email, set aside his computer, and adjusted his hat, but he felt a twinge of concern that Li Chu might recall the previous incident while on stage. Li Chu's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at him. You must keep your identity well hidden. Although there were no photographs of him online, she feared that some might follow financial forums. Remembering that Su Qingchen had once been invited to participate. Well, Su Qingchen hesitated, deciding it was best to let her reveal it whenever she wished. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy. As if he were not fully acknowledged by her, that he reassured himself that perhaps their relationship had not yet reached that stage. But it was clear that she was beginning to rely on him, which was a promising sign that he resolved to continue working hard, to keep this golden canary confined within his gilded cage. That Su Qingchen sat on a plastic chair in the audience, gazing at the radiant Li Chu on stage. This, perhaps, was the reason he respected her work, to defy his family's wishes and wholeheartedly support her passions, communicating with his family behind the scenes to foster respect for Li Chu's development in the industry. for she genuinely appeared to be enjoying herself, as if she were born for the spotlight. When one genuinely enjoys what they love, it is truly captivating. Chapter 26. Heating up? Boss, here is the suit you requested. Mu Yang received a message from Su Qingshun and, without delay, retrieved the suit jacket from his executive office lounge and rushed over. He handed the jacket to her, addressing Lele, although the staff present were somewhat perplexed. It did not hinder the commanding aura he exuded, leaving them no choice but to momentarily pause. Lele accepted the handbag from Mu Yang, retrieved the suit jacket, and passed it to the staff. The host interjected, smoothing over the situation. Thank you to the assistant outside for delivering the jacket. The air conditioning indoors is quite strong, and we cannot allow Miss Li Chu to catch a chill. Li Chu accepted the jacket, casting a glance down at the man before obediently donning it.su Qingchen. Hidden behind his mask, smiled subtly, the glaring whiteness of his complexion finally concealed, rendering him more pleasing to the eye. The other staff members, curious about the identity of this enigmatic man, occasionally stole glances in his direction. After delivering the clothing, Mu Yang did not immediately depart, but instead stood beside Su Qingchen, waiting for him and the boss lady to finish for the day. That he noticed how much his boss had changed, particularly after returning to the country. The workaholic now donned a casual black tracksuit, accompanied by a mask and hat, diligently supporting the boss lady in a noisy environment, propping his head up with one hand while intently observing her work, devoid of any impatience, focused solely on the charming woman on stage. Mu Yang couldn't help but think how hard it was not to adore such a woman. Yet he was surprised to find that the esteemed So was not immune to the allure of beauty. Taking time off to accompany his wife at work. Did the CEO not realize that the money he earned in mere minutes could cover countless engagements for his wife? The joys of marital intimacy were all earned through the tireless efforts of the team in the executive office. He cast a wistful glance at his boss, pondering how long this state of affairs would persist. The plight of a diligent worker. As the half-hour live broadcast approached its conclusion, the host posed a personal question to Li Chu. Chu. May I ask you a question that your fans are curious about? Consider it a treat for the viewers in today's live stream. Li Chu turned her head, smiling gently at the host. Of course. This was a question prearranged by Sister Li in coordination with the brand, aimed at clarifying negative rumors circulating online during the live broadcast, stabilizing fan sentiment, and silencing the rumor mongers. The host continued, We noticed that you shared a plethora of personal photos on Weibo today. What prompted you to release such a collection of 18 grid pictures? As far as I recall, this is the first time you've shared so many personal snapshots. That Li Chu cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingchen. I was happy. You see that my new drama has been well received, and I wanted to let my fans know that even when they can't see me, I'm living well and my relationship is stable. Everyone should embrace life. The host responded, I also watch your new drama. It's quite impressive. Li Chu replied, Thank you. There's even more excitement to come, so everyone should keep watching. The host concluded, Great. Let us all follow along with Chang Yuxing and witness Chu Chu's captivating performance. As the segment drew to a close, the host asked if Li Chu had any final words for her audience. Looking into the camera, Li Chu shared the promotional tagline for the new product. Then waved goodbye to everyone with a gentle smile. Goodbye. Remember to love yourselves and live well. Afterwards, Li Chu politely declined the brand's invitation to celebrate the successful product launch at the hotel. With Sister Li leading the team instead, on the way back, Mu Yang drove, while Su Qingchen and Li Chu settled into the back seat of a Bentley, having arranged for a designated driver for their earlier vehicle. Were you bored waiting? Li Chu asked, observing the man who had removed his mask and hat, his hair slightly tousled, presenting a different yet handsome and carefree demeanor, no longer the serious and composed figure she knew. I suppose it might be dull, she mused, comparing her work to his, which seemed devoid of challenge and looked down upon by the prestigious families. Not at all, Su Qingchen replied, wrapping an arm around her, whispering above her head, as long as you're happy. Occasionally, such moments served as a welcome respite after intense work. That Li Chu encircled his waist, nestling against him, her voice soft. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your hard work. She truly cherished their current way of life, feeling grateful that he was genuinely making an effort to reconnect. Su Qingchen had never lied to her. Su Qingchen seized her mischievous hand, glancing into the rearview mirror, causing Mu Yang to quickly avert his gaze in fright, terrified by the unexpected sight. He was merely indulging in a moment of curiosity. As the partition rose, enclosing them in a relatively private space. Li Chu inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Su Qingchen, noticing the advantages of her attire, found it conveniently alluring. His voice, low and rich, seemed to resonate from the depths of his being, laced with an enigmatic quality that rendered one entranced. Gradually leading them into his web. I Chu lowered her voice, mindful of the others in front of them. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, with perhaps the stream outside remembering the collision and fusion of each droplet that came together to form the ever-flowing brook. Quietly, the air conditioning seemed to falter. The Li Chu's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. The temperature within the car felt excessively warm. Languidly lying in his embrace, she murmured, "When will we be home?" Su Qingchen softly replied, "Soon," and then planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Upon reaching their destination, he pulled her closer, fostering intimacy as they awaited tranquility. Li Chu remained silent, nestled against him, attuned to the rhythmic thrum of his heartbeat. Su Qingchen lightly closed his eyes, listening intently, suppressing the cacophony of the world outside. Rain cascaded like silver threads upon the earth, enveloping the realm in a haze. Raindrops delicately tapped against the window, producing a crisp sound. They fell in a flurry, some splashing into puddles and sending up glistening droplets, while others soaked into the soil, nourishing the ground. On the streets, pedestrians hurriedly opened their umbrellas, the colorful canopies resembling blossoms in full bloom amidst the rain. The rain has cleansed the city of its dust, rendering everything fresh and pristine. In truth, even without her uttering a word, he would not persist that Mu Yang is no naive schoolboy. He is acutely aware of the cold warning in Su's gaze and the sudden rise of the partition. What else could he possibly be oblivious to? He understands everything, opting to prepare his own meals and eat in solitude. Upon arriving at his destination, he hastily exited the vehicle, not wishing to be silenced. He sought refuge from the rain. Li Chu leveraged her strength to rise. Yet in the next moment, a complete reversal occurred. In less than 2 seconds, their noses brushed, warm breaths mingling upon her rosy cheeks, inviting her to share in the rain's beauty. What if a servant were to emerge and witness this? She nudged him. There are people. Such a foolish act was far too embarrassing. Nevertheless, the rain outside was indeed delightful. The rain fell like silken threads upon the earth, as if a veil had been draped between heaven and earth. Raindrops gently tapped against the window, producing a crisp sound akin to a natural symphony. On the streets, rainwater collected into small streams, gurgling along, reflecting the glow of streetlights and shimmering like a mirror. The servants of Moon Harbor would not be so oblivious. The scenery of Moon Harbor is genuinely splendid, filled with fragrant blossoms, fresh trees, and exquisite architecture. Under the moonlight, the fountain's water flowed melodiously, creating a captivating sound. The slanted moonlight streamed through the slowly opening car window, rendering the teardrops on her eyelashes even more crystalline. Su Qingchen enveloped the little figure in his suit jacket, cradling her in his arms, awaiting her normal breath. She brushed aside the damp hair clinging to her neck, revealing her fair and rosy face, and planted a kiss upon her, holding her close. Li Chu was utterly exhausted. After a day of work, the sound of rain had a soothing effect, lulling her into a deep slumber in his embrace. Unaware of when he had brought her back. Chapter 27. The variety show arrives during this period. Li Chu's life was blissfully soaring. As long as Su Qingchen was at home, she hardly needed to touch the ground, feeling as though she had a personal chariot. However, this idyllic existence was soon to be interrupted. Early this morning, Li Jie sent her schedule, informing her that she needed to fly to City S tonight to record an episode of a show. The director of Love Observation Room, who had previously assisted her, proactively reached out to Li Chu's team, and she did not refuse, treating it as a gesture of goodwill. Li Jie agreed, as the new drama was nearing its end. And with Li Chu's next project yet to be finalized, participating in a variety show was the best way to maintain her exposure, especially since this was not a comedic show that would detract from her acting in the eyes of the audience. Li Jie, the flight and hotel have been arranged. This recording will take about a day, with a round trip of 2 days. Li Chu. Okay. Li Jie. The response to yesterday's Weibo incident was mostly positive. But some fans have begun to investigate your relationship with Shun Tian and your boyfriend, Li Chu. Oh, Li Jie. This has alarmed Lin Ying's team, who have sent someone overnight to discreetly inquire, fearing they might offend Shun Tian, Li Chu. How did you come to know Shin Tian? Such a figure. Li Chu pressed her forehead. Realizing Li Jie was also being quite gossipy, one could tell from her expression that she relished the drama. Offending someone in the entertainment industry was no trivial matter, that Li Chu. We're just classmates. Should we ask everyone to keep it low-key? Li Jie. I'll notify the fan club to refrain from discussing unrelated topics. But a portion of your fans is currently shipping CP. Li Chu. Really? They can ship that? Su Qingshan's presence online was minimal, let alone any connection to her. What was the appeal? The atmosphere. Li Jie sent a screenshot. The initial heartbeat super topic had grown from a few fans to over 1,000. Li Chu. Goodness. After concluding her conversation with Li Jie, she switched to a secondary account to scout the competition. Sisters, look what I've discovered. Livestream screenshot of a staff member handing her a coat clearly belonging to a man. Livestream screenshot of Li Chu's gaze directed elsewhere. Video screenshot of a tall figure on a single sofa. Oh my. Sisters, I went back and watched the filming video released by the studio several times, and indeed, there was a man on the single sofa in the dark corner. Could that be the brother-in-law? If so, he must be quite pampering. That rounded back of his head and broad shoulders, alongside the photos released by the sister, although the face is not visible, emanates a charming aura. Didn't he, the sister's friend, say? We trust her judgment. He must be a handsome gentleman. The sister looks stunning again in this live stream. The red spaghetti strap suits her well, but she only appeared for a few minutes. Clearly, the brother-in-law was jealous and made the staff deliver his coat. How clever of him. Yet, the sister mentioned their relationship was stable. That smile radiated sweetness and happiness, indicating the brother-in-law likely wishes to keep her to himself. Sisters, the brother-in-law's coat looks quite expensive. Screenshot highlighting the cuff. Upon seeing this, Li Chu pondered. Su Qingshan's suits were all bespoke, with meticulous attention to tailoring and materials to AS for the cufflinks highlighted by the fans. Made of platinum, they were worth a considerable sum that a man of his stature likely spent far more on clothing each year than she, a rising star, ever would, not to mention his penchant for collecting watches. The entire row of cabinets in his wardrobe housed rare, limited, and exclusive editions, but compared to the treasures in the underground garage, they were mere trinkets that in the super topic, people affectionately referred to him as brother-in-law, causing Li Chu's cheeks to flush crimson. That man had left early in the morning. She wondered if he was at the company now. Mister, your wife posted a blurry photo of your face on Weibo yesterday. How do we handle this? Mu Yang inquired of Su Qingshan, intending to address something that should have been mentioned yesterday. However, given the circumstances, bringing it up then might have led to his immediate dismissal. Every morning, Mu Yang would report key matters concerning the wife to Su Qingshan, a habit he had developed abroad, as it was the most efficient way to gather news about her, but Su Qingshan paused in his perusal of documents. Weibo. Mu Yang promptly presented his phone. Forget it. I forgot. The boss likely doesn't require such things. That Su Qingshan gazed at Li Chu's profile picture. She had posted a photo of them crafting pottery together. Likely a candid shot she had taken when he had promised to make her a ceramic cup. The sunlight outside was just right, and within her composition, the warmth and softness of the scene were evident. The corners of Su Qingshan's lips curled upwards, indicating a pleasant mood that no need to address it, that Mu Yang understood. It seemed the boss did not mind his wife's online posting of his photo, displaying a rather double standard. The company's official website forbade the release of his photo, and during economic forums and business summits, they would deliberately have the images blurred. Yet, these rules appeared non-existent when it came to his wife. He observed that the boss would likely prefer for his wife to share a clear photo of him to showcase his identity, that a love-struck boss indeed, that Su Qingshan rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, causing Mu Yang to feel a heightened sense of tension. When the tapping ceased, he inquired, "What is crush?" Mu Yang felt as though a flock of crows had flown over his head, that in such a tense atmosphere. He had assumed the president was contemplating a significant decision, yet it was merely this. This is a contemporary internet slang. When a girl refers to a boy as her crush, she is indicating he is her object of affection. Is he her object of affection? That sounds rather promising, that Su Qingshan chuckled lightly, handing his personal phone to Mu Yang. Set me up with a Weibo account. The boss wishes to verify your identity. What? Has Su Qingshan begun to reflect on whether he is out of touch with the times? Verification of identity, for instance, confirming you are the president of Shengshe Group, Mu Yang explained, noting that it was entirely normal for the boss to be unacquainted with such matters. Having never seen him use a smartphone, that no need. Can I not authenticate my identity as Li Chu's husband? All right, boss, I have followed your wife's account, that as long as she posts updates. You will be notified. How considerate, done. Double the year-end bonus. Mu Yang closed the door to the president's office and returned to his workstation. His mouth had not ceased moving. His colleagues, sensing something was amiss, flocked over to inquire if he had encountered good news. Eager for any gossip, they likely hoped to hear news of no overtime work, but they were bound to be disappointed. Chapter 28. Rising Heat. Su Qingshan examined the Weibo on his phone, meticulously studying the platform's dynamics, and successfully infiltrated Li Chu's fan club, frowning as he exited the group. Are people really this open nowadays? He mused, noting the rampant display of affection, under the guise of a garbled ID. He commented under a photo of Li Chu's everyday life. This photo contains my shot, as if declaring ownership to the fans. That he also replied under the heartfelt crush post. You are also my crush. Fortunately, the new fan account is sufficiently inconspicuous. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to ridicule and attacks from other fans. Upon perusing the program introduction sent by Sister Li Chu found herself quite intrigued by the prospect of observing others in love. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she herself was experiencing her first romance, albeit with a partner she deemed suitable as a husband. She was eager to learn how others navigated their relationships. Her phone incessantly buzzed with notifications from Weibo, and with a hint of curiosity, Li Chu opened it to discover that an account had liked every single one of her tweets, a string of garbled characters indicating it was a new fan. Not particularly concerned, she contemplated sending a message to the high-powered CEO to inform him, lest he return home in the evening believing she had inexplicably vanished. I'm heading to S-City for a 2-day business trip. I'll leave the house in your capable hands. To her astonishment, Li Chu received an immediate response from Su Qingshan. When? The flight is at 7 in the evening. I'll accompany you. Wait. That wasn't the purpose of her message. She intended for him to join her for work out of town. As she was about to clarify this, his call came through. Li Chu answered, her voice soft. Hello. What's up? Come over for lunch. I'll have Mu Yang drive to pick you up. After you finish your work, we can head to S-City together. The deep, resonant voice on the other end sparked a thrill in Li Chu. A voice she found utterly captivating. All right, she replied, feigning reluctance, envisioning the little pout on her face that Su Qingshan would undoubtedly find adorable. After hanging up, Li Chu began to prepare herself for the office, opting for a more professional attire. Among the newly delivered garments was a chic short blazer and an A-line skirt reminiscent of Chanel. Admiring her reflection in the mirror, she mused that beauty was indeed a formidable weapon. And with a buoyant spirit, she descended the stairs. Mu Yang respectfully opened the car door for her, assisting her into the back seat. Thank you, Assistant My lady. You are too kind. It is my duty. It seemed rather trivial for an executive assistant to also play the role of a chauffeur. Was it not a detriment to his own responsibilities? Perhaps she ought to suggest a raise for Su Qingshan as assistant. Assistant Mu, has the CEO been particularly busy these days? My lady, the CEO currently has no scheduled commitments. How could I say otherwise? The workload falls largely upon us subordinates. Has the company encountered any difficulties? Li Chu's thoughts began to wander. My lady, there are no crises at present. We recently secured a significant multi-billion project. Li Chu chuckled softly. Assistant Mu, I was merely jesting. There is no need for such formality. As their conversation continued, they arrived at Mu Yang swiped his card to open the elevator leading directly to the CEO's office, serving as a courteous attendant on the top floor. In the CEO's office, Su Qingshan, after distributing several red envelopes to his fan club, successfully engaged in conversation. They regarded him as a wealthy benefactor, eager to share numerous beautiful photos and insights about Li Chu. Save those, he instructed. Mu Yang knocked on the office door, causing Su Qingshan to hastily put away his phone and clear his throat. Come in. Fetch some snacks and juice for my lady, he instructed, clearly addressing Mu Yang. Once Mu Yang exited, Li Chu turned to the man seated in the office chair. You ought to consider giving Mu Yang a raise. Do you know what his annual salary is? How much? His salary is in the 7-figure range. What? Li Chu questioned her hearing, incredulous that an assistant could earn such an impressive sum. The remuneration at Shengshi Group was indeed remarkable. She couldn't help but compare it to the paltry salary of her own assistant. Realizing she might not be the best employer, plus bonuses, Su Qingshan added. Compensation correlates with capability. Li Chu was taken aback. Could she possibly take on the role of his assistant? No wonder so many aspired to work at Shengshi Group. Mu Yang, unbeknownst to him, had missed a golden opportunity for a pay raise. Setting down juice and desserts on the coffee table, Mu Yang respectfully exited, ensuring the office door was securely locked from the inside. Have a bite to eat. I'll take you out for lunch once I finish my tasks, all right? He flipped through the documents at hand, realizing he had already squandered too much time. You carry on. Don't mind me that Li Chu sampled the delectable dessert with a tiny spoon. Delicious, she exclaimed, though she soon set the spoon down, adhering to the decorum expected of a celebrity if she indulged further. She calculated she would need to spend hours in the gym to burn it off, that it simply wasn't worth the effort, that a sip of juice then, to replenish my vitamin C, that both tended to their respective duties. The atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. Once Su Qingshan finished, he sat beside the engrossed Li Chu and inquired, "Are you hungry?" "Not particularly," she replied, not lifting her gaze from the gaming interface on her tablet. Almost immediately, her character was vanquished. Awkward, she thought, setting the tablet aside to face Su Qingshan. "Can I say that I'm hungry now?" Her sparkling eyes held a hint of playfulness, but he had no intention of letting her off so easily. Drawing her into his embrace, he murmured, "I'm hungry too," his tone laden with unmistakable implication, his fingers brushing against her black stockings, an idea that had crossed his mind the moment she entered. Li Chu seized the opportunity, straddling him, transforming into a teasing little secretary. "Does your wife know you're harassing your female assistant?" With a firm grip on her waist, Su Qingshan responded slowly, "We'll keep this our little secret." She'll never know. Leaning down, he was met with her hand blocking him, leaving him perplexed as Su Qingshan looked up to see her glaring at him indignantly. "What's the matter? Have you ever done this with your secretary?" "Never," he replied, bemused by her sudden confrontation. Li Chu seemed to uncover something unsavory about him as Su Qingshan chuckled softly, kissing her ear, but she squirmed away, refusing his advances. Was she mistaken? Restraining her movements, he realized that continuing in this manner could lead to trouble. He merely sought a light prelude to their meal, not to starve her. Chapter 29. Jealousy. "My assistants are all male," Su Qingshan reassured her, calming the feisty little woman. "Really?" She seemed unconvinced, though she settled down. "If I were interested in another woman, I would be forthright about it, of course. Who could contend with Su?" Li Chu recognized the truth in his words. His status and upbringing would preclude him from such behavior. Moreover, her understanding of him suggested that even a legally binding marriage would not deter him, and his nominal wife would be utterly powerless. "Are you still upset?" Su Qingshan nuzzled her cheek, soothing her. Nonverbal communication often held significant weight. Li Chu leaned in, playfully tapping his sturdy back. "It's your fault. Why are you so adept at this?" He lifted her slightly, whispering, "Who said the wife of a future film queen wouldn't have her way?" Li Chu found herself charmed by his response, aware of the subtle shift in their dynamic. She wondered when their relationship had transformed so profoundly. Did Su Qingshan marry her out of affection? After all, what value was there in such a union otherwise? Yet, how could such affection arise without reason? If he didn't care for her, why would he treat her so kindly, leading her to entertain such notions? After much contemplation, Li Chu decided against accompanying him for lunch. She didn't even need to look to know that in her current state of laziness, venturing out was out of the question. As a star, she had to maintain a certain image. "What shall we eat?" Su Qingshan handed her his phone for her to choose. "Had it not been for you, would I be eating takeout in the office?" Reluctantly, she browsed through the options, realizing that perhaps her standards were lacking. How could a CEO resort to takeout when he had access to a private chef? All right, a balanced meal is essential, she decided, ordering a steak and a vegetable salad, mindful of her dietary restrictions. After all, she had to maintain her figure. That's sufficient. Su Qingshan mused, wishing to see her gain a little weight. At 170 centimeters tall, she weighed barely 90 pounds, far too light. That is already quite a lot. "I haven't been filming lately, so I've been rather indulgent," she shot back, casting him a sideways glance, aware of the significance of weight in the world of celebrity. Every public appearance brought scrutiny, and even a slight increase in weight could spark rumors of pregnancy or postnatal weight gain. Such is the burden of fame. She thought that Su Qingshan added a few of her favorite dishes, lifting her as he playfully jostled her, chuckling, "You're quite light." Indeed, one cannot help but wonder if Su Qingshan would clandestinely enroll in a training course without her knowledge. How delightful it is to hear the words that escape those alluring lips. She may jest about her own weight, a display of modesty, Yet should anyone echo her sentiments and declare her plump, it would certainly dampen her spirits, particularly if it were him making such a claim. Then she would simply refuse to play with him. Li Chu raised an eyebrow, filled with pride. Really? He replied, effortlessly lifting her with one hand, cradling her as one would a child. Instinctively, Li Chu nestled closer, wrapping her arms around his head. Put me down, she exclaimed. All right, I know you're light. No need for further demonstrations. What a sight this is, she mused, in such a serious place as the office, indulging in kisses and embraces. Just then, a knock interrupted their playful banter, which was, of course, initiated solely by Li Chu. She was unwilling to face outsiders, darting into the lounge, instructing Su Qingshun to open the door instead. The starlet preferred to avoid the public eye, opting to present herself when her image was at its best. A hint of amusement danced in Su Qingshun's eyes as he swiftly opened and closed the door, ensuring that Mu Yang did not catch a glimpse of the scene inside, the threshold. He received the lunch delivered by Mu Yang. The assistants, pausing their tasks, peered through the glass towards the entrance of the president's office to Mu, who was that esteemed guest in the president's office today. Such a grand display. Having the president himself come to collect the meal, one colleague voiced the collective curiosity. It was Mu Yang who went to retrieve her. The snacks and juice were also delivered by him. Among us, only he knows who the person is that has kept the president's office display reading busy all day long, that a significant figure, perhaps even more prominent than the president himself, Mu Yang teased, holding back the suspense. What sort of notable figure could possibly overshadow President Fu of Hongsheng? He's a considerable character in his own right, and Su has never exhibited such behavior before. They speculated. They presumed that Su was likely harboring a secret love, although they vaguely recalled that he was married. This one is certainly the apple of his eye. Indeed, the apple of his eye, Mu Yang reflected, noting that after work today, he would need to collect a surprise gift for his wife that Su had ordered days prior. This, coupled with handling the unfortunate incident involving a certain uncle and a young starlet, while the president devoted himself to accompanying his wife to S City, meant that someone had to bear the weight of their sweet romance. Mu, quit holding back and tell us, the assistants urged, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. That Mu Yang surveyed the group, noting their curiosity before leisurely announcing, the president's wife, that oh my. The president's wife. Is this the first time she has graced the office? Presumably, but I wonder what kind of woman could capture our Su's heart. The once stoic and fastidious Su, who kept a distance from women, now married, elicited both sympathy for her plight of sharing a life with such a workaholic and envy for the boundless wealth and exceptional husband she possessed. No one knows. The details of Su's wedding were not made public. All we know is that the bride hails from the Li family in the building materials industry. That Mu Yang shook his head with a smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride as he listened to their chatter, aware that he was the only assistant who had met and conversed with the president's wife. Time to eat, Su Qingshun called, opening the lunchbox and placing it on the coffee table, directing his voice towards the lounge. Li Chu shuffled out in her oversized slippers, seeking to relieve her feet after a long day in stilettos. It smells divine, she exclaimed, unable to suppress a swallow that a private chef truly knows their craft. The aroma is irresistible, she thought, her appetite piqued. Su Qingshun smiled knowingly, aware that this little glutton would appreciate the meal. You can try a bit of everything. It won't make you gain weight. That he ordered a selection of her favorites, coaxing her to indulge without worry. Just a little bit should be fine, she murmured, uncertain whether she was responding to him or merely convincing herself. Chapter 30, Have you finished eating? Su Qingshun inquired, observing Li Chu, who was patting her flat stomach with a look of distress. Yes, it was delicious, but I may have overindulged. Tonight, I must engage in some fat-burning exercises. How unfortunate to have to work out after disembarking from a flight. That Su Qingshun rose to gently tousle her hair, softly suggesting, why not take a nap in the lounge? I'll fetch your clothes. Very well, Li Chu agreed, giving him a sweet hug before retreating to the lounge, her mismatched slippers dragging behind her. What an utterly soft and delicate creature she is, Mu Yang. Send someone to tidy up. Be gentle about it. Understood, bossed up. Mu Yang's heart raced momentarily, startled. Who could remain calm when the president appears silently at their workstation while they are engrossed in the president and his wife's fan club on Weibo? His heart nearly leapt from his chest. That Su Qingshun cast a glance in his direction, questioning whether he had been up to no good or if he truly appeared that intimidating he declined to delegate the task. Not wishing to embarrass Li Chu, as well as considering clothing to be a relatively private matter that he preferred to handle personally. Upon his return, all was serene, but he carefully placed the tote bag down and quietly opened the lounge door, only to find Li Chu already asleep. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable in her coat, she had removed it and draped it over the edge of the bed, now clad in a snug tank top. Lying quietly, her eyes shut, her breathing steady and deep, she seemed to melt into the soft mattress, merging with the world around her. Soft rays of sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting gentle shadows upon her face. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as if she were lost in a blissful dream. The petals of a rose shed their protective outer layer, revealing vibrant, tender blossoms, their fragrance attracting diligent little bees. Su Qingchen, having simply discarded his outer garments, lay down beside her. However, the moment he settled in, an unexplainable force seemed to awaken her to his presence that in the next instant, she curled into him like a docile kitten, instinctively seeking the most comfortable spot, nestling against him. Rest, contemplation, yet perhaps true rest was beyond reach that in her slumber. Li Chu suddenly felt as if she were drowning, struggling to breathe, on the verge of suffocation when a strong hand pulled her above the surface, allowing her to gasp for air and seek the identity of her savior. Straining to open her eyes, she was met with a tousled mane of hair that Su Qingchen. She murmured, pushing against him, "I have to be on camera tomorrow." "You'll be pixelated," he replied, propping himself up to gaze at her. Li Chu's legs were slender, but not in a gaunt manner. Rather, they had a healthy curve, perfectly suited for silk stockings of every hue. "I know," she assured him. "Haha, that's simply impossible. Who could persuade a woman to forsake her pursuit of beauty?" Su Qingchen's gaze was clouded, deep as an abyss, concealing untold secrets that was a feeling deeply rooted in his heart. An indescribable primal urge. His eyes hinted at an expansive wilderness, as if the world had receded, leaving only infinite wildness. That shadowy gaze hinted at an approaching tempest within. The mingling sense of wood and sweetness intensified, enveloped in the downpour, creating an intoxicating allure. Outside, the rain intensified, the sound of droplets tapping against the window composing a symphony, lively and enchanting, that Li Chu found herself entranced, gazing at him, unable to tear her eyes away, captivated by how a man could possess such exquisite features, all aligning perfectly with her preferences. Those deep, mesmerizing eyes now tinged with the infatuation she had instilled within him, and that strikingly noble nose. What he evoked in her was an unfathomable, thrilling reality. The notion of being enamored and entrapped implies that something or someone has ensnared one's heart, rendering them unable to escape. This refers to a powerful emotional experience, possibly an obsession with a particular thing, a person, or a behavior. This feeling of addiction can be pleasurable and exhilarating, yet it may also lead one into despair and turmoil. Li Chu clung to his neck like a koala bear, leaving her mark of affection as if claiming ownership. Su Qingchen regarded her antics with affectionate amusement, a smile tugging at his lips. "Do you like it?" he asked, his voice a rich, sultry timbre. Li Chu responded with a cheerful, drawn into a delightful reverie, that he reveled in the torment of her presence, tormenting his spirit and soul. Su Qingchen savored the rainy day, slowly. Delicate and soft, pale and tender, she was nothing short of adorable. Outside, the rain had ceased. The air was imbued with the unique aroma that follows a downpour, neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant, but one that is cherished by those who appreciate it. That Li Chu was loath to move, craving only to remain languidly sprawled. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she gazed out at the rain-soaked world. Teasingly, that Su Qingchen lounged against the headboard, arm curved lazily around her, gently massaging her waist to help her unwind. After a time, he leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her languorous form, his voice a low murmur. "Shall we shower?" Li Chu wrapped her arms around his neck, and her intentions were unmistakable. She was simply too weary to engage in conversation. Su Qingchen chuckled softly, lifting her up as she succumbed to slumber before their bath was even complete. The airplane's wings sliced through the sky, gracefully descending. Due to the public nature of this journey, Li Chu did not utilize the VIP passage. Su Qingchen, clad in a black windbreaker, donned this style of clothing for the first time, having made a last-minute switch before boarding the plane. Prompted by Li Chu's belief that a bodyguard in a full suit appeared rather peculiar, Fans, aware of the news, eagerly awaited outside, clutching gifts for their goddess. Some dedicated fans had already set up their equipment, ready to capture the first glimpses of stunning photographs. Although the fans formed two orderly lines without causing a commotion, Su Qingchen instinctively shielded Li Chu, gently wrapping his arms around her to prevent anyone from colliding with her. Li Chu waved cheerfully at her fans, smiling as she accepted letters handed to her. "Take care on your way back, and thank you all for your support." "All right, sister, do we love you?" the fans chorused as Li Chu stood before the car. Bidding them farewell, Su Qingchen placed his hand against the car's edge to prevent her from bumping her head, only entering himself after she was safely seated and the door was closed. The fans watched as Li Chu's van departed, gradually dispersing in small groups. "Did you notice? It seems our sister has brought a bodyguard this time, that I heard from a friend that she was once overwhelmed by an irrational fan during Happy Saturday, which must have frightened her." "Really? That's something new. But this bodyguard she has this time seems rather cool. Even if we can't see his face, that I managed to take a few pictures of him standing beside her. It truly captures the essence of a top-tier female celebrity in her bodyguard." "Hey, let's not ship that. Our sister has a boyfriend now. Who knows, that bodyguard might even be your boyfriend. He certainly has the physique for it. Sister, your observation might not be too far off, that I've never seen her maintain such close proximity with a man before." "Exactly. Do you remember the distance between her and Xiao Yifeng during their promotional event? 3 people could fit in between them. And when she plays games, she is very mindful of her distance from males." "Wow. The more you say, the more plausible it seems. Goodness, are we on the verge of uncovering a truth?" Chapter 31. I Like You. Li Chu perused the letters written by her fans. Previously, she had made an appearance in the Super Topic, mentioning that her public schedule allowed for airport pickups, but it must be orderly. She would accept letters but not other gifts, so they need not spend on her. The fans had consistently adhered to this, and she cherished this reciprocal feeling, believing it created a connection rather than a one-sided performance. She meticulously read through her fans' letters, treasuring their words of concern, affection, expectations, and suggestions, all genuine and heartfelt. Overjoyed, Su Qingchen observed the radiant smile on Li Chu's face. Her eyes, sparkling with beauty, Li Chu raised the letters given to her by her fans, almost flaunting them with utmost pride. "Of course, with so many people liking me, I can't help but feel elated." This version of Li Chu reminded him of the lonely, emaciated figure who had once wept on a bench, starkly contrasting with the vibrant and charming woman before him, now out on that moonlit night. They had danced a masked ball, and perhaps she had forgotten that he was the one she had invited to take her hand. But what did it matter? They were in a good place now. He was her husband, and she was his wife. "Did I like you too?" "Even more than they do," Su Qingchen whispered, his voice low and intimate, audible only to her. Flushed with shyness, Li Chu averted her gaze, haughtily distancing herself from him. If it weren't for the presence of others, she would certainly give him a kiss to convey her feelings. This man was increasingly adept at tantalizing her, and she believed that the day to claim him as hers was drawing near. This secret ambition was one she had not even confided to her closest friend, Shin Tian. From the moment she laid eyes on him, such seemingly unrealistic thoughts had taken root in her mind. Otherwise, their marital life would not be so harmonious. Even as her husband, she always found a way to halt any advances that stemmed from mutual affection should she choose not to engage. "I am universally adored. It is quite difficult for anyone not to be fond of me, that I in a hidden corner." Li Chu playfully pinched his abdomen. Su Qingchen chuckled softly, capturing her mischievous hand in his palm, refusing to let go throughout the journey. Li Chu's smile radiated sweetness and happiness, gradually recalling the times when her parents were still alive, vibrant, willful, and blissful. When participating in a program, the production team typically arranged accommodations for the artist's entourage. Yet Su Qingchen preferred not to stay in hotels. Therefore, after ensuring Li Chu's team was settled in their hotel, he took her to his residence in S-City. Due to his family's extensive real estate developments across the nation, he had housing reserved in nearly every city, which contributed to his aversion to staying in hotels. Even when he did, it was usually at a hotel owned by his family, where he had access to a lavish suite exclusively for himself. In short, he found other people's accommodations unappealing. Upon arriving at the Fengshugunshan Villa area, it was already midnight, and Li Chu was utterly fatigued. Su Qingchen scooped the sleepy girl from the car and ascended to the second floor directly from the garage. since the place was regularly cleaned and he had arranged for it to be tidied before their arrival. Moving in was entirely feasible. However, Li Chu felt a bit peckish. "Honey, I'm hungry," she murmured sweetly in Su Qingshan's embrace. Her voice irresistibly charming, that he gently patted her back, setting her on the couch before heading to the open kitchen to see what ingredients were available. How about noodles? This was not a permanent residence. And there was number 24-hour maid service, but the ingredients were regularly replenished, making it the quickest option at that hour. "Sure," Li Chu exclaimed, joyfully hopping off the couch, to her surprise. Su Qingshan was the one preparing the meal. But could he really cook? The esteemed heir from Zhongjing City raised with a silver spoon. Could he possess culinary skills? She was uncertain yet curious. Surprisingly, the sight of him washing vegetables was quite captivating. And she couldn't help but capture a photo of him standing by the sink, his fingers long and elegant, with prominent knuckles and alluring veins, exuding strength. "Can you cook?" Li Chu asked, unable to restrain her curiosity as she watched his methodical movements. "Not often," Su Qingshan replied, adjusting the heat. "Not often. So you do know how. When did you learn?" Li Chu perched on a high stool at the kitchen bar, drawn in by the delightful aroma. "When did you start cooking?" "During my studies in the United States, I couldn't quite adapt to the local cuisine. So I decided to try my hand at cooking." Su Qingshan placed a beautifully colored bowl of tomato and egg noodles before her. "It smells divine." Li Chu accepted the chopsticks, blowing on the noodles before taking a small bite. Instantly, she gave him a thumbs up, her words slightly muffled as she exclaimed, "Delicious." She had not anticipated that a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles could taste so exquisite. Was it due to her hunger? Or the fact that he had prepared it himself? Su Qingshan paused his tidying of the countertop, a smile playing on his lips. "Did I ask that so? I'll cook for you whenever I have the time." "Su Qingshan, I've realized you're becoming a bit dangerous. Not only do you wish to occupy my heart, but you also intend to make me gain weight and ruin my career." Li Chu, oblivious to her sudden outburst, had finished her bowl of noodles, and to her dismay, she had even sipped the broth, rendering her previous dieting efforts futile. "Say that again." Su Qingshan leaned closer, his hands resting on the bar, his penetrating gaze fixated upon her. "Ruin my career?" Li Chu found it difficult to withstand his unexpected closeness, tilting her neck to create some distance. "Not that phrase," he replied, effortlessly lifting her under her arms and placing her atop the bar. Startled, Li Chu was momentarily at a loss, her mind scrambling to comprehend this unexpected move. Holding her waist, Su Qingshan leaned in closer to her cheek, his warm, husky voice whispering, "What have I taken from you?" The intimate tone sent shivers down her spine, causing her grip around his shoulder to tighten as she leaned into him. "That I like you." When he confessed his feelings for her today, she felt compelled to share her own. Su Qingshan found himself ensnared by this enchanting woman. Utterly defenseless against her allure. "I'll take you for some exercise to help you slim down," he declared before capturing her soft, tender lips in a kiss. Leaving no space untouched. Chapter 32. Just stirring up CP in the makeup room, Li Chu adjusted the mirror, applying concealer to her neck and chest area, having been quite caught up in the emotions of the previous night. "Sister Chu, Xiao Yifeng is also at the television station today, though he is recording a different program that he wants to come by and greet us." Lele blushed as she spoke with Li Chu, reflecting the innocence of a young girl who ought not to witness such marks of affection. The love between Su and Sister Chu truly resembled a celestial romance. She was indeed the one who had first stumbled upon this couple amidst countless porcelain figurines. Filled with pride, Li Chu frowned, pondering why Xiao Yifeng persistently sought to stoke the flames of their off-screen relationship, despite her repeated, both overt and subtle, rejections. Why did he and his team not relinquish this notion? Continually attempting to deceive the public with these fabricated narratives? Is it not better to be grounded and pragmatic? On this occasion, had she not learned from her previous experiences with Lin Ying, and maintained a certain distance from the male actors and crew, who knows how Xiao Yifeng's team might have marketed their so-called romance? This man possessed ample acting skills, conformed to popular aesthetic standards, and was relatively young among male celebrities. With diligent work, success was surely within reach. Yet, why was he fixated on fleeting fame? She instructed those from his side to refrain from further attempts, simply stating she was resting and unavailable. "All right, but Sister Chu, I heard from a friend that Xiao Yifeng seems to be collaborating with Lin Ying on a new drama," Lele remarked, harboring a distinct aversion towards him. Whenever filming commenced, he would seize any opportunity to approach her under the pretense of rehearsing. Accompanied by his photographer, an obvious ploy to capture behind-the-scenes footage and later generate buzz around their on-screen chemistry. Well, I wish him good luck. This is a sincere blessing from a senior, she concluded. Lele's cold humor elicited hearty laughter from Li Chu. Meanwhile, after being rebuffed by Li Chu, Xiao Yifeng was thoroughly enraged. Who did she think she was, truly lacking in self-awareness? His manager, Feng Fong, could no longer endure the humiliation of being constantly snubbed and suggested they accept the proposal from Lin Ying's side. Fine, this is Li Chu's doing, Xiao Yifeng grimly declared. From the moment he first laid eyes on Li Chu and the film crew, he had fantasized about a romantic involvement with her, believing that it would make his arduous shoot in the remote mountains worthwhile. Yet, she either feigned ignorance or rejected him delicately. It was worth noting that throughout the months of filming in the mountains, he had never once sought solitude. He had granted her numerous opportunities, which she had failed to appreciate, so he could hardly be blamed for severing ties. Shall we release the prepared statements? Feng Fong inquired of the now brooding and fierce-looking man, who had shed his sunny demeanor. Of course, if she causes me distress, I shall retaliate. She looks down on me, does she? Even after being with countless others, she still dares to disdain me. Feng Fong consoled Xiao Yifeng, reminding him that he had a program to attend and should manage his expressions carefully. As for the planned statements, she would reach out to the marketing team that Li Chu's participation in the upcoming dating reality show was solely due to the personal invitation of the chief director. Otherwise, given her current status, their production team would have found it impossible to engage her. Unexpectedly, her recent disclosure of a romantic relationship on Weibo aligned perfectly with the show's promotional strategy, leading the team to focus the campaign on her, anticipating unprecedented viewership for the premiere. The recording process was relatively straightforward. Li Chu and several other guests would observe pre-recorded videos of contestants from the dating show, followed by guided questions from the host, allowing them to express their opinions. That Li Chu, welcomed warmly by the host and other regular guests, greeted the camera with a smile. After some light banter, the host introduced the day's theme, and they began watching the contestants' introductions on the big screen. Just as the contestants were getting to know each other, the director cut to the observation room, asking the guests about their first impressions of the participants. That Li Chu smiled sweetly at the camera, stating, "I am drawn to attractive individuals. It's as simple as that I unabashedly adore good looks." Following her, a member of a boy band expressed a preference for sweet personalities, while a married couple emphasized the importance of emotional connection. After this segment concluded, they proceeded to watch the contestants discuss their dating criteria, prompting the host to inquire about the guests' own preferences. The couple was already married. They were bypassed, and Li Chu pondered her own criteria before recalling. "Oh, I used to prefer sunny, cheerful boys. But since meeting Su Qingchen, my ideal type has completely changed. My ideal type. Handsome, cool, exceptionally talented, so remarkable that no one could rival him, and with an aloof demeanor that keeps others at bay. Yet a true gentleman who respects my wishes. That if I say no, he bears the discomfort without complaint." As Li Chu finished her declaration, the room erupted in playful teasing, with everyone suggesting she was referring to someone specific. Li Chu laughed along, joining in the jest. Meanwhile, the promotional team took meticulous notes, eager to capture what Li Chu prioritized at first glance. The season host seized the moment to create intrigue, asking Li Chu if she had been moved by any recent crushes or memorable experiences. After a few moments of contemplation, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Not from any inappropriate thoughts, but because her mind immediately wandered to the delightful late-night meal from the previous evening. "Well, nothing particularly striking comes to mind, but I was genuinely surprised that he could cook for me, and the food was quite delicious," she replied sweetly, prompting another round of laughter from the group, maintaining a light-hearted atmosphere. The recording concluded on a cheerful note, and after exchanging polite farewells, Li Chu and Lele departed from the studio. That in the underground parking lot, around the corner, a mocking voice echoed, "Did you hear? A single meal has her all swooning. She can't be that love-struck. Can she? Who knows? Even the reality of her boyfriend remains a mystery. After all, perhaps she disclosed a relationship to dispel rumors of being kept. Having a boyfriend is certainly preferable to being a sugar baby." Li Chu is quite amusing. Doesn't she feel embarrassed, describing her boyfriend in such a way, as if every person were a domineering Su? Chapter 33. A wave of zombies approaches as the derisive voices faded. Li Chu emerged from the corner with Lele. It would be impossible to claim she wasn't upset, yet she was genuinely furious. But Su Qingxin is indeed a Su. Lele nodded emphatically, affirming, absolutely. He is the ultimate CEO. I am not mistaken. That's Su Qingxin. I was genuinely amazed he could cook. Exactly. He is exactly as I described. Handsome, cool, extraordinary to the point where everyone wishes for a son like him, yet with an air of aloofness that keeps people at bay. All while being respectful towards me. When I say no, even if he's hurting, he holds back. Lele, blushing upon realizing the implications, felt this was perhaps not a conversation suited for her ears. What did these women know? All they did was gossip. After venting, Li Chu looked up to see a man leaning against a sleek black Maybach. She rushed towards him, thinking, they know nothing. They imply I'm a dreamer in need of a CEO's comfort. Su Qingxun, hidden behind his mask, was unable to suppress his amusement. Having witnessed her passionate monologue, it wasn't a one-sided performance. After all, she had a supportive companion beside her, but he embraced her for a moment, asking, shall we head home? Our flight is tomorrow, right? Li Chu, fastening her seatbelt, was momentarily confused. Had she misremembered the schedule? Private jet. Su Qingxin replied, steering the car towards the airport. He had urgent matters to attend to and could not remain with her until tomorrow. Oh, then let us go home. She followed Su Qingxin, her experience expanding once again. I'll drop you off, but I must leave for a business trip that I've arranged for a bodyguard to come to the villa tomorrow to assist you with your commute. Li Chu tilted her head, gazing at the serious man driving, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Where to? Though reluctant to part ways, she understood that his urgent return must be due to significant matters at hand. Even if there were no pressing issues, he could not remain by her side indefinitely. From the moment he bore that surname, it was evident that he would have little personal time to call his own. He had responsibilities towards his entire family. Having attained such a status and identity, he was equally obliged to sacrifice for the glory that accompanied it, where a crown is to bear its weight. As for Vietnam, Su Qingxin offered no further explanation. Some matters were better left unknown to her. Chu felt puzzled, but refrained from inquiring further. The Su family's business extended across the globe, so a trip to Vietnam was hardly surprising. Nevertheless, Li Chu harbored a somewhat unfavorable impression of the place, having encountered various comments online about it. Areas where legal oversight was lacking, veering into gray territories. In silence, Li Chu nestled in his embrace on the plane, savoring the tranquility before their party. Perhaps only Su Qingxin truly understood the vastness of the Su family's enterprise when a business reaches such magnitude. Envy is inevitable. The cake is finite, and if one takes the lion's share, there are bound to be many vying for the remaining scraps. Similarly, resources are limited. Those who monopolize them leave little for others. Those who stand atop the food chain are rarely as simple as they appear. Appearances are often mere illusions designed to deceive. Sometimes, a courteous demeanor and gentlemanly behavior are not signs of fear, but rather the result of one's upbringing. As the plane descended, Su Qingxun took Li Chu's hand, leading her to the awaiting black Bentley. Take care of yourself, he advised. With reluctance, Li Chu gazed up at him, her voice soft and pleading. Su Qingxun let out a resigned chuckle, accommodating her, pulling her close and whispering in her ear, be good, go home, and remember to drink your water daily. Will you? Li Chu, feeling a touch melancholic, rose on her toes to plant a kiss on his chin, unable to reach his lips. Remember to think of me, and come back safely that I'll be waiting for you at home. Without allowing Su Qingxin a moment to respond, she resolutely entered the car and shut the door, leaving behind a fleeting warmth and fragrance in his embrace. Su Qingxin watched the black Bentley drive away until it disappeared from sight, then turned to cast a glance at the slightly stunned Mu Chun. Mu Chun was taken aback by the scene before him. When had the couple's relationship grown so intimate? It had only been a few months since he had left his boss, and yet their feelings seemed to have intensified so quickly. Once this matter was resolved, he intended to inquire about the situation with Mu Yang. Today had given him a new perspective on his boss, filling him with admiration that a person of exceptional capability also possesses an exceptional ability to charm. How are things on that side? The rhythmic tapping of fingers interrupted Mu Chun's wandering thoughts. He promptly presented the tablet in his hand. Currently, the situation there was not optimistic. After entering the white fruit forest, Mr. Liu had not been heard from again, and the human chip had lost its connection. Mu Chen served as Su Qingshan's aide in certain underground operations abroad. His return this time was primarily to facilitate Su Qingshan's oversight of the situation. Lu had always taken charge of overseas affairs. But during this collaboration with Old Sam, he had fallen victim to an unknown force's machinations, and as of now, there was no information available. They had joined forces with Old Sam's people to search for several days, yet still found no leads, prompting Su Qingshan to take command personally, and as Su Qingshan scrutinized the last known location of Lu Yin displayed on the tablet, his brow furrowing. That area was notorious as a gray zone. And Lu Yin's disappearance there was far from reassuring. The White Fruit Forest, one of the most primordial jungles, is a favored haunt for those who navigate the fringes of legality, a place where international law enforcement dares not tread. Making it an ideal venue for underground transactions, IT is a sanctuary for fugitives and a temporary refuge for various underground factions. The expanse was vast and untamed, with towering trees forming a natural barrier that rendered aerial surveillance ineffective. Devoid of satellite signals, that if someone were to go missing there, the chances of locating them would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. How many people did Lu bring with him? Lu brought over 10 individuals, all special forces that Mu Chen stood attentively, ready to respond. Did your dispatch personnel search that area? Su Qingshan queried, contemplating the last known coordinates, that if he was not mistaken, Lu Yin had likely disabled his locator voluntarily. As for the reason, it eluded him, but one thing was certain. Lu Yin was still alive. Our team and Old Sam's people have been searching in a hexagonal pattern from the last known location, covering 3 tiers, and we only found Mr. Lu's handkerchief that Mu Chen enlarged the map, marking the area where Lu Yin's handkerchief had been discovered. Chapter 34. Unreachable after the reality show concluded filming. Li Chu found herself temporarily unemployed. The program was not live. It would not air on television for another month or two, coupled with the nearing end of Chang Yuxing. She had no projects to her name, making it imperative to secure a new role. However, the scripts she received were all of a similar nature, lacking any real challenge. Last night, during her call with Su Qingshan, the connection had been intermittent, filled with electrical static, rendering their conversation unclear and hurried. Shortly thereafter, he sent a message explaining that the signal was poor and advised her to reach out to Mu Yang, promising to call back when the signal improved. He followed up with a message, saying he missed her and urged her to wait for his return. Li Chu frowned at the message, feeling a slight relief wash over her. Attempting to call him back proved futile, leaving her heart in a state of unrest. In the past, when he traveled for work without informing her, she would not have known or sought to inquire. However, now that he had mentioned it, she felt compelled to investigate his whereabouts. Inquiring with Mu Yang yielded no useful information. He merely stated that there were some issues at the company that required Su's attention. Further questioning proved fruitless. Those around him were tight-lipped, fully aware of who commanded authority. Since he did not wish for her to know, she resolved to act as if she were unaware. Who goes on a business trip without a means of communication? Moreover, the destination was the same place. That Li Chu held a bias against it, but her instincts told her that this trip would not be straightforward. Yet, she could not directly return to the old residence and probe for information. Her grandparents and parents would only worry, and that would be an unfilial act for a daughter-in-law. After preparing herself, Li Chu had Hu Tao drive her to the office. It was time to get back to work. Lest her thoughts dwell endlessly on him without being able to assist in any way, Hu Tao, a taciturn girl and a bodyguard assigned to her by Su Qingshan, was slim yet possessed great strength. Upon arriving at the company, Li Chu headed straight to Sister Li's office, where she found her on the phone, seemingly embroiled in a challenging conversation. Li Chu knocked on the door and, without waiting for a nod of acknowledgement, entered. I have something to discuss. If there are trending topics to be removed, spend money to have them taken down. Also, seek out more marketing accounts to write about something else. Ideally to overshadow the current slander and rumors, Sister Li said, clearly agitated. She handed Li Chu her tablet. Take a look. Li Chu was puzzled. What could have caused such frustration? It seemed that Xiao Yifeng had truly crossed the line, as marketing accounts were orchestrating rumors about their supposed relationship. Clearly his doing at TVS City Airport on the same day. Sporting his usual smile, he greeted fans and accepted letters, only to appear on television the next day amidst a series of orchestrated coincidences. The airing of Chang Yuxing had already attracted a considerable number of fans, and now, under his manipulative marketing, They were buzzing with excitement. Though Li Chu's fans clarified that she was not seeking to promote a couple's narrative and had already publicly announced a relationship, urging rationality in interpreting these coincidences, how could these mixed fan sentiments be quelled? Seeing them spread rumors that Li Chu's announcement was merely a ruse to conceal their affair, claiming that the individuals in the announcement photo were perhaps models hired for the occasion, only further aggravated her. Love is to be cherished cautiously, while friendship should be openly celebrated. Upon reading this, Li Chu felt nauseated. How could these people be so imaginative? Li Chu, why not publicly share a photo of your husband? It could swiftly dispel these speculations and eliminate Xiao Yifeng's attempts to bind you. One suggested that he disliked being exposed on media platforms. That Li Chu set the tablet down on the desk. Disinterested in continuing to read, it was all the same rhetoric interspersed with her fans' rebuttals. Can you tell me who your husband is? Knowing would allow us to preemptively strategize, came the inquiry. Being constantly drained by Xiao Yifeng was not sustainable. Once tied, it would be challenging to extricate oneself. Su Qingchen, well, sharing this information wouldn't hurt. They would find out eventually, so it might as well be sooner rather than later. Li Chu ignored Sister Li's astonished expression, which appeared as if she could fit an egg in her mouth, and lowered her head to select photos. This was something she needed to handle personally. Su Qingchen, the Su family from Zhongjing City, the president of the Shengshi Group. Sister Li languidly slumped onto the office chair, her trembling legs betraying her state of agitation. Were it not for her understanding of Li Chu's temperament, she would have surely thought her mind had gone awry, daring to touch the porcelain of anyone. Well, she forgave Sister Li for her initial reaction upon hearing the news. After all, if she were to speak of it publicly, no one would believe her. How could a female star possibly marry into a long-standing and prosperous aristocratic family? Not to exaggerate, but the Su family is at the pinnacle of high society. A realm unattainable for someone of her ilk. Damn, that's the heir of Zhongjing City. Sister Li exclaimed. Li Chu, you're truly remarkable. Why bother being a star when you can simply return and enjoy the life of a young lady? Sister Li now regarded her artist with newfound respect. Given such circumstances, what resources would she lack? Even if she were to earnestly seek support, her manager would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Pure affection is insufficient. However, Li Chu gazed up at Sister Li, who was now a bit overly excited. One might think she had just married Su Qingchen. All right, whatever the young lady desires is acceptable. Just hold on to those powerful legs and live a life free from worry. Yet, Li Chu remained an enigma to Sister Li. With such splendid resources at her disposal, she appeared never to have utilized them. Perhaps it was simply a matter of genuine affection. Sister Li, could you be a tad more flattering? Li Chu remarked, fully aware that such a response was inevitable once the truth was revealed, especially considering the identity of the individual involved. Su Qingchen, the head of the Shengshi Group. By the way, Sister Li, how is the script I asked you to filter through? Li Chu had not forgotten her professional obligations at the company. That I'll go fetch it for you. Please wait here. Sister Li practically glided as she walked. Her excitement and happiness impossible to conceal. A stark contrast to the irate person she had been on the phone just moments ago. Li Chu affixed an adorably charming sticker on his Su Qingchen's face and posted a Weibo update, relishing in the act of publicly countering any slander. She was particularly amused when Mu Yang informed her that the man who had previously flung himself at her during a show had been manipulated by a minor star, who had acted solely to please Lin Ying. Mu Yang also mentioned that Su Qingchen had requested his wife to propose a course of action. Any form of punishment would suffice, but her reply had been along the lines of no need. I will handle it myself. Utilizing her authority to crush those in the wrong seemed rather lenient. That a gradual descent into despair was the most fitting retribution for wrongdoers. Chapter 35. She adored him. Li Chu. There exists but one. Before the pool, Su Qingchen, engrossed in washing vegetables, gave a thumbs up to Li Chu's vibrant tomato and egg noodles. Li Chu had thoughtfully edited 3 photos, adorning Su Qingchen's visage with delightful cartoon stickers, adding an expression of eager anticipation to her selfie, and embellishing the last image with her delightful endorsement, proclaiming it super delicious. As soon as the Weibo post went live, it was quickly disseminated by netizens eagerly consuming the gossip. Li Chu was always the first to relish her own drama. Respect. Where are Li Chu's fans? Hurry and screenshot this to control the narrative. Your sister has personally come out to debunk the rumors. Hence, she hoped that other stars would take a cue from Li Chu. understanding that silence in the face of romantic rumors often implied a hint of truth. While I shall refrain from commenting on Li Chu's other attributes, I must admit her prowess in refuting romantic allegations is commendable. As for Xiao Yifeng, he was an oddity. Having publicly announced his relationship with Li Chu, he still managed to market their on-screen chemistry as something real. Was he lacking in common sense? Indeed, wasn't that a clear indication of his infatuation? His fans continued to propagate rumors of Li Chu being kept, yet the man she had unveiled bore an impressive physique. Even if his face remained unseen, it was unlikely to be subpar. That I can only say that Xiao Yifeng's infatuation was painfully evident. Do you all recall the last live broadcast? Li Chu, clearly attempting to avoid complications, was met with his adoring gaze, which lingered far too long. Did he genuinely believe that such behavior was endearing? It could nearly be classified as harassment. From the outset of this series, Li Chu had appeared to dodge him. Are there any of Li Chu's fans willing to explain why? She has never been one to stir up romantic pairings, perhaps out of consideration for her boyfriend's feelings. Wow, she adores her boyfriend. What a figure to earn the affection of such a beauty. Has anyone noticed the location of their recent photographs? A friend of mine mentioned that the layout unmistakably belongs to the affluent Fengwan Guanshan Villa District in S-City. To enlighten you, properties there start at 6,000 per square meter, with the smallest villas spanning 600 square meters. Goodness. This implies that Li Chu's boyfriend must have a net worth starting in the millions. My dear sisters, I neglected to mention that this is merely the public pricing. Only those with status can reside there. Well, I was just pondering that perhaps Li Chu purchased it herself. Look what I uncovered in another group. Li Chu's boyfriend's wrist, magnified in the recent photo, revealed something extraordinary. Screenshot. Goodness, Li Chu's boyfriend's identity is undoubtedly remarkable. The watch on his wrist could purchase at least 3 villas in Fengwan Guanshan. How impressive! Can anyone enlighten us about the origins of that watch? Having worked in an auction house, I can assure you that if that watch is authentic, it could indeed buy no fewer than 3 villas. As a watch enthusiast, I can responsibly inform you that this watch is a Patek Philippe 6300A, crafted from steel. There exists but one in the world, a unique steel version with an exceedingly intricate mechanism. It last appeared at a Christie's auction, where it was sold for over 210 million, that its current value could be described as astronomical. Is this truly the case? Who can tell me what sort of family would wash vegetables while wearing such a watch? Can any expert unearth the identity of this person? I am merely curious about his background. To casually wear a watch worth several villas is astounding. Just wait. Someone knowledgeable will surely emerge. The Love Observation Room's production team has also contributed to the buzz by directly posting a screenshot of Li Chu discussing a profoundly impactful event, captioned with an invitation to follow the upcoming sweet moments in Heartbeat right on time. This move successfully propelled the show onto trending lists, achieving a remarkable surge in viewership without any concern for its premiere. Li Chu's actions were a clear slap in the face to Xiao Yifeng, distinctly drawing the line between them. Subsequently, Xiao Yifeng's side responded, expressing gratitude for the recognition of the Changyue couple in the Long Moon, while clarifying that their real-life relationship did not warrant any conjecture, merely being colleagues. His words subtly insinuated that Li Chu was not his type, contrasting sharply with the courageous and benevolent character of Li Chang'e in the drama. However, Li Chu paid him no mind. Who cares what he thinks? As she perused the script that Sister Li had brought, her brow furrowed. These are all of the same ilk. Do you have anything different? The scripts presented thus far were all cliches of sweet idol dramas. She longed for something distinct. The submissions had followed this pattern because of her youth, beauty, and popularity, ensuring that such scripts were the first to be offered to her. Sister Li had reached out to other projects, yet they held biases against popular talent, reluctant to assign her to significant roles, viewing her as merely a supporting actress for individuals they deemed inferior. She believed it was unworthy. Firstly, once one begins with supporting roles, there would likely be many more to follow, hindering her future prospects. Secondly, fans of popular stars tend to have inflated expectations, making it difficult for them to accept Li Chu as a mere supporting actress for someone they view as subpar. This could lead to unrest within the fan community. However, she had heard that Donggang Film and Television recently launched several large projects, boasting an excellent crew, including top-tier directors and renowned screenwriters, but they were beyond her reach. At most, she could vie for an audition for a minor role. Why not approach Su Qingchen? With his endorsement, it would surely not be an issue. With him in such a prominent position, once the external world learns of it, The finest scripts would be at her disposal. I'll audition on my own first, Li Chu insisted, holding on to her principles in certain respects that if she were to leverage that connection, it would free her from the cycle of endlessly sifting through scripts. However, in business matters, she had indeed relied on Su Qingqian's influence. After all, endorsements required his support. There were some projects she simply found unworthy of her involvement, and she would never irresponsibly endorse something that might mislead her fans. I'll try auditioning on my own. If I don't succeed, and given how captivating the script is, I might still ask Su Qingqian for assistance. Our relationship has indeed transformed significantly, and I wouldn't hesitate to trouble him now. After all, having a husband to rely upon is a privilege not to be squandered. The wealth of knowledge available within a major project would also enhance her learning opportunities, increasing her chances of receiving accolades. She, too, was a person of ambition. Chapter 36. By Guolin, deep within the lush, sprawling expanse of the primeval forest, a humble two-story wooden cabin stood silently beneath the natural green canopy, resembling the skeleton of a great umbrella. Saintus, the man captured, is still unconscious that a towering, beastly figure, nearly 2 meters tall and obscured by a mane of hair, stood respectfully at the base of the cabin, addressing the enchanting woman clad in animal skins within. Very well, go take a look. With a graceful leap, Su Qingqian descended, her agility and dexterity evident as she and her companions jumped from the helicopter. The collective gasp escaped their lips upon witnessing the scene before them, a ground strewn with skeletal remains, forming small hills that were both chilling and macabre. This was a realm untouched by modern society and technology, inhabited by the most primal beasts and birds, pulsating with the wonders and vitality of nature, dangerous and profoundly enigmatic. Let us proceed, Su Qingqian signaled to her companions, leading them into the depths of the jungle through this entrance. This location had taken them considerable time and effort to uncover. They had thoroughly searched the outer 5 layers of the jungle without any findings, leaving only the inner depths to explore. Yet hidden within the shadows of the foliage, a pair of dark, watchful eyes scrutinized their every move. Those of the outsiders. The wooden hut, enveloped in swirling steam, towered several meters high, clinging to the thick, gnarled trunks of trees in an indomitable embrace. Surrounding it were bizarre instruments and animal tails, creating a menacing aura that permeated the AIRT. The center lay a wooden bed, wide and expansive, carved from a single, meticulously polished block of wood, devoid of any seams. Upon this bed rested an extraordinarily handsome man, his eyes closed, his delicate features shrouded in mist, emanating an ethereal sanctity. The contours of his nose and chin were perfection itself, and he was draped in handcrafted leopard skin, which hugged his lean torso, accentuating his exquisitely defined collarbone that a sturdy tiger-esque tail cinched his waist. And powerful, muscular legs emerged from beneath the fur. His primal attire only served to enhance his striking beauty, resembling a slumbering prince of the beast clan. Beneath the bed, a naturally formed circular stone pot simmered with unknown herbs of a deep brown hue, all ground to a pulp and continually boiled over a fierce flame, the resultant vapors contributing to the thick mist within the room, a stinging aroma wafting upwards. The dense, white steam enveloped the man's body, allowing his pores to absorb the potent medicinal properties, infiltrating the depths of his damaged nerves. That heat, that unbearable, searing heat, that Lu Yin felt as though a fire ignited deep within his very bones, suffocating him. It felt as if a pair of colossal hands were constricting his throat, the intolerable scent invading his senses, leaving him gasping for breath, as if drowning. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, causing the wooden planks atop the hut to emit an eerie creaking sound, which was swiftly followed by a loud crash. The commotion jolted Lu Yin's senses awake, and he blinked against the stinging steam that assaulted his eyes, his obsidian pupils constricting sharply. Before him lay an opaque sea of mist, obscuring all visibility. Instinctively, he shifted his legs, only to be greeted by a deep ache in his muscles. It dawned on him that his current predicament was dire, prompting him to rise immediately. Yet the white fog persisted, the medicinal fumes rendering him dizzy and weak, leaving him unable to move. His throat felt parched and raw, yearning for a bottle of chilled wine. As he instinctively tugged at his collar, he was met with a surprisingly soft and furry texture. Lowering his gaze, he found himself clad in animal pelts, This was unmistakably wild, adult marten fur of the highest quality. This was not a place to linger. The noxious vapors were far too perilous. He turned to leave. The door creaked open with an unsettling sound. With the entrance now ajar, fresh air flooded the room, causing the thick white mist to dissipate rapidly, revealing the interior's true nature. What appeared before him could hardly be described as human. As their towering forms stood at least 2 meters tall, they were undoubtedly men, their rugged features adorned with exposed muscles, their feet bare like those of a wild demigod, adorned in animal skins that covered their lower halves. Their chests bore strange and intricate totems, reminiscent of ancient tribal markings, complex, mysterious, yet simultaneously terrifying. They seemed taken aback by his awakening, their dark, primal eyes fixed in astonishment upon Lu Yin's striking visage. As if assessing his superior beauty. Humanity has an innate appreciation for beauty, a trait that has persisted through the ages. In the midst of this uncertainty, Lu Yin remained poised, waiting for their next move. "Saintus, please," a voice emerged from behind, low and indistinct, akin to a beast's growl. The others in the room took notice, parting to stand respectfully aside as a girl stepped forward from their midst, amidst the towering figures. She appeared diminutive, though still over 1.7 meters tall, possessing a slender and graceful figure. Her deep chestnut hair, slightly faded, cascaded down to her ankles, and her attire, crafted from animal hides, accentuated her form. Her sharp, slender face, though somewhat weathered by her environment, still bore the marks of beauty, notably devoid of any ancient totemic markings that was evident she did not belong to their kind. Her physique alone set her apart. A tiger's tail, patterned with spots, was tied around her waist, contrasting with Lu Yin's solid-colored one, hinting at some distinction. The girl raised her delicate hand, prompting the giants to bend down and listen intently, exchanging hushed words. Moments later, only she and Lu Yin remained. Lu Yin discerned that this was a matriarchal society. The men displayed utmost reverence towards the women, who bore no burdens other than childbearing. With the most beautiful women revered as queens, gently, the girl spoke in a somewhat halting Mandarin. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." Lu Yan's eyes narrowed at her, intrigued by her ability to speak the language, indicating she was not a native. "What is this place? And why have you brought me here?" She hesitated, stepping closer to him, and whispered, "I can show you the way out, but you must take me with you." Lu Yin perched on the edge of the bed, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded her. "And who are you?" Speaking Mandarin, albeit imperfectly, suggests you're not from this tribe, yet you appear to hold some authority. The girl looked into his eyes, her own filled with a palpable yearning. "My mother is Chinese. I lived in China for a time. The local which insisted we marry and bear the most beautiful children." She explained that her mother, chosen by the witch, had given birth to the tribe's most beautiful girl, attracting suitors from various clans and bolstering their tribe's strength, propelling them to the pinnacle of power in the jungle. Now, as she approached adulthood, the witch had sent someone into the forest to find a handsome man to bring back, and she had chosen Lu Yin. Is that so? Kidnapping men for the sake of procreation? If I hadn't encountered this myself, I would never have believed such peculiarities could exist in the 21st century, Lu Yin remarked, amusement lacing his tone. "And how do you plan to assist me in escaping?" "I have devised a plan that on the night of our wedding, they will hold a totemic union ceremony, that I will use a potion to render them unconscious, and then we shall flee together." She was small. Yet her ideas were quite expansive. In such a vast jungle. "How do you suppose we escape?" "You think this is child's play?" he retorted, aware that even for someone familiar with the terrain, escaping would not be so simple. "Isn't there this?" The girl produced a tiny chip from her chest area, holding it delicately between her fingers. While he was uncertain of its nature, its significance was clear. Otherwise, she would not have concealed it beneath her skin. Lu Yan's demeanor shifted. Perhaps these primitive beings were far more astute than he had initially perceived. The fact that they could identify the GPS locator embedded beneath his skin and extract it without harm warranted his respect. "How do you intend to incapacitate them? Surely, there are no sedatives here." In an effort to demonstrate her sincerity, the girl handed the chip to Lu Yin. "This very house serves as the tribe's apothecary. We need only to add the potion from the stone pot to their food, and I will handle that." Now understanding why the mist had yet to dissipate, Lu Yin realized how the vapors had sapped his strength. "And what of my other belongings?" If I had communication devices, I could alert the outside world and have this place razed to the ground. All have been destroyed, except for this one, which I secretly preserved. You must rest here. Tonight, we shall marry." After speaking, the girl opened the window and leaped out, prompting the giant to swiftly close the wooden door once more. Liu Yin gazed at the shut door, watching as the mist that had gathered inside was significantly dispersed by the breeze from the open window, that a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. She truly was a clever girl. Looking at the miniature chip in his palm, he realized that if he were to destroy it, it would send a final distress signal to its mother chip, along with the location information. This was the reason for his excitement upon seeing it. With someone to aid them, their chances of escape were at least 80%, and Su Qingchen and her companions trudged through the jungle with great difficulty. The deeper they ventured, the more peculiar the plants appeared, and the terrain became increasingly unpredictable, rendering any predictions impossible. They could only proceed step by step, exercising utmost caution, as no one knew whether the grass beneath them concealed a bottomless abyss above them. A combat helicopter hovered several hundred miles away, closely following the Su family's heir. Both the Su and Lu families would not permit any harm to come to him. Su Qingchen signaled for the individuals leading the way to halt. It seemed they were being watched. The infrared detector on her wrist alerted her to the presence of heat sources approaching them or perhaps trailing them closely. However, it was evident that the following had shifted from a distant, inconspicuous observation to a more direct approach. Suddenly, a distress signal emanated from the tracker on her wrist. It was from Liu Yin. His location was merely a few kilometers away, quite near. Su Qingchen remained silent, communicating the message to the others through her earpiece and instructing the helicopter to maintain stealth and remain on standby. An unusual scent mingled with the woody aroma of the trees, silently intertwining within the AI. Su Qingchen gestured to her companions, urging them to hold their breath, sit down, and patiently wait, attempting to draw out their pursuers. Without warning, a large net ensnared them all, the source of which was unknown. Mo Chun and the others struggled for a while, but the more they fought, the tighter the net became. It was crafted from vines, lacking any technological sophistication. The rustling sound caused them to cease their movements as a massive figure emerged nimbly from the dense underbrush, adorned with lush fur and glistening black-red skin, surrounding them with an eerie totemic presence. They appeared to be engaged in quiet discussion. The bodyguards prepared to draw their weapons, but Su Qingchen pressed down on their hands, exchanging glances with their emissaries, prompting them to lower their firearms while discreetly concealing some handguns and explosives. One of the leading figures, alongside the others, ignited unknown plant-wrapped sticks, inserting them around their vicinity. As the smoke thickened, even though they had previously ingested detox pills to ward off the jungle's toxins, they were unexpectedly rendered weak and lethargic by the smoke. Minutes later, those individuals plunged the smoke-emitting sticks into the earth, leaving the netted captives unconscious. The strange figures bound their hands and feet with homemade ropes, ensuring their inability to escape before meticulously searching them, discarding everything they found over the cliff while a designated individual examined their bodies. Once satisfied, they carelessly draped them in makeshift grass skirts, preparing to carry them to their tribe, to celebrate the totemic mating ritual. They intended to present these delicate men to their master, to bear beautiful offspring and solidify their own status. In this realm, women could easily discard men. Once a male was abandoned, the tribe would no longer accept him, and the likelihood of acceptance by other tribes was virtually non-existent. Surviving alone in this jungle was nearly impossible. On one hand, there were beasts, and on the other, one could easily become a meal for others. Food was scarce here, and only women could hunt beasts for meat, as they possessed the skills of shooting and crafting bows and arrows. Chapter 38. The banquet. Li Chu discarded her phone, ceasing to dial the unanswered calls, feeling as if her worries were somewhat unwarranted. The Su family would never allow anything to happen to him. Being the sole heir, he was undoubtedly safe. The Su family had reached their current position, expanding their commercial empire, and it was impossible they did not have enemies lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, regardless of the circumstances, the Su and Lu families would ensure the safety of their successors and grandchildren. Li Chu mused that being a fool could also be quite pleasant. Suddenly, the phone that lay quietly on the sofa vibrated, jolting her from her thoughts. She swiftly rose from her seat and picked it up, but her expression dimmed momentarily upon seeing the caller's name on the screen. "Hello, Sister Lee," she answered. "The project you were interested in, Cicada Song in the Flames, is set for an internal self-recommendation meeting tomorrow in room 303 of the Binhu Pavilion." Sister Lee informed her, revealing that she had used her connections to obtain the information. I Chu understood Sister Lee's implication. If she relied solely on herself, she would have to attend this banquet. After all, with a major director and significant investment involved, mingling and making a name for herself was essential. The project had now reached the casting stage, and every cunning fox in the industry was eager to insert their actors into the production, even if just for a minor role. Moreover, she had heard that the investors would also be present. Sister Lee's meaning was clear. With internal recommendations, investors would be there too. Whoever was chosen would have the chance to shine on the big screen. "Got it, I'll drive over and meet you there," Li Chu replied. The film Cicada Song in the Flames had attracted attention since its inception. Everyone was talking about its top-tier resources. First and foremost, funding was not a concern. As Donggang Film and Television, the largest investor, had more than enough money. Secondly, there was no need to worry about distribution, as Donggang Film and Television controlled cinemas nationwide. Lastly, the writing and directing team consisted of some of the industry's finest, each holding various awards in their hands. Moreover, the legendary director Zhang Pingyi was a notable figure in the industry. Any actor who had appeared in his films was guaranteed to win awards, from main roles to supporting ones, without exception. Winning awards was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation for an actor. However, Zhang Pingyi's output was quite low, typically releasing a film every 5 years, which explained why so many actors were vying for a chance to be part of his project. Even in minor roles, missing out this year meant uncertainty about when the next opportunity would arise. That Li Chu had been deeply attracted by the project's synopsis when she first encountered it. And now that the opportunity lay before her, she could not afford to let it slip away. She yearned to explore this genre. However, she harbored some doubts about whether director Zhang would attend such a gathering. It seemed even the great director had to bow to capital. The night breeze carried a hint of coolness as the Binhu Pavilion nestled in a secluded street, sparsely populated. Li Chu, donned in a mask and hat, awaited Sister Lee's arrival, confident that as long as she remained silent, she would not be recognized. She adjusted her hat's brim downward once more. Upon stepping out of the car, Sister Lee immediately spotted Li Chu, clad entirely in black athletic wear, momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you really going to meet the great director dressed like that?" Sister Lee, with her meticulously applied makeup, frowned at Li Chu. Although she knew Li Chu was married to Su Qingxin, such casual attire was inappropriate for this occasion, especially since outsiders were unaware of their relationship. "That I'm still without makeup," Li Chu replied, pulling down her mask and smiling softly. Sister Lee remarked, "You do seem rather proud." "This isn't a beauty pageant," Li Chu replied, having chosen to dress casually in order to avoid recognition, lest she attract unwanted attention. Given the circumstances, Sister Lee could not possibly take her back to get made up. By the time they returned, the roles might well have been filled. Resigned, she dragged Li Chu into room 303. As they arrived, Sister Lee specifically instructed, "Keep your temper in check. I'll handle everything." Li Chu squinted her eyes, feigning innocence as she nodded. "Apologies, everyone, and Director Zhang, for my tardiness. That I'll drink to that," Sister Lee announced, ignoring the reactions of those present as she downed a full glass of wine. "Impressive tolerance," someone commented, recognizing Li Jie as the renowned Iron Lady of the industry. That a man, squinting as he assessed Sister Lee's appealing figure, made his intentions clear. "Thank you, but that's not necessary. This is my artist Li Chu," Sister Lee introduced, beckoning Li Chu to greet the assembled executives and Director Zhang. That Li Chu removed her mask and nodded at those present. "Hello." However, before she could continue, a pretentious female voice interrupted. "Director Zhang's films are indeed captivating. Just look at the crowd he draws. It's even enticing enough for Li Chu to self-recommend." It remained uncertain whether the snide remarks were meant to praise Director Zhang or Li Chu. Li Chu cast a glance at the woman who had spoken. She did not recognize her, but was familiar with Li Kai, the corpulent figure beside her, notorious for his involvement in industry scandals. That he had risen through the ranks by leveraging his wife's family resources, only to cast aside his spouse and pursue affairs with starlets, perhaps compensating for insecurities from his youth or simply revealing his true nature. "We're not all present drawn here for this project. Li Chu gently patted Sister Li's hand, responding in a subdued tone that it was unseemly to regard one another's status. Especially when all present shared a common purpose. Li Jingji, please have your guest take a seat over there. Do not linger here. Gao, who was acquainted with Sister Li, spoke up, effectively alleviating the tension that Li Chu noticed Director Zhang seated inside. His face obscured beneath the brim of his hat, shrouded in an air of ambiguity that in contrast. The investors and nearby young stars were animated, toasting and exchanging pleasantries amidst an atmosphere thick with flirtation. Thankfully, no one seemed inclined to create discomfort. They were all preoccupied with their own affairs, and it would be unrealistic to claim that those present had never heard of Li Chu. After all, they were all part of the same circle, and had likely heard of her to varying degrees. However, familiarity could be selective. Firstly, if one lacked social grace, particularly in the presence of these seasoned executives steeped in indulgence, they would not be afforded any leniency. Secondly, as a minor star without significant backing, one would find these individuals unafraid to offend. After exchanging polite greetings with Director Zhang, Li Chu acquiesced to Sister Li's arrangement and took a seat at a table adjacent to his. As only those affiliated with the executives were permitted at the main table. Shortly thereafter, the door to the private room swung open once more, and Lin Ying, arm in arm with Wang Xiaozi, entered with a radiant smile. Unfortunately, a peculiar energy seemed to exist between the two. Upon noticing Li Chu's presence, Lin Ying momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure and cheerfully settled at the main table. Chapter 39. Green Marriage. It is not uncommon for individuals in this industry to have wealthy benefactors. Some affluent patrons derive pleasure from the juxtaposition of glamorous appearances and the hidden sacrifices made behind the scenes. A contrast that provides them with a peculiar satisfaction. Others may seek to enhance their family lineage, opting to have beautiful starlets bear children for them, thereby securing attractive offspring to enrich their lineage. Exchanging the requisite resources in return, it is unthinkable for renowned and strikingly beautiful starlets to vanish from public view for extended periods. Thus, they often feign marriage to male stars, only to amicably dissolve the union after a year or two, ensuring that the birth of the benefactor's child appears legitimate. Naturally, the male star also reaps the benefits, suffering little loss, save for the title of a remarried individual. This practice is widely recognized in the industry as green marriage, a discreet means of ascending the social ladder. After a round of small talk, nearly half of the wine on the table had been consumed. As inebriation set in, certain individuals began to reveal their darker inclinations. Xiao Xian, weren't you trained in ballet for several years? Why not perform for Director Zhang? Slurred a portly executive, shoving the woman clad in a form-fitting dress forward. The woman was the face of a recently disbanded girl group, and beneath her heavy makeup, she was indeed exquisite, possessing a commendable figure and proportions that Li Chu recalled that the girl group's theme song had once gone viral, inspiring countless reinterpretations of their choreography online. A trend she had even attempted to emulate. That was rather poignant to witness the former face of that group performing here. Unperturbed, the woman gracefully executed a few classic dance moves, despite her short dress continually riding up due to friction. Please don't mind us, Xiao Xian said with a playful smile, offering a slight bow to the lecherous individuals at the main table as she tugged at her skirt, which had hiked up to her thighs. Before returning coyly to Wang's side, Wang's pudgy hand rested possessively on Xiao Xian's back, seemingly indifferent to the gaze of the men appraising his companion, rather taking pride in it. That he turned to Director Zhang. Director, do you think Xiao Xian's figure is suitable for a dancer's role in a film? Xiao Xian's ambition was evident as she prompted Wang to inquire about the role of the third female lead. Demonstrating her willingness to take risks, Director Zhang responded to Wang with an ambiguous remark. Wang, you know that our producer, is particularly invested in this project, and I cannot single-handedly decide on the casting. This was indeed true. Donggang Pictures had invited him merely as the director for the first film in this series, a testament to their acknowledgement of his abilities. The War and Peace series, primarily funded by Donggang Pictures, was expected to make a grand debut, warranting meticulous attention to detail. His work, The Chirping of Cicadas, had been selected by Donggang Pictures as the inaugural piece, a sign of their regard for him. However, in the face of capital, directors ultimately held little power. Donggang Pictures employed professional evaluators, and the roles he selected would ultimately need their approval. His word alone would not suffice. The he of Donggang Pictures? Wang asked, patting Xiao Xian's thigh in a reassuring manner. The young starlet was blissfully unaware of the underlying dynamics. Wang had clawed his way up for over a decade to attain his current stature. It would be unwise to offend the ruthless He Pingjin over such a trivial matter. Wang, as the largest investor in this project, we are merely contributing a small amount, Wang Xiaoza interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Indeed, having a seat at the table is already a privilege, Li also chimed in. Wang, let's not set our sights too high. Allow Xiao Xian to consider other roles that lighten the mood, Li suggested. Why not let everyone showcase their talents? This was a veiled way of indicating that while they could not influence the major roles, smaller parts could still be arranged. Securing a spot in a significant project was a win, especially for Donggang Pictures' flagship endeavor this year. Lin Ying's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. Li, I must recommend someone. Her figure and voice will surely captivate us all. Li appeared intrigued. Miss Lin, you certainly know how to build suspense. Wang is fortunate to have such an engaging companion. Lin Ying giggled, leaning closer to Wang Xiaoza, seemingly evading Li's teasing gaze, for she did not wish to attract his interest, though Wang Xiaoza was a bit older. He was at least not excessively corpulent, and he had a full head of hair. In her heart, she made her own comparisons, choosing the superior option. Li has asked you a question. Ying, do not keep him waiting. Wang Xiaoza urged, wrapping his arm around Lin Ying and resting his hand possessively on her waist, signaling that she was his. With a playful laugh, Lin Ying nestled closer to Wang Xiaoza, seemingly unbothered by his caressing hand, and hesitantly began, I believe you will certainly enjoy this. It's Li Chu, the celebrated star, that I was fortunate enough to witness her perform classical dance and sing while filming together. Li has quite the reputation for favoring melodious voices, especially those that display vulnerability. She added that I Chu found the chaotic gathering rather distasteful, wishing only to shrink into a corner until it concluded. Had it not been for Sister Li's presence, she would have left long ago. Yet, the world rarely conformed to one's desires. There always seemed to be individuals intent on causing trouble. Li shouted, Li Chu, Miss Li, please come forward and let us see you. While Li Chu was indeed popular online, many of these wealthy executives were forgetful. Unless stars approached them directly, they often struggled to remember names. Sister Li cast Li Chu a reassuring glance, signaling that she would handle the situation. Otherwise, given Li Chu's temperament, a mere disagreement could lead to their names becoming infamous at this gathering. I am Li Chu's manager. Allow me to toast you on her behalf, Sister Li said, stepping forward with a glass in hand to ingratiate herself with Li. However, Li appeared unconvinced, gesturing towards Sister Li before fixating on her until Sister Li downed an entire glass of liquor. Having consumed the drink, are we not going to introduce your artist to everyone? Li, you see, my artist is somewhat inexperienced in such settings. I fear she may dampen the mood, Sister Li replied with a smile, attempting to deflect the conversation. Yet, there were those who sought to counter her words. Sister Li, how can you speak so of your own artist? Li Chu is a prominent star. It is utterly unfitting to label her as timid. A petite star nestled in Sue's embrace chuckled. Having spotted Li Chu from a distance at a gala, where a mere glance from her was enough to captivate, she held a fondness for Li Chu's appearance. Yet, beauty and popularity, along with the adoration of the crowd, meant little if one were to ultimately share the same fate as the rest. Some individuals consistently seek rationalizations to validate their unworthy sentiments, comparing themselves to others in a misguided attempt to find solace in the misfortunes of those they perceive as rivals. Such behavior seems unnecessary. One should honor each individual's choices and bear the consequences that follow. Indeed, as the old saying goes, you can only judge a horse by its ability to pull, amidst the uproar. Who among them did not harbor secret thoughts, which starlet here was unaware of Li Chu? She was simply not of their ilk. Li, with a furrowed brow, slammed his glass onto the table, feeling humiliated by repeated refusals in front of so many. The prospect of being ridiculed was intolerable. Little Li, if you're going to act like this at a banquet, it's rather unbecoming that if you think so little of us, let her come and drink this bottle herself. Let it be a thing of the past. He gestured towards the unopened bottle of Ace of Spades on the table. Li Chu, who had never heard of any influential backing, understood that today was merely a game to exhaust her. And she had no intention of mingling with such people. Upon hearing this, Li Chu let out a scoff, rising from her corner seat, oh, so you wish to embarrass me? Never had she regretted stepping into this banquet more than at this moment. The legendary director, the so-called family-oriented filmmaker. Such titles were utterly meaningless. It seemed art and character were hardly correlated. She had arrived with a reverence for artistry, only to encounter a chaotic reality that Mr. Lee, I see you wish to indulge in some libations. She declared, removing her hat, and under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, approached Lee. Allow me to personally keep you company. With that, she poured an entire bottle of Ace of Spades over his balding head, exclaiming, have you had enough? Do you wish to continue? The room fell into stunned silence that Lee, aggrieved and furious, raised his hand to strike her, but she swiftly grasped his wrist, leveraging her martial arts training, though it was merely basic practice. It was more than sufficient to subdue him. Would you like to see me dance? She taunted, pressing him against the table that I struggled, demanding she kneel and apologize, threatening her with ruin. Perhaps you think you can silence me? You are sorely mistaken, she retorted, tightening her grip as he yelped in pain. The onlookers, shocked by the scene, began to react, urging her to release him. Is this how you intend to make your way in the industry? Let him go, a man closest to Lee ordered. Though he hesitated to step forward at his age, he certainly wished to avoid physical confrontation. Little Lee, why aren't you intervening? Another man expressed frustration, concerned about the repercussions of this debacle. Li Chu released her hold on him, slamming the empty bottle onto the table and scanning the room until her gaze landed on Lin Ying, the woman who regarded her as a rival. With a dismissive air, she grabbed her belongings and prepared to leave, unwilling to waste any more time with them. Her movements were fluid, and before anyone could react, the door swung open from the outside. A teasing voice echoed, I hear there's a selection of beauties taking place on my project. Turning to the source, Li Chu was taken aback to find He Ping-jin standing there. How could he be here at this moment? Before she could respond, someone behind her piped up, Hello, Mr. He. We weren't aware you would be joining us. Please have a seat. Wang Xiaoza quickly masked his previous amusement and approached He Ping-jin. Yet, the man at the center of attention hardly acknowledged them. Miss Li Chu, are you unhurt? He Ping-jin inquired, winking as if to say, I arrived just in time that a flock of crows passed overhead. But I'm fine. I must be going, she replied curtly, unwilling to engage with such an enigmatic man. Having met him only a handful of times, that I'll escort you, He Ping-jin offered, following closely behind her, eager not to appear negligent, that if Su Qingshan were to learn that his wife had been wronged on his territory, he would surely face dire consequences. Li Chu shot him a glance, bemused by his familiarity, yet aware that having someone so flamboyant walking behind her would undoubtedly draw attention. She hastened her steps. As they departed the room, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, their hearts racing with a mix of curiosity and fear. How could Li Chu possibly know He Ping-jin, the unrivaled figure of Sioux City? More astonishing was the nature of their relationship, which appeared to transcend mere financial ties, as He Ping-jin seemed quite deferential towards her. Outside, Hu Tao's car awaited his sister-in-law. Here is the script for your company. A token of our first meeting, He Ping-jin said gallantly, holding the car door open for her. Upon hearing this, Li Jie's eyes lit up with excitement as she gazed at Li Chu. A meeting gift, Mr. He? Li Chu acknowledged through the window, accepting the gesture without subservience. Confident in her own capabilities, as the window descended, she bid farewell to He Ping-jin and instructed Hu Tao to drive on. The flamboyant man, resembling a peacock, was too conspicuous for her liking. She could hardly fathom how a man as staid as Su Qingshan could form a brotherly bond with someone so utterly different. Miss Li Chu, are you all right? Hu Tao asked, gripping the steering wheel. I saw you in there for quite some time. When I called, you didn't answer. Luckily, you encountered Mr. He, who kindly assisted. Li Chu checked her phone, noticing several missed calls, and explained, It's nothing. My phone was on silent. Yet there were still no calls from that one person, even after several days. Meanwhile, He Ping-jin's assistant remained in the room, managing the fallout from the drama. Lu, come, please have a seat, Wang Xiaoza invited amiably. Lu Wangdong was left to clean up the mess. Unlike He Ping-jin, who could walk away unscathed, he, as the assistant, had to maintain some semblance of decorum with the older executives present. Mr. Wang, you're too kind, Lu replied, observing the now normal lighting of the room and the mingling guests. He took a seat at the main table, a position he was well equipped to occupy, as these individuals hoped to collaborate with Donggang. He, as He Ping-jin's assistant, had gained some status among them. Some novice starlets had yet to recover from the shock, but the perceptive began to size up this well-groomed assistant, although he wasn't a company owner. His position granted him a degree of influence that could be more advantageous than associating with aging magnates. "Assistant Liu, how well do Mr. He and Miss Li Chu know each other?" Wang Xiaozi inquired, pouring him a drink to probe further that if their relationship was merely casual, it would be manageable, but if they were close, the repercussions could be dire for them all. The other executives held their breaths. Equally curious, Lu Wangdong set his glass down without drinking. That Mr. Wang, I'm just a humble assistant. How could I possibly know about Mr. Ye's personal affairs? Wang Xiaozi concealed his disappointment, realizing that prying information from those close to He Pingjin was no easy feat. "Not to worry, Assistant Liu, let us share a drink," he suggested, to which Liu complied, raising his glass to toast. Standing to depart, he added, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. He has decided that the investment for this Donggang project will no longer be open to outside parties. I want to intrude on your enjoyment that I asked the executives prepared to rise in farewell." Lu Wangdong smiled and said, "No need to see me off." After Liu exited, Li felt as if the foundation beneath him had crumbled. "Mr. Wang, does this mean Mr. He will no longer accept our investments?" If that were true, their hopes of profiting from Donggang's cinematic ventures would be dashed, losing a golden opportunity right before their eyes. "Mr. Li, you've seen it for yourself. Li Chu and Mr. He share a deep connection," Wang Xiaozi mused, taking a sip of his drink, that he too was intrigued by how Li Chu had managed to associate with He Pingjin. Although He Pingjin holds a prominent position in the film and entertainment industry with Donggang Film and Television, rumors abound regarding the young Miss Wen's departure overseas, leading to a transformation in He Pingjin's demeanor. How could he now be deeply involved with a female celebrity? In the past, He Pingjin of Su City was a well-known figure, the sole heir of the prestigious Su family, possessing both exceptional abilities and means. Moreover, his appearance and demeanor were of the highest caliber, making him the object of desire among aristocratic young ladies, socialites, and star models. The former were the prime candidates for strategic marriages, while the latter represented the best choice for financial backers. Yet, there were others with ulterior motives, such as those seeking to marry into wealth. That He Pingjin was also known as a playboy, the quintessential lead in tales of high society romances. However, 3 years ago, news broke of his engagement to a sheltered young lady from the Wen family, which dashed the hopes of many eager suitors. Although engaged, this young master did not abandon his flirtations until a year ago when the Wen lady mysteriously left for abroad, which seemingly prompted him to settle down. The prevailing narrative suggested that the Wen lady, disheartened by the young master's philandering, chose to travel abroad to mend her broken heart. Surprisingly, He Pingjin exhibited a newfound restraint. The reasons behind this change remain a mystery. It must be said that although the Wen lady has never appeared in public, she must possess some exceptional qualities to have captured He Pingjin's attention. What to do, General Wang? Director Yin did not anticipate such a turn of events. His attendance at this dinner was a momentary lapse of judgment due to excitement. Now, he is left wondering what opinion and decisions Mr. He might hold regarding him. Would he be replaced? Casting a glance at the woman beside him, he pondered the potential losses. Indeed, what should be done? Among those present, none were more capable than Wang Xiaozi, and everyone awaited his insights. You need not be overly concerned. While Donggang Film and Television may be the industry leader, I have heard that this project aims to create a classic series IP. It is unlikely that Donggang would shoulder the entire financial burden alone. Wang Xiaozi reasoned that TO attempt to bear such a risk alone would be imprudent. Donggang would surely seek to mitigate this risk by inviting investors to share the burden. The portion they present must then be absorbed by these investors. As for Lu Wangdong's comments, they likely served as a subtle warning to certain individuals, possibly indicating that I would not be included in the discussions. Listening to Wang Xiaozi's analysis, the anxiety in the room seemed to dissipate, as everyone concurred with his assessment that no single company would be able to shoulder such a significant project alone. Yet, it appeared these individuals overlooked the fact that Donggang could seek larger investors, rendering their presence unnecessary at this dinner, which ultimately lacked any real purpose. Each individual in attendance had their own motives, leading to a hasty conclusion of the gathering. Li Chu reclined against her bedside, a mask covering her face, scrolling through her phone. She would never admit to waiting for a particular phone call. Logging into her secondary Weibo account, she found it tedious, filled only with the same old announcements from spicy food brands. Linning must have spent a fortune on these, since she enjoys them so much. She would accompany her to the end, Initially intending to maintain a distance, it seemed someone had other plans. However, she was no meek little rabbit. After all, even a cornered rabbit could bite. Her friend circle was equally dull, devoid of any novelty. Those familiar faces continued their usual routine, seemingly posting selfies while actually showcasing their newly acquired bags and jewelry, or dining at upscale restaurants with pose photos. Utterly boring. She wondered what that dog of a man, Su Qingshan, was up to. In the WeChat group of the top 3 internet stars, Sister Lee suddenly chimed in. Sister Lee. Li Chu Mysteries Company operates with remarkable efficiency. Li Chu. Sister Lee, Donggang Film and Television has already scheduled a meeting with me. Happy JPG, Lele. Sister, congratulations. Sister Lee. Li Chu, I've realized your marriage is truly a match made in heaven. Otherwise, how would we have had such an easy opportunity to secure the Donggang Film and Television project? Lele. Sister Lee, it's not too late for you to realize this now. Lele had witnessed Su Qingshan's capabilities and was now the head of the fan club for the duo of Li Chu and Su Qingshan. Thoroughly entrenched in her admiration, Li Chu felt a wave of annoyance as she observed Lele and Sister Lee engaging in mutual flattery within the group. Chapter 42. The tribe's great joy when Su Qingshan awoke. A frown creased his brow as he warily surveyed his surroundings, quickly realizing he had been clad in unfamiliar garments. No, they were beastly attire. Surveying the wooden cabin's decor, he noted the grotesque animal figurines and an altar that appeared to be used for rituals. Flickering flames casting eerie shadows upon the bronze statues that seemed to chill the very air. The entire room was suffused with a haze that made one feel lightheaded. Mu Chun and the special forces had vanished without a trace. And as Su Qingshan rubbed his forehead and rose from the bed, the door suddenly swung open that a group of burly men entered, speaking in a language he could not comprehend, swiftly binding his hands with vines and escorting him outside. Night had fallen, and the primeval forest loomed ominously, the rustling winds and the occasional roars of wild beasts sending chills down one's spine. The multitude of stars shone through the dense foliage, illuminated by torches that lit the path ahead. Birds dared not approach the flames, emitting strange cries, while peculiar insect-like creatures resembling flying saucers swarmed around the torches, like moths drawn to a flame. Su Qingshan attentively noted his surroundings, submissively being led towards his destination. Before long, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Mu Chun and the others were ensconced in the embrace of towering, fierce women, their faces etched with terror and reluctance, as if they had tasted something vile. The most notable sight was Lu Yin, grinning as he knelt beside a girl who bore a striking resemblance to a woman. Both of them bowing before a figure adorned with a beastly pelt, drawing intricate totems in reverence. Upon spotting Su Qingshan, Mu Chen's eyes lit up with desperation, silently pleading for rescue. In truth, Su Qingshan felt a smirk tugging at his lips. But the next moment, that smile faltered. The beast-like giants brought him before the woman kneeling beside Lu Yin, who regarded him with an amused expression. The seated woman exchanged a few unintelligible words with the girl beside Lu Yin before rising to draw her closer, her hand caressing Su Qingshan's exposed muscular chest. Venata glanced at the man resembling Lu Yin and translated the words of the witch. This gentleman, you must serve well from now on. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow at Su Qingshan, clearly amused that his brother had caught the attention of this ancient giantess. Su Qingshan's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at the gloating Lu Yin, deftly dodging the rough hand reaching for him and smiling at the witch, indicating his bound hands and his inability to serve her. The towering woman, evidently pleased with Su Qingshan's compliance, grinned widely, revealing her white teeth, and spoke to the giant standing behind her in the tribal tongue. The giant stepped forward, freeing Su Qingshan from his bindings and pushing him towards the witch. The witch was a woman of surpassing wisdom and beauty, far exceeding that of a mere maiden. Under the scrutiny of Mu Chun and the others, Su Qingshan skillfully evaded the woman's outstretched hand, bending down to retrieve a wooden cup from the stone altar, offering it to her, the smiling which accepted it, her face wrinkling with delight, and even took a moment to caress Su Qingshan's hand, casting him a beguiling glance before raising the wooden cup and addressing the gathered crowd in tribal language. The onlookers raised their cups in unison, and even Su Qingshan was handed a cup by Lu Yin, who couldn't resist mocking him with a smirk, gazing at the dark liquid within his cup. Su Qingshan, though seasoned in worldly matters, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, especially after Lu Yan's hinted warnings that Mu Chun and the others were not afforded such luxuries. Rather, they were forced to lift their wooden cups to the towering woman's lips. Before long, those who drank from their cups began to collapse, and Venata urgently urged Lu Yin, "We must flee. This effect won't last long," having discreetly added concentrated essence of the hypnotic leaf to the wooden cups. Venata grasped Lu Yan's hand, ready to escape. Due to the towering stature of the tribe's inhabitants, the effects of the hypnotic leaf would quickly be metabolized and diluted. They had only a fleeting few minutes to exit the tribe's territory. And the dangers of the forest at night were ever more pronounced. The path ahead would be fraught with challenges that Mu Chin exerted all his strength to shove off the giant who had collapsed upon him and quickly rose, kicking out in frustration that he couldn't wait to get to a bathhouse to wash off the filth. This was revolting. "Are you not leaving? Do you intend to stay here as a male courtesan?" Lu Yin teased, slapping Su Qingchen playfully. For whom was he enduring this humiliation? Venata led the way through the darkness, her green and blue eyes piercing through the night. Before long, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed behind them. This was bad. They were being pursued. "Hurry and seize the vine to swing across." Juanita urged Lu Yin anxiously that if we are captured again, the consequences are unimaginable, especially considering their brutal methods towards traders. Cannibalism and the consumption of brain matter have long been traditions within their tribe. "Take us to the place piled high with beast bones," Su Qingchen said to the tall girl holding Lu Yan's hand. "There lies the cargo they brought and the helicopter awaiting us. Reaching there is far more favorable than fleeing through this endless forest. Escaping solely on foot is evidently akin to scaling the heavens, even with familiar faces guiding us." Upon hearing this, Juanita did not act immediately, but turned to Lu Yin. Seemingly seeking his opinion, that Lu Yin cast a proud glance at Su Qingchen, puffed up with self-satisfaction. "Then let us follow his lead to that location," he commanded. "All right, keep close to me." With that, he wasted no time in altering their course. Forging deeper into the jungle, the footsteps behind them grew increasingly frantic and thunderous. They had to act swiftly, for those beast-like giants were far from easy to contend with, especially without any modern weaponry at their disposal. In a scene reminiscent of a survival drill, Mu Chun, after locating their previously hidden supplies, immediately fired a shot into the sky. The signal flare not only attracted the helicopter, but also directed the giants towards them. Lu Yin first instructed Juanita to ascend the descending rope ladder. "Hurry." Juanita released Lu Yan's hand, casting a deep, longing glance at him before swiftly climbing the ladder. "Lu Yin, you all should follow suit," Su Qingchen said, gripping the gun he had found, his vigilance fixed on their surroundings. "Su, I'll handle the aftermath," Mu Chun declared, heedless of the impending footsteps as he tossed a miniature bomb in that direction. The roar of the explosion rang out, accompanied by a series of deafening blasts. It seemed their aim was true. Mu Chun smirked, hoping to obliterate the one who had dared to take advantage of him. Chapter 43. Consider how to explain Lu Yin. "Spare them, please, that I beg you," Juanita implored, clutching his furry beast cloak, her eyes brimming with a pure, pleading desire. She wished for the only man she knew to spare the lives of those in her tribe. She understood he could halt the men poised to rain down bombs upon them. Those people aren't inherently evil. They are the indigenous residents here, adhering to their own rules and ways of life. Their abduction of outsiders was merely an attempt to enhance their kin's intellect. Though their methods may be extreme, they only seek to survive longer in this perilous jungle. She could hardly recall her childhood, yet the old which had saved her and her mother. Although her mother passed shortly thereafter, she was raised well, elevated to a position of power within her tribe. She remembered the life-saving grace and nurturing she had received. Lu Yin gently patted her hand, then turned to Su Qingchen, who stood silently by the aircraft window, observing the situation. "Brother Chun, let it go." The giants below continued to hurl their weaponry towards the aircraft, shouting as flames illuminated the night, casting eerie shadows upon the beast bones. Su Qingchen scoffed quietly, casting a glance at Lu Yin and the tribal girl beside him. When one seeks favors, they become brothers. Mu Chun swiftly returned, as Lu Yin had spoken, and he could not disregard his request, especially in front of a woman. Afterward, Su Qingchen strode towards the internal compartment, intending to bathe and change clothes, pondering whether his little woman at home missed him. "Where will you go from here?" Lu Yin inquired, leading Juanita to the sofa, curious about her future plans. Once I leave the tribe, where can I go? I don't even remember where my homeland is. Nor do I know about my family or the state of the world outside, she admitted, shaking her head. Juanita simply wished to escape, gazing up at him. The girl displayed a look of pure innocence and confusion. Unable to resist, he affectionately ruffled her hair. For now, just come home with me. Consider it as having gained a little sister. Juanita's eyes lit up at this. Really? Lu Yin could sense her happiness through her clumsy Chinese. Louis arranged for a 20-year-old female ID and household registration. He instructed Mu Chun, seizing his phone to contact his assistant, with an unexpected addition to their group. He needed to secure her identity. The aircraft smoothly flew beyond the ginkgo trees amidst the flames. An alarm suddenly blared. Su Qingshan emerged from the inner chamber, clad in fresh attire, his hair still damp, holding a cup of water. What is happening? Sir, it seems old Sam's side is compelling us to land, Mu Chen reported, observing the incoming information on the screen. There was no malice. It appeared they merely wished to communicate. After all, this is old Sam's territory, and departing directly from here would undoubtedly be a slap in the face. Li Chu scrolled through the email sent by Sister Li, feeling fatigue from reading the digital document on her iPad. Rising from the soft couch, she headed to Su Qingshan's study to borrow a printer, desiring a physical copy that he Pingjin, though appearing frivolous and resembling a playboy, surprisingly exhibited high efficiency, dispatching someone the very next day to negotiate collaboration with Sister Li, demonstrating sincere intent by sending the entire script. Those who could call Su Qingshan a brother must possess considerable ability. Appearances can be deceiving. The cicadas chirping amidst the flames were indeed the result of 5 years of labor on an original script. With a story and cast of the highest caliber, coupled with the resources of Donggang Film and Television, a leading company in production and cinema, there would be no worry regarding screenings, so long as the performances were commendable. Those involved could expect to soar. Li Chu was particularly drawn to a female character that was not the heroine, but the tragic second female lead, a woman trained as an island spy by the enemies who exterminated her family, returning to ruthlessly slay her kin. During her mission, she encountered a childhood companion, the male lead, but their standings had shifted, leading to a deadly confrontation that awakened her repressed memories, torn between national vengeance and personal grudges. She selflessly aided the male lead in obtaining a list of plans, sacrificing herself amidst the chaos. This complete growth arc, with entangled emotional conflicts, was precisely the role Li Chu had longed to portray. She instantly resonated with the character of Gao Qiuying, Yamamoto Akio, deeply moved by her story. With misty eyes gazing at her phone screen, Li Chu promptly messaged Sister Li, expressing her desire to audition for the role of Gao Qiuying. As she was utterly enamored with this character, it must be said, director Yen's team truly possessed remarkable talent. The script is the soul of the play, and its quality is crucial to the success of any production. Li Chu took out colored pens, annotating on paper, her heart brimming with joy as she clutched the script. Utterly captivated by the tale woven around this woman, it was rare for her to encounter a role that could so profoundly move her upon first glance. This was a role she must fight to secure. Sister Li had also read the script and concurred that, compared to the noble and righteous heroine working underground with the male lead, the second female role offered dramatic tension and conflict, sure to resonate with and provoke discussion among the audience. Yet the female lead in the film was equally alluring, making the role of the second female captivating in its own right. However, Sister Li respected Li Chu's choice, especially since this project was wholly Li Chu's endeavor. She had contributed not a single thing to it and could simply wait to be uplifted by Li Chu's success. Her husband was a big shot, and his friends were all influential figures across various industries. Any resources that slipped through their fingers were coveted by others. It was time to mentor newcomers. And Li Chu needed no assistance. Subsequently, Li Chu received the audition invitation and schedule from Donggang Film and Television. Once confirmed, lacking He Pingjin's contact information, she dismissed any thoughts of expressing her gratitude. This favor could be left for that dog, Su Qingshan, to repay. She wondered what that fellow was up to now. They had not been in contact for many days. Previously, she would text him, but after several unanswered messages, she ceased communication. She could only speculate what might have transpired to cause his silence, despite knowing the Su family would not allow him to come to harm. Amidst her confusion, A sense of unease crept into Li Chu's heart. She could not ascertain if his recent business trip was indeed just a regular affair, though she trusted the Su family would ensure his safety. Chapter 44. Auditions Sister Li. Wow, Li Chu. Donggang Film and Television announced at 11 o'clock today that they have terminated their collaboration with director Yin. Mrs. Su, you are impressive. Sister Li. Screenshots from last night's dinner, where several executives and director Yin made things difficult for Li Chu, have surfaced in their social circles, publicly apologizing to her. That be why the time Li Chu read Sister Li's message, 2 hours had already passed, and those screenshots, captured by unknown individuals, have been circulated by various marketing accounts. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, these mysterious screenshots had made it to the trending topics, demonstrating that the waves would not miss any opportunity to turn KOLs into stars. However, Li Chu was primarily concerned about what would happen to her role as Gao Qiuying. With director Yin gone, did the script still belong to Donggang Film and Television? Li Chu. Sister Li. What will happen to that project? Li Jie. The project continues, but Yin Dao has been ousted, replaced by a more prominent industry figure, Yang Yi Chung, who is indeed a greater authority than Yin Dao, a true international director. Upon reading the message sent by Li Jie, Li Chu felt a sense of relief. As long as the project could proceed, she was content. With the distinguished banner of Donggang Film and Television, there was no worry about finding directors or assembling a crew. Li Jie. I heard that Yizong has also terminated collaborations with those investors. Your husband as Xingshi Group has become the second largest shareholder in this project. Excluding those smaller investors, grinning to JPG, Li Chu. He has time for business and investment, but not to contact his wife. At 3 p.m, Hu Tao accompanied Li Chu to the audition department of Donggang Film and Television for the audition of the Cicadas song in the Firelight. Having received the complete script in advance, Li Chu felt relatively at ease, not intimidated by the eerily quiet environment. However, she unexpectedly encountered someone she did not wish to see. Linning, clearly. Linning was taken aback upon seeing her. But the next moment, she approached with a feigned warmth, as if she had never betrayed Li Chu in the past. Truly, she possessed an audacity unparalleled in Li Chu's over 20 years of life. Li Chu declared, Linning, let us skip this charade. Without waiting for a response, she strode past Linning. Suppressing her fury, Linning glared at Li Chu as she walked towards the audition area, her eyes gleaming with malice. What was the nature of Lin Ying's relationship with He Ping Jin? Even Wang Xiaozhe could not unearth any useful information. Such good fortune. After begging Wang Xiaozhe for quite some time, she finally secured an audition opportunity for a minor role in the film. The investors, with their overwhelming wealth, had entirely eliminated her chances of entering the project with her own funding. Even if she brought 20 billion, it would make no difference. If the role did not suit her, it simply would not work. She couldn't help but wonder which character Li Chu would be auditioning for today. Lin Ying's eyes darted, and she took a photo of the A Group audition nameplate and snapped a few selfies at Donggang Film and Television. That be why the time Li Chu entered the waiting area, the audition had already commenced. Outside, she had felt a sense of relief knowing the entire script, but inside it was a different story, especially since this marked Li Chu's debut audition for a renowned director. Although she was familiar with the story's content, she had no idea which scene she would be asked to perform. Before being ushered into the makeup room, Li Chu remained oblivious to what her makeup and hairstyle would entail. Everything was kept under wraps, a courtesy that He Ping Jin had completely respected, merely handing her the script while refraining from any further involvement. Upon entering the makeup room, Li Chu discovered that she would be donning a qipao, the kind typically worn in the nightlife of Shanghai. She surmised that director Yang likely wanted her to audition for that particular scene. Set against the backdrop of Ming Dynasty, Gao Qiuying transforms into a geisha, captivating everyone in the opulent, decadent ballroom with her enchanting movements, her alluring glances tugging at the heartstrings of every man present, while a fluffy feather fan lightly taps the shoulders of the elite. Skillfully evading the outstretched hands, with glasses perched on his nose, director Yang, who had previously worn a stern expression, began to soften as he observed Li Chu's performance, his eyes reflecting approval to that moment. Li Chu resembled a socialite flitting among a variety of gentlemen, her delicate, graceful form accentuated by the qipao, leaving an intoxicating scent in her wake that I end the next instant, under the cover of her dance partner. Gao Qiuying swiftly drew a delicate pistol from her thigh and aimed it at the man seated at the main table, firing without hesitation. I Chu's collaboration with the male actor was seamless. Her graceful and charming dance made her appear as a sophisticated socialite, yet she transitioned swiftly into a decisive action. Her gaze sharp as she took aim at her target, I Chu smiled and gave a subtle nod to her scene partner. Aware that acting is rarely a solitary endeavor, cooperation is key, and the male actor had proven to be quite professional. Afterwards, Li Chu smoothed out non-existent creases on her chi-pao and bowed to the director's team, saying, "Thank you, I have completed my performance. Yang Qingye, you performed admirably." Hearing praise from such a reputable director, Li Chu could not help but smile broadly. "Thank you, director." This was all made possible by her prior knowledge of the complete script. After being groomed by the Yamamoto family, Gao Qiuying returned to her hometown to become a geisha at the Palais de Danse, mingling with various men, gathering intelligence, and assassinating politicians. Ultimately, upon discovering her lineage, she was engulfed by regret and inner conflict, resigning herself to the role of a double agent. Who wouldn't want to portray such a complex character? Seeing Li Chu smile, Yang Qingye chuckled. "What are your thoughts on this character?" Or rather, one could say that Yamamoto raised Gao Qiuying, provided her with an education, and offered her a life of luxury. Shouldn't she repay the man who nurtured her? After posing his question, Yang Qingye observed the still contemplative Li Chu, shook his head, and signaled to the assistant director to bring in the next candidate. No, Yamamoto did not raise Gao Qiuying out of paternal affection. His intentions were ulterior from the start. How could one expect Gao Qiuying to repay him for his upbringing? Moreover, Gao Qiuying's entire family had been slaughtered by Yamamoto's subordinates. Director Yang, you mentioned that Yamamoto provided Gao Qiuying with a life of luxury, but what exactly did he teach her? He taught her how to murder her fellow countrymen. That is not the bond a father shares with his child. His provision of a comfortable life was merely to cultivate a perfect weapon for himself. Chapter 45. The Gao Qiuying within a wolf in sheep's clothing. Even if it feigns gentleness and warmth, remains a savage beast at its core. Li Chu articulated her thoughts with conviction, her palms beating with perspiration. Yang Qingye appeared intrigued by her response, raising his hand to stop the assistant from calling the next person in. With a probing gaze, he asked Li Chu, "If you were Gao Qiuying, how would you treat Yamamoto?" Li Chu met Yang Qingye's gaze, feeling a twinge of anxiety upon knowing Gao Qiuying's fate. Her voice quivered slightly as she replied, "If I were Gao Qiuying, raised under his brainwashing influence, witnessing him slaughter innocent compatriots, and realizing that everything I did assisted his tyranny, I would either kill him immediately to end it all, or I would endure, returning his cruelty with cruelty, becoming a double agent to atone for my nation's sins." Yang Qingye laughed heartily and nodded, gesturing for Li Chu to await further notification. Li Chu exited the audition room. Her legs trembled, and she instinctively reached out to steady herself against the wall. Had it not been for He Pingjin providing her with a complete script beforehand, she might not have passed this audition. Indeed, projects led by renowned directors are rigorous. They assess your grasp and understanding of a character based on just a brief audition segment. But it must be said that her ability to capture Yang Qingye's attention this time was somewhat of a stroke of luck. But it was also the most pressure-filled audition Li Chu had experienced since her debut, and on her way back, Li Chu replayed the scenes she had just performed in her mind, contemplating ways to optimize her portrayal and bring Gao Qiuying to life, embedding her in people's hearts. The role of Gao Qiuying was unlike any character she had portrayed before. It was no longer a flat, unremarkable beauty, but rather a fusion of elegance and intellect. Fraught with conflicting emotions and a highly debatable character portrayal, Li Chu was now acutely aware that she desired this role. Even if it meant leveraging Su Qingxin's connections, that of course, she believed she could embody the essence of Gao Qiuying. As the traffic light turned red, Li Jie sent a WeChat message to Li Chu, inquiring whether her audition had concluded and how she felt about it. After reading the message, Li Chu replied, "I am about 80% confident." From Yang Qingye's gaze, Li Chu sensed a surprise and delight at her performance. Coupled with their final exchange, she believed he was quite satisfied with her, that it was still early, and the sun shone brightly. As Li Chu's car passed the International Financial Center, she noticed the towering skyscrapers. The headquarters of the Shengshi Group, owned by the Su family, was situated here. Unlike her own company, which occupied 3 separate floors in an office building, Shengshi Group encompassed several entire skyscrapers, forming an industrial park-like complex that dominated a significant portion of the International Financial Center. Each day, countless white-collar and blue-collar workers flowed in and out. But those employed at Shengshi Group held a hint of pride and satisfaction that set them apart. Gazing through the car window at the soaring buildings, Li Chu felt a pang of longing for him. He worked here every day. That Li Chu picked up her phone, contemplating sending him a message to let him know she was passing by his workplace. Just then, her uncle, Li Buyin, called. Their relationship was not particularly close. After her parents passed away, her uncle took over the family business and raised her. After her grandfather's death, she moved out, and they interacted like typical relatives, exchanging pleasantries during holidays or when she returned home for a visit. However, after her marriage, their communication became somewhat more frequent than before, though it mostly consisted of her uncle calling to urge her to withdraw from the limelight, to focus on being a dutiful wife and mother, and to hurry up and bear an heir for the Su family to at this juncture. Why was her uncle calling? Li Chu answered the phone. Hello, uncle. What brings you to call? Li Buyuan's voice came through the line, lacking his usual sternness and infused with a touch of warmth. Ah, Xiao Chu. When will you and Aiken come home for a meal? Your aunt misses you. Su Qingshan had been on a business trip lately. Once he returned, she would ask him when he would be free. Li Chu understood her uncle's subtle intentions and recognized that her aunt's longing for her was merely an excuse. After all, even the slightest hint of the Su family's affairs was tantalizing to others. All right, do let me know in advance when you bring Aiken home. I will have your aunt prepare your favorite dishes. Then, uncle, if there is nothing else, I'll get back to my work. Xiao Chu, work can wait. As a young lady, your focus should be on family. It's crucial to give Aiken a child sooner rather than later. Li Buyuan, hearing no response from the other end, reluctantly gave up on his persuasion. Remember to come home for a meal when you can. Li Buyuan found it incomprehensible how the Su family had chosen Li Chu as the spouse for their next-generation heir. Logically, such esteemed families would seek alliances with equally prestigious families to maximize their interests. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Qingshan had approached her directly, stating his desire to marry Li Chu in an exceedingly straightforward manner, which astonished the observing noble families, for they considered the Li family too modest. Regardless of others' opinions, Li Buyuan was elated to see Li Chu married into the Su family. Thanks to this connection, the Li family had flourished remarkably in recent years, receiving countless favors wherever they went, and had encountered no difficulties in business dealings. Even companies that had once rejected them now sought their partnership. If only they could wait for Li Chu to bear an heir for the Su family, Li Buyuan believed that the Li family would ascend to even greater heights. However, after several years, there had been no progress at all. That he urged Li Chu, oblivious to the intricacies of her situation, unaware of the weight of her responsibilities. What was the advantage of being a female celebrity? If she could bear the Su family's firstborn, wouldn't she have everything she desired? Fortunately, their relationship seemed stable. Otherwise, it would truly drive him, as the uncle, to despair. Li Chu hung up the phone, the ripple of emotions within her dissipating. Each of her uncle's calls seemed to serve as a reminder of the vast gulf between her and Su Qingshan. The Li family now relied entirely on the Su family or Su Qingshan's goodwill to survive. And she could only maintain her position in the Su family by bearing children, allowing the Li family to sustain itself. Her uncle's call was a pretext. The real reason was to discuss business with Su Qingshan. Otherwise, with the current capabilities of the Li family's company, they wouldn't even qualify for consideration by the Shengshi Group. This was what Li Chu despised most. She loathed the idea of Su Qingshan sacrificing his interests to assist the Li family because of their connection. In truth, the Li family had been thriving in his circle due to this relationship, but some individuals, once they tasted a bit of sweetness, could never be satisfied. Chapter 46. Missing you. Old Sam did not trouble this wealthy man. After a brief exchange, Old Sam revealed the purpose of the encounter, inviting Su Qingshan to his estate to admire his newly acquired pet and to discuss their next transaction. That in the face of Old Sam's hospitality, Su Qingshan and Lu Yin had no choice but to stay overnight at Old Sam's estate. Old Sam's new pet lion did not pique Su Qingshan's interest compared to these seemingly ferocious beasts. He preferred the few alligators that had accompanied him since childhood. Lying quietly at the bottom of the pool, Lu Yin, however, seemed quite taken with the toothy lion, occasionally teasing it, provoking a low growl from the beast named Zeus. Mu Chen delivered the fully charged phone to Su Qingshan, whispering something in his ear. Apologies, I must excuse myself for a moment. Su Qingchen walked directly to the balcony and dialed Mu Yang's number. Mu Yang, available around the clock, answered almost immediately. President Su. Mr. He has sent over a project investment contract. Did I ask there anything unusual happening on the madam's side? Su Qingchen had been contemplating Li Chu's venture into the entertainment industry ever since she began acting. He thought He Pingjin had indeed chosen the right person this time, but it felt somewhat unusual for him to be invited to invest. Mu Yang pondered briefly, unsure whether to speak. The madam attended a dinner and faced some difficulties. But Mr. He has already dealt with those individuals. That Su Qingchen's eyes darkened, his voice low and devoid of warmth. Place those individuals on the blacklist of Shengshi and its affiliated companies. That Mu Yang gazed at the phone after the call ended. Realizing that President Su was enraged for the sake of a woman. These people were doomed. Once blacklisted by the Su family, it effectively severed their ties across various industries. Additionally, knowing that others would not dare offend the Su family for the sake of these individuals was akin to ensuring their financial ruin. Upon returning, Su Qingchen glanced at the jovial Liu Yin and addressed old Sam. I'm going to rest. Liu Yin sensed a vague, ominous chill creeping down his back, as if he were being targeted by unseen arrows. Old Sam hastily set down his wine glass and escorted Su Qingchen back to his room. After a shower, leaning against the headboard, sleep eluded her. She had been wronged and had not confided in him. When would she learn to rely on him? Scrolling through her phone, she found her last message from him, sent several days prior. She felt resentful, as he had failed to inform her of his situation. After much contemplation, Su Qingchen sent a message to Li Chu. What do you desire? I'll return tomorrow. An hour passed without a reply, and Su Qingchen kept staring at the chat interface, noticing that not even the typing indicator appeared. However, Li Chu did post a moment on her social media, expressing her craving for something sweet, accompanied by a picture of a vegetable salad. Su Qingchen chuckled softly, amused by how someone could remain so adorable even when upset. This was her hint. Something sweet could appease her. The next morning, Su Qingchen, along with Liu Yin and others, took off from the estate's helipad, yearning to return to the little swan back home. Li Chu had replied to everyone who commented on her social media post from the previous night, except for the one person who had reminded her to eat more. Su Qingchen squeezed his phone, resting his forehead against it, and smiled. He could already envision the little woman's deliberately aloof expression, undoubtedly feigning indifference. Mu Chun. How long until we land? President Su, approximately 4 more hours. 4 hours is far too long. As he contemplated sending something to Li Chu, a message from He Pingjin popped up. He Pingjin. A welcome gift from my sister-in-law, albeit belated. Su Qingchen. Tomorrow, come to my company to collect the contract. He Pingjin. You responded rather quickly. Not working. Su Qingchen. No, what did you send to Li Chu? He Pingjin. The female lead role in a movie project, but it seems sister-in-law has taken a liking to the second female lead. The director even praised her performance. Su Qingchen. Li Chu is truly exceptional. He Pingjin. Impressive, indeed. He Pingjin quickly logged off, realizing that the conversation was going nowhere. It seemed he was being bullied as a lonely single man. It was high time for him to seek out Wen Weiwei. Li Chu was deliberately ignoring Su Qingchen, having let him go silent for so many days. Nevertheless, she woke up early today to prepare herself and had Mu Yang take her to the airport. However, due to her status as a top-tier celebrity, she remained in the car, waiting primarily to surprise him. She found herself missing him, eager to see him as soon as possible, but she wouldn't allow him to feel too proud. She needed to maintain a hint of reserve. Before long, she spotted Su Qingchen emerging from the airport, surrounded by others, much like a scene from a drama where a wealthy CEO is escorted by bodyguards. From now on, anyone who claimed that what was depicted on television was false would have to contend with her. Art is derived from life. Su Qingchen approached the car, but did not rush to enter. Li Chu, peering through the tinted glass, was taken aback. Her husband was right there, yet he did not come in. Was he truly following the example of Liu, who passed his home 3 times without entering? Liu Yin, come to the company tomorrow. Sure, can you give me a ride? Louis is stuck in traffic. Liu Yin was slightly surprised. Logically, he should have immediately taken him to the company to discuss matters. Was he genuinely concerned for him? Mu Yang, drive. Su Qingchen had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Liu Yin. This trip to retrieve him had already cost him considerable time. Liu Yin rubbed his nose, feeling the chill of Su Qingchen's indifference. The moment the door opened, Su Qingchen hesitated before entering the CEO. It was apparent that Liu Yin, who was watching from the outside, noticed this pause that he was about to step forward to see what could have caused such a reaction. But it didn't make sense. Could it be that something was hidden inside? No wonder he wouldn't give him a ride. Chingu, are you hiding a beauty in your car? Does little sister-in-law know? A fleeting glance swept over, and Lu Yin, feeling intimidated, promptly fell silent. Fearing an assassination, as Su Qingchen entered the car, she immediately raised the divider. Mu Yang understood the cue and drove off, not wishing to interrupt the quality time between Mr. Su and his wife. Mr. Lu, if you don't mind, we can give you a ride, Mu Chen remarked, looking at Lu Yin, who was somewhat choked by the exhaust fumes. Mu Chen, have you grown bold? Lu Yin retorted. Mr. Lu, farewell. Mu Chen replied with a raised eyebrow, deftly avoiding Lu Yan's attempted kick before laughing and departing in a sleek black Mercedes. This time, Lu Yan truly grasped the truth behind the saying that a household cannot harbor two types of individuals. Indeed, one can expect their subordinates to mirror the character of their master. Turning his head, he cast a glance at the young lady beside him, whose expression was filled with incredulity as she surveyed her surroundings. Unable to suppress a soft chuckle, he remarked, "Is the world outside so fascinating?" Juanita withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Yin. "Where are we headed now?" Chapter 47. So sweet Juanita gazed at the bizarre world before her, filled with awe yet tinged with trepidation. The buildings here towered high, far exceeding her memories, and the streets bustled with more vehicles and pedestrians than she could recall. Faced with such changes, she began to doubt whether she should have betrayed the witch. "I will take you home," Lu Yin said, genuinely reluctant to leave a sheltered girl like her alone in this unfamiliar place. After all, his family was large enough to accommodate one more without issue. Yet he wondered if she would adapt to life here and if he should hire a tutor for her. Don't. Juanita nodded eagerly, tugging at Lu Yan's sleeve, concerned that he might abandon her. Lu Yin smiled, not brushing off the little girl gripping his clothing. He found the feeling of being relied upon quite pleasant. Not waiting for Lu Yi, who was inefficient in his duties, while Su Qingchen's assistant could have arrived early to wait for the boss. Lu Yin had to keep the boss waiting, but he decided to simply take Juanita home in a taxi, leaving Lu Yi to deal with the traffic as soon as Su Qingchen sat down. Before he could settle comfortably, he reached out to embrace the beautiful woman, twisting her head away, pulling her onto his lap. Don't be upset that Li Chu did not struggle, but she was unwilling to easily forgive this man who frequently vanished without a trace. However, upon hearing his uniquely deep and seductive voice, she felt an overwhelming urge to give him a loving hug. "How adorable," Su Qingchen said, retrieving several dates wrapped in a handkerchief that he had procured from old Sam. And softly coaxed, "I brought you something sweet." Li Chu looked at the glistening dates in the handkerchief and imagined the scene of him placing them there in front of others. Unable to resist a smile, he still had some thoughtfulness left in him. "Try one," Su Qingchen said, pinching a date and bringing it close to her soft, pink lips. Li Chu was undeniably skilled at teasing Su Qingchen, leaving him perplexed. With a reluctant expression, she did not look at him, but gently bit into the date he offered, savoring its sweetness. Truly, it was sweet. With his head lowered, Su Qingchen observed the beautiful woman whose eyes sparkled as she chewed. Then he took the remaining half and placed it in his mouth. Indeed, it was sweet that Li Chu watched him eat the remnants of her snack, and while she should have been surprised, she felt it unnecessary. After all, they had shared far more intimate moments than this. "Su Qingchen, I find you increasingly shameless. Not upset anymore," he said, wrapping his arms around her, tenderly nuzzling her dewy cheeks and slender neck, reminiscent of a little puppy, stirring within her a desire to touzle his naturally smooth hair. "Just this little date can keep me from being upset. Su Qingchen, take a look in the mirror. Who gave you the audacity to speak such words? What does USB mean?" he questioned, knowing full well it was not a compliment. Likely akin to calling someone foolish. "You old man, think for yourself," Li Chu retorted, refusing to reveal the answer. "USB," she added playfully. Su Qingchen chuckled heartily, causing Li Chu to tremble with laughter. "What is so amusing? I'm hungry," she exclaimed, having barely eaten since waking up that morning, and now feeling ravenous. "All right, I'll take you to eat, but first let me hold you for a moment," Su Qingchen declared, pulling her tightly into his embrace. As though fearing she might slip away from him at any moment, Li Chu was not so naive as to not understand that his recent business trip must have had its reasons for his inability to communicate. Yet she felt upset that he refused to share anything with her, as if his life held no trace of her presence. Gently wrapping her arms around his waist, she nestled her head against his shoulder and sweetly murmured, "I missed you, that if you have urgent matters during your business trips in the future, please explain the reasons to me, all right?" Su Qingchen turned his head to kiss her cheek, trailing kisses down to her earlobe. Whispering in a breathy tone, "This situation is a bit complicated. Lu Yin is missing, and I had to venture into the primordial forest to search for him, where my phone had no signal." He omitted certain details he knew would worry her, providing a general explanation that "I missed you too, very much. Stop kissing. You've eaten the foundation off my face. Be careful not to poison yourself." Li Chu gently pressed against Su Qingchen's chest, her gaze drawn to the lingering desire in his eyes, deep enough to draw her in entirely. To die under the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. How remarkable. He now spoke with a certain flair that caught her off guard. His cool, soft lips expressed their mutual longing, while Li Chu's attire today facilitated his every advance. A strapless top that revealed her fair skin and the delicate butterfly bones of her back, which he found most appealing. Unable to restrain himself, Li Chu slipped her hands beneath his suit jacket, wrapping her arms around his back that in the end, she found herself cradled in Su Qingchen's embrace. Breathing softly against him, gradually regaining her composure as she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which brought her great comfort that Mu Yang had driven them to a private dining restaurant. But the two in the back seat seemed reluctant to disembark, prompting him to quietly exit the car and head inside to eat. He could not intrude as a third wheel upon the newlywed couple. He must act as a considerate assistant. "Are you ready?" Li Chu asked, gently tapping his chest with her finger, her eyes involuntarily glancing at his obvious arousal, which made it impossible for them to exit the vehicle without drawing attention. "Don't look. If you keep staring, you won't be able to eat," he warned. Having indulged in happiness recently, he found himself increasingly unable to control his desires around her, longing to press her down and engage in blissful activities. Li Chu quickly averted her gaze, feeling guilty as she stared at the ceiling of the car. If she were to be stuck here on an empty stomach, she might very well collapse from exhaustion. "I heard Pingjin mention that you have your eye on a film project." Su Qingchen adjusted his position, eager to calm the situation, ensuring that the little one in his arms did not go hungry. Perhaps before long, you will find yourself alone at home. Once the casting is complete, it shouldn't be long before the production team notifies the actors to begin training them. The director said your audition performance was excellent." "Really? Does that mean I've been selected?" Li Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Su Qingchen knew that Pingjin had likely shared this news, making it almost certain that Gao Qiuying was hers. "You are truly exceptional," Su Qingchen affirmed, stroking Li Chu's back. "Once you're on set, I'll find time to come see you, all right?" "Of course," Li Chu replied eagerly. She would never refuse Su Qingchen's visit to the set. Chapter 48. Costuming the project, fully funded by Donggang Film and the Shengshi Group, enlisted the renowned international director Yang Qingye to helm the film. This endeavor had taken the meticulous team of director Yin 5 years to complete, showcasing the script's depth and complexity. However, the reasons for not having director Yan's team directly oversee their artistic creation remain a topic of speculation. Ultimately, Donggang Film had acquired all rights, leaving the decision of who to hire beyond director Yan's control. Recently, Donggang Film announced its upcoming film titled Cicada's Call in the Firelight, a war-themed drama. The inaugural project of Donggang Films in creating cinematic IP. This endeavor can be deemed an extraordinarily significant undertaking within the entertainment industry. Not only does the film enjoy guaranteed viewership, but the investment also poses no concerns, most importantly allowing actors to vie for accolades. Hence, upon its announcement, nearly everyone's attention has been riveted on the casting of this film, with devoted fans fervently hoping that their beloved stars will be part of the cast. Several days have passed since Li Chu's audition, yet she has received no news, prompting her to question whether Su Qingchen's praise of her performance was merely a form of consolation. It is rumored that Yang Qingye is still busy arranging auditions, with numerous actresses spotted at the Donggang Films audition venue, including several award-winning talents as well as emerging young stars, seemingly drawing the focus of the entire entertainment circle. Li Chu is prepared for the worst, contemplating the potential influence of the investors. She is genuinely fond of the character Gao Qiuying and yearns for the opportunity to portray this role. The fans, anxiously awaiting news of Li Chu joining the filming crew, have shifted from a harmonious and humorous atmosphere to one that pressures her to commence work, urging her not to become enmeshed in romance, and forget her professional duties, leading to a growing sense of agitation among them. Sister, you have no projects lined up. When will you start filming? Sister, your career is paramount. Men are but fleeting clouds. Surely, you are sifting through scripts now. But I miss you. Could you share a few beautiful selfies? Especially after Lin posted several audition photos from Donggang Films on Weibo, this restlessness seemed to engulf the entire fan community. Some have even begun to leak rumors that an international film queen will star as the lead female, with Lin taking on the role of the second female lead. The industry insiders, who are generally considered reliable, have claimed that among the female characters crafted by director Yang, the one in a chi pao is particularly striking, bearing a resemblance to Lin. The unwritten rule that blockbuster films do not rely on traffic suddenly seemed to be upended when the possibility of Lin, a rising star, playing the second female lead emerged. Marketing accounts sprang to life overnight, eager to disseminate this tidbit and fulfill their KPIs that if this were true, Lin might soon surpass Li Chu to ascend to the pinnacle of popularity. A notion that would likely face no dissent. Upon hearing this news, Lin Ying's fans erupted with fervor. Previously, they would mock Li Chu in hushed tones, but now they boldly trampled over her fans with newfound zeal. Some even rushed to post derisive comments beneath Li Chu's fan discussions. Upon encountering these vivid rumors, Li Chu finally felt the sting of Lin Ying's earlier triumph over her, a sentiment that was decidedly unpleasant. Could it be that the tides were finally turning? Unthinkable. She would not allow such a thing to transpire. While the entertainment industry is known for its ebbs and flows, the idea of Lin Ying usurping her position was one Li Chu could not fathom. She felt she could never show her face in the industry again. Despite her colleagues Li Jie and Lei Lei in the work group continually reassuring her that the second female lead could not possibly be Lin Ying, vehemently disparaging the notion, Li Chu found herself unable to shake off her anxiety. She knew Lin Ying's acting skills could not possibly pass director Yang's scrutiny, yet she remained unable to quell her unease. She resolved to seek out her husband for solace. Just as she knocked on the study door, a new email notification appeared on Li Chu's phone. An invitation for Fireflies in the Flames had arrived. Trembling, she clicked to open it, spending several tense minutes filling out the information before submitting it. Hearing the knock, Su Qingshan called out for her to enter, but when several minutes passed without her arrival, he assumed she was merely sulking, hoping he would come to her aid. Upon opening the door, he found Li Chu, head bowed, engrossed in her phone, a picture of earnestness and concentration. Not long after she submitted her information, a call from an unfamiliar number came through. Hello, is this Li Chu? Miss Li, yes, this is she. How may I assist you? Li Chu's heart raced, her instincts already suspecting the nature of the call, that I am an assistant to Yang Qingye. I am calling to inquire whether you would be available to come to Donggang Films tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for a photo shoot for the character's look. Would that time work for you? Yes, that works. After hanging up, Li Chu's eyes met Su Qingshan's, who leaned against the doorframe, and she leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, her face radiant with excitement. That is Su Qingshan. Did you hear? I will be doing the character photo shoot tomorrow. Will you take me there? She exclaimed, wriggling in delight. They settled into the office chair, her playful demeanor eliciting a deep, satisfied chuckle from him. Of course, I'll take you. What else do you need? Your husband will accommodate you. Really? Tonight, I would love to eat the meal you prepare. Sure, what would you like? Su Qingshan kissed her cheek, unable to resist. Her natural beauty made her skin appear as delicate as that of an infant, tempting him to draw nearer. That I'm not sure, Li Chu said, pressing against his chest to deter further advances. This space was not one she wished to use for such purposes just yet. Shall I take you to the supermarket, and you can pick out the ingredients? Li Chu accepted his proposal, finding it hard to imagine someone of his status shopping at a supermarket, akin to an ordinary couple preparing meals together, a vision of blissful married life. She nestled in his embrace, patiently awaiting him to conclude his work before they ventured to the market together. Chapter 49. Official announcement. A week later, the eagerly anticipated Fireflies in the Flames officially launched its Weibo account. Typically, when a film opens an official social media account, it signals the commencement of casting announcements. According to insiders, every character in this film is intricately designed, with no role deemed superfluous. The complexity of each character ensures that being cast, regardless of the role's size, is a significant achievement, capturing the attention of both fans and non-fans alike. Despite the official account remaining silent, the fanbase has grown exponentially, driven by fans eager to secure their positions early. Rumors surrounding Lin Ying landing the coveted lead role spread like wildfire, gaining traction as a certain blogger shared a blurry character photo. Taken within the production department of Donggang Films, the photo was captioned with the character name Gao Qiuyi. Although the image was of poor quality, making it nearly unrecognizable, the figure bore a faint resemblance to Lin Ying. The casting announcements for Fireflies in the Flames were revealed one by one, culminating in an overall character announcement. The film boasts 6 lead roles, with the first announcement coming at 10 a.m., revealing one character every 10 minutes. The initial reveal featured a low-key veteran actor, whose character photo exuded a rich narrative and distinct personality traits. The final announcement introduced the youngest cast member, Li Chu, who also happens to be the most controversial character, Gao Qiuyi. From the outset, Lin Ying's fans and onlookers filled the comment section on the official account. This is the first time I've seen a casting announcement that doesn't follow the usual hierarchy. They sure know how to stir the pot. This is an international director. Securing this project is a ticket to stardom. Lin Ying will surely be announced next. That photo is undeniably low quality. Some fans are boldly claiming it, but let me remind you, with that level of acting, she'll never make it. Exactly. It's bad enough she has blinding viewers on TV. Can you imagine her on the big screen? It's unfathomable that a fan of Li Chu I see. How amusing. If not Lin Ying, who else could it be? Your idol didn't even audition, and some Haven T even had the chance to try out, while Li Chu is genuinely in the running. Haha, sister, you are my voice on the internet. Li Chu hasn't acted in half a year. You're making quite the fuss. Instead of jumping around, why not offer some advice to your idol? I've heard Lin Ying has significant backing. It seems her return has quite the impact. Who is she, anyway? Curiosity JPG. The latest Weibo post from the official account of Cicadas in the Flames has ignited an outpouring of comments from fans. Surpassing 10,000. Recently, countless actresses have been spotted auditioning at Donggang Film and Television, and although many are fervently advocating for the role of Gao Qiuyi to belong to Lin Ying until the final moment, no one will concede. The absence of an official announcement signifies that the sisters from various agencies still have a fighting chance. At precisely 11 o'clock, amidst the anticipation of thousands, Cicadas in the Flames officially revealed on Weibo that Gao Qiuyi would be portrayed by Li Chu. In a striking interplay of light and shadow, she dons a dark purple cheongsam, half illuminated by the flames, while the other half stands upon remnants of the past, stepping on corpses toward the light. The official account of Cicadas in the Flames states, "As a citizen of this nation, carrying the blood of my homeland, amidst the cicadas' calls in autumn, danger lurks everywhere that I sway to the rhythm of my dance." Igniting the final flame. Produced by Donggang Film and Television, directed by Yang Qingye, and featuring actress Li Chu as Gao Qiuyi. This project has stirred immense excitement that if doubts lingered upon seeing that impactful character still. The official mention of the actress on Weibo served as a definitive confirmation, leaving no room for others to contest. Thus, the spotlight of this significant project shines upon Li Chu, rather than the widely speculated Lin Ying. Whether it be the fans vigilantly watching the official account or marketing accounts, even Li Chu's own fans were left speechless upon seeing the announcement, utterly unable to believe it. Other agencies typically offer some hint of character roles or endorsements, allowing fans to prepare and bolster their support. However, Li Chu's announcement came without a whisper of forewarning, even catching her most loyal fans off guard. These fans, with some insider connections, had been anxiously discussing whether Li Chu would join the cast just moments prior. The final Weibo post from Cicadas in the Flames instantly garnered millions of shares and comments, with Li Chu stars in Cicadas in the Flames and Li Chu as Gao Qiuyi trending immediately. Oh my sister is indeed someone who quietly accomplishes great things that I would call her the first idol to elevate her fans. What is going on? Wasn't it said that such grand productions wouldn't cast just any star? How astonishing that she secured this role without a sound. I hadn't caught wind of any gossip at all. What were those paparazzi doing? How could they miss even a single audition photo? The secrecy surrounding this project is remarkable. Congratulations to Li Chu. Congratulations to Gao Qiuyi. Haha, I can't help but recall that poorly lit character photo that even her mother wouldn't recognize. No wonder it was said to resemble Lin Ying. For Lin Ying certainly modeled herself after Li Chu, didn't she? Haha, today's amusement is all thanks to Lin Ying and her fans. Just moments ago, some fans mocked her for having no projects and staying home for months. And now look, she has immediately fulfilled your wishes by getting a role. Haha, That slap in the face must sting. Woo, Li Chu, darling. You are the most incredible. Am I not proud, as a fan of the leading actress in director Yang's film? How could I not be proud? Isnt had said that Lin Ying can buy her way into the cast. Why wasn't it the case this time? Oh, it seems Donggang Film and Television didn't value her money. Am I the only one admiring Li Chu's character photo? Her figure is truly stunning, and her eyes are filled with stories, not devoid of life. That Li Chu asserts that as long as she remains in the entertainment circle, her level is one that will forever remain unattainable for others. Oh my, so it turns out that Li Chu can act in dramas other than idol shows. That am I the only one to have noticed this? Li Chu's character appears to have two names. I'm curious about the narrative behind it. Chapter 50. Time to join the cast. On the couch in Moon Bay, Li Chu sat up excitedly and retweeted the official announcement of cicadas in the flames. Li Chu's first Weibo, retweeting the official account. After retweeting, she felt a slight sense of unreality, exhaling a sigh of relief. Instead of lingering on Weibo, she switched to her secondary account to browse the reactions of netizens to her casting. Naturally, her Weibo was filled with likes and blessings from fans, and friends in the industry even sent her congratulatory messages via WeChat, which she replied to one by one. As she scrolled through Weibo, amidst the congratulatory messages, some discordant voices emerged, questioning whether someone who had only acted in idol dramas could shoulder such an important role, and speculating about insider dealings, suggesting she might have been the pre-selected candidate. Li Chu gazed at these comments, puffing up her cheeks. She too had pondered whether her opportunity to portray this character stemmed from her connection with Su Qingqian. However, during her conversation with the director, she realized it was not the case. It was her performance that had captivated the director's attention. Unlike those conventional actors who adhere to rigid acting patterns, while her skills may not align with director Yang's standards. He mentioned that comparatively, a blank slate of an actress is easier to mold. With director Yang believing in her, she would not disappoint those who anticipated her performance in this film. She feared most the prospect of letting down those who trusted her. She believed she could embody the character of Gao Qiuying. The next day, in the studio group chat, Li Jie shared Li Chu's schedule, which had previously been devoid of commitments but was now filled with training for the upcoming project. Cicadas in the Flames is set to shoot for 3 months, but prior to filming, there will be nearly a month of script readings and action training. That Li Chu would be away from home for 4 months. Filming in W City and at the Donggang Film and Television base in Hengqin. Li Jie. Get ready to join the cast. You can do it, Li Chu. Everyone in the industry knows how remarkable it is for Li Chu to secure this project. It marks a significant endeavor to feature a rising star. The anticipation for the final outcome is palpable. That if successful, Li Chu will have opened a door for future opportunities. However, insiders are aware of the rumors surrounding the project, particularly regarding the initial director being Yan Dao, which suggests that Li Chu is not an ordinary candidate, possibly connected to President He of Donggang Film and Television. Li Chu. Thank you, Li Jie. Red envelope emoji Lele. My CP is about to be separated by distance. Wu. Li Jie. Su will be the lone guardian of the Grand Villa. Li Chu surveyed the over 500 square meter villa's second floor. She hadn't thought much of it before, but now, the thought of being away for months evokes an inexplicable sense of reluctance. That Li Chu wasn't lamenting the loss of the Grand Villa or the ostentatious jewelry. It was clear that she and Su Qingqian had always been a couple who spent little time together. She had thought that was their normal relationship. Unexpectedly, this year, he had returned to reside in the country. And in just a month, she realized she had begun to find it hard to be apart from him. She had once perceived him as the high and mighty heir of the Su family, viewing the world through a lens of detachment. But through their interactions, she discovered he too had desires and could take the time to cook for her. They were not on the same path originally. Yet now they walked together. It seemed she could not turn back now. Gazing at her filled schedule, Li Chu had yet to decide how to inform Su Qingqian about her upcoming filming. Su Qingqian had returned to Beijing for work, overwhelmed with responsibilities that piled up due to the time he had set aside for her. Now, he was perpetually busy, often leaving before she woke and returning only after she had fallen asleep, resulting in them rarely crossing paths. That Li Chu initially planned to invite Su Qingqian out for dinner that evening to inform him of her filming schedule, but before she could send the invitation, his call arrived. He was to travel abroad to the branch of the Shengshi Group, the company he had been managing for years, to oversee some handover matters related to the Beijing headquarters, which meant he would need to leave the country temporarily. Before she had even departed for the filming, she received news of his business trip. leaving her at a loss for words. When do you leave? Immediately. The situation is quite urgent, that Li Chu nodded, asking through the phone. How long will you be gone? Su Qingchen did not provide a specific time frame, merely stating, I will return as soon as possible. The lack of a clear timeline suggested that the matters at hand were complex, potentially requiring more than a few days to resolve, that Li Chu speculated as she listened to his deep voice echoing. I will return as soon as possible. She sighed softly, collapsing onto the soft couch, feeling drained as if the air had been let out of her. Little did she know, it was she who felt abandoned. The initial joy of receiving news about joining the cast had now faded into a cloud of frustration. Choo-choo. Su Qingchen stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the CEO's office, her gaze penetrating as she observed the sparse figures of workers below. Li Chu felt a surge of indignation, melancholy, and a hint of sadness whenever she heard Su Qingchen mention his impending business trip. The thought of being separated from him was unbearable. She found herself perplexed by her emotional upheaval. Given Su Qingchen's status and her own professional obligations, it was inevitable that they could not coexist harmoniously for extended periods, whether it was he departing for work or she heading to the set. Their schedules rarely aligned. His assurance of as soon as possible felt insubstantial. After all, for months of filming could also be deemed soon. It seemed to her that this time together was merely borrowed. And now that the master was reclaiming it, they would revert to their previous arrangement of seeing each other only a few times a year, with neither needing to inform the other of their whereabouts. What pressing matters could there possibly be at the overseas branch? Did he not have trusted subordinates to oversee things in his absence? He was always meticulous in his undertakings. All Su Qingchen received in response was a muted acknowledgement from Li Chu, who was clearly displeased. Was it truly because of his temporary business trip? It would not last long. He promised her that moment. He longed to envelop her in his arms and offer comfort. Yet he remained oblivious to the specifics of his current situation. Once I know more, I'll be heading to the set too. You can come back when you're able, Li Chu retorted. Her voice tinged with frustration before she abruptly ended the call. That Su Qingchen listened to the dial tone, feeling as though he had left for good, akin to a child sulking. Just then, Mu Yang knocked on the door, informing him it was time to depart. Chapter 51. With a twinge of emotion, Li Chu hung up the phone, her hand resting on her forehead as memories of their time together flooded her mind. This heartless capitalist had intruded upon her previously tranquil existence, possessing the ability to withdraw while he could lend her extravagant jewelry from magazine shoots, effortlessly prepare meals for her, and even set aside his work to act as her bodyguard, accompanying her to events. Despite having compensated her for his assistance, their shared spaces, the bathroom, kitchen, dining room, and dressing room, were imbued with traces of their togetherness that Li Chu couldn't help but sniffle. How had she become so sentimental? It was all Su Qingchen's fault, that incorrigible heart-stealer. Though reluctant to admit it, her feelings and emotions at this moment clearly indicated that she had grown accustomed to living alongside him. They would shop for ingredients together and cook, creating a warm and familiar routine. The thought brought another wave of emotion to her. After settling into the car, Su Qingchen initiated a video call with Li Chu. He regretted not being able to return home for a brief embrace before leaving. Upon answering the call, Li Chu gazed at the man on her screen, unable to suppress a pout and a sniffle, her expression a portrait of grievance. That Su Qingchen noted her defiant yet vulnerable demeanor. The redness of her nose and the puffiness of her cheeks, reminiscent of a forlorn kitten awaiting its master's affection. They had parted many times before, usually while she was still asleep. He often wondered what her expression would be if she were to see him off. She was like a clingy little sprite, always seeking his warmth, and he pondered how she would endure the long nights alone in his absence. Choo-choo, I will call you every day, okay? Sure, I'll be busy filming too, she replied, emphasizing her own commitments, as if to convey that she wouldn't simply wait for his return. Su Qingchen chuckled softly, relieved that she could understand him. The call was only ended once he boarded the plane. They had spent the time in silence, Li Chu packing her belongings while he dealt with work matters on his laptop. Shortly after his departure, Li Chu took her bags and headed directly to the film set. Directed by Yang Qingye, the project was indeed rigorous, with strict schedules that forbade tardiness or leaving early. The script reading sessions were longer than any she had previously experienced, and the professionalism of her colleagues was evident. Each day concluded with character analyses, where they shared insights and interpretations, and nearly everyone knew their scripts by heart. Although the work was exhausting, the learning opportunities were abundant. The camaraderie among the crew was warm and supportive, with seasoned colleagues guiding Li Chu, particularly Ji Rufeng, the male lead renowned for his 2 Best Actor awards. Despite his talent, he seemed to harbor reservations about popular stars. Although Li Chu was indeed a rising star, she didn't believe her acting was so inadequate as to be unwatchable, and no one had overtly criticized her skills. And while the public often viewed her as merely a pretty face in idol dramas, she had always approached each role with diligence, refusing to succumb to mediocrity. However, just days into the filming of the Cicadas song, self-doubt crept in. Was her acting truly unworthy of the screen? Given the substantial investment in the project, many of the sets were newly constructed, and some props were borrowed from collectors or museums. The daily expenses were considerable, and no one wanted to jeopardize the shoot. After all, the cost of one day's filming could equate to a month's budget for a small web series. And everyone was determined to perform their duties impeccably. Cut. Yang Qingye called, halting the shoot once again due to an issue on Li Chu's end. After multiple interruptions, her composure began to fray, leaving her bewildered as she looked at the director. Everyone take a 30-minute break to regroup, he announced to the cast and crew. Li Chu approached the director. I'm sorry, director, for holding everyone up. Yang Qingye waved her off, as if unfazed by her apology. He must have anticipated such challenges given her role. It's all right, this is just the beginning. Everyone goes through this, he reassured her. Although he offered comfort, her guilt only deepened. While she managed well in her other scenes, the moment she faced Yamamoto, the adoptive father of Gao Qiuying, she faltered, unsure of how to convey the right emotions. She recognized this flaw, rooted in her own lack of paternal presence. Whenever she had to portray this relationship, she would stiffen, preoccupied with how others interacted with their fathers, which resulted in a rigid performance devoid of Gao Qiuying's essence. Li Chu, your primary issue is that you're not embodying Gao Qiuying. You need to immerse yourself in her character, adopting her perspective to navigate her interactions, instead of reacting from your own viewpoint. Yang Qingye incisively pointed out that he picked up the script and returned to the camera. You must forget who you are. Li Chu responded affirmatively to his back. Lei, bring over Li Chu's stool. But she didn't sit. Instead, she bowed her head, deep in thought, focused intently. Lei chose not to disturb her. While the rest of the crew took a break, Li Chu stood quietly, her eyes closed as she reflected on her earlier performance. Methodically adjusting her approach and planning how to tackle each scene. 30 minutes later, the crew resumed their activities. That a makeup artist touched up her face and styled her hair, and once ready, Li Chu stood before the camera again. This time, Gao Qiuying's smile was infused with a complexity of emotions that transcended mere innocence. Alongside the sweetness, there was a struggle, a hint of resentment. The moment Yamamoto turned away, her smile faded, revealing exhaustion and animosity, tinged with a trace of conflict. Yang Qingye observed the recorded footage without calling for another cut. Instead, he instructed the camera to zoom in. Sometimes, an actor's intuition can be more valuable than technical skill, and those with a natural flair often grasp their roles with ease. Chapter 52 this day unfolded seamlessly, bolstering Li Chu's confidence, and the subsequent scenes proceeded with remarkable fluidity, allowing her to finish on time for once. As she rode back to the hotel, she reflected on Yang Qingye's words, feeling as if a veil had been lifted, granting her clarity. After perusing the script for the next day's scenes, she felt a bit dizzy. She couldn't fathom how Su Qingchen managed to remain so composed while handling paperwork in the car. The dense text made her head spin, prompting her to check her phone for messages from him. In the past, during their separations, she had seldom thought about the fact that she had a husband waiting for her. However, this time, Li Chu felt a compelling urge to share everything with him at the earliest opportunity. It was indeed a rare occasion that she had seemingly forgotten her status as a married woman. The chat interface still displayed his previous message indicating he was busy and that it wasn't yet time for a video call. Yet Li Chu yearned to converse with him. That as she contemplated what to send, an incoming message from Su Qingchen interrupted her thoughts. 3 photographs. These images were evidently taken at an auction, showcasing a pale purple jade bracelet, a rare leather handbag, and a pink gemstone necklace from the auction catalog. Su Qingchen's side indicated he was typing a message, and Li Chu speculated he was about to inquire which one she preferred. To be honest, she believed she deserved to possess all 3 items. The jade bracelet seemed to be absent from her jewelry collection, and its unique hue captivated her. given that she was currently filming a drama requiring her to wear kipeos frequently. She had developed a fondness for them and had commissioned several custom-made pieces. The bracelet would undoubtedly complement her attire beautifully. As for the handbag, Li Chu could ascertain from the photo alone that it was likely a limited anniversary edition from a prestigious brand, an item of immense value yet scarce availability. Regarding the pink gemstone, she already owned one, albeit not as grand or translucent as the one depicted. As she lingered over the photographs, still indecisive about her choice, Su Qingshan's message arrived. "I bought them all." Li Chu gasped in astonishment. No wonder it was said that men were most charming when spending money on you, regardless of age. Overseas, at the private auction venue, Su Qingshan stood in an optimal position. With the breathtaking view of Jurassic Bay before him, he lowered his head, engrossed in a flurry of messages pouring in from Li Chu. "Ah, how did you know I would like all of them?" "Thank you, benevolent benefactor. The JPG. My husband is so bold. JPG. Missing you on the first day without you. Thinking of you, still thinking of you. JP. The moonlight tonight is beautiful. Do you remember me?" Finally, Li Chu sent a selfie of herself in a qipao, taken after her first full makeup session in the outfit, radiating elegance. Initially, Su Qingshan had declined Mr. John's invitation, but upon seeing the items in the auction catalog, he was certain Li Chu would appreciate them, prompting him to carve out time from his busy schedule to attend the private auction at the Out Hotel. He gazed at the endless stream of emojis from Li Chu. His attention lingered on her selfie. Unable to tear his eyes away from the screen, he saved the image. The curve of his lips revealed his elation. He finally comprehended the joy of earning money. After securing the items, Su Qingshan put his phone away and prepared to leave to Mr. John. Upon noticing, promptly approached to escort him out, accompanied by his young niece. With a smile, he introduced her to Su Qingshan. "Mr. Su, this is my niece, your junior, who has been eager to meet you since she orchestrated this auction. In such a scenario, this felt rather inappropriate." Su Qingshan merely nodded, maintaining his composure. The career-oriented woman clad in a cream suit, undeterred, raised her glass towards Su Qingshan with a smile. "Senior, it's a pleasure to meet you." No one could fathom that she still vividly recalled the moment she first encountered him in the student council, her heart racing. However, his swift pace meant it took her considerable time to secure an opportunity to converse with him directly, a moment she cherished. Su Qingshan was typically inscrutable in public, exuding gentlemanly charm. He picked up the glass offered by the waiter, gestured with it, but did not drink, instead gently swirling it before placing it back on the server's tray. Mr. John paused, and after exchanging pleasantries, Su Qingshan left without a moment's delay. Ji Huanyan, unable to avert her gaze from Su Qingshan's retreating figure, caught her uncle's eye, who observed his niece's infatuation with the Asian gentleman, that he had no objections to her feelings for Su Qingshan and even supported their potential relationship, which was why he had personally invited the younger man. "Huan, they've left. Why are you still staring?" "Uncle, please don't tease me." Ji Huanyan pouted playfully at John. Yet her determination was unwavering. It was akin to holding a lottery ticket worth millions. Despite the slim chances of winning, countless individuals would still go mad for it, knowing that once acquired, even standing at the starting point would place them atop a peak unreachable by others. She, too, would not be an exception to this norm. However, she was different in that she would emerge as one of the fortunate few, the sole victor. As the auction drew to a close, the night over Jurassic Bay had deepened, with boats gradually docking at the shore. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Qingshan sent a message to Li Chu. "Are you asleep?" She informed him that her close friend had come to visit, and she had plans for the evening, which might preclude a video call. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to test the waters, just in case. By the time Li Chu received his message, it was already past midnight. With no filming scheduled for the following day, and having just spent time with Shin Tian, she had decided to unwind a bit longer. Just after saying goodbye to Shin Tian, she opened her phone to find Su Qingshan's message awaiting her. As she read his words, she sensed an undercurrent of intimacy, an inexplicable warmth flowing between them as if transmitted through electromagnetic waves. A blush crept up her cheeks as she bit her lower lip. "Not yet. Shin Tian came to visit, and we had a bit too much fun. I'm on my way back to the hotel now." Su Qingshan replied almost instantly, as if he had been anticipating her response. It had been several days since they had seen each other. Although they video called daily, They rarely exchanged more than a few words before becoming preoccupied with their own lives. That Li Chu contemplated sending Su Qingchen some candid shots taken by Lei Lei on set to give him a glimpse into her daily activities. Chapter 53. A sense of urgency. As Su Qingchen examined the images she sent, he scrutinized each one carefully. That he soon noticed that whether she was resting or filming, there was a man silently observing her. Li Chu had thought their conversation would conclude there, but unexpectedly, he initiated a video call. Not wanting to answer in front of Lei Lei, she concocted an excuse to send Lei Lei back to her room before picking up the video call. "Hello, what's up?" As she walked toward the hotel elevator, she surveyed her surroundings, relieved that it was late and mostly deserted. But Su Qingchen asked, "Are you back at the hotel?" Li Chu pressed a button for her floor and replied, "Yes, I'm in the elevator." As the elevator ascended, the signal faltered, freezing their video interface. That Li Chu gazed at Su Qingchen's face on the screen. He seemed unaware of how to position the front camera to present himself more attractively. The angle was unflattering. Had it been someone else, she could hardly imagine how dreadful it would have appeared. This was what they referred to as having the privilege of beauty, wasn't it? Finally exiting the elevator and reconnecting to the network, Li Chu held her phone in one hand while swiping her card to open the door. However, just as she was about to enter, she was called out by someone next door. "Did Li Chu? Why are you back so late?" Lu Dongyi inquired. "Oh, Teacher Lu, you're still awake?" Li Chu replied, standing at the doorway and turning to face the fellow cast member. "Just couldn't sleep. Was planning to go for a stroll when I happened to run into you." She chuckled awkwardly. "Well then, Teacher Lu, I'll head back to my room to rest." Lu Dongyi remained silent, having intentionally stepped out. Yet he seemed to have noticed that Li Chu was likely video chatting with a man on her phone, prompting him to feign insomnia. After closing the door, Li Chu looked at Su Qingchen on her screen. "Could you move the phone back a bit?" Su Qingchen complied. "Is this better?" "Yes, now it's right." "You're so close I can't see your whole face." His visage was so near that it seemed it might leap through the screen at any moment. After chatting for a while longer, as Li Chu yawned, Su Qingchen concluded the video call with a simple, "Good night." Today, Li Chu's slumber was particularly sweet. Ever since Director Yang provided her with guidance, the filming process has been remarkably smooth, with the entire crew immersed in their bustling activities. Today marks Li Chu's first action scene since joining the crew, a pivotal moment for her character, given that she has never participated in explosion scenes before. The explosives expert and the set manager meticulously walked her through the designated paths several times, anxious that any lapse in attention might lead to mishaps that on set. Li Chu was already made up and donned in her costume, a delicate light blue qipao that complemented her complexion beautifully, cinching her waist to perfection. Her hair was styled in an exquisitely classical Republic of China updo, with willow leaf brows and luscious lips. Every smile and frown exuded charm, embodying an alluring grace. Yet her eyes retained a childlike innocence, creating a striking contrast. The martial arts director was engaged in conversation with the director, designing the action sequences. With the director striving for authenticity, numerous explosion points were incorporated, prompting everyone to exercise extreme caution as they rehearsed their movements. Fearful of misstepping, this scene represents a highlight for Li Chu, as the majority of the shots are focused on her. The martial arts director approached her to confirm the choreography once more. To perfect this significant performance, Li Chu endured considerable hardship, with lingering bruises still evident on her body. Although she had previously filmed martial arts scenes, they were primarily on green screens, not in such a dynamic real-world setting, which posed a considerable challenge for her. Once Li Chu was positioned for direction, the martial arts director hurried over to the director, while the other actors swiftly took their places. Action, with that command. The male actor immediately slipped into character. "Chiu-Ing, come here, give me your hand, quickly." "There's no time, you go first, go," Li Chu shouted at the male lead, swiftly drawing her prop gun and engaging in a fierce gunfight with the pursuers. The camera followed the actors' movements, gradually closing in, capturing every nuance of their expressions. Outside the frame, the crew held their breath, fearful of disrupting the atmosphere. As the explosion detonated, Li Chu adhered to the preordained path. Evading danger, at the final explosion point, Director Yang shouted through a megaphone, "Cut, we got it in one take." The actor lying on the ground pretending to be dead sprang up, brushing off the dust and applauding, with one male actor leading the way, exclaiming, "Tonight, dinner is on me. Thank you all for your hard work." Everyone was somewhat incredulous that the scene had gone so smoothly in one take, Even the director had allocated 3 days for this segment. But the outcome was unexpectedly seamless. Just as everyone was reveling in their success, a makeshift wall over a meter high suddenly collapsed, and Li Chu fell directly from it to Li Chu. Lu Dongyi, realizing the danger, rushed over in an attempt to catch her, but he was too late. Li Chu landed on her knees and then fell to the ground. Chaos ensued on set, with some calling for an ambulance and others dialing emergency services. Creating a tumultuous scene, Li Chu lay on the ground, her bare calves bleeding profusely. Having just experienced an explosion, the ground was littered with shards of tiles and glass. Unlike others who wore long sleeves and pants, Li Chu's exposed legs were not spared. Debris embedded itself in her skin during the fall. Fortunately, her upper body remained largely unscathed, and most importantly, her face was unharmed. The on-set doctor arrived swiftly with a stretcher, administering basic first aid before carefully placing Li Chu onto it and into the ambulance. She felt her knees and legs growing numb, a tingling sensation overwhelming her, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. The news of Li Chu's injury spread rapidly, trending online, making it difficult for her to maintain her composure. To reassure her fans, Sister Li immediately instructed the studio to post on Weibo, informing them that it was merely a minor injury and that there was no need for concern. However, how could the fans not worry? Li Chu, after bidding farewell to the last batch of crew members who came to visit her, posted a message assuring her well-being. "I haven't been disfigured. I haven't been disfigured. I haven't been disfigured. I have recited it 3 times. The post included a selfie of her in a hospital gown making a peace sign, soothing her fans that I end her downtime. Li Chu stared at her phone, contemplating whether to inform Su Qingqin. Yet he was undoubtedly busy. The shards in her legs had been removed and disinfected. The doctor reassured her about her main concern. There would be no scarring. But she must avoid water for the time being. Li Chu opted to have her legs slightly elevated, fearing that any movement might hinder her recovery. Chapter 54. I haven't been disfigured. Don't worry seeing her in such a state. Yang Yechen granted her a leave of absence, allowing her to resume filming once her injuries healed, while the others would continue with their scenes. Li Chu pondered. Her remaining scenes were minimal, and reshooting wouldn't take long. Her WeChat was flooded with inquiries about the severity of her injury, and she replied to each concerned message, reassuring them of her well-being. Particularly Shin Tian, who was on a plane when she learned of the news, was frantic with worry. Li Chu comforted her, urging her to attend to her matters first, reiterating that she had just a few scrapes. Everything was fine. Lei had organized Li Chu's toiletries and sat by her bedside, frowning with concern. Although injuries are not uncommon for actors, none had been as alarming as this one. Her heart nearly leapt from her chest today. Lei cautiously reached out several times to touch the bandaged areas on Li Chu's leg. "Sister, that looks very painful." Li Chu was both amused and exasperated by her assistant's concern that it's manageable now. "I nearly fainted from the pain during disinfection." "Should we inform Mr. Su?" Lei asked, her eyes filled with sympathy. Envisioning her sister being embraced by her brother-in-law for comfort, CP spirit, Li Chu thought, regarding Lei as a qualified shepherd, and no need. "It's not a big deal." Li Chu lifted her gaze from her phone screen to respond to Lei. "It's already trending. Even if Su Qingqin isn't online, surely his assistant is. Perhaps he truly doesn't know. After all, I haven't achieved international fame yet." Lei retorted. "How is this not a big deal? Look at your slender leg. It's wrapped like a mummy." Li Chu laughed heartily. "But I'm fine, aren't I? I can still talk and laugh. Why tell him? He's abroad, and even if I told him, he might not be able to return anyway." Despite her words, a hint of grievance lingered in Li Chu's heart. Ever since Su Qingqin discovered that there were those in the crew who coveted Li Chu, he had promptly instructed Mu Yang to reduce their workload, consolidating an entire week's tasks into just a few days. In the brightly lit office of the overseas Shengshi Group branch, Su Qingqin was embroiled in back-to-back meetings, the urgency palpable as if the world were coming to an end. This relentless pace had stirred discontent among the typically laid-back foreign staff. But there was no alternative. Upon deciding to return to his homeland, he had already prepared meticulously. Before him, a group of board members debated heatedly for over an hour in a mix of broken English and halting Chinese about shifting the company's focus to domestic markets. Each side presented its arguments. The overseas faction insisted that their growth trajectory was far superior, while the domestic faction argued that the company's roots lay in the homeland, and focusing on it would benefit the headquarters development. Each had their rationale. After dismissing the foreign members, Su Qingshan rubbed his temples in irritation, aware that prioritization inevitably leads to disparities in profit, making debate unavoidable. However, his decisions were resolute, and allowing them to voice their opinions was merely a means of providing them a platform to showcase their efforts toward the company's growth, giving them the illusion that they still had a role to play. After sending the board members off, Mu Yang returned to the president's office to find Su Qingshan resting with his eyes closed. Having been subjected to the relentless noise of the previous discussions, that it was time for a moment of peace. However, upon assessing the news from the domestic front, Mu Yang knocked gently on the door and entered. Mr. Su, he spoke in a hushed tone. Su Qingshan opened his eyes slightly, signaling for him to continue. Madam was injured while filming today. She is currently in a hospital in H City. Su Qingshan's eyes widened as he sprang to his feet. Prepare the Su family's plane, that I'm leaving immediately. The airplane traced its path across the horizon. Li Chu finished her conversation with Lele and was compelled to rest. Not long after she laid down her phone, sleep overtook her. After a taxing day filled with filming and injury, she found herself utterly exhausted by the time she could truly relax. Before drifting into slumber, Li Chu consoled herself that it was merely a minor injury. Some people simply remained blissfully unaware. With her leg immobilized, she slipped into a dream where she was kidnapped. In her dream, she struggled to open her eyes, yearning to discern the identity of her captor. To her shock, the face that materialized was an exact replica of Su Qingshan's, brandishing a sharp dagger and threatening her to surrender all her wealth. Refusing to comply, she braced herself for an assault on her very being, resolutely refusing to yield. Observing the restless Li Chu, Su Qingshan leaned in to comfort her, but a sharp, resounding slap echoed through the silent hospital room as Li Chu struck the imagined assailant in her dream. Yet, as she came to, the sensation felt disturbingly real. The sound reverberated loudly, and her hand bore warmth. Dazed, Li Chu opened her eyes to find her hand resting on someone's face, the features eerily mirroring those of the bandit from her dream. Su Qingshan and Li Chu remained in this position until she fully awakened. The tangible warmth and sensation confirming that this was no mere dream, but reality. Unaware of the nature of Li Chu's dream, Su Qingshan was taken aback by her sudden outburst of anger. Evident in her physical reaction, that a hint of embarrassment hung in the air as Li Chu awkwardly withdrew her hand from his face, rubbing her eyes to focus on the dimly lit figure before her. The darkness outside the window suggested it was still the dead of night, and under the soft glow of the bedside lamp, his visage blended with the villain from her dream, prompting her to turn away in resentment. "What brings you here? Aren't you abroad?" she muttered, feeling a sense of indignation that he had returned without her knowledge. Noticing her pouting expression, Su Qingshan instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. While he may not fully grasp the complexities of a woman's heart, he understood that her words should not be taken at face value. She likely meant to imply, "Did you even think to come back? Your wife is in a hospital. That I came to accompany you during your recovery," he replied softly, gently peeling away her hospital gown to reveal her bandaged leg. "Don't move. Let me take a look." Li Chu's legs were slender and graceful, yet they now lay swathed in layers of gauze, revealing minor abrasions that glimmered red, eliciting a pang of sympathy. Despite not turning to face Su Qingshan, she could feel the tenderness in his touch as he cradled her leg, careful not to apply any pressure, as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. That he meticulously avoided all her injuries, reminding her of the time a doctor had treated her wounds, eliciting tears from her due to the pain. That moment, he had not been there, but now he had returned. "Now that it's all taken care of, what are you staring at? You haven't seen the gruesome sight of my leg covered in blood, have you?" she jested, though her injuries had not improved significantly. The major wounds were bandaged, while the minor scrapes bore visible traces of irritation, rendering her leg less than aesthetically pleasing. Li Chu instinctively recoiled, reluctant to expose her unsightly leg to him. She recalled their intimate moments when he would explore her body, lingering for a while. And she had certainly noticed. "Are you done? If you keep staring, I'll start charging you," she teased. "Charging for what?" Su Qingshan did not relent, instead gently kissing her forehead in an attempt to soothe her. With a hint of petulance, Li Chu replied, "Just taking a look, but I'm charging in $. Seeing her playful spirit rekindled, Su Qingshan smiled down at her, one hand supporting her leg while the other retrieved his phone to carry out a transaction. Li Chu, momentarily bewildered, heard a notification from her phone beneath her pillow. Upon checking, she was astonished by the staggering amount reflected in the bank transfer, an unprecedented figure she had never encountered before. She began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Never mind, my eyes are going to cross. Now I could live comfortably for a lifetime. She mused at Su Qingxin, gazing at her leg adorned with marks, leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon it. Li Chu was taken aback, wanted to clarify that she had merely been jesting. Such extravagant expenditures were unnecessary. Yet, the sensation of his lips on her leg rendered her speechless as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky was painted in a brilliant orange-red hue, like flames illuminating the heavens. The warm orange glow enveloped the earth like a delicate veil, mirroring the blush on Li Chu's cheeks as she felt his lips tenderly caressing her minor injuries, soothing her wounds. Everything is fine now. The pain has subsided, she murmured, shifting her leg, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at his unyielding affection. Su Qingchen lifted his gaze, ruffling her hair, and effortlessly lifted her onto his lap. Both of them settling onto the somewhat cramped single hospital bed. I was in a meeting when the accident happened, and it will take about a week to wrap up the matters on that side. He explained at Li Chu pouted, responding with a non-committal and truthfully. She could have managed without him. Her survival did not hinge on his presence. Should anything like this occur, you must inform me immediately that I may not be there. But were you frightened? Of course not. I would never admit to being afraid, Li Chu insisted defiantly. All right then. Did you miss me? Su Qingchen inquired, his eyes fixed on the woman who had playfully lifted her lips. Don't flatter yourself. This superstar certainly wouldn't miss you, Li Chu retorted, pinching Su Qingchen's abdomen playfully, determined not to let him bask in self-satisfaction. That Su Qingchen chuckled softly. It was I who missed you terribly. Li Chu couldn't suppress a smile, but her good mood was fleeting in response to her triumphant grin. Su Qingchen leaned in to kiss her, his lips brushing against her cheek as if he were caressing a delicate rose. His fingers danced through her hair, savoring the softness as if he were touching fine silk. His gaze was filled with tenderness and affection, as though he were admiring a priceless work of art. He refrained from applying pressure, akin to tossing a small stone onto the surface of a tranquil lake, creating ripples, or being playfully nipped by a kitten, so delightfully ticklish as Su Qingchen chuckled, teasing her. And in that moment, Li Chu felt as if all her strength had been drained away, leaving her languid and unable to maintain focus on the world around her. Her body felt burdened, as if weighed down by an invisible force, rendering her unable to muster even the slightest energy. Her limbs hung limply, reminiscent of leaves caught in a gentle breeze, ready to flutter away. Each breath felt laborious, as if it required every ounce of her strength. Su Qingchen gently wiped away the remnants of her earlier distress from her lips, where she had unconsciously bitten down in her sleep. The lingering sting served as a reminder that this little kitten was now quite content. Once she regained her composure, Li Chu glanced at her phone to check the time, only to be met with yet another bank notification, causing her to feel overwhelmed once more. Shouldn't I be paying taxes? She wondered aloud, recalling how others in the entertainment industry had faced consequences for tax evasion or had been unable to appear on screen due to mishaps. Receiving such a substantial transfer left her questioning her obligations. While she had previously grasped Su Qingchen's financial prowess, it was today that she truly understood the mindset of those starlets striving to marry into wealth, especially with his seemingly limitless resources. Su Qingchen appeared almost inhumanly affluent. Why would a husband need to pay taxes on pocket money given to his wife? What on earth are you thinking? Li Chu's eyes widened in shock. What? Pocket money? You're talking about amounts in the billions, she exclaimed incredulously. That is a bit ostentatious. Isn't it? I've noticed a flaw in your character, Su Qingchen, she stated earnestly, twisting her body to face him. What is it? He questioned, amused as he played with her hand, as Su Qingchen had never considered himself perfect. Rather, he often perceived himself as somewhat despicable and unscrupulous. You are far too extravagant, Li Chu concluded, suspecting he had no true understanding of money's value. Perhaps to him, the sum he had just transferred was merely a series of digits without significance. He responded, intrigued. Like how I didn't even bat an eye when you were clearly joking. And Li Chu waved her phone to indicate he should transfer her money directly. Let us make this a daily occurrence, so you become accustomed to receiving your husband's pocket money. Shall we? Su Qingchen paid no heed to it. Were it not for the limit on her account, Li Chu's funds would not have been restricted to such a meager amount. Perhaps he should establish a supplementary account for her. No, please don't. If this continues, I might as well not step outside, she exclaimed, fearful of being robbed. Who in their right mind would wander the streets with such a hefty sum in their account? Su Qingchen chuckled softly. He indeed had little awareness of his daily earnings. Yet, money was meant to be spent, particularly on Li Chu, which brought him immense satisfaction. Just as Li Chu was about to speak further, her phone rang. Hello, Sister Li, you're up so early. It's only 3 in the morning, Li Chu. You must tell me, did you rob a bank? How could your account have suddenly swelled with so much money? Chapter 56. Calm down. Li Chu's personal account had always been managed by Sister Li, with monthly withdrawals designated as charity funds for underprivileged students in mountainous regions. They had never used this for personal gain or to curry favor. However, today, a sudden influx of funds had appeared in Li Chu's account at midnight, prompting the bank representative she frequently interacted with to question her indirectly about potential money laundering. This revelation had completely jolted her awake. After hanging up, she sought clarification from Li Chu that Li Chu had no choice but to explain the origin of the funds, stating that it was merely her husband's recent allowance. Sister Li's thoughts took a turn. Receiving money from a man at midnight for a beautiful woman seemed rather suspicious. But wasn't Li Chu injured? How could she still lack restraint? Youthful exuberance, indeed. The more she pondered, the more misguided her thoughts became. If others didn't take care about her artist, she certainly would. Immediately, Sister Li messaged Li Chu, your leg isn't healed yet. Take care. Li Chu glanced at Sister Li, who had just hung up the phone, and was perplexed by the abrupt message. What on earth is going on? Sister Li replied, in the prime of your career, mind your moderation. Don't forget your little umbrella. All right, Sister Li must have misunderstood. Li Chu contemplated crafting a lengthy explanation, but eventually decided against it, realizing that the more she explained, the more tangled the situation would become. Li Chu mused. What are they all thinking? If we don't sleep soon, we might as well do something else. Su Qingchen snatched Li Chu's phone away and pulled her into his embrace, insisting she rest. Li Chu nestled against him. They barely fit on the narrow single bed, and any slight movement threatened to send them tumbling off. However, the familiar scent enveloping her brought a sweet sense of security. Li Chu admired Su Qingchen, who was working diligently from a makeshift desk in the small, living area adjacent to the hospital bed. She marveled at how a serious man could be so charming, especially as he appeared almost ethereal, bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through the window. In that moment, she felt as if she were gazing upon a celestial being. This must be what people refer to as a little dragon man, albeit a rather cool and distant version. Yet, her admiration almost made her forget about her pressing need to visit the restroom. Glancing around, she noticed that Lele was nowhere to be found. Su Qingchen seemed engrossed in his work, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. Never mind, she would manage on her own. Propping herself up, she gingerly moved her legs to slip into her slippers, steadying herself with the edge of the bed as she stood up, attempting to shuffle toward the restroom. She dared not bend her knees, fearing the strain might tear the healing skin. With a limping gait, she took a few awkward steps before pausing for a moment of respite. Suddenly, she was swept off her feet and cradled in someone's arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around the man's neck. Turning her head, she found herself in Su Qingchen's embrace, his chiseled jawline mere inches away. Su Qingchen playfully jostled her, feigning reproach. If you need anything, just say the word. I am at your service. Li Chu's heart fluttered at his words. His speech was so smooth and charming. With a playful pout, she pointed her finger, declaring, I need to use the restroom. Su Qingchen chuckled softly, carrying her away in the direction she indicated. Given that they were in a private room, the amenities were exceptionally well appointed. Can you manage on your own? Su Qingchen asked, squeezing toothpaste onto her brush and handing it to her. Li Chu took the brush, rinsed her mouth, and shook her head, indicating that she wanted his company. After brushing, Su Qingchen held a cup to her lips for rinsing and then gently dried her face with a towel. Taking great care, Su Qingchen, I've realized you are quite adept at caring for children, treating me as if I were one, she remarked. His gaze darkened as he studied her intently. Do you think we should consider having a child? Your little baby is right here with me, Li Chu retorted, avoiding a direct answer. She still felt like a child herself, and with her career on the rise, she had no desire to return home to tend to a baby. Initially, Su Qingchen had not considered having children so soon, but after seeing the children from the Fu family, he had begun to entertain the idea, particularly the thought of having a child who resembled her. Li Chu, hoping to shift the topic, noticed the shower head and suddenly realized that she hadn't bathed since yesterday. The thought of having spent the night curled up with him without a proper wash was hard for her to bear. She tilted her head to sniff her sleeve. No odor, but she still felt uncomfortable that Su Qingchen. "I want to take a shower," Li Chu said, patting his arm to signal him to carry her over. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingchen lifted her, being careful of her injured leg, which he knew should not get wet. Li Chu clung to his neck, her eyes sparkling as she softly asked, "Darling, are you willing to serve me?" It was he who had promised to fulfill her every request, and right now, all she desired was a shower. After all, they had seen each other in all states before, without a hint of modesty. She felt entirely at ease that Su Qingchen set her down on the floor, standing her upright, and then stepped out to fetch a chair. After carefully removing her clothing, he held her close, placing her injured leg on the chair and using the shower head to give her a quick rinse. He was exceptionally cautious, fearful of dampening her leg, but in the process, he ended up soaking himself, his shirt clinging to his form, revealing the contours of his muscles. Once she was clean, he wrapped her in a bathrobe and placed her at the sink. Wondering why he didn't just carry her out instead of leaving her there, Li Chu slowly inched backward, sensing his intentions to confine her in such a small space while he drew ever closer. The situation felt precarious, that Su Qingchen leaned down, whispering in a husky tone near her ear, "Chu, undo the buttons of your clothes." That Li Chu glanced down at his shirt, now damp and clinging to her waist, emphasizing her curves, and she felt her throat tighten as she swallowed hard. She leaned back, gazing at him, and shook her head. "I don't want to." "That's too risky." As she moved, the loosely tied bathrobe slipped partially open, and in a flurry, she reached out to catch it, preventing any embarrassing exposure. However, the moment she locked eyes with him, she sensed his desire had ignited. In that fleeting glance, his dark eyes glimmered with a yearning that made her heart race. "Su Qingchen, I can't right now." She protested that if they were to engage now, it would be disastrous. She raised her leg, indicating her condition. Chapter 57. Not possible. Su Qingchen's dark gaze remained fixed on her, his intentions unmistakable. Li Chu was stunned, her expression frozen in disbelief, first astonished, then incredulous, and finally engulfed in confusion. She stood there, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After spending so long together, a mere glance could convey so much. She loathed this unspoken understanding, especially at this moment. Her perception had been thoroughly challenged. She was not eager to learn anything new. She wasn't a good student, nor did she wish to be one who delighted in acquiring new knowledge. Su Qingchen pressed his lips to her corner, his voice low and husky as he asked, "What do you say? How can this be happening?" She thought, utterly unable to refuse him, feeling overwhelmed. Time flowed like a long river, meandering onward without end or pause, relentlessly surging forward. Days turned to nights, seasons changed, and years slipped by unnoticed. Reflecting on the past, the laughter and tears seemed ever close yet remained distant. The river of time. We are all but fleeting travelers, aging gradually as it flows. The restroom door finally swung open, and this time, Li Chu emerged, properly dressed, cradled in Su Qingchen's arms. The air was infused with a subtle scent of orange blossoms. Mingling with other fragrances, Li Chu was gently placed back on the hospital bed, and as she shifted her legs, she winced, her eyes narrowing in irritation. She glared at him, feeling that he was being utterly inconsiderate. She was still bandaged, after all. How could he not be gentler when setting her down? The more she looked at the man before her, the more she found him displeasing. In a fit of anger, she seized his long neck and bit down. "Humph! This is revenge for my injured leg." Who caused him to be inattentive? Su Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, resembling a small kitten, showcasing its newly sprouted teeth. Feeling rather ticklish, Li Chu emitted a playful growl and nipped at him, lifting her gaze to gauge his reaction. Yet he maintained an air of cheerful composure, radiating vitality and ease. Li Chu, witnessing this, felt a surge of irritation and shot him an angry glare. With a gentle disposition, Su Qingchen lowered his head and placed a tender kiss on her pouting lips, soft and sweet like cotton candy. Delightful indeed. I Chu leaned back against the cushion he had arranged, unwilling to cuddle with him during this period. Yet, this man persistently gazed at her with a profound intensity. Could it be that he still harbored hopes that she would acquiesce? Su Qingchen chuckled softly, pinching the soft flesh of her cheek, urging her to rest. He then proceeded to his makeshift desk to attend to his work. That Li Chu watched him settle down, feeling reassured, fearful that he might unexpectedly turn around and continue his advances. She picked up her phone from the bedside, noticing several unread messages indicating that Shin Tian was coming to visit her. Having just landed, a warm feeling enveloped Li Chu. In her time of need, her best friend was thinking of her, forgoing work to rush back immediately after arriving. She felt incredibly fortunate that Su Qingchen, Shin Tian, is coming to see me shortly. Please carry me to the sofa. You need me to excuse myself? Su Qingchen inquired as he lifted her up. Why would you need to excuse yourself? Although he and Shin Tian are not well acquainted. It is not necessary. Besides, Shin Tian is merely coming to visit. It's not as if she is here for a girls' night chat where you can't be present. She looked at the man who had seated her on his lap. Puzzled. Did he not wish to join her in entertaining his own friends? Upon realizing her misunderstanding, Su Qingchen lightly brushed her pert nose with his fingertip. What are you thinking? My stepping aside is merely to facilitate your conversation. Oh, today there's no time for chatting. She has work to attend to. Li Chu rewarded him with a kiss on the neck where she had nipped him, thoughtful and considerate. That's your reward. Which husband is this good? It turns out he belongs to me. Su Qingchen held her head firmly. My appetite is insatiable for this. Shin Tian urged the man behind her. Fu Yinshin, could you please hurry? Fu Yinshin quickened his pace, one hand carrying her bag while the other held a fruit basket, observing the empty-handed woman. She was becoming increasingly adept at commanding him, a far cry from the timid jasmine flower who once pursued him, now long gone. What if you disturb the couple? Fu Yinshin pressed the elevator button, glancing at the eager woman. This is a hospital, not a hotel. Shin Tian found it incomprehensible that this man assumed everyone shared his mindset, always preoccupied with such matters. How naive, Fu Yinshin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Shin Tian, rolling her eyes at him. This woman is simply too innocent. Su Qingchen has been abroad for such a long time. He has just returned and should be indulging in affection. Only this woman could maintain such childlike innocence. Fu Yinshin, close your mouth. Not everyone is like you. Su General has no white moonlight. Unlike you, who has admirers both in the mainland and the port city. Now that we have arrived, if you cannot speak, then do not. Shin Tian warned him, bemused by how his demeanor had transformed since her attitude towards him shifted. He was no longer the brooding ascetic, but instead quite talkative, prompting her at times to wish to silence him. She snatched the fruit basket from his hands without a second thought and knocked on the hospital room door. Li Chu, someone is knocking, she said, pushing Su Qingchen down. He adjusted her clothing before standing to open the door. Su General, how is Chu Chu? The door swung open, revealing Shin Tian, who did not see her friend Su Qingchen hand over the fruit basket. Little Chu was on the sofa. He stepped aside, allowing Shin Tian and Fu Yinshin to enter. Chu Chu, is your injury serious? What did the doctor say? Will it leave a scar? Shin Tian inquired, settling beside Li Chu and pointing to her leg. It is nothing serious, and it won't leave a scar. Fu Yinshin was led away by Su Qingchen to another area, not wishing to interrupt the lively conversation between the two women on the sofa. Weren't we supposed to return to the port city to restore order? Su Qingchen poured a glass of water for him, a hint of mockery in his tone, recalling how this fellow once scoffed at matters of the heart. Yet now he was willing to abandon his work to accompany a woman to the hospital. Fu Yinshin accepted the glass of water, lifting his eyelids to meet the smiling man, fully aware that this was deliberate. He was flaunting the bite mark on his neck, with Shin Tian even aiding this faux gentleman. This isn't about missing you, Fu Yinshin remarked, nearly causing Su Qingchen to spit out the water he had just sipped. How had this man changed? Fu San, could it be that you were so desperate to chase a woman? Just as Fu Yinshin was about to retort, Shin Tian called out to him, Fu Yinshin, come here for a moment. Su Qingchen found amusement in his friend's predicament. Now being commanded by the very women he had once derided. Li Chu, allow me to reintroduce myself. This is my boyfriend. Fu Yinshin. Fu General, nice to meet you. Today, I am treating Qingchen. Would you and Shin Tian care to join us for dinner? Is your schedule convenient? Under Shin Tian's watchful gaze, Fu Yinshin accepted Li Chu's invitation. Miss Li, it's a pleasure. If Tian has no objections, I am agreeable that Li Chu raised an eyebrow at Shin Tian's sister. Well done. Look how well this man has been trained. Shin Tian, feeling a mix of pride and bashfulness, acknowledged her sister's approval. Chu, I must leave after dinner. I cannot stay to help you recuperate. Chapter 58. The paparazzi are inside. Li Chu, having adorned herself, was carried away by Su Qingchen through the hospital's back entrance. As she worried about paparazzi lurking nearby, Fu Chen's assistant drove behind them, heading to the restaurant Su Qingchen had chosen, which was actually the one that Li Chu and Shin Tian had decided upon together, an esteemed private kitchen notorious for its difficulty to reserve. Due to the surroundings, Li Chu declined Su Qingchen's embrace and opted for a wheelchair instead, with Su Qingchen pushing it from behind, reminiscent of their shopping excursions where he would push the cart. Only now she was the cargo. After their meal, Li Chu did not retain Shin Tian, who had urgent matters to attend to. After bidding them farewell outside the private kitchen, she smiled sweetly. They are quite the match. Aren't they? In terms of height, looks, and family background, they are equally matched. We are an even better match, Su Qingchen declared as he lifted her, leaning in close to whisper earnestly in her ear. Mu Yang, who was nearby, momentarily paused. Is Su General? Utterly smitten. The paparazzi hidden in the bushes brightened at this scene, snapping photos with fervor. They had initially been waiting to capture a wealthy businessman and a third-tier starlet. But instead, they had stumbled upon a major scoop. The top female star. Today was not in vain. This is Li Chu. Have you thought about how much to ask her for? One remarked, us brothers are set for the year. Bro, I feel that the man beside Li Chu is quite impressive. Are you foolish? Anyone who can afford this kind of car is either a wealthy heir or a high-ranking executive. These actresses always seek out rich partners. Seems like they're all the same. I thought Li Chu was different, that you're still too young. Go send a notice to Li Chu's studio and prepare a live stream to build hype. This time we want both money and traffic, the leader commanded his underlings. Super photographer Dong Huahua. See you at 8 tonight. Top female stars romance. She is so in love that a blurry video screenshot followed, with netizens commenting, this image is so unclear. What can we discern? These days, any star can be labeled a top star? I see no news here. Disperse. Wait, this place seems to be a famous private kitchen in H-City. Combining that with the recent filming schedule of female stars, I think I've pieced something together. Exactly, be careful. Although I might guess the same, a top female star in H-City, I can instantly think of someone. But didn't that person just announce their girlfriend not long ago? This doesn't count as a romance. How amusing. Perhaps she announced that to cover up her previous entanglements, finding a model for a photo op. This one might just be the financial backer, that I agree. When she announced it, I felt it was a diversion, and indeed, no one discussed her previous entanglements anymore. This is a successful PR move, an important lesson for future stars. Exactly. For such a major star to publicly declare a relationship, yet the male counterpart seems to remain silent. How absurd. The male partner allowing the female to announce is unprecedented. The top female star is so in love. That is all I can say. Not only is the male counterpart unannounced, but even his identity remains shrouded in mystery. Hasten to reveal the truth. I await the unmasking of someone's true nature. We have been photographed. What shall we do? Su Qingchen, Li Chu, having hung up the call with Sister Li, turned to the man who was preparing her fruit and said, make it public, as she offered him a plump red cherry. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chu shook her head. She was reluctant to disclose that her husband was indeed he, the patriarch of the Su family, the crown prince of Jing City. Moreover, he was not one to relish public appearances, especially in the realm of gossip. That am I not presentable? Su Qingchen handed her a tissue, catching the pit she spat out. How could that be? Is he perhaps under a misapprehension, setting aside his other attributes? Merely his appearance. Li Chu was certain that if he entered the entertainment industry, he would easily overshadow mere appearances. What could possibly be wrong with that? Su Qingchen gazed at her, fully aware of her concerns. Yet he wished for her to realize that he had no qualms about publicly acknowledging himself as Li Chu's partner. For now, it simply cannot be, she pleaded. Help me, husband, that Li Chu playfully pouted at Su Qingchen. Knowing that to thrive within the industry, she could not let anyone discover that Su Qingchen was her husband. Otherwise, all her achievements would be overshadowed by the title of M.R.S. Su Qingchen did not immediately acquiesce, instead peeling an orange for her. All right, my dear husband, she cooed, her voice sweetly melting into Su Qingqin's embrace. After the sounds of crunching fruit, Li Chu settled into his arms, recognizing that securing his assistance was a daunting endeavor. After all, capitalists always demanded equitable exchanges, never willing to incur losses that Mu Yang. Take care of those paparazzi. Content. Su Qingqin ended the call, planning a kiss, appreciating her initiative. Upon receiving the boss's orders, Mu Yang promptly set to work. Not daring to delay for even a moment, he had already been aware of the photographs taken at the time, yet had chosen not to intervene. Now it seemed he had reconsidered, likely sensing that it was Mrs. Su who disapproved. Even from a distance, he could hear the boss's ambition to ascend. AT-750. After receiving no precise response from Li Chu's studio, the audacious photographer Dong Huahua initiated a live broadcast, intending to coerce the studio into paying up. Within minutes of starting, nearly 10,000 viewers flooded the stream, the chat filled with inquiries about whether the female top star was indeed the one they recognized. Alongside requests for more gossip. Once we hit 50,000 likes, I'll share some details. At 100,000, I'll reveal a few photos for your viewing pleasure. If there's video, it depends on your enthusiasm. Noticing someone mention Linning, he remarked she has focused on her career, not romance. All right, we've hit 50,000 likes, so let me tell you, on that day, the female star dined with friends for in total 2 men and 2 women at a private kitchen. However, one man attended to the female star throughout, lifting her and pushing her wheelchair, leaving us all aflutter. After dinner, the female star sent her friends away, only to be embraced by that man as they left in a car. Officer, please come with us. Hey, officer, you've got the wrong person. Just as Dong Huahua was animatedly narrating the scene, the police entered the live stream and apprehended him. Viewers outside the stream were left bewildered. The screen flooded with question marks. Chapter 59, consumed by the drama. The intrepid photographer Dong Huahua and his team, exclaiming that they must have made a mistake, were led away by the police in handcuffs. The audience quickly grasped the situation, bombarding the chat with questions about what was happening. This is hilarious. First time I've seen a live stream land someone in jail. Haha. I can't stop laughing. Can someone tell me this isn't scripted? It feels too real. This is undoubtedly the most entertaining show I've seen this year. That aren't you curious? What is this female star's background that she can send the gossipers to jail? Curious one. Perhaps the female star lacks such power, yet her connections might. Bro, do you know something? Too scared to speak, worried about being locked up. Haha. This is what we call karma. Heaven takes care of those who spread lies. Su Qingqin remained in the hospital with Li Chu for 3 days, only leaving when she could walk normally. Li Chu, however, did not remain idle. Once able to move, she immediately returned to the set. Even if she could not take to the screen right away, she wanted to be immersed in the atmosphere, ever ready. Seated on her folding chair, Li Chu observed the performances of other lead actors, realizing how much she still had to learn, particularly in their seamless transitions of expression and emotion, which were markedly more fluid than her own. However, she also noticed that the crew and prop staff had significantly increased, with someone readily checking props and cleaning the floor as soon as the scene wrapped. Lele, why has the crew suddenly become so affluent? I can't let this burden the production with additional expenses. If that's the case, I'll have to discuss it with the director. I can cover the costs, she thought, considering her ample pocket money. Lele briefly withdrew from the CP topic on her phone, beaming with pride. Sister, brother-in-law has invested a substantial amount into our production, specifically to enhance safety measures that on the very night of Li Chu's injury, President Su had dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough investigation of all props and management personnel, reviewing the surveillance footage multiple times. Once confirming it was not due to human error, he promptly ordered the enhancement of security to eliminate any safety hazards and ensure that similar incidents would not recur during future shoots. Lele was nearly moved to tears by President Su's care for Li Chu. He adored her immensely. These past few days had been a delight for her as a fan of their real-life couple. Each day filled with sweetness that felt inexhaustible. Li Chu's heart warmed. She was unaware of when he had arranged all this, and it was unlike him to seek any favor in return. Lele, gazing at the jovial Li Chu, couldn't help but ask, Sister, did brother-in-law really send that paparazzo to jail? She had just read a fan fiction about it that seemed so genuine. Li Chu felt a bit perplexed. While he had indeed taken care of the matter, she hadn't inquired further. As long as it was resolved, she was content, oblivious to the specifics of how he managed the paparazzo. "Look, sister, doesn't this story read quite authentically?" Lele handed her phone to Li Chu, who felt a tinge of embarrassment as she read the narrative about herself and Su Qingqing. It was yet another dark night, perfect for such shy matters. Yet today, the sister appeared discontent, continuously rebuffing her brother-in-law's advances, pouting as she recounted her grievances about being threatened by the paparazzi. Her brother-in-law tenderly kissed away her unshed tears, his deep voice resonating above her. "Woman, only I am permitted to bully you." Infuriated, the brother-in-law had promptly sent the gossiping paparazzo to jail, for no one was allowed to mistreat his sister. Ugh, Li Chu quickly returned the phone to Lele, feeling a wave of goosebumps at the outlandish narrative. How could Lele be so enamored with such tales? "You should watch less of this stuff," she advised. "Sister, is it really like that? How could it be? The author of this piece must have read too many domineering CEO novels that could it be that the paparazzi's misdeeds were so egregious that the righteous police couldn't stand by any longer?" Lele pondered, feeling a bit downcast. Li Chu, observing the sudden deflation of Lele's excitement, helplessly replied, "This matter was likely handled by your President Su, but the process wasn't as depicted." Really? Lele's spirits soared, her admiration for the couple reaching new heights. Li Chu acknowledged, knowing that Lele would now eagerly return to the fan community, sharing tidbits as a devoted fan. "This child is beyond saving," Li Chu sighed, gazing skyward, envisioning his plane soaring above. Since Li Chu had no scenes in a cheapao during the latter part of the shoot, it made her return to work easier. Otherwise, her calves, still healing, were noticeably red, contrasting with her skin tone, and the post-editing would never match the original footage's quality. Filming progressed smoothly amidst the sounds of cicadas. Wrapping up several days ahead of schedule, then on the final day of filming, after posing for solo shots with a bouquet, Li Chu was whisked away for group photos. Yang Xie beckoned her over. Signaling for a picture together, he had set aside the objections from others in the team who were against her participating in the project, standing firm under pressure, believing that bringing Li Chu on board to portray Gao Qiuying was indeed the right choice. She possessed immense talent, embodying the character exactly as he had envisioned in the past. These individuals harbored a bias against popular stars, deeming them devoid of acting skills and prone to exhibiting diva behavior. However, Li Chu completely transformed this perspective. Not all popular stars fit that mold. With a radiant smile, Li Chu dashed to the director's side, exuberantly gesturing a peace sign, expressing her profound gratitude towards him for imparting invaluable lessons that facilitated her growth, particularly in the seamless transition of emotional shifts, where she had become notably more natural and fluid, shedding her previous stiffness in performance. After the completion of the group photo, a fellow actor approached Li Chu, inquiring if they could take a picture together. As she obliged, the director beckoned her to join in the celebratory cake cutting, marking the end of the filming. The atmosphere was jubilant, with everyone rejoicing in the success of the rap party. "Everyone, quiet down," announced the head of Donggang Films. "Upon hearing of our rap, he has graciously invited us all to a celebration at the Rongha Hotel this evening. Please ensure you arrive on time, as he and the upper management will be present to commemorate our achievement." Yang Dao's assistant clapped his hands, urging everyone to settle down. This news sent waves of excitement through the crowd. The fact that the head of Donggang Films himself came to celebrate immediately after filming underscored the significance they placed on this project. Chapter 60. A surprise Li Chu tidied up. Planning to attend the rap party tonight before flying over to surprise Su Qingqing, it was evident that Donggang Films held this movie in high regard. Not only did the higher-ups from the film department attend, but even the CEO himself had made a personal appearance to congratulate the cast on the film's completion. Sister Li had also made a special trip from the capital to accompany Li Chu to the event. After a quick shower and a change in a more casual attire, Li Chu set off to Rongha Hotel with Lele, who was already waiting for them. Seizing the opportunity to network with so many influential figures, Sister Li hoped to promote her other artists, making significant strides towards becoming a top-tier agent. Upon their arrival, the hotel entrance was bustling with activity, and after searching for a while, Lele finally found an available parking spot. "My goodness, Chu, there are so many paparazzi today," said Lele, hesitating to get out of the car as she spotted the crowd of live streamers at the hotel entrance. The venue looked more like a night market, teeming with people. "Let us go, Sister Li is urging us," Li Chu said, donning a mask and hat before stepping out of the car and heading towards the hotel suite. "Friends, Li Chu is here. Li Chu is here. Don't crowd, don't crowd," the live streamers exclaimed, raising their phones towards the indistinct figure, feigning order amidst the chaos. The hotel security quickly moved in, surrounding Li Chu to ensure her safety, escorting her and her assistant Lele to the private room. The paparazzi were halted at the elevator by security. "Enough with the photos. She has already gone up. Disperse," an officer instructed, given that the crew was hosting a wrap party at their hotel. All the bodyguards had come on duty, making it impossible to disperse the crowd. Upon entering the suite, Li Chu found a large round table already occupied by several guests, including He Pingjin from Donggang Films, who waved her over as she approached. "Ms. Li Chu, please take a seat," He Pingjin said, raising an eyebrow, replacing his previous term of endearment with a more formal address. The server pulled out the chair he indicated, and she thanked him before sitting down. There was an empty chair between them, clearly reserved for a position of honor. After inviting her to sit, He Pingjin turned his attention to Yang Qingye. Discussing matters related to the film, Li Chu adjusted her hair, slightly disheveled from her hat, and casually tied it back with a hair tie. Feeling considerably refreshed, observing the others, she reflected on her own attire, realizing perhaps she had been a tad too casual. While the film's leading ladies were dressed elegantly, she had arrived in a t-shirt and jeans that as she lifted her water cup for a sip. She found herself waiting for the food, feeling a bit hungry after several minutes of waiting. It was apparent they were all waiting for someone important, as the table was bare except for water. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a tall man strode in, causing the room to fall silent. He Pingjin immediately rose to greet him, saying, "Stuck in traffic. Arriving so late," then quietly added, "Little sister-in-law, don't get too hungry." Su Qingchen glanced at the stunned women in the room, a smirk playing on his lips as he removed his suit jacket and handed it to Mu Yang, his voice low, "No parking available." Li Chu, overhearing their exchange, quickly averted her gaze, thinking that if there was no parking, he shouldn't have come. He Pingjin chuckled, "With so many people outside, it's no surprise you couldn't find a spot." He guided Su Qingchen toward their table, while Su Qingchen casually adjusted his cuffs, his deep-set eyes briefly sweeping over to meet Li Chu's eye. In that fleeting moment, Li Chu felt an impulse to look away. But it had been days since they last saw each other, so it was him they were waiting for. Why hadn't he mentioned it during their video call yesterday? Seeing him in person, he appeared even more handsome than on screen. Su Qingchen broke the gaze and remained expressionless as the server pulled out a chair for him beside Li Chu. Once seated, He Pingjin leaned in to discuss business matters with him. Su Qingchen lowered his gaze, listening intently while Li Chu, now relaxed after her initial shock, leaned back in her chair, taking another sip from her water cup, feeling quite hungry before she could set her cup down. A server approached her with a small bowl of soup, placing it in front of her and replacing everyone's cups with glasses for wine. Next, the servers poured a yellow liquid into each glass. The scent of champagne wafting through the air, everyone's attention turned to the small bowl of soup in front of Li Chu. He Pingjin smiled. Ms. Li Chu recently sustained an injury and should have some soup to recuperate, prompting the others to finally divert their gazes, albeit only momentarily. Li Chu chuckled awkwardly, lifting the soup to her lips for a sip. It was one of her favorites, undoubtedly ordered by that guy. As He Pingjin was unaware of her preferences, feeling comforted, she smiled gently, raising her glass towards He Pingjin. "To you, Mr. He, I toast you. Let's not forget to include everyone, shall we?" He replied, cautious not to drink in front of Su Qingchen. As everyone raised their glasses, a light clink resonated in the air. Su Qingchen held his glass, his long fingers poised as he glanced at Li Chu with a warning look. "Drink less," after taking a sip. Li Chu smiled brightly, her expression reminiscent of a blooming lotus. The servers continued to refill their glasses, yet Li Chu chose not to indulge further, focusing instead on finishing her soup. Meanwhile, Su Qingchen engaged in conversation with He Pingjin, sipping his drink, embodying the age-old adage, "The officials may set fire, but the common folk are not permitted to light a lamp." With a hint of melancholy in her gaze, Su Qingchen shot him a reproachful look. It seemed as if they shared a silent understanding, for at that very moment, he glanced her way with a charming smile. Li Chu could only manage an awkward smile in return, diverting her attention to the dishes on the table. However, the man beside her let out a low chuckle, seemingly mocking her timidity. Unable to contain her irritation, Li Chu discreetly kicked him under the table, Su Qingchen, unperturbed, casually rotated the circular platter before him. Leaning back against the chair, his hand resting loosely on the armrest while he occasionally engaged with Yi Pingjin, mostly responding to He's remarks, his eyes inadvertently drifting towards the woman beside him who was enjoying her meal. Chapter 61. Oh my. Li Chu propped her forehead on her hand, avoiding the subtle yet palpable gaze directed at her. She picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of sauce beef, which someone had thoughtfully placed in front of her, as she felt obliged to show a degree of appreciation. Following Su Qingchen's line of sight, Yi Pingjin leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "An underground romance, how thrilling!" Su Qingchen smiled faintly in response, indeed finding it rather amusing. After indulging in their meal, the host took the stage, first expressing gratitude to the esteemed guests and executives present, yet failing to introduce the man seated at the head of the table, whose presence was undeniably commanding. His demeanor rivaled that of He, the director of Donggang Films, and perhaps even eclipsed it. Subsequently, the actors with talent showcased their skills on stage, while the audience engaged in light-hearted chatter and laughter, captivated by the performances. Suddenly, Su Qingchen's phone vibrated on the table, and he stole a glance at Li Chu before picking it up. "Little Swan, let us meet privately." Su Qingchen raised his eyes to the woman feigning interest in her phone, directly sending her the name of the hotel and the room number, leaving little room for misinterpretation. She was expected to join him tonight. Li Chu felt a flush creep across her cheeks, bemused by the realization that they truly resembled a wealthy patron and his starlet. When the drinking session concluded, Li Chu made no delay in boarding the chauffeur-driven car, instructing Lele to drive to the hotel to retrieve her luggage before heading to the top floor of Yunhai Huading. The Su family's chain of hotels was a blend of entertainment and leisure, consistently reserving the top-floor suite for Su Qingchen, to be precise. Every hotel owned by the Su family kept their top floors off the market, as Su Qingchen was rather particular about not staying in rooms previously occupied by others. Leaning against the car window, Li Chu observed the lingering presence of paparazzi at the hotel entrance, noting their unwavering persistence. Then, she witnessed a scene reminiscent of a gangster film. A throng of security personnel and bodyguards surged forth, encircling the paparazzi and warning them to cease their live streams. The crowd, likely stunned into submission, complied one by one. As the sleek black Bentley roared to life and exited the hotel lobby. The car turned onto the main road, allowing the security and bodyguards to disperse, leaving the paparazzi and departing guests to speculate about the identity of the enigmatic man. His presence was commanding, even more so than that of director He, who had ordered the cessation of live broadcasts. Once Li Chu had gathered her belongings, she descended to find Mu Yang waiting at the hotel entrance. Given that this was the cruise hotel, she had not invited Su Qingchen to join her. Mu Yang took the luggage from her hands. "Madam, please." Before getting into the car, Li Chu glanced around, sensing no unusual activity, and settled comfortably into the Bentley, on her way to meet Su Qingchen. By the time Li Chu arrived at Yunhai Huading, it was already deep into the night. Upon entering the room, she found Su Qingchen at the kitchen island, busily preparing something that wafted an enticing aroma. Delicate wisps of steam rose from the pot, emanating the delightful scent. "That you're here, that go wash up. Dinner will be ready shortly," Su Qingchen instructed Li Chu, momentarily taken aback. Gazed at his focused back and murmured, "Oh, how did you know I was hungry?" She quickly rummaged through her suitcase for something to wear and, after showering, emerged to find Su Qingchen had already served the freshly made noodle soup in a bowl on the dining table. Li Chu swallowed hard as her stomach audibly expressed its approval. She sat down at the table, took a sip of the soup, and exclaimed, "Delicious! How did you know I was hungry?" "You only had a few pieces of sauce beef for dinner," he replied. "Indeed." Had he not turned towards her, she might have gone without dinner tonight. Su Qingchen had only prepared one bowl. Having eaten an in-flight meal before their drinks with Yi Pingjin, he was not hungry himself. Merely watching her eat from across the table, Li Chu glanced at the man opposite her, who had taken the time to prepare a late-night snack for her. How attentive he was! Why hadn't she noticed this before? After finishing the last sip of soup, Li Chu looked up, and Su Qingchen handed her a napkin. She took it, dabbed her mouth, and teased, "Su Qingchen, do you have a crush on me? Why else would you be so nice? Making me a late-night snack at this hour?" Su Qingchen chuckled softly, retorting, "Do you not have a crush on me?" Li Chu, taken aback by his question, raised her head in confusion. What kind of question was that? Meanwhile, The capitalist smiled as if basking in the spring breeze, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, Li Chu could discern from his smile that he had her firmly in his grasp, and his intentions were unmistakable. It seemed he could see through her entirely, her every thought. She realized just how much she liked him. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. This rogue had stolen her heart. Without a second thought, she left her chair and settled into his embrace, feeling like an open book. So what if I do? Just because I like you doesn't mean I'll be with you for life. That it was almost as if she was trying to bolster her own courage. I've realized your true nature. When you think of your wife, you pay her special attention, leading her to lose herself in your warmth. Humph. I'm awake now and won't be living with his husband anymore. Su Qingshan wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her as if she were a child. Wasn't she just his little one? You wish. Your husband can only be me. Li Chu's heart blossomed with joy, though her words remained defiant. No, a beautiful fairy like me deserves several suitors. Beauty cannot be wasted. Any man you find will not compare to me, especially one who can prepare late-night snacks at dawn, Su Qingshan said, gently drawing her closer to Li Chu pressed against his chest. Pouting, you're just using these little gestures to win me over, making me lose myself, then using your wealth and influence to tempt me into those kinds of things. Su Qingshan laughed, carrying her towards the bedroom. Those kinds of things? Isn't that the perfect proof of how much I adore you, Mrs. Su? He captured her lips, silencing her protests. Could she not feel just how much you cherished Mrs. Su? Embarrassed, Li Chu buried her head in Su Qingshan's neck, feeling a rush of warmth, though she was acutely aware of the intimacy of the moment. Are you full? Su Qingshan inquired. Quite satisfied, I must say. Your noodles are delightful, Li Chu replied, seemingly eager to affirm just how delectable they were. Licking her lips for emphasis, Su Qingshan's eyes darkened momentarily as he laid her gently on the bed, leaning over her. Now it's my turn. Li Chu gazed at the man before her, desire igniting within her, her body yielding to his presence. The curtains remained drawn, and Li Chu intermittently reminded him to close them, aware that many celebrities had faced scrutiny for neglecting such privacy. She didn't wish to become one of them, even though she knew that even if they were caught on camera, it would likely not be made public. Chapter 62. The curtains must be drawn. She insisted. Su Qingshan chuckled softly, his arms encircling her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly as he pressed a button at the head of the bed, murmuring, "Is this better?" Panting slightly, Li Chu turned her head to glance outside. The curtains had begun to draw shut. Although they were on the top floor, elevated above the surrounding structures, one could never be too cautious. Who was to say the paparazzi's equipment wasn't on par with a high-powered telescope? Su Qingshan's kisses trailed lightly along her fair neck, and Li Chu wrapped her arms around his back, surrendering to the moment. All the efforts of bathing seemed wasted, as they ended up sharing another shower. Lingering until late into the night, as dawn broke, Li Chu felt as though she had only just fallen asleep, sprawled on the bed in a drowsy haze, vaguely aware of someone speaking on the balcony. After a while, she felt the mattress dip beside her. Su Qingshan leaned closer, whispering, "Shall we sleep on the plane?" Li Chu, eyes still closed, nodded and extended her arms, beckoning him to hold her. Su Qingshan pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, lifting her to wash up, helping the sleepyhead into her clothes, which she complied with rather well. After breakfast, Li Chu remained lethargic, feeling both sleepy and fatigued, her bare face obscured by a hat and mask as she sat atop her suitcase, waiting for Su Qingshan to escort her to the garage. In first class. Once Li Chu found her seat, she immediately began to catch up on sleep, feeling as though her very spirit was floating away. Su Qingshan requested a blanket from the flight attendant and draped it over her, watching her for a while, acknowledging that perhaps they had overindulged the previous night. The flight attendant, eager to confirm her suspicions about the sleeping beauty in the seat, was deterred by a single glance from the man, causing her to retreat hastily. Due to the nature of their work, they frequently encountered celebrities, yet they had signed confidentiality agreements that forbade them from disclosing any guest information. However, how could they possibly keep all these secrets to themselves? Once back in the crew's lounge, the flight attendants immediately began gossiping. Isn't there's someone in first class who resembles Li Chu? Really? My cousin is a fan of hers. I'll see if there is an opportunity to serve her later. I'm not entirely sure. I just have a feeling. However, there is a very handsome and aloof man by her side who seems to take good care of her. Li Chu woke up when the plane landed, but under Su Qingqian's soothing words, she fell back asleep in his arms, unaware of how she returned to Moon Bay. When she finally awoke, Su Qingqian had already gone to work. Li Chu sighed, pondering how both are human, yet he is the one exerting himself. How can he be so full of energy while she feels as though she has been drained of vitality by a fairy? With only 3 months until the new year, Li Chu has just finished filming her movie. Instead of seamlessly joining another project, after discussing it with Sister Li, she decided to take on a variety show, planning to accept a drama after the movie is released that if the film receives positive feedback, the script she receives will undoubtedly be of a higher caliber than those currently available. Both Sister Li and Li Chu believe that the Cicada's song in the Flames will surely be a box office and critical success. Hence, they are not rushing to finalize the scripts currently on the table. But what type of variety show should she participate in? She has never been a regular on a variety show, having only made guest appearances that a comedic show would not suit her, nor would it benefit her future development. Thus, Li Chu and Sister Li deliberated for a considerable time through the screen, and finally, the team unanimously suggested that Li Chu participate in a travel-themed variety show. This would allow her to showcase a more authentic self without hindering her ability to portray characters in the future. Nowadays, many actors who appear on comedic variety shows find that audiences still accept them in television and film roles, as their images have already been established through the shows. Once the decision was made, Sister Li began to announce that Li Chu would join a variety show, awaiting invitations from the programs. Of course, she also started to sift through options and platforms to ensure effective exposure. During this period, she could rest well and also find time to shoot some commercial advertisements, making it a rather relaxed time. This evening, as Su Qingqian had to work late and would not be home for dinner, Li Chu felt quite bored being alone at home. Thus, she invited a friend to go shopping and solve dinner outside. During this outing, she not only browsed women's clothing, but also ventured into the men's section for the first time, spending quite some time there. Although she knew that Su Qingqian's clothes were all custom-made, she couldn't help but imagine how he would look in the garments she would buy for him. After a slight makeover before heading out, she was fortunate enough not to be recognized during her shopping trip. However, while browsing in the men's section, her sales associate looked at her with a knowing expression, particularly when she mentioned the size of the clothing she desired. Fortunately, the associate was professionally trained and did not pry into the customer's personal affairs, simply introducing the merchandise without any unnecessary chatter. Their service was quite attentive, assisting Li Chu in finding one item after another in her desired size. When it came time to pay, the associate's smile grew even brighter than Li Chu arranged for the items to be delivered to Moon Bay. As she had no desire to carry multiple shopping bags while going out for a meal, that'd be why the time Su Qingqian returned, Li Chu had already taken a shower and was sitting on the sofa in a bathrobe, watching a variety show recommended by Sister Li to familiarize herself with its content. Hearing the sound behind her, Li Chu immediately paused the show and dashed off the sofa that Su Qingqian was unbuttoning his suit jacket. Taken aback as the petite woman, barefaced and with her hair cascading down, rushed over to embrace his waist, Su Qingqian paused his movements, looking down at her delicate collarbone and slender legs, resembling a kitten vying for affection. Why so enthusiastic? Su Qingqian mused as he swayed with her toward the sofa. That don't you like it? Li Chu pinched his waist, gazing up at him with innocent eyes. What do you want? Su Qingqian lifted her, positioning her to sit on his lap as they settled on the sofa together. Could you possibly abandon your capitalist mindset? I went shopping today and bought you numerous gifts. Come, let us take a look. Li Chu insisted, though she indeed had matters to discuss with him. After speaking, Li Chu slid off his lap, taking his arm as she led him toward the cloakroom. The cloakroom was in a bit of disarray, as the attendant had yet to organize it. Orange, green, and black shopping bags and gift boxes were strewn about, making it difficult to discern which were for him. Li Chu said, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the sight before her. Smiling at Su Qingqian, give me a moment. Due to Su Qingqian's rules, the housekeeper would not return to the villa after 9 o'clock, so the clothes had simply been left here unorganized. Li Chu crouched down to categorize the items on the rug, declaring, "This is for you, and this is as well." This one is for myself. Su Qingqian observed her elevated spirits, prompting him to ask, "What's the matter?" There must be something unusual at play, as nothing escapes the scrutiny of this perceptive capitalist. Li Chu looked up at him, a hint of shyness in her smile as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. He had yet to accept her gifts, so how could she broach the topic? Could it not simply be that she wanted to gift him something? If you don't speak soon, I won't agree. Su Qingshan chuckled softly, addressing the little woman who pointed at the ground. It's just that the movie is wrapped, and I have some free time. So I decided to take on a variety show, Li Chu explained as she inched closer to Su Qingshan, her gaze fixed on him. Little liar, didn't you say you would accompany me? Su Qingshan scooped her into his arms, resting his forehead against hers, his gaze locked onto her. Li Chu squirmed, laughing. You know that female celebrities can't remain out of the public eye for too long. The filming for a variety show won't take as long as a movie shoot. Su Qingshan held her securely, preventing her from slipping off his lap. So on the day I start filming, you might need to avoid the house a bit. As the crew will be coming here to shoot, Li Chu explained, planting a sweet kiss on him to ease the mood. Variety shows often thrive on spectacle, and travel-themed shows invariably include segments where guests pack their luggage. So these gifts are a form of compensation? Su Qingshan glanced at the gift boxes she had brought back. How could that be? I was simply thinking about how you would look in the clothes I selected for you. Which is why I bought them, Li Chu insisted. Her primary motivation for purchasing these items was to envision him in them. How could he think otherwise? While there was a hint of that sentiment, it was only a recent development in her thoughts that Li Chu wriggled her body, sliding down from Su Qingshan's lap. She retrieved a shopping box from the collection meant for him and opened it to reveal a pair of cufflinks. I saw these while shopping and thought they would suit you, so I bought them all, she stated, demonstrating how they would look on him. That it was evident that her taste was impeccable, complimenting his cool and understated demeanor. She realized that buying him gifts seemed to become an addiction, especially when witnessing him donning the items she had selected. Each piece suited him remarkably well, significantly boosting her sense of accomplishment. Perhaps it was also due to Su Qingshan's model-like physique and exceptionally handsome face, coupled with the air of superiority cultivated by a century-old aristocratic lineage that made these clothes and accessories appear extraordinarily luxurious. Li Chu felt akin to opening a blind box, each item eliciting a request for Su Qingshan to try it on, and her excitement grew with each reveal, reminiscent of a childhood game of dressing up dolls. Su Qingshan willingly obliged, neatly organizing the ties he had tried on into the drawer and placing the cufflinks in the display case. RS.SU has excellent taste, whether in selecting a husband or choosing gifts, Li Chu playfully remarked. However, Mrs. Su believes her ability to choose people is lacking. Li Chu had yet to finish her sentence when her lips were suddenly captured, and she found herself seated on the cabinet where the watches were kept. What is there to say? Su Qingshan held her waist, his hands completely enveloping her slender figure, which felt almost fragile. Li Chu breathed lightly, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him. Suddenly, she straightened her posture, wrapping her arms around his neck, asserting that her judgment in choosing people was indeed better. That he lowered his gaze, captivated by the sight of her delicate skin revealed by her raised arms, the alluring fragrance surrounding him causing his throat to involuntarily bob. Su Qingshan's eyes darkened, his voice deep and husky. What if I say these gifts cannot bribe me? Actually, I have prepared something else, Li Chu replied, lowering her head in slight embarrassment as her earlobes began to flush. She had specifically invited a friend to accompany her for this shopping spree. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to enter such stores alone, uncertain of whether he would like the items she had chosen. What? Su Qingshan's curiosity was piqued as Li Chu swung her legs, gesturing for him to carry her down. Now turn around. When I tell you to turn, you turn, Li Chu commanded, her hands tightly clutching the delicate pink bathrobe draped over her. Seeing him obediently turn away, she retrieved her outfit from the wardrobe and awkwardly announced, All right, you can turn back now. Clad in black lace that merely concealed what needed to be hidden, she resembled a figure half concealed by a pipa. A graceful yet teasing sight. After her bath, Li Chu had engaged in considerable mental preparation, lingering in the bathroom for quite some time before donning this outfit. Today, she had specifically asked a friend to accompany her to a lingerie store. When her friend wandered into that section, Su Qingshan suddenly came to mind, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she purchased a set, taking advantage of a discount. After her bath, she picked up the thin fabric that felt like a hot potato, unsure of what to do with it. She believed Su Qingshan would surely understand. He had always been indifferent to her work matters. Yet this time, she felt guilty, having promised to accompany him well during their time at Yunhai Huading. After bolstering her resolve several times, she finally slipped into the outfit that made her want to find a hole to hide in, convincing herself it was an apology that could also enhance their marital bond. Initially, as she gazed at her reflection, Li Chu felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, after a few more glances, she found herself entranced, marveling at her own figure. How could one be so fortunate? If only her chest were a tad larger. It would be perfect. With a sense of satisfaction, she wrapped the bathrobe around her, filled with both trepidation and a hint of excitement as she awaited Su Qingshan's return from work on the sofa. As she observed his lack of reaction, her face flushed crimson, and in a flurry of embarrassment, she nearly bolted outside, mortified that Su Qingshan was utterly taken aback by the sight before him, momentarily rendered speechless. Reminiscent of the astonishment he had felt throughout his life. Just as she attempted to escape, an arm encircled her waist, pulling her back into his embrace. Li Chu, her feet lifted off the ground, found herself nestled against him, her cheeks aflame as she exclaimed, "Why did you stop just now? It's too late now." She felt disheartened that Su Qingshan had not anticipated that beneath the pink bathrobe lay such a lure. Leaving him momentarily bewildered, his voice, now husky, conveyed a poignant awareness, too beautiful to dare disrupt. The lively swaying of her backside beckoned to him, urging him to touch. Li Chu shyly curled her lips into a smile, burying her face into his chest, seeking to shield herself from the moment. Chapter 64. Chaos Revised. Li Chu found herself playfully tossed onto the soft bed by Su Qingshan, the petite star left entirely at his mercy. He made no further move, simply standing at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed upon her, a look that sent chills down her spine. Silently, she attempted to pull the covers over herself. But in the next instant, the blanket was snatched away by him. Oh dear. Now she had no means of concealment. The stark contrast of black and white tantalized his senses, and she resembled a cat, effortlessly clawing at his heart, leaving him devoid of self-control. Su Qingshan's Adam's apple bobbed as he watched her, and upon seeing the blanket taken, Li Chu had no choice but to shuffle deeper into the bed, her eyes wide with fear, anticipating that he might devour her whole. Unfortunately, her clever thoughts were in vain. The rainy night unfolded like a mysterious painting. Raindrops softly tapped against the window, seemingly whispering secrets. The streetlights cast a warm glow, illuminating the silent thoroughfare, where the occasional car splashed through puddles, sending droplets flying. The rain cleansed the dust, filling the air with a refreshing scent. Pedestrians hurried along the street, eager to find shelter from the downpour. Drops fell upon the water's surface, creating ripples that resembled little sprites dancing in the rain. In the distance, buildings appeared hazy and ethereal amidst the rain, akin to a mirage. The entire city lay cloaked in a curtain of rain, enveloped in tranquility. Her hand was captured by a larger one, their fingers intertwining, and throughout the entire encounter, he did not release her grasp. She trembled in fear as he turned on the light, but Li Chu's body, shivering in fright, became all the more conspicuous under the glow. The three colors ignited Su Qingshan's senses, rendering him utterly devoid of reason. The bedroom lights in Moon Bay were more beautiful than the moonlight outside, creating two distinct worlds, one cold and silent, the other ablaze with passion. It resembled a romantic oil painting from the 18th century in Europe. The remnants of a shirt and trousers scattered across the carpet formed a vivid tableau of chaos, embodying the aesthetic beauty sought by poets, rich with imagination. The bedclothes transformed into a canvas, and the oil painting sprang to life. As the moonlight faded and dawn approached, the beauty beneath the light continued unabated. Li Chu slept soundly, only vaguely aware of someone kissing her forehead, whispering in her ear. "Rest well, I'm off to work," she mumbled a response, turning over to continue her slumber, too exhausted to utter another word. Su Qingshan gazed at her soft, tender face, stifling a laugh, before drawing the thick blackout curtains close to create a suitable sleeping environment for her before leaving the bedroom. Li Chu awakened to hunger, her eyes fluttering open, momentarily disoriented about the time. Rising, she drew back the curtains, sunlight flooding in, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. It must be midday, she thought. No wonder she felt so famished after a night and half a morning without food. After a quick wash, Li Chu ventured downstairs in search of sustenance. Upon seeing her, the housekeeper approached eagerly. "Madam, the sir asked me to warm up the black-boned chicken ginseng soup for you this morning. Would you like some?" "Yes," Li Chu nodded, appreciating his thoughtfulness, and took a seat at the dining table. Awaiting her meal, "The sir treats the madam so well. Before leaving, he specifically instructed us to prepare food for you. fearing you might wake up hungry, the housekeeper remarked with a smile as she brought out the warm dishes from the kitchen. Thank you, Li Chu said gratefully, diving into her meal. Driven by her intense hunger, as she reached a satisfactory 5/10 fullness, Li Chu slowed her pace, sipping the soup. She picked up her phone from the table and decided to send Su Qingchen a message. Taking a photo of the scattered remnants of her meal, she sent it off. Xiao Tiani. Picture. Xiao Teng. Breakfast was quite good. After a moment of waiting when he did not respond, she surmised he might be too busy with work to notice. Staring at her phone, she couldn't help but wonder if Su Qingchen were some sort of supernatural being, one who could exert energy and yet rise early for work the next day. It baffled her, while she felt utterly drained, as if her vitality had been sapped from her. This moment, Li Chu was entirely disinclined to exert herself. Had it not been for her ravenous hunger, she might not have even moved her jaw. Leaning against the dining table, she stood up and made her way to the lounge chair in the garden to breathe in the fresh air. She felt tremendous regret for her impulsive decision to purchase such items, and for donning them for him to see. It was as if she were her own worst enemy. Reclining in the chair, she swayed rhythmically, comforted by the gentle breeze and the scent of flowers. Occasionally, she caught sight of a proud peacock displaying its feathers to entice a female. "Madam, I made some desserts," the housekeeper announced, setting down fragrant cookies and fluffy tea cakes on a small round table, along with a refreshing fruit tea. "Thank you, Li Ai. Just leave them there. You can carry on with your tasks," Li Chu replied. "All right, madam," the housekeeper acknowledged. Once she departed, Li Chu sampled a cookie. Finding it quite delightful, she resolved to ask the housekeeper to prepare more for her to take to the office as afternoon tea for her colleagues. Just as she thought of Li Jie and the others, her phone buzzed with a flurry of messages from Li Jie in their group chat. Li Jie. "Li Chu, is this you? Picture. Li Jie. Is it you? Why is no one responding? Are you still asleep?" Li Chu calmly sipped her fruit tea, scrolling back through the messages. Upon seeing the images Li Jie had sent, she nearly spat out her drink in shock. The first image was a screenshot of a post that read, "Why is your goddess frantically purchasing lingerie? What could this be for?" The original poster elaborated, "Yesterday, while shopping for lingerie with my boyfriend. You know how it is to enhance our relationship. But unexpectedly, I spotted a girl who looked strikingly similar to a top female celebrity also browsing. In the end, she and her friend each purchased a piece. And they were extremely provocative. Several photos accompanied the post, evidently taken surreptitiously. The individuals were bundled up snugly, their eyes concealed, yet their figures and stylish appearances suggested they were indeed beautiful. The stunning woman, sporting sunglasses, was seen quickly selecting lingerie under the guise of her friend, hurrying to grab a piece to take to the register. Li Chu was left speechless at the sight of these photos. Lele erupted in the group chat. "Chu Jie, is this real? Is it what I think it is? Colorful.jpg. Chu Jie, please don't hide behind your screen. Others may not recognize you, but I surely can." Shui is knocking at the door. JPG Lele, nosebleed to JPG Lele. Little face turned yellow to JPG Lele. "I want to hear the details. Sob 6 Lele. Is there anything I, as a VIP, am not allowed to know?" Chapter 65. A mortifying loss. Li Chu observed Lele's relentless barrage of messages, her head propped up in exasperation. Now, many familiar with her were aware of the situation. Oh dear, what a disgrace. It was truly mortifying. Sister Li refrained from further conversation in the group chat, fearing Lele might not cease her tirade. Li Chu glanced at the private message from Sister Li. "Sister Li, the netizens may not recognize that woman as you, but do you think I wouldn't? Sister Li, I must say, you truly excel at this. It's been ages since we last met, and you ought to offer some consolation to Mr. Su. Sister Li, however, do exercise restraint. I'd rather not have you producing a child." "All right, Sister Li. Thankfully, you had the foresight to obscure your face. As long as we don't admit it, no one would dare assert that it's you, Sister Li. But dear, let me provide a friendly reminder. In the future, such attire can easily be procured online." That Li Chu was taken aback by Sister Li's direct sharing of links to intimate products. Truly, her once towering image in their eyes had crumbled to dust. She wished to burrow into a crevice at this moment. Quickly, she downloaded a certain app, registered, and located the original post. Oh no, the thread had already amassed over 1,000 replies and was still climbing. Li Chu clicked to read. Some claimed it wasn't Li Chu, asserting she must still be in H City since there were no flight details of her return. Others insisted it was indeed her, given the need to entice the benefactor with some excitement. There were even some creatively lamenting how fortunate the boyfriend was to have a girlfriend so eager to procure intimate fabrics, their envy palpable. Li Chu scrolled for an eternity, her expression becoming increasingly contorted. These internet users were utterly unrestrained, willing to type anything with abandon. The only correct decision she had made was to dress herself up when she went out, ensuring she revealed no identifying features that could link her to the mysterious figure. Otherwise, she would have announced her withdrawal from public life, utterly ashamed to face anyone. She would never admit to it, not even in death. She had no desire to be the protagonist of such scandalous news. That detestable man, blissfully at work, remained oblivious to the torment she endured. Humph. He's Su Qingchen was the root of it all. Having come to this realization, Li Chu promptly sent a message to Su Qingchen. Little Swan, don't come back tonight. After hitting send, she immediately turned off her phone, seeking solace in silence in the CEO's office. He Pingjin observed his good friend seated in his office chair, massaging his forehead, and jested. How about we go out for a drink tonight? Loosen up a bit. Su Qingchen did not even open his eyes, displaying no hesitation. No time, that is so busy. Yet you still attended the rap party. He Pingjin noted how completely engulfed Su Qingchen was in work, re-establishing a new headquarters while foreign affairs remained unresolved, and domestic issues continuously flooded in. Even amidst all this, he found time to attend his wife's rap party. Remarkable, given this man once shunned emotional entanglements, dedicating himself solely to his work. Su Qingchen shot a sidelong glance at He Pingjin, who was comfortably seated on the couch, and retorted, "Is Wen Wei still unwilling to return?" He Pingjin made a gesture of surrender, zipping his lips, acknowledging he could not utter a single teasing remark. It seemed they could no longer joke about this matter, so Wen Wei had become the focal point of their mockery. Whenever they wished to divert the conversation, or if he spoke something displeasing, they would bring up Wen Wei to silence him. All her fault. She had given him a fatal vulnerability. The film investment matter transitioned directly to Wei Li Films. You will discuss it with their head in the future. Su Qingchen declared, sitting up straight and opening his eyes to discuss work-related matters. The investment department at headquarters lacked personnel to oversee this project, which was not particularly profitable for the Shengshi Group. He Pingjin scoffed. So the headquarters looks down on such a small investment project? Wei Li Films. Su Qingchen replied. It's a film company I personally funded. Will it be incorporated into Shengshi in the future? You need not worry about the funds. Just charge it to my account. Su Qingchen did not address He Pingjin's inquiry whether it would be included in Shengshi. The company's financial chain would remain intact. And besides, this was a gift for Li Chu. Should I be congratulating you? Your sister-in-law has graced my project with her presence. He Pingjin mused, now deeply suspecting that if Li Chu had not participated in the project his company was developing, he would never have received such a substantial investment. Shengshi had never regarded investments in film as worthwhile. Not entirely. Shengshi would eventually venture into the film industry, and this time he had merely expedited the process. He Pingjin nodded, recognizing that as the cake grew larger, those who baked it would naturally aspire to make it even bigger. Shengshi was on the brink of encompassing various fields. How could they neglect the film sector? He had previously sent Su Qingchen an investment proposal. Shengshi consistently had a professional team for evaluations. Any film-related matters were promptly passed over without exception, showing him no consideration at all, despite He Pingjin being a brother to their boss. At the outset, he had only held a 7 out of 10 chance. Yet the investment proposal featuring the matriarch of Shengshi had not been rejected. How captivating the allure of beauty could be. Really not going for a drink. He Pingjin rose, preparing to leave for an engagement with Lu Yin and Yin Jinglan. Su Qingchen picked up his suit jacket draped over the office chair. Chu Chu is home. He Pingjin, understanding, made his exit first. Married men were truly terrifying, possessing no personal time. As soon as work ended, they rushed home to accompany their wives, and after that, back to work. How dull. Unlike him, also a married man, yet entirely free. His wife granted him ample time to frolic with those 2 single friends. With this thought, He Pingjin wore a cold smile, shaking the keys in his hand. Wen Wei was indeed a splendid wife. One who cared for nothing, indifferent to everything. No sooner had He Pingjin departed than Su Qingchen climbed into his car, returning home to share a meal with his wife. far more delightful than drinking with them. He now felt increasingly grateful that the scant kindness he possessed was extended to the quietly sobbing girl on the public bench, allowing him to meet such a remarkable person, leading to an unforgettable masquerade affair, through which he maneuvered to have her uncle marry her to him. Otherwise, how could he have such a life? Opening his phone, he gazed at the woman beaming at the camera. Su Qingshan couldn't help but smile, pondering what this little woman was doing at home. His private WeChat displayed a red notification, clearly indicating unread messages. Having perused them, Su Qingshan wondered if he had indeed been too excessive last night, causing her distress, although she seemed quite comfortable. Chapter 66. Artificial Bay. Su Qingshan furrowed his brow, awaiting Shintian's reply, yet the little woman appeared to be retaliating for his delayed response. He now comprehended that anxious yet hopeful sentiment, prompting him to urge Mu Yang to accelerate the car, eager to return home and appease her. In the midst of traffic, the speed of the Suo's vehicle noticeably increased. Mu Yang gripped the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator, determined to deliver his boss to the realm of tenderness in the shortest time possible. Now that Mu Chun had returned, he felt compelled to perform exceptionally well in front of Su Qingshan. The title of Most Outstanding Assistant of the Year must be his. Li Chu, too, had not been idle. After witnessing her mortifying exposure, the embarrassment did not linger long before Sister Li called, requesting a meeting at the company to discuss variety show matters. Exhausted, Li Chu was disinclined to tidy herself up and rush to the office, opting instead to have Sister Li come to her home for the discussion. Feeling overwhelmed yet unable to refuse, she reluctantly burdened Sister Li with the task. However, not long after, Li Chu found herself rising from the rocking chair, no respite granted. Li Chu. Mama Li, could you please call the security at the guard station and ask them to allow a vehicle with a license plate Jing 32123 to enter, and have someone go register it? Madam, do you have a visitor? Li Ma set aside her tasks and walked towards the telephone booth that allowed direct communication with the security guard. Li Chu responded. Yes, my agent has come to discuss work with me. Her surname is Li, as she made her way to the kitchen to wash some fruit, intending to serve her agent some of the delightful desserts and fruit tea prepared by Li Ma. Li Jie, whose full name is Li Taolan, had once mentioned that when she was born, she was as fuzzy as a little peach, which inspired her name. Perhaps due to the presence of peach in her name, she had developed a fondness for peaches. Li Chu thought that Li Jie was indeed fortunate, as there were ripe peaches available at home, and Li Ma's fruit tea was also peach oolong, making it a perfect treat for her guest. When Li Taolan was ushered in by Li Ma, her mouth hung slightly agape in astonishment, as if she were a rustic villager who had just stepped into the city. Li Jie considered herself quite experienced in the film industry after over a decade, having once been a junior assistant who picked up various pampered starlets. She had seen her fair share of luxurious mansions, yet none compared to the grandeur of today's setting, which made the others appear as humble as thatched cottages. Previously, she had heard whispers that the suburban area near Xiqing, accompanied by mountains, had been acquired by a certain tycoon who spared no expense to construct an artificial bay, surrounding it with scattered villas. However, these had never been made available for public sale, remaining hidden from outsiders. Now, Li Jie understood that this villa was never intended for public sale. It was likely built with affluent individuals like Su Zong in mind. The vast expanse of the bay was dotted with a mere handful of Western-style villas, all meticulously secured with only one access road. Midway, before reaching the entrance of the Moon Bay, she was stopped by the entry guard. Vehicles were not allowed to pass through the gate, and just as she contemplated calling Li Chu, a well-dressed lady kindly guided her inside. Miss Li, please get in the car. Madam is already waiting for you, Li Ma said warmly. Thank you, Annie. Li Taolan nodded in appreciation before boarding a white, open-top, sightseeing vehicle, reminiscent of those found in tourist attractions. Li Ma continued. Miss Li, there is no need for formality. It will take a little while to reach the Moon Bay. Not a problem. The scenery here is truly lovely, Li Taolan replied, admiring her surroundings, where the roads were lined with the natural beauty of the land, enhanced by an array of flowers she could not name, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors that lifted her spirits amidst the lush greenery. In response, Li Ma kindly remarked, the scenery of Moon Bay is indeed remarkable, Miss Li, but this is not even the best part. That on our way to Shanghai Bay, you will witness even greater beauty. Li Taolan, enchanted by the current view that felt like a scene from a fantastical film, observed the lively, colorful flowers, the varied heights of the green grass, and the towering trees, all arranged with a sense of order and care, surpassing the pristine beauty she had experienced during her travels the previous year. Even more beautiful. Li Jie initially thought Li Ma was simply boasting. However, once the vehicle reached the West Building Road of the bay, she realized that what she had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. The vegetation along West Building Road had been specially pruned to complement the bay's aesthetics, showcasing diverse shapes that harmonized beautifully. As evening approached, the bay shimmered enticingly, drawing the eye. Upon reaching the bay, they soon encountered the entrance to the Moon Bay, aptly named Full Moon at West Building. "Have we arrived?" Li Taolon mused, Miss Li. "We have arrived," Li Ma said, swiping her card to open the gate, reminding her to take in her surroundings. "Thank you, Annie, for coming to get me. If I had to navigate this place on my own, I would surely get lost." Li Taolon expressed her gratitude as she alighted from the vehicle. Li Ma replied, "Miss Li, the more you visit, the easier it will become. Although this place is expansive, there are signs and directions. Otherwise, we would also struggle to find our way." As she guided her towards the main building, Li Taolon agreed, thinking it would be lovely for Li Chu to show her around, allowing her to save on future travel expenses. Just earlier, she had spotted someone leisurely fishing on a yacht in the artificial bay. Moreover, it seemed that Li Chu's residence, the Full Moon Garden, was the sole villa situated on the bay, while the other buildings surrounded it, indicating that this was the heart of the entire villa community. Was it not aptly named Full Moon? The scenery was breathtaking, and the people even more so. Despite working alongside Li Chu for an extended period, she still found herself captivated upon seeing her again. That moment, Li Chu, adorned in a sleeveless long dress and a light cardigan, with her hair styled in a casual side braid, exuded an air of relaxed elegance. Standing there like a vision of beauty, Li Jie, "I appreciate you making the trip." Li Chu smiled at her from the entrance. "It was no trouble at all. I have gained a wealth of knowledge today," Li Jie replied, donning the disposable slippers provided by the staff, still in awe. She had just seen numerous adorable creatures one would typically find only in a zoo, along with a vast garden of vibrant red roses, their fragrance wafting through the air, leaving her in a state of astonishment. What other wonders had Li Chu yet to reveal? Chapter 67. Understanding. Listening to Li Jie, Li Chu thought to herself, if only Li Jie had seen Su's ancestral home, she would not be so astounded. "Have a bite. Enjoy the peaches you like." Li Chu led Li Jie to the reception room, a minimalist space featuring a bar that was fully equipped with all the necessary tools for mixology. "Does your Suzong know how to mix drinks?" Li Jie inquired, aware that Li Chu, who could easily become tipsy after a sip of alcohol, was unlikely to possess such skills. She was surprised to learn that Suzong had such an interest. Li Chu glanced at the bar behind them, honestly admitting, "I don't know. I've never seen him mix drinks. Although this is my marital home, I had no input in its design. It turned out as it did. And I have no particular requirements beyond the bedroom and dressing room. I haven't explored every corner of the place yet. So my familiarity is limited to the areas I frequent." Li Jie paid no mind to this, looking around in awe, unable to suppress her admiration. The reception room was more spacious than her own 3-bedroom apartment, leaving her feeling quite envious. Taking out a folder from her bag, she handed it to Li Chu. "Take a look at this while I grab a snack." Li Chu accepted it and began to peruse, muttering, "The names are quite unique. The director is Yin Mingkai, well regarded among variety show directors, and his team has spent considerable resources studying abroad, so they are quite professional. Of course, when it comes to attracting investment, he is exceptional. With him on board, there is no shortage of investors. This is why the show could go from preparation to filming in such a short span." Li Jie responded, "Don't underestimate this variety show. Many rising stars are eager to participate. Yin Dao's influence is truly remarkable." Li Chu paused her reading, intrigued. Who else is involved? Li Jie only provided the outline and filming details of the show, omitting the guest list. After sipping her peach oolong fruit tea, she explained, "The director's team is keeping things under wraps. They mentioned a hot pot gathering for the initial meeting before filming begins. Currently, you only have a few code names. The powerful actress eldest sister, the quirky beauty second sister, the melodious third sister, the vibrant young sister, the versatile actor eldest brother, and the dancing and singing younger brother. A mix of 4 girls and 2 boys. Am I the second sister?" Li Chu pondered aloud, matching herself to the descriptors, questioning, "But am I really quirky?" Li Jie replied, It seems so that I inquired a bit, and you likely don't know the other participants. Just don't worry about who they are. You'll get to know them naturally when the time comes. That isn't the program's designation a bit off? Li Chu thought to herself, not considering herself quirky in the slightest. That Lig explained, you may not be aware, but the show deliberately employs ambiguous titles to spark public curiosity, thereby increasing its popularity. That Li Chu nodded in realization, understanding that generating discussions was a hallmark of variety shows, and those who brought joy often incited conversation. As if struck by inspiration, Li Jie cautioned, this filming will be conducted in a unique manner. It will be live-streamed, meaning you must remain conscious of your words and actions on camera. Avoid giving any ammunition for detractors. If detractors are intent on criticism, they will find a way to do so, regardless of my actions. Why should I concern myself with them? Li Chu dismissed the notion, her focus shifting to the outline she had seen. Noting the first 2 episodes would involve inviting friends on a trip, with the guests gathering together for the 3rd episode. Will we truly be inviting our own guests for the first 2 episodes? Or will the production team arrange them? Li Chu was also aware that some variety shows could elevate one's career. The production team had already made arrangements, and newcomers from various entertainment companies were eagerly awaiting their turn. However, since this was your first time as a regular on a variety show, I negotiated some terms with you. You would bring our company's newcomers to gain exposure. Sister Li, with a soft cookie in her mouth, mumbled her agreement. Li Chu nodded. After all, newcomers needed to seize opportunities, so it was better to promote her own company's talent. As the saying goes, it's best not to let fat water flow into another's field. After finishing her meal, Sister Li reminded Li Chu before leaving. Pay attention, and if you encounter any issues, contact me on your phone. That I shall take my leave now. Seeing Sister Li rise, Li Chu set down the paper documents in her hands. I'll have Li Ma see you out, she said. Sister Li replied, that's true. Without someone to escort me, I might indeed struggle to get out. Her car could not enter the premises, and if she had to walk out, it would take quite a while. Li Chu instructed Li Ma to pack some of the dishes Sister Li enjoyed. She remarked, this place is certainly less convenient than Xinga Bay. Upon hearing this, Sister Li exclaimed, you're not suggesting the production team film here from your home when the show begins, are you? If that is the case, it's bound to be a hit. Just the interior of Moonlight Bay alone could generate days of discussion. Plus, filming at the residence of a top-tier star could extend it even further. It would be impossible not to create a sensation. How could I be so foolish as to become the first casualty of the production team? Letting the world know that a mere star like me resides in Moonlight Bay. What is the difference between that and admitting I have powerful connections? She believed that the current online community was quite capable of digging deep. Perhaps Su Qingshan would be exposed in the process, as few people could afford to reside there. Li Chu escorted Sister Li to the front door. Then on the day, I returned to Xinga Bay. Provide the address to the production team. Sister Li, seated on the tour bus, gave her an OK sign. Understood. Make sure to review the program outline carefully. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. Li Chu waved her hand. Got it, goodbye. This marked her first time as a regular on a variety show, and even without Sister Li's repeated reminders, she would take it seriously. After seeing Sister Li off, she meticulously examined the outline and content of the variety show she had received. The self-service travel reality show invited 4 females and 2 males to form a group called Flower Youth. They would embark on a remarkable backpacking journey through unfamiliar territories, often with language barriers, all while living on a limited daily budget and completing small tasks set by the production team. Filming would commence immediately and last nearly a month, culminating in 4 episodes. The first 2 episodes would feature regular guests inviting a friend to join, while the latter 2 would showcase the regular guests traveling abroad together. Li Chu closed the document, contemplating that. On one hand, she found the locations chosen by the production team quite intriguing. The picturesque misty Jiangnan and sacred pilgrimage sites domestically, and remote desert towns internationally. However, the budget was notably limited, and this limitation was quite telling. Furthermore, since the show would be live-streamed without post-production, there was a substantial risk of exposing the guests' flaws, which could provide ample fodder for critics. It was undoubtedly a novel experience. Chapter 68. Should it be ruthless? When Su Qingshan returned home, Li Chu was seated on the living room sofa, scrolling through television channels in search of similar reality shows, pondering whether she could glean some insights from them. However, after a lengthy search, she found no variety shows broadcasted live, which led her to understand the significance of the phrase immediate departure in the outline. As a novice in the world of variety shows, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon hearing the exchange between Li Ma and Su Qingchen, she turned her head slightly, scoffing, "Getting off work this early? It sounds as if the lady of the house is interrogating the husband about his return." Li Ma chuckled, noting that ever since the master returned, the young couple's life resembled that of an ordinary family. Their relationship flourishing, much to the delight of the servants. Su Qingchen handed his coat to Li Ma, instructing her to return to the kitchen, indicating that they were not needed in the living room. Li Ma accepted the suit jacket with a smile and promptly led the others back to the servant quarters. They all shared a knowing smile, understanding the dynamics at play before returning to their tasks. Su Qingchen, rolling up his shirt sleeves, approached the elegant figure on the sofa. "Did I upset you today?" Li Chuchu turned her body, resisting his embrace. Her petulance surfaced at the sound of his voice, and she found it hard to contain. Perhaps she was a bit spoiled by his affection. She shot him a glance, her eyes filled with indignation, and quickly shifted her gaze back to the television. As if to say, "Can't you think for yourself?" Her lips curled slightly in discontent. Su Qingchen pulled the somewhat proud little swan closer, not allowing her the chance to shift away. Leaning in, he lowered his voice. "Did you want it to be ruthless last night?" Aside from that, he could not think of any other reason for not returning home last night. The stimulation he experienced was too intense, making it challenging for him to rein in his desires, which had undoubtedly exceeded her capacity. Upon hearing this, Li Chuchu quickly surveyed her surroundings, relieved to find that the house staff was absent from the living room. She glared at him bashfully. "Su Qingchen, I think you're becoming increasingly shameless, bringing up such matters." Su Qingchen replied, "As long as I have a wife, it's fine." Li Chuchu could not help but feel pleased by his words. But the revelation left her quite embarrassed. Pouting, she said, "Do you have any idea what people are saying about me?" Noticing that the little swan had softened her demeanor, Su Qingchen took the opportunity to lift her onto his lap, embracing her. He was aware of the mixed opinions online regarding her due to the nature of her profession. However, today there were no trending searches about her, nor any negative news. Clearly, Muyang had not done a thorough job in managing public sentiment. Muyang might be struggling, but he was not a versatile worker. He certainly had his place. "And you're still? I've been labeled as crazy for love, buying that stuff. And you're so nonchalant about it." Li Chuchu found the post and showed it to him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Upon seeing the photo of her choosing lingerie in the store, Su Qingchen's expression darkened as he read the title and content. "What else?" Li Chuchu, confused, tilted her head and asked, "What do you mean, what else?" She was merely pointing out that she was being described as a qualified seductress by netizens. "Word for me tonight." Su Qingchen placed the phone on the nearby coffee table, leaning closer to her, his voice low. Li Chuchu pushed him away gently, frowning. "What are you talking about, Su Qingchen?" With an assertive gaze, he looked at her. And if looks could strip, she might be left bare in an instant. Yet the next moment he softened at Li Chuchu, recalling his mention of crazy buying, suddenly grasped the meaning of his words. She pushed his hands away, playfully protesting. "What are you thinking? I only bought one piece." "And you tore it." She felt the need to emphasize that she truly only bought one piece. Just one. One was enough to exhaust her to the point of sleeping in until noon. If she were really a crazy buyer, she would likely be in a grave instead of being embraced by this incorrigible M. And Su Qingchen held her hands against his chest, chuckling softly. "I'll accompany you to shop next time." At this, Li Chuchu struggled, shocked that you'd better forget that idea. "I'm only saying this once. Don't even think about it. It's impossible." She was entirely against the idea, not wanting to meet an untimely demise. Especially not in bed. Besides, should we delete that post? Su Qingchen asked, managing to restrain her fidgeting legs. At this rate, even the sparks of desire would be ignited. That's unnecessary. After all, my face isn't visible in the photo. If you delete it, wouldn't that just imply I'm guilty and confirm that it's me? Li Chuchu sensed an unusual tension beneath her and fell silent. Fear crept in. She hoped not to be blamed for being timid. Su Qingchen caressed her head gently, acknowledging with a soft before shifting the topic. "Have you eaten dinner yet?" Li Chuchu shook her head. "I had quite a bit of fruit and some snacks this afternoon. So I'm not hungry yet." "What about you? Did you eat?" "Nope. Come eat with me," Su Qingchen said, lifting her effortlessly and heading toward the dining table. Knowing she needed to maintain her figure, she either skipped dinner or only had a few leaves of salad in the evenings. However, when with him, she always ended up indulging in some proper food, likely unable to resist watching him eat. I Choo gasped, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully swatting his back. Su Qingshan, are you trying to scare me to death so you can find a new wife? Su Qingshan laughed. Where would I find someone as beautiful, sweet-voiced, and obedient as you? He gently placed her onto the chair at the dining table, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. In a husky whisper. He exhaled softly into her ear, eliciting a delightful shiver from Li Chu, who shyly giggled and attempted to evade his compliments, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Her eyes sparkled with the realization of how she appeared to him. Pouting slightly, she replied, "It's not as wonderful as you say." Su Qingshan picked up an apron from the side and handed it to the smug little swan, signaling her to tie it around him. "What would you like to eat?" Li Chu inquired. "Can I order anything I desire?" She tiptoed, unable to reach, and playfully nudged him to lower himself. "Anything home-cooked is fine. I can learn if I don't know how." Su Qingshan lifted her in his arms, helping her to fasten the apron around her neck before gently setting her down. Li Chu noticed that spending time with him had elevated her capacity to endure emotions. It was now commonplace for him to embrace her or lift her up without a moment's notice, offering no hints beforehand. She wrapped her arms around his waist, tying the bow at the back. Just as she finished, he swept her up and placed her back at the dining table. "You first," he said, gazing directly into her eyes with a deep, husky voice that lingered in her ears. Suddenly, a sense of panic surged within Li Chu. Was he really planning to do that here? This was unacceptable. No, absolutely not. She attempted to turn away and escape, but it was too late. The dining table was behind her, leaving no room for retreat. Trapped at the table, with his solid chest resembling an impenetrable wall, she found herself cornered. The prolonged standoff left her waist succumbing to his strength Su Qingshan skillfully utilized his physical advantage, closing the distance between them, enveloping her completely with his towering figure. Such is the nature of capitalists, exploiting every possible resource to maximize their gains. As their proximity diminished, his gaze grew increasingly profound. As if he were fixating on prey, the heavy sound of their breaths and the rapid rhythm of her heart made it hard for Li Chu to concentrate, her eyes refusing to meet his. The palpable tension between them was expertly manipulated, and the air was thick with a burgeoning sense of desire. Thinking of escaping? He teased, his tone low and playful. I Chu's face flushed crimson, as if blood could drip from it. She raised her hands, attempting to push him away, but her strength faltered, feeling as if she were merely scratching an itch. You, she stammered, utterly at a loss. However, Su Qingshan offered her no chance to evade. His right hand, propped beside her, gently caressed her cheek, savoring the warmth and delicacy of her skin. His other hand seized her slender wrist with ease, so fragile that a slight grip could fracture her bones. His dark gaze fixated on her slightly parted, supple lips. Li Chu lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a plea, silently wishing for him to stop. Yet, the moment their gazes locked, she understood there was no escape. That look was all too familiar, seen countless times in the darkness, a harbinger of desire. Just as she braced herself to retreat, she found herself caught in the moment. The ceiling became a mere backdrop, and he, with a surprising gentleness, provided support to prevent her from colliding with the table, rendering her immobile as she watched him. "All right, now I can't even see the ceiling," she thought, a mix of bewilderment and helplessness flooding her, that if only this talent for multitasking were applied elsewhere. It felt like a gross misuse of his abilities, as he prevented her from any potential mishap. This was the first time Li Chu truly noticed the flawless contours of Su Qingshan's handsome face, so close that the sensation was soft and cool, spreading warmth through her. They rarely engaged in such passionate displays in an open space. The intimacy was palpable. Initially reluctant, she struggled briefly, but gradually, perhaps from a lack of oxygen, her mind began to cloud, her fingers softening from pushing against his chest to encircling his back, as if clinging to a lifeline in turbulent waters. His fervent kisses were relentless, almost as if he were devouring her. Their lips wandered to other parts, her cheeks, neck, and earlobes. "Let us eat first, shall we?" Li Chu murmured through the haze of her thoughts, unable to accept the overwhelming sensations. "How about you with a kitty outfit again?" Su Qingshan paused, intrigued by her suggestion. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement that a subtle shift in her demeanor rendered her motionless. Tilting her head as he buried his face in the smooth expanse of her neck, breathing softly against her ear, his warm breath igniting a blush upon her cheeks, with a sultry whisper. He implored, "Just hold me for a moment. I'll cook to—" Li Chu turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Their proximity was intoxicating, his breath igniting a feverish warmth on her face, making her feel giddy and shy. She instinctively turned her head, her long lashes trembling in response. "Why are you afraid?" Su Qingshan's voice was low and husky as he pulled her closer, his arms encircling her tightly. Li Chu stiffened, questioning whether he realized the implications of his words. Did he truly not understand her reluctance to cook alongside him? It was a game of chase, her attempts to flee met with his relentless pursuit. As she shyly closed her eyes, he could not resist pressing his lips against her delicate ear, teasingly suggesting, just a few more times. Li Chu felt heat rise to her cheeks, her heart racing as she sought to evade his warm, damp kisses, but each time he captured her, drawing her back into his embrace. This cycle seemed unending. Again and again, she found herself in his arms, her top unknowingly hung over the back of the chair, the strap slipping, revealing more skin than intended. To conquer a woman, one must ensnare her within their territory, marking her with their essence, claiming her entirely. This principle was employed by nearly every man who sought to leave a lasting imprint. "Li Chu," she softly inquired, "when can we eat? What meal could possibly take this long?" She pondered, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Upon hearing her, Su Qingshan swallowed hard. "Soon, but you must help me a bit." Li Chu felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. They could not linger in this limbo forever. Dinner was still a necessity. It felt reminiscent of childhood, when parents guided children who cried over their inability to write their names. "Very well, Mr. Su. It's your teaching moment." The restroom door swung open and shut repeatedly, and Su Qingshan, having finished his chores, lifted her onto a chair, while he, refreshed, donned an apron and proceeded to the kitchen. Having been pampered all her life, Li Chu found herself helplessly gazing at her delicate fingers, realizing that assisting him in the kitchen was not the wisest choice. The world felt oppressive. She couldn't bear to confront the reality that, while he focused solely on his task, she felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. "Su Qingshan, I no longer want to like you. You just bully me," she murmured softly, addressing his domestic silhouette. Chapter 70. A day at sea. As Su Qingshan stirred the pot of hearty soup, he chuckled softly. "How about we go out to sea tonight?" It was a classic case of offering a slap followed by a sweet date, a tactic well known to capitalists. Unsurprisingly, her earlier grievances dissipated upon hearing this, and she sprang from her chair. "But I only have 3 days. I suddenly don't want to film the variety show anymore. What should I do?" On one hand, spending a day at sea with Su Qingshan would undoubtedly strengthen their bond and deepen their understanding of one another. On the other, she worried about her performance during the live broadcast. "Did I want to go? I'll cover the penalty fee," Su Qingshan replied, placing a perfectly cooked steak in front of her, followed by a bowl of rich soup positioned within reach, close enough to grab, yet distant enough to avoid spilling. "What a wasteful expenditure. My manager has already sent me the program outline and content. I must attend. Besides, how can I abandon my career for pleasure? I take my career very seriously. Don't think you're the only one with ambitions." Li Chu speared a small piece of the beautifully cooked steak, its tender red center contrasting against the golden crust, looking utterly delectable. "How long will the filming last?" Su Qingshan inquired, taking a seat across from her and steering the conversation towards her work. "It's about a month, but I'll get to visit several places." "Which sounds quite interesting," she replied, her excitement bubbling over. "And where are these places? Who will you be with?" He pressed further. The admirable habit of refraining from speech while dining or resting was entirely absent when she was with him. It was he who predominantly took the lead. Li Chu set down her knife and fork, picked up a porcelain white soup spoon, and savored a mouthful of fragrant broth before responding. "The picturesque water towns of Jiangnan and the snow-capped highlands in our country. The deserts and quaint independent towns abroad. If I invite friends to join domestically, then internationally, it would be with our group of guests from the program. If you have time, you might catch the live broadcast." "Yes, I will watch." Su Qingshan nodded affirmatively, determined to support his wife's career. "This is my first time participating in a permanent variety show, and I'm a bit anxious about it, fearing I might not perform well and attract a horde of detractors." This was Li Chu's first time revealing her innermost feelings to Su Qingchen. Su Qingchen offered her a wet tissue, indicating she should wipe the soup stains from her mouth. You are exceptional. What is there to worry about? She accepted it, her heart swelling with sweetness upon hearing his words, as if infused with newfound strength. Wiping the corner of her mouth, she concealed her smile. Of course. Su Qingchen rose and approached her, inquiring, "Have you finished eating?" Li Chu looked up at him and nodded. "Yes, but now that I'm full, I'm left with other thoughts. It can't be what I'm imagining, right? How about I take you out to sea?" Su Qingchen sat on the armrest of her chair, leaning in to whisper. Li Chu tilted her head, gazing at him, nodding enthusiastically like someone crushing garlic. "Of course I want to go, but the show is about to start filming. So what about my work?" "I'll bring you back while you're working." Su Qingchen caressed her delicate back. "There is a helipad on Lu Yin's cruise ship, making it easy to come and go." "All right then," Li Chu agreed, feigning reluctance outwardly while her heart blossomed with joy. "Oh yay, we can go have some fun." Su Qingchen took her hand, chuckling softly, his eyes sparkling with happiness. Yet he maintained a nonchalant tone, pretending to act for her sake. "That you're adorable. Let us go. I'll have Lu Yin wait for us for a bit today." Li Chu stood up. She sensed something amiss when he led her to the door. Frowning as she asked, "Aren't we supposed to bring anything with us? Like clothes or something? Are we going empty-handed?" "No, everything is prepared there." Su Qingchen draped his suit jacket over her shoulders, covering the expanse of her fair skin, ensuring no outsider could glimpse even a sliver. Li Chu pouted but nodded, realizing her lack of experience. She could simply relax and let Su take care of everything, confident that he would handle it impeccably. Gazing down at their joined hands, she couldn't help but smile, feeling that this truly resembled their honeymoon, a trip shared by a couple with a deep emotional foundation. Upon exiting the elevator, Su Qingchen promptly opened a nearby car door, saying, "Please, Mrs. Su." Li Chu shot him a playful glance before obediently settling into the passenger seat. She watched as he withdrew his hand from the car frame, closed the door, and then made his way around to the driver's seat. With one hand on the steering wheel, he noticed her dark, shimmering eyes fixed intently on him, and he couldn't help but smile, his lips curling into an attractive arc. His voice, soft and low, broke the silence. "Am I that captivating?" Li Chu, feeling a bit flustered, cleared her throat and blushed, attempting to divert her gaze. "That you're holding my hand, and I can't take off my jacket. I'm feeling a bit warm." "Is that so?" Su Qingchen released her hand, countering her remark that he found the car's temperature just right. Sensing that she was merely seeking an excuse, that Li Chu felt the heat rise to her cheeks as he called her out. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "That of course, I'm hot, really hot." Not wishing to tease her further, Su Qingchen subtly adjusted the air conditioning to a slightly higher temperature and extended his hand towards her. "Your hand." That Li Chu, feigning pride, pouted. "Considering you're taking me out, I suppose I can hold your hand." With a playful flick of her hair, she deliberately paused before slowly placing her delicate hand into his larger palm. Amused by her antics, Su Qingchen couldn't contain his laughter, finding their time together incredibly delightful, as if it were never enough. The car was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by his laughter, which resonated clearly. Li Chu, though puzzled, found his laughter enchanting. He was already strikingly handsome, but with that smile, he radiated a youthful innocence, a stark contrast to his usual serious demeanor. "That I mustn't stare at him for too long. Otherwise, he will tease me again," Li Chu thought as she turned to gaze out the window at the night scenery. Yet, the reflection in the glass revealed his chiseled features, his long lashes fluttering, silently betraying her inner turmoil. Tonight, it seemed she had once again discovered the youthful side of Su Qingchen. How unfortunate that she and T met him during their student days. She would have had someone astonishing to admire in her youth. Su Qingchen refrained from further teasing her, his gaze softening as he concealed his profound emotions. That he gently squeezed their intertwined hands, focusing intently on the road ahead. For the remainder of the journey, both were enveloped in a serene silence, no one daring to shatter the tranquil atmosphere. That Li Chu, dressed in a strapless outfit, found herself sitting upright, acutely aware of her posture, casting graceful glances out the window or at his reflection in the glass. Chapter 71. The night banquet on the cruise ship. The man possessed a strikingly handsome and defined profile, wholly absorbed in his thoughts. His elevated brow and nose exuded superiority when he returned to his composed and aloof demeanor. It was impossible to gauge his emotions had he not married her, His captivating appearance would undoubtedly attract countless graceful admirers, each more alluring than the last, especially with the immense family legacy and wealth at his back. Li Chu mused that even in marriage, there would still be women who would seek him out. His mere presence commanded attention. How could he not be adored? People are naturally drawn to strength and excellence. Exceptional individuals attract one another, their inner compatibility far surpassing mere physical attraction. Su Qingshan's deep voice resounded in her ear. We've arrived. You should get out. Noticing that Li Chu was staring out the window. Lost in thought, he turned towards her, extending his arm to unbuckle her seatbelt. Upon hearing his voice, she immediately turned, only to find him leaning toward her, his warm breath brushing against her pale, slender neck, catching her off guard and causing her heart to race. Their proximity was electric. His jaw inadvertently grazed her cheek, the faint prick of his stubble sending a shiver through her. Her heart pounded audibly in the stillness of the car, each beat echoing in the confined space. She blinked slowly, trying to steady her breath, her hands unconsciously clutching the fabric of her dress. Time seemed to stand still within the vehicle. Su Qingshan's handsome face was mere inches from hers. Their gazes locked. His eyes were so deep they felt capable of penetrating her very soul, revealing all her hidden thoughts laid bare before him. Even after countless close encounters, she remained mesmerized by him, as though his allure would always captivate her, and her attraction to him was undeniable. As they continued to gaze at one another, she realized he had already unfastened her seatbelt, yet he lingered. Not returning to his seat, that Li Chu's eyes darted around, swallowing nervously that if this continued, she feared they might unlock a new scenario, and she wasn't ready for two in one day. Her heart couldn't handle it. Are we not getting out? She asked, lowering her gaze and gently reminding him. Su Qingshan chuckled softly, donned his jacket, and exited the car, walking to her side to open the door. That Li Chu obediently slipped into his jacket. Resembling a child in oversized adult clothing, the fabric enveloping her, far too large for her petite frame, a refreshing sea breeze greeted her, carrying the briny scent of seaweed and salt water, alleviating some of the warmth on her cheeks. Are we taking the cruise? She glimpsed the magnificent luxury cruise ship docked at the harbor, resplendent even from a distance. The lively sounds of cheers and pulsating music wafted through the air, creating an atmosphere of excitement. That Su Qingshan watched as the hem of her dress danced in the wind, her hair slightly tousled, yet more enchanting under the night sky. With graceful strides, he approached her, extending his hand, his lips curling into a smile as his melodious voice mingled with the sea breeze. After you. Miss Li Chu gazed at the tall, handsome man illuminated by moonlight, a smile gracing her lips as she placed her hand in his palm. Softly replying, "Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Su." Beneath the deep night sky, the cruise ship began to slowly set sail, and though Li Chu was unaware of their destination, she felt completely at ease with Su Qingshan by her side. As Li Chu stepped onto the cruise ship, Su Qingshan guided her to a secluded area, prompting her to glance back towards the shore, which was becoming increasingly distant, the fireworks of the bustling city fading away. Su Qingshan enclosed her between the railing and himself, drawing close. "Are you feeling seasick?" As Li Chu leaned against him, her hand resting on the railing, she gazed out at the deep, dark sea, shimmering with scattered lights. Gently shaking her head, she was reminded of a classic scene from a movie she had once seen. Unable to contain her emotions, she opened her arms wide towards the ocean, her hair dancing in the breeze. Uttering the iconic line, "I jumped," Su Qingshan wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He had watched this film with her during her somber days, and they had seen it numerous times featuring her beloved actor. By chance, he had accompanied her to the end of this particular film. Leaning down, he responded in a sultry, husky whisper, "You jump, I jump." Upon hearing this, Li Chu tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed up at him. Thrilled that he remembered and pleased by his participation, not allowing her to perform a solo act, he noticed the warmth of her gaze and looked back at the charming, joyful woman before him. Unable to suppress his feelings, that he bent down and gently kissed her crescent-shaped eyes, which sparkled like stars. That in a secluded corner, they lingered in silence for a moment. Although words were scarce, the atmosphere between them had already formed an impenetrable barrier that others could not penetrate. Ping Jin, awakening from his stupor on the third-floor deck, caught sight of this scene with keen eyes, shaking his head in admiration. Su truly excels in everything. Even his little sister-in-law is so enchanted that she is lifting her leg in joy. Just from their silhouettes, one could sense the sweet, intoxicating air of romance, radiating a warmth that made him, a man whose wife had eloped, feel envious. That ungrateful little woman, using him and then slipping away in her pants. How utterly heartless. It must be said that he was grateful to Su Qingchen and Li Chue, for it was through them that he had met Wen Wei ahead of time, hastening their marriage process. The head of the Su family chose to marry someone without a substantial background. Although several prominent families did not dare to oppose this union due to Su Qingchen's pressure, they had to consider their alliance. The He family had always stood within the Su-Lu alliance, and coincidentally, at this time, the legitimate daughter of the Wen family had recovered from her illness and was brought back from her maternal grandfather's home. The Song family. This confluence of circumstances led to their childhood engagement being brought back to the forefront. Had Su Qingchen chosen the daughter of another prominent family, he might not have met Wen Wei at all. He Pingjin had initially come to sober up, but, thinking of Wen Wei, could not help but reach for a glass placed beside him and down it in one go. Wen Wei. Oh, Wen Wei. They were all charmed by this delicate, sickly little woman who had been raised in seclusion, seemingly unaware of the world outside, that in truth, she was a shrewd woman, adept at gauging the right moment and manipulating circumstances. Otherwise, how could she have convinced his parents to stand by her side and reprimand him? After using him and securing everything from the Wen family, she left without a moment's hesitation to seek treatment abroad. His parents, believing her words that it was to ensure her peace of mind during recovery, forbade him from visiting her, leaving him too frightened to even approach the female stars at his company, lest he receive a barrage of admonitions from his mother. What sort of enchantment did she possess, so delicate yet capable of captivating so many? Chapter 72. Brothers are like clothes. A wife is an ancestor. After a while, as if sensing that Li Chue had lingered in the sea breeze for too long, Su Qingchen took her slightly chilled hand, tucked into his sleeve, and led her into a resplendent banquet hall. The attendees were clad in suits and formal gowns, conversing softly amidst the melodious strains of piano and violin, raising their glasses in gentle toasts, sharing laughter in an atmosphere that was elegant. Resembling a not-so-formal concert, Li Chue looked down at her attire. Old flip-flops, a verdant floral sundress, a loose gray blazer, and hastily tied hair. A complete mess, even a bit scruffy, utterly out of place in this refined gathering. She felt like an intruder, her toes crammed into her sandals, causing her embarrassment. Grasping Su Qingchen's trouser pocket, she looked up at him, pouting, her watery eyes pleading, indicating her reluctance to enter, fearing she would appear entirely impolite. Su Qingchen held her hand, which clutched his pocket, chuckling softly as he prepared to guide her through another entrance to the upper level, only to be interrupted by a voice. Second brother. Li Chue turned towards the source of the voice. Spotting a man in a suit casually unbuttoning the top 3 buttons of his shirt, revealing glimpses of his well-defined chest, he appeared quite handsome, that a mocking voice echoed from above. Is he good-looking? Initially unaware, Li Chue scrutinized the newcomer seriously before replying. Yes, he is handsome. Unlike Su Qingchen, who exudes a noble elegance, he possesses a kind of roguish charm at certain angles. He bears a slight resemblance to Su Qingchen, both having elongated eyes that extend towards their brows that as her fingers were pinched painfully. Li Chue turned to glare at the instigator, who regarded her coldly, akin to frost, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Would this man truly become jealous because she praised another's looks? With a raised eyebrow and a playful smile, she continued, but he is not as handsome as you. His demeanor screams of a debauched playboy. Nowhere near the refined and elegant gentleman that my husband is. After saying this, she playfully scratched his palm with her fingertips, resembling a little cat seeking affection, that Su Qingchen scoffed, stepping forward to shield her behind him. Coldly warning the approaching man, Lu Yin, button up your shirt, that Lu Yin chuckled, his peach blossom eyes glancing playfully at the woman peeking from behind Su Qingchen, obediently fastening a couple of buttons on his shirt while regarding her with a teasing gaze. Who is this beautiful lady? When Su Qingchen married, he had been abroad on a mission, cut off from information, and thus had never met his wife. Seeing how protective he was of her, it was clear that she was the woman he had chosen to marry. Their little sister Dash and Dashlot at Su Qingchen clearly wished to limit Li Chue's interaction with this handsome cousin of his, promptly answering on her behalf, your sister-in-law. This introduction, lacking even her name, drew a smirk from Lu Yin. who could not resist teasing as he sidestepped Su Qingchen, his lips curling in a flirtatious manner as he extended a hand towards Li Che. Lu Yin, a pleasure to meet you, little sister-in-law. Lu Yin, Li Chue whispered to herself, recalling the prestigious Lu family, a prominent political family. How had she never encountered someone like him before? Unlike the serious and composed members of the Lu family, he seemed to embody their opposite. Charming and carefree, Li Chue extended her hand for a brief handshake before quickly retracting it. Li Chue, nice to meet you. It was no wonder she lacked social grace. His intense gaze was impossible to ignore. Her hand, once suspended in the air, was seized by his firm grip. Lu Yin grinned, raising an eyebrow teasingly at Su Qingchen. Little sister-in-law, there's an auction tomorrow night. Bid on whatever you fancy. Consider it a welcome gift from me. Li Chue smiled in response, refraining from declining, nodding okay. For these people, anything that could be accomplished with money was trivial. Moreover, since Su Qingchen had been abroad, he had never had the time or inclination to introduce her to his social circle. But now that he had returned and brought her to these gatherings, she could not shy away, lest she tarnish his reputation. After all, his friends and business partners would always tease her by calling her little sister-in-law, and one by one, they would follow up with a statement about needing to present a welcome gift. Not out of kindness to her, but as a sign of respect for Su Qingchen, gauging their demeanor towards her based on his attitude. They were all astute individuals. It was evident that they were not merely presenting her with a welcome gift, but rather signaling their stance to Su Qingchen. Having already accepted He Pingjin's welcome gift, there was no reason to refuse Lu Yan's. That Su Qingchen interrupted Lu Yan's playful banter, turning to Li Chue. His tone low, I'll have someone take you to a room to rest. I'll find you later. Li Chue discreetly squeezed his fingers, her eyes curving into a smile as she obediently replied, all right. However, the glint of mischief in her eyes revealed that she was far from being as compliant as she appeared. Full of playful spirit, Su Qingchen signaled to a waiter, who led Li Chue to the top deck of the cruise ship through another entrance. Su Qingchen watched her figure disappear into the elevator before returning his gaze to the amused Lu Yin, his eyes betraying a hint of displeasure, carefully tempering his demeanor in her presence. Lu Yin, with a mischievous grin, leaned on Su Qingchen's shoulder, teasing, little sister-in-law seems quite fond of me. She even smiled at me. Su Qingchen shot him a cold glance, brushing off his arm, deliberately flicking away any imaginary dust from the spot he had touched. His actions elegant yet tinged with disdain, that he then remarked coolly, she said I'm more handsome than you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, watching Su Qingchen's retreating figure. Why did he feel that Su Qingchen was a bit proud? Did little sister-in-law know he was such a man? Lu Yin pursued him, shifting the topic away from their previous banter, instead asking, didn't He Pingjin say you weren't coming? Suddenly changing her mind, Su Qingchen spoke indifferently. Bring Chu-Chu over to play for a few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Previously, He Pingjin had mentioned that he would return home to accompany his wife and would not attend his welcoming banquet, something he found hard to believe. Yet now, hearing it directly from him, the bond of brotherhood that had endured for so many years felt misplaced. He prioritized his wife over their friendship. When she wished to go out, he brought her along. This brother, who had grown up alongside him, paled in comparison to the intimacy he shared with his partner. Sighing, he lamented that he needed to consult his elder brother. Indeed, as He Pingjin had said, brothers are like clothes. Wives are revered ancestors. Chapter 73. The horn of provocation begins to sound. Li Chu-Chu, guided by a waiter, ascended to the top deck of the cruise ship, a space that exuded tranquility in stark contrast to the opulent banquet hall. Upon reaching the room, the waiter left the key card and bowed in respect before departing. As she closed the door, Li Chu-Chu was struck by a singular thought. With wealth, one truly knows how to indulge. The long, glass-structured living room offered an expansive view, allowing one to witness the breathtaking beauty of the sea meeting the sky from any angle. The waves danced and sparkled, intertwining with the myriad stars above, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Sliding open the glass door revealed an open-air terrace resembling a small garden, complete with a private pool, exuding an air of comfort. However, Li Chu-Chu did not linger long on the terrace. Though the view was stunning, the sea breeze was too chilly, prompting her to rub her arms and retreat indoors. Closing the glass door behind her, surveying the layout of the room, she marveled at its completeness. There was a kitchen, a study, a media room, a gym, a walk-in closet, and a king-size bedroom. The bedroom especially captivated her, featuring a glass ceiling through which one could gaze up at the dazzling stars, lending it a dreamlike quality. The opulence of the room's decor made her wish to ask Su Qingchen, "What else is there that I do not know?" Without Su Qingchen, such dreams would have been inconceivable. After regaining her composure, she reflected on her attire and felt unworthy. Exclaiming in surprise, she hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. Once she was ready, she realized it was quite late, yet Su Qingchen had not yet returned. Alone in such a lavish room, she felt hesitant to sleep and decided to choose an outfit from the walk-in closet to search for him. Selecting a nude pink long dress, she dressed and, recalling his awkward indifference when he had eaten something wrong, added a white shawl to cover her exposed skin, feeling satisfied before leaving the room to find him. Her search was aimless. She wandered without purpose, eventually finding herself on the deck. Here, sheltered from the wind, she felt a gentle breeze that was rather pleasant. Glancing back, she admired the tranquil night, punctuated only by the soft hum of the ship's engine and the stars overhead. Faintly illuminated by distant buildings that twinkled like gems, that Li Chuchu, captivated by the view, could not resist taking out her phone to capture the scene, compressing the entire nightscape of Kyoto into her device, and posted on Weibo that Li Chuchu, relaxation after wrapping up filming. It is truly spectacular. The night view of Kyoto beneath the stars mirrored the beauty of the sea, creating a harmonious tableau. Soon, her fans discovered the post, showering her with praise about the stunning scenery and her beauty, with some inquiring about her whereabouts, eager to recreate the moment. Amused by her fans' endearing comments, Li Chuchu chuckled and shook her head. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Shen Tian, asking where she was. Shen Tian. Where are you, Li Chuchu? Su Qingchen brought me out to sea on a cruise. Shen Tian. Oh, so beautiful. Li Chuchu, it is indeed lovely. Do you want to come over? After a moment of silence, perhaps Shen Tian was busy and did not reply to Li Chuchu put away her phone, preparing to leave when a waiter called out to her. Miss G. MR.SU requests your presence. Confused, Li Chuchu gazed at the suddenly appearing respectful waiter. I am Li. You must have mistaken me for someone else? The waiter looked puzzled and inquired again. Aren't you Miss Ji Huanyan, the girlfriend of Mr. Su, the president of Shengshi Group? It was perplexing that such a beautiful woman had been summoned by him, and he had tipped the waiter generously to Li Chuchu paused, resisting the urge to correct him with I am his wife. Was someone beginning to provoke her? Yet, why did they not dare to show themselves? With a dismissive smile, she replied to the waiter, You have mistaken me. Seeing her confidence, the waiter quickly bowed in apology, clearly bewildered, as he had been told to summon the woman in the nude pink dress on the deck. Clearly, there had been a mix dash up. Li Chuchu did not make things difficult for the waiter and reassured him that it was fine. Watching him leave while repeatedly apologizing, she let out a low laugh that Su Qingchen has a girlfriend named Ji Huanyan. Huh. Since when was I unaware of this? Indeed, she mused, he was quite the catch that it had not been long since their last encounter. And now someone was brazenly trying to assert their claim over him, employing such clumsy tactics to sow discord between them. Ji Huanyan was a name she had not heard before. Reflecting on Su Qingchen's stature, his elite background, exceptional abilities, striking appearance, and cultured demeanor, it was no wonder that women would flock to him, regardless of his marital status. Before their marriage, she had known well that a radiant moon could not lack its entourage of stars, especially one as luminous as he. But why was this person too cowardly to confront her? Li Chuchu adjusted her shawl, feeling a sudden chill, and walked into the banquet hall to request a drink from a waiter. Returning to the deck, she sipped her icy champagne while gazing out at the boundless deep sea, the waves mirroring her turbulent emotions. Had it not been for his indulgence during this time, she doubted she would be so unsettled. Once one has tasted certain pleasures, relinquishing them becomes a formidable challenge. After conversing with a few acquaintances, Su Qingchen returned to their room only to find her absent. He immediately set out to search for her, spotting her delicate figure leaning against the railing, sipping her drink with a hint of melancholy. Her waist seemed so fragile, as if the sea breeze could easily bend her. He approached her slowly, wrapping his arms around the waist he had longed to hold all night, his deep voice brushing against her ear. Why aren't you resting in the room? With a swift turn, he drew her close, shielding her from the wind with his body as he leaned against the deck's railing. The shift in position occurred in the blink of an eye, and Li Chuchu found herself enveloped in his embrace. The familiar scent wrapping around her, providing warmth in the cool night air. Turning her head to gaze up at this man, who attracted attention effortlessly, she replied softly, "I was going to look for you. But I wandered here without realizing." Noticing the subtle unease in her tone, Su Qingchun adjusted her position to face him, resting his forehead against hers, his voice tinged with concern. What happened? He deduced that he had not upset her. It must have been something or someone else that had caused her discomfort. Chapter 74, You are not allowed to like anyone else. Li Chu instinctively rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a gentle kiss on him. Internally reluctant to share her troubles, she murmured, "Is the wine good?" Su Qingchun's gaze darkened, his voice husky and low. "I haven't tasted it." He held her. She remained blissfully unaware of his words' implications until he effortlessly lifted her, his hand firmly cradling the back of her head, casting a shadow over her face with his imposing presence. The sky gradually darkened, thick clouds enveloping the world like an immense black curtain. The wind howled, branches swayed violently, as if signaling for help. Thunder rumbled, drawing nearer, reminiscent of a fierce beast roaring in approach. He transferred his unique essence to her, as if an army had swept through, claiming everything while leaving only himself behind. Li Chu struggled to breathe, her hands patting his back in a silent plea. Enough. Yet she could only cling tightly to him, for although he leaned against the railing, he towered over it, and his hands controlled her, offering no protection. She feared that if the ship swayed, they would tumble together into the unfathomable depths below. Their lips met, and his magnetic, husky voice responded. "The wine is a bit light, but quite sweet." Li Chu melted against him, her cheeks flushed, enveloped in his scent, breathing in the air infused with his essence. After a while, the storm subsided, the rain gradually ceasing. Li Chu playfully scolded, "Why are you so likable? It's one thing to be wealthy, but why be so handsome?" Su Qingchun, holding her as they walked toward the room, was unsure whether to laugh or respond, gazing intently at her. What was this little woman sulking about? Was she blaming him for his looks? In his embrace, the petite woman blushed, her cheeks adorned with a delicate sheen. The fine down on her face was distinctly visible, and her slightly pouted cherry lips revealed her endearing nature. Under his gaze, Li Chu felt an uneasy urge to turn away, ultimately burying her face in his chest to shield herself from his sight. In the higher echelons of the venue, a woman clad in a striking crimson strapless dress smiled faintly as she observed the intimate scene between the couple. Her stunning silhouette, illuminated by the lights of the cruise ship, appeared even more enchanting, her figure curvaceous and alluring. Yet the depths of her eyes, shrouded in shadow, betrayed a tumult of jealousy beneath her composed exterior. Having traversed great distances to pursue him, she had not anticipated witnessing him entwined with another woman, one lacking an illustrious lineage, notable education, or exceptional talents. This woman, merely a starlet who traded on her charm, possessed little beyond her superior looks and physique, rendering her wholly unworthy of such a distinguished man. The one deserving of him should be someone like herself, whose background would complement his, and whose career would harmoniously align with his own, rather than a mere actress, disconnected from his world and offering no support to his endeavors. The man she had idolized throughout her student years, a beacon of brilliance illuminating her youth, ought to belong to her alone. The night had deepened, casting a profound darkness over the sea. The corridor was eerily silent, as Li Chu could not resist peeking out. The room remained unlit, save for the silvery moonlight and the twinkling stars reflecting through the curved glass. As Su Qingchun expertly deposited her onto the plush sofa, Li Chu screamed instinctively, desperate to escape. Yet in the next moment, a shadow enveloped her entirely, as Su Qingchun scrutinized her, his voice low and husky, interrogating her. "Who provoked you tonight?" Faced with his intensity, Li Chu pondered whether to stand her ground. However, recalling the provocations she had endured, she shot him an indignant glare, replying tersely, "No one," as if he were feigning ignorance while fully aware. She attempted to rise but found herself immobilized, as if ensnared by an enchantment. Unable to flee, with no avenue for retreat, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. But before she could articulate her words, the sound of tearing fabric pierced the air, then a moment of silent mourning ensued. The chill coursed through her, causing her to shiver. His breath was heavy and oppressive, pursuing her. "What are you hiding from?" Her feeble resistance was utterly inadequate against him. Before she could respond, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Sue, there seems to be an issue with the data on our collaborative project." The voice droned on. Barely audible, Li Chu instinctively held her breath, fearful of making a sound that might betray her presence. While also curious about the conversation, IT was late. Why were they reaching out to him now? Aware of their mutual acquaintances, Su Qingchen frowned, irritated by the intrusion on his time for work, in a moment of relaxation. He inadvertently allowed the petite woman to slip from his grasp, landing on the plush carpet, eliciting a low chuckle from him as he reached to assist her. However, she turned away, steadying herself against the sofa and retreating several steps. Regaining his focus, he swiftly instructed the caller, "You can connect directly with Assistant Mu." Without hesitation, he terminated the call. Just as Li Chu turned back, her wrist was seized firmly, pulling her close, her heart racing wildly at his sudden, fluid motion. "What did I do to provoke you?" Li Chu turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze that Su Qingchen's penetrating eyes bore into her, and he gently cupped her cheek, finally turning her face toward him. "If you have nothing to say now, then we shall wait until you do." His words lingered. Li Chu found herself enveloped in his arms, seated back on the sofa. His eyes appeared to merge with the depths of the ocean. Dark and tumultuous, filled with unspoken desires, a wave of trepidation washed over her, and she trembled as she ventured to speak. The moonlight spilled into the living room, revealing a tapestry of stars and the rhythmic undulation of the sea. Waves rising and falling, obscuring the light of the moon and stars, merging them into the inky depths of the ocean, along with the night and its allure. The sounds of the sea mingled with the crashing waves, all absorbed by the boundless depths, leaving no trace. She felt as if she were drowning in a tempest, yet he relentlessly demanded to know who had wronged her, insisting upon a rationale in a soft, hoarse whisper. She declared, "You are not allowed to like anyone else." Su Qingchen's dark gaze softened. He was pleased by her possessiveness. The echo of her words resonated within him, revealing her deep concern for him. A sentiment he could discern from her body language. "Darling," she murmured weakly. The flickering shadows danced upon the waves, concealing a torrent of emotions that outshone the brilliance of the stars and distant skyscrapers. Li Chu was unaware of how long the night would stretch or when daylight would emerge. She merely recalled that moment, the defining instant, when a husky, smiling voice whispered in her ear, "There is no one else. Only you." Then, the lingering warmth enveloped them, accompanied by the rapid thrum of her heartbeat, as a new round of passionate encounters unfolded beneath the starry sky. Li Chu found herself devoid of strength to respond. Her hands languidly drifting along with him. Lost in the current, as the sun rose, gradually breaking free from the horizon. It blazed with fervor and radiance, illuminating the sea, which mirrored the heavens, the waves sparkling as if the Milky Way had spilled into the vast ocean. Resembling diamonds glimmering on the surface by night, the city lights twinkled, suffused with an air of extravagance and chaos in this tumultuous night. Individuals pursued fleeting pleasures and satisfaction, searching for their place amidst the revelry, yet often losing themselves in the process. On this night, people seemed to forget the burdens and constraints of reality, reveling in their ephemeral freedom and indulgence. However, as dawn approached, they would return to face life's myriad pressures and challenges. Resuming their normal existence, Li Chu remained puzzled as to why he had pressed her so hard the previous night, relentlessly questioning her, demanding answers that day. He seemed intent on extracting her innermost thoughts, using unfamiliar tactics to force her revelations, reveling in her vulnerability as she grappled with her emotions. Exhausted, she succumbed to slumber, her rest disturbed as though she were brimming with inexhaustible energy, floating in a haze. She was oblivious to the passage of time. Li Chu awoke to the insistent ringing of her phone, gradually regaining her strength over the next 5 minutes. Feeling somewhat revitalized, she propped herself up, her head spinning as she answered the call, redialing the already disconnected number. "Hello, Tian. What brings you to call me so early?" "Li Chu, it's past lunchtime. You call this early. Sounds like last night was quite eventful." Shin Tian teased. "Hard to contain my emotions, as you well know. Now, what do you want to disrupt my dreams for?" She replied, feeling slightly embarrassed under her best friend's playful banter. Her cheeks flushed as she raised her voice, though her throat remained hoarse. You should sip some rock sugar pear soup to soothe your throat. The IT seems like the passion of reunion has stirred up quite a storm, Shin Tian continued. Stop right there. If you have something to say it that I refuse to discuss this topic, Li Chu interjected firmly. All right, you're so sensitive. But are you currently aboard Lu Yan's cruise ship? Presumably. Yes, do you know Lu Yan? Shin Tian was the sole heiress of the Shin family in Shanghai. It was unlikely they would have crossed paths without their shared experience studying abroad and participating in a beauty selection contest for foreign exchange students. Their social circles were entirely distinct, and it was no surprise she recognized the charming man from last night. After all, their worlds intertwined and I've seen him, but we aren't acquainted, but he doesn't seem to frequent the country. I deduce from the photos you posted that only in Jingtai Bay could one capture the stunning night view of the capital. Lu Yan's cruise happens to be in that area. And given your family's close ties to Su, it's no wonder, Shin Tian explained, that are you planning to visit? It's quite beautiful here, that I'm calling to inform you that it will still take me 4 to 5 days to arrive. This is the first voyage of listening to the Sea No. 1, which Lu Yan purchased at great expense that, of course, I must see it. It is rather late. By the time you arrived, I should have already departed. Nevertheless, this place is indeed worth a visit. Shin Tian. I am currently meeting Fu Yinshin's parents in Port City. Had I known, I would not have come. It would have been much better to accompany you out to sea. You cannot possibly imagine the melodrama of the Fu family. It surpasses even the most sensational plots of television dramas. This is my first encounter with them, that Li Chu gazed at the azure sea and sky, quietly listening to Shin Tian's complaints. The scandals of the Port City elite are always far more riveting than what the outside world perceives, and one cannot help but feel sympathy for this sheltered young lady who has grown up without a care. Perhaps there was some urgent matter on their end, as Shin Tian hastily concluded the call, leaving me to hear the rest next time we meet. Goodbye. After hanging up, Li Chu reclined on the bed, her gaze drifting towards the horizon where the sea met the sky, lost in thought. The Fu family in Port City is a murky affair. When Shin Tian pursued Fu Yinshin, she had once inquired about him from Su Qingchen, who had simply remarked that Fu Yinshin was a good partner as well as a worthy rival, but that the Fu family's affairs were tumultuous and unpredictable to that moment. Li Chu had thought it rare for Shin Tian to encounter someone she liked, especially someone esteemed enough for Su Qingchen to commend. He must surely be a decent individual, and moreover, he seemed cultured and gentlemanly. She had even offered Shin Tian some advice, however, based on Shin Tian's recent comments. The Fu family situation is far more tumultuous than what the media has portrayed. It is even more dramatic than a sensational soap opera. From her grievances, I gleaned that the patriarch of the Fu family was preparing to abdicate and divide the family fortune. Yet, in his earlier years, he had sown wild oats, and there are 4 concubines officially recognized, with children from the 3rd branch recorded in the family tree. The eldest son, Fu Beichen, the 2nd daughter, Fu Mingyi, and the 3rd son, Fu Yinshin. According to ancestral customs, they need not compete for their shares, so there is no cause for concern. However, the old man is a source of anxiety. A long-lost illegitimate son has returned, supported by various scheming uncles, seeking a piece of the pie to complicate matters further. The aging patriarch has made a young and beautiful concubine from the 4th branch pregnant, leading to claims of unfairness and demands for a redistribution of assets. Before the patriarch officially steps down, it has already been tacitly acknowledged that the eldest branch, represented by Fu Beichen, will remain in Port City to oversee local businesses. The eldest daughter, Fu Mingyi, will manage overseas operations, ensuring a seamless connection between overseas, Port City, and the mainland, while Fu Yinshin of the 3rd branch will retreat to the mainland headquarters. Now, as the announcement of the division of assets draws near, all manner of devils and demons have emerged, eager to partake in whatever scraps are available. Shin Tian's words. She has never witnessed such chaos within a family, and she may soon find herself caring for a wailing infant, either a little sister-in-law or a little brother-in-law. The mere thought is enough to boggle the mind. In summary, the entire Fu family is a gathering of children, all sharing the same father but different mothers, united by a common goal of claiming their inheritance to Li Chu's side, recalling the adage that 3 women make a play. Surely the Fu family could form several troupes with their dramatic affairs. The rumors circulating in the public domain and the reports from Port City's gossip media, surprisingly, are indeed more realistic, yet they pale in comparison to the true spectacle that unfolds. Li Chu mused. Should the affairs of the Fu family ever be captured on film, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Chapter 76. An awkward encounter. The sea breeze swept in, carrying with it a hint of salty coolness. Dissipating the sweetness lingering from earlier revelries, Li-Chu rubbed her aching waist, a wave of indescribable sensations washing over her. She glanced at the now empty space beside her, inhaling deeply the fresh air, and threw off the covers, cursing under her breath. Scoundrel, her body, having been tenderly embraced and washed clean, felt refreshingly invigorated. Yet ouch! As soon as she swung her legs over the bed, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Heartless capitalist! Exploitative capitalist! Beast, you absolute jerk!" Not having taken more than a step, her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed onto the edge of the bed, feeling as if they belonged to someone else, soft, powerless, and utterly devoid of strength. Li-Chu could only sit there for a moment, intending to wait until she had regained some energy before freshening up. She glared at the door, wishing fervently not to come across Su Qingchen. That scoundrel, as she would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon him, down on the carpet by the bed. One of her slippers lay forlornly, while the other seemed to have vanished into thin air. The white shawl was in tatters, and the pale pink dress lay crumpled, resembling a rag tossed haphazardly at the foot of the bed, entangled with his shirt, creating a scene of debauchery that a dark and light-colored blanket silently testified to the events of the previous night. Li-Chu's cheeks flushed at the sight. She could no longer remain there. Slowly, she made her way to the bathroom, gathering her disheveled hair before stepping into the steaming water. How delightful, after a soak. Feeling considerably more at ease, Li-Chu languidly settled onto the sofa, drying her damp hair. She casually turned on the television, which only displayed the sounds of waves and the occasional cry of seagulls. A tranquil atmosphere that made her feel uneasy. Once her hair was dry, her stomach began to grumble. She was hungry. Initially planning to call room service for a meal, upon witnessing the blush-inducing scene in the living room, Li-Chu resolved to fend for herself. Having changed into fresh clothes, she ventured out alone in search of sustenance. After all, one must not starve oneself. Fortunately, after descending 3 flights, she caught the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. In the center was an open-concept kitchen, where chefs skilled in various cuisines were diligently preparing delectable dishes. The scent simply divine. Li-Chu approached, casually grabbing a selection of ready-made dishes to place on her plate. Finding a spot to enjoy her meal, she could hardly wait for the chef to prepare something fresh. Soon enough, her plate was nearly empty, her stomach no longer grumbling. She raised her gaze to the lively men and women on the deck, yearning for Su Qingchen to join her in some adventurous seaside activities. Uncertain of when Su Qingchen would finish his business, she had initially expected him to be nothing more than a straightforward companion for her outing. "Little sister-in-law here for a meal?" A warm, cheerful voice interrupted her reverie. Li-Chu turned to see Lu Yin and a stunning woman in a crimson gown, her figure impeccable, entering the dining area. Li-Chu smiled and greeted him, nodding towards the beautiful woman beside him. Lu Yin, however, made no effort to introduce her companion, casually taking a glass of wine and engaging her in conversation. "Little sister-in-law, would you like to join us for an outing this afternoon?" Noticing Lu Yan's apparent ignorance of the woman beside him, Li-Chu instinctively thought she might be someone they had brought along for entertainment, and she paid no further mind to it. After all, these affluent young masters surely required some amusement during their outings that I should inform him. Li-Chu hesitated to respond. After all, she wasn't well acquainted with them, and going alone without Su Qingchen would certainly feel out of place. Lu Yin, hearing her reluctance, wore an amused smile that if little sister-in-law goes, second brother will certainly follow. How obedient she is. Is that what makes her so appealing to him? Li-Chu's smile faltered momentarily as she felt uncomfortable being teased about her relationship with Su Qingchen by someone she barely knew. Moreover, she sensed that the woman Lu Yin had brought along seemed particularly interested in her. Her gaze lingering on Li-Chu before discreetly shifting away, the look in her eyes a mix of curiosity and faint disdain that left Li-Chu feeling perplexed. Just as she was about to politely decline Lu Yan's invitation, she caught sight of Su Qingchen approaching, his tall, athletic frame elegantly clad in a suit, exuding an undeniable charisma that drew attention from all around. As their eyes met, Li-Chu felt her resolve waver, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze, avoiding that intense stare. Su Qingchen's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly as he observed Lu Yan's exuberant demeanor and the easy rapport he shared with Li Chu. He made his way towards her. "Su Xuezhang," Li Chu began, only to be interrupted by the woman who had been silent until now, addressing Su Qingchen. "What is your connection? Senior and junior. Quite the pair. Aren't you?" The woman brought by Lu Yin stepped forward, beaming at Su Qingchen. "We meet again. This time, my uncle has sent me to follow up on the project's progress, but I'm unfamiliar with this place. So I hope Su Xuezhang will look after me." With that, she playfully performed a slight bow, a charming yet cultured gesture that Su Qingchen, having received a call from her uncle, regarded her with calm, inscrutable eyes. His tone neutral. Ji Huanyan's eyes sparkled as she noticed the attention they were garnering, smiling graciously. "Then I must thank Su Xuezhang for your hospitality." Su Qingchen nodded slightly, and, bypassing her, moved to Li Chu's side, wrapping an arm around her and quietly inquiring, "Are you full?" Ji Huanyan, having no intention of lingering, had originally been on her way to find Su Qingchen when she encountered Lu Yin, who brought her here. Now that Su Qingchen appeared genuinely interested in Li Chu, she was not the type to be oblivious. She concealed her jealousy and gracefully exited to Li Chu. Watching the departing woman, turned her attention back to the man beside her, raising an eyebrow and teasingly replying, "I've had my fill, Su Xuezhang," prompting a laugh from Lu Yin, who chimed in, "Su Xuezhang, little sister-in-law has agreed to go out this afternoon. Will you join us?" He brought Ji Huanyan over, seemingly to observe Li Chu's reaction. Both women, enamored with Su Qingchen, were bound to create some form of chemical reaction upon meeting. However, to his surprise, the atmosphere remained remarkably tranquil, leading him to question whether they genuinely harbored affection for his second brother. Su Qingchen pinched her shoulder lightly, casting a cold glance at the smirking individual, wondering if he was feeling particularly mischievous. She then picked up her knife and fork, maintaining an impeccable composure as she elegantly sampled the cheese left on her plate. Li Chu, upon witnessing this, paid little heed to Lu Yin, the man who spoke without a script. Her expression somewhat unnatural. It felt odd for him to consume her leftovers in front of his brother. Was this truly acceptable? The flavor was a tad bland, and after finishing, he even offered a deliberate critique. Su Qingchen did not acknowledge the bewildered Lu Yin, instead inquiring, "Are you going this afternoon?" Li Chu raised her gaze to him and retorted, subtly curling her fingers around Su Qingchen's hand, a gesture resembling a gentle tickle. The insinuation unmistakable that Su Qingchen swiftly grasped her mischievous hand, trapping it within her palm, and chuckled softly, "How about I take you diving, sea fishing, and riding jet skis? Then let's prepare dinner with whatever we catch today." "You can cook," Li Chu replied with a smile, sharing her plans. She had long wished to savor the fish she personally caught from the sea, and she desired Su Qingchen to compensate her as well. Chapter 77. When Wei Lu Yin was rendered speechless, beginning to doubt the Su Qingchen before him, his cousin, who was typically aloof and emotionally detached, now flirting with a woman right in front of him. Initially skeptical, it soon became apparent that his cousin was genuinely in love. When he resolutely defied the world to marry her, he should have understood, yet he was reluctant to admit that this proud and noble cousin, with whom he had shared countless adventures since childhood, could not escape the allure of women. What was so captivating about them? There were those who indulged in sweet nothings, those who lost themselves in intoxication, and those who pursued relentlessly. Yet none seemed as focused on their career as he was. The weight of the family's honor and disgrace seemed to rest heavily upon his shoulders, creating immense pressure. Su Qingchen gently tucked Li Chu's cascading hair behind her ear and spoke softly, "You should return to your room and rest for a while, that I will come to fetch you shortly. You were quite exhausted last night. Without proper rest, you won't have the energy to enjoy yourself." Li Chu nodded, her hand, held within his, lightly scratching his palm in an affectionate manner, stirring emotions within him. She obediently replied, "I will wait for you in my room." She relished these subtle flirtations, enjoying the secret little gestures shared exclusively between them, understanding that he likely had matters to attend to. She felt it prudent to rest, lest she feel lethargic for their afternoon outing. After conveying her intentions to Su Qingchen, she turned to the dazed Lu Yin and said, "See you this afternoon." Little Lu Yin instinctively returned her gesture, mirroring her wave, and only when her figure was no longer in sight did he turn to the man, who was intently watching her depart, unable to suppress a sigh. "I am truly smitten." Li Chu was not only beautiful, but possessed a delightful personality, Aside from being unable to assist Su Qingchen, she seemed quite suitable in every other regard that Liu Yin mused. Gradually beginning to accept this new sister and law, that Su Qingchen withdrew her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the self-pitying Liu Yin, and stated coldly, "Elder brother will arrive in about 10 minutes." That Liu Yin set down his swaying wine glass, straightening his attire, and suppressed his frivolous demeanor. How could he be present here? With so many eyes around, the news of Liu Yan's presence could leak out any moment. Did it truly matter for a major from the Southeast War Zone to be seen aboard a cruise ship filled with revelry? "The weapons you delivered have issues. Tang Li is also on his way," Su Qingchen remarked, having just received the news. The choice to discuss this here was likely a warning to those still dreaming of restoring their regime. Liu Yin followed along, scratching his head in confusion. How could that be? Those were the latest developments from Country Y, alarming even the political realm. And now they've stirred two major players. "You'll have to ask Liu Yin," Su Qingchen replied as she pressed the elevator button. Their arrival likely bore implications beyond the weapons issue. The Nie family was pivotal. Upon hearing this, Liu Yin refrained from further inquiries. The fact that both his elder brother Liu Yin and Tang Li from the Tang family were coming indicated the urgency of the situation, which certainly wasn't due to his own affairs. The simultaneous appearance of top brass from the military and political spheres was hardly a good omen. When Su Qingchen and Liu Yin reached the helicopter landing pad, they were surprised to find Yi Pingjin already waiting. Seemingly having been there for quite some time, that Liu Yin approached, draping an arm around Yi Pingjin's shoulder, curiously asking, "Did you receive the news as well?" Could it be that he was the only one uninformed? Had he not been favored as the most trusted junior among the brothers? Glancing at the three men around him, he realized that two were love-struck. While he alone was focused entirely on his career, Yi Pingjin shrugged off his arm, bewildered. What news? He quickly smoothed out his wrinkled clothing, ensuring his meticulously arranged appearance remained intact. "Wen Wei will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Liu Yin raised an eyebrow, realizing he was not the only one left out of the loop. It seemed the unfortunate little darling was not alone in his ignorance. The sound of the helicopter grew increasingly distinct, and soon a tall man clad in a military green windbreaker, exuding an air of authority, descended with a precise demeanor. Following him was a slender woman with an enchanting visage, her eyes sparkling like spring water, supported by a solemnly dressed man. The woman wore an oversized long hoodie that appeared even more spacious on her petite frame, the hem barely brushing her knees, paired with knee-high white socks, leaving not a hint of skin exposed. Liu Yin greeted respectfully, shedding any trace of his former levity. The two men nodded in acknowledgement, directing their attention towards Su Qingchen, who stood with a smile, hands in pockets. With her gaze lowered, the woman smiled at the man supporting her, saying, "Liu, you all go on with your business. Pingjin can stay with me." As the men congregated, their presence felt overwhelming. A lineup of remarkable individuals, and she found the scene too daunting, smiling at the others as a simple greeting. These men were well aware of this delicate young lady and treated her with utmost kindness. Smiling in welcome, Yi Pingjin withdrew his gaze from the gentle woman, and upon hearing her speak, stepped forward to wrap an arm around her waist, addressing Tang Li with a respectful tone. "Liu, I will take good care of Wei Wei." Tang Li cast a cool glance at him, but upon receiving a warm smile from Wen Wei, he patted Yi Pingjin's back, speaking gently to her. "Go ahead." This left only Yi Pingjin and Wen Wei together, as the other distinguished men, each unique yet equally formidable, strode away in unison, with eyes shimmering and voice as gentle as water, reminiscent of March in Jiangnan. After the others faded from view, she extended a delicate, seemingly translucent fingertip from her oversized sleeve to lightly tap his arm at her waist, a gesture unmistakably suggestive. However, Yi Pingjin was not one to heed her hints. He swiftly captured her fingertip in his grip, holding it tightly, fearful she might slip away at any moment. Wen Wei furrowed her delicate brows, casting him a glare as she instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen. Internally lamenting, "It seems our son takes after his father." Utterly oblivious to others' feelings, that Yi Pingjin, "I will ask you once more, what benefit did you provide to Tang Song?" Although her voice was gentle, it possessed an undeniable power that rendered him helpless to resist. In the garden villa of Linghu, he lowered his head like a wayward child, anxious and awaiting her judgment. He understood well that Wen Wei was adept at deceiving others. Just look at how she presented herself as a demure and gentle little sister before her brothers. Yet before him, she exuded an air of authority, her petite temper and caprices on full display. Chapter 78. The little wife puppy. Upon hearing this, Wen Wei replied in a cool and detached tone. He ping Jin, that is marital property. Even if he does not pursue Tang Song, it is still something I will reclaim, especially as I wish to bid farewell to those who care for me before I cross the threshold of the underworld. Little did she expect this reckless and flirtatious man to resort to such underhanded tactics. She hoped that, by that time, they would forgive her for this moment of selfishness. She wished to avoid the pitiful and expectant gazes. Yearning for solitude, accompanied only by the small life within her. Her hand lightly brushed over this tiny sprout. If they were to discover it, the little being would find it difficult to remain nestled in her womb. You leave without a trace, while those few have blocked every path leading to you. That am I not longing for you? He Pingjin shamelessly pouted at the cold woman before him. With his passport confiscated, private jet grounded, and boat halted, he found himself powerless, and this ungrateful little creature had even blacklisted him. Wen Wei extended her hand, using all her strength to push away the furry head nestled against her neck. Who would believe that the formidable He Yi from Su Chung was secretly like this? Aren't you and your mole quite inseparable? She specifically returned to seek you out, Wen Wei remarked as she settled onto the sofa. After such a long flight, especially alongside those two big shots, she felt utterly exhausted and yearned for rest. That radiant woman, as brilliant as the midday sun, had not returned to declare war against her. Why had she yet to subdue the man before her, who knelt to remove her shoes? He Pingjin gently rubbed her calves, providing a soothing massage. How could a woman who complained of fatigue from merely walking a little distance endure days of relentless travel? Was she perhaps feeling jealous? Hadn't he explained that it was merely a pretense? Her temper was truly fierce. What could he do but adore this aspect of her? Wen Wei was reluctant to engage in conversation with this silver-tongued man, for he was all too familiar with such sweet talk. Who knew to whom he had uttered those words? Yet a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Sixth brother hug.